Chapter 351. What's going on? Yuhua Dingxian and the others were still musing, but their bodies were already moving. Fortunately, they were familiar with the path on the ship, and they rushed back quickly. That ship across the way is most likely a ghost ship. If it's really the undead queen, then these crew members are undead favored by the dark goddess. They're likely to resurrect at night. Jinri Yoyu said quickly, "We need to throw them overboard first." Veteran players who have fought the Beast Tide are familiar with clearing the battlefield, especially mages. Before Yuhua Dengxian could even reach them, the spells, Void Fist, and Despair Mire had already been cast. A pair of giant hands appeared out of thin air, snatched up the pirate corpses on the ground, and threw them overboard. Void Fist is an extremely useful skill, but it has a major drawback. It burns mana. But isn't that a coincidence? Despair Mire replenishes mana, while Despair Mire has a weakness against living creatures. It can be easily escaped by higher level monsters due to level differences, but for clearing corpses, it's incredibly useful. While Despair Mire devoured corpses with gusto, converting them into mana supply, the well-fed Void Fist worked diligently, throwing the corpses that Despair Mire couldn't consume overboard. Thunder God, help me! This crazy Taoist who calls himself a Thunder Mage, after experiencing the power of non-thunder skills before, now humbly learns from Yuhua Dengxian, unleashing the perpetual motion link skills of Despair Mire and Void Fist. Other players were also hard at work, some using tentacles, some using animals and vines, and a few muscular world knights even carrying the corpses themselves and throwing them overboard. Speaking of which, Yijian Paqianshan suddenly paused. These corpses won't resurrect on the seabed like in the movies, then catch up with us and climb aboard the ship. Today Yoyu's mind flashed back to the movie scene. No, I don't know. The logbook doesn't contain these details. Or maybe I haven't seen the rest. Yijian Paqianshan set the corpses down and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But throwing the bodies overboard is better than leaving them on the ship and letting them revive, right? Pamir Plateau asked. No, I have a new idea. Yijian Paqianshan said, the magicians should continue to use Despair Mire. The undead that are eaten won't resurrect. Then everyone watched as Yijian Paqianshan switched back to his mage chef role, selected a bone-chopping knife from his belt, and with a few drastic skills, he chopped the monster corpses that wouldn't disappear on their own into pieces. Heads piled together, hands piled together, feet piled together, and bodies piled up again. Then he shook the sticky, dark, dried blood off his knife and said, each of us will collect a bunch and put them in the system backpack. They should be able to stack into one slot. Troublemaker Tranquility C was amazed, as expected of a boss who consistently maintains the highest level in the server. So you're the real troublemaker? They tried it out, and Yijian Paqianshan's guess was indeed correct. Not only could these limbs and torsos fit into the backpack, they could also be stacked into one slot, not taking up too much space. If the parts are kept separately by different people, even the undead can't be restored and will just lie motionless in the system backpack. Yijian Paqianshan said, I checked the attributes displayed in my system backpack, and it's indeed listed as the torso of an undead cursed pirate. What about the ones we just threw down? Pamir Plateau couldn't help but feel a little worried. We just threw quite a few down. What if they come back up? We deal with them when they come back up. Yijian Paqianshan placed one of the heads outside and found a parrot cage to stuff the head into. Let's leave this one outside. Night is almost falling anyway, so we can see if they resurrect. One more question. After dealing with the bodies, Jinri Yoyu felt a little more at ease. The ghost ship's true power is revealed at night. Should we sail away now? Yuhua Dengxian looked up at the golden sunset glow of Aluma setting in the west and said, let's give it a try. We mostly avoided the trap of the dead sailors' bodies resurrecting, so now it's time to test whether this ship is truly a trap. Turning left, he swung his 7 tentacles, neatly severing the grappling line attached to the port side of the suspected ghost ship. The mages used their void fists to give the 2 closely approaching ships a powerful push, and the 2 ships slowly separated. Does anyone know how to sail? Melissa Kubo asked. There's wind now, and the direction matches the course on the chart. Jinri Yoyu said, let's try lowering the sail first. Okay. Each player employed their best tactics, climbing, leaping, or using vines to reach the mast. They untied the ropes holding the sails, lowered the folded sails, and the ship immediately began to move. Sure enough, the anchor of this ship was not lowered. It was fixed to the undead queen, suspected, by a grappling hook and therefore did not move. Jinri Yoyu ran back to the helm. Although she couldn't sail, She figured the game wouldn't be too difficult for players like her. Sure enough, as soon as she placed her hands on the rudder, a new control panel appeared before her. Jinryu only had to follow the prompts to turn the rudder in time, and give commands to control the sails and speed. I didn't expect I could learn to sail in a game. This is quite interesting, Jinryu murmured. She tried the controls, and found them quite simple. She even had the magicians use wind magic to increase speed. Lei Gongzhuo muttered for a long time, I'm a thunder mage. But finally succumbed to the threatening glances, and used wind magic. As Aluma completely descended from the sea, plunging the ocean into darkness, leaving only a scattering of stars and the dim, will-o'-the-wisp oil lanterns on the ship, the previously silent undead queen, presumably, suddenly began to stir. It was the pirates singing. A thick fog suddenly appeared over the sea. The undead queen, something, suddenly disappeared into the fog, then emerged a second later, parallel to their ship. We were already so far away. Melissa Kubo exclaimed. Did it take her a second to catch up? It really is a ghost ship. Jian lifted the birdcage containing the head. The head within had transformed into a skeletal skull as night fell, but purple soul fire emanated from its eye sockets, and it began to laugh. Jie, you never thought we were immortal pirates. The head let out a shrill, unpleasant laugh, then suddenly stopped. Damn it, where's my body? Where did you take it? Chapter 352. The players watched expressionlessly, as the skull went from complacency to pretentiousness to panic. The entire process took perhaps 10 seconds. When it realized it had neither a body nor companions, and hadn't frightened anyone, its entire skeleton withered. Even the purple soul fire in its eye sockets dimmed slightly, and its fleshless face was filled with a sense of despair. As expected, the undead pirates resurrected as undead skeletons after nightfall, blessed by darkness. However, thanks to Yu's quick reaction today and his unstoppable sword-breaking actions, aside from the initial few pirate corpses thrown overboard, the rest had either completely transformed into the magician's abundant mana bars, or fluttered around in the inventory slots of several players. Honestly, when I was carrying the catfish monster in my backpack during a mission in Baboon, it complained that my backpack was so overstuffed with weapons and armor that it was practically choking it. I really should show it what's crammed into my backpack now. Melissa Kubo glanced at the skeletal arm thrashing in the system backpack compartment, unable to make a single splash, and complained expressionlessly. Jian even felt the weight was too much and casually placed the birdcage on a nearby box. So what the hell are you? Tranquility C climbed onto the box and squatted beside the birdcage, poking the skull with its dagger through the cracks in the cage bars. Put your knife away. Put it away. We are immortal pirates. We are here to take your lives by order of Her Majesty Queen N. The skull struggled to lean back in the cage, trying to avoid Tranquility C's dagger. Aren't you immortal? Why are you afraid of daggers? Tranquility C asked with interest. I'm immortal, but my bones can be scratched. Do you know how frustrating it is to carry around a broken bone and not be able to die? We even have to find replacement parts ourselves. And a head isn't something you can easily replace. So that ship is really the undead queen? Today's Rain asked. Yes, that's our Queen Anne's carriage. The skull shrieked. Just wait. Her Majesty Queen, and we'll take your lives. No one will be spared. Ah, as expected, one of the two ships is flawed. I only thought it might leak and sink, but I didn't realize one of them was a ghost ship. Today Yoyu glanced at the undead queen with regret. Honestly, that ship suits my taste. I really want to steal it and sail it. But how do you steal a ghost ship? Steal it? Steal it and sail it? The skull repeated in shock. What kind of desperados are you? You dare to steal a ghost ship? So why does Queen Anne want to take our lives? We should have nothing to do with Queen Anne. You what? Dingxian asked curiously. The skull seemed to want to answer, but it shook in its cage and closed its mouth tightly. The players were still wondering why the skeleton had gone silent when they saw the lights on the nearby undead queen light up. The thick fog slowly dispersed to the sides like a gauzy curtain. A faint song filled the air from the massive four-masted sail, its tattered sails, and spiderwebs dancing in the wind. On the side of the ship stood a dashing woman with black curly hair, wearing black leather night boots, a burgundy medieval European-style waist-cinching skirt and a black corset, an apricot pirate shirt, a red and black captain's coat, a short red cape, and a pirate's tricorn hat. That's Angelma. Today Yoyu murmured. Although no one had told her the answer, she was already certain of her suspicions. Fire! The woman with long, black, curly hair, a hint of sultry Caribbean charm, commanded, and the guns on the undead queen opened, dozens of black cannons trained on them. Wait. Before the players could utter a word, flames exploded before their eyes, a roar filled their ears, and the next second, the player system prompted, "Your instance has expired. You will exit the illusion in 3 seconds. This illusion requires a special instance. Your Jackal instance is intact. You may log in directly." Today Yo-Yo immediately chose to log in. She opened her eyes, and found herself back in the Jackal Priest's shell. The 10 of them lay in a vast frost cavern, a stream of black water gurgling within it, the same stream that had engulfed them before. A stream of black water, emitting black smoke, marked the entrance to the Pirate Bay dungeon. Where they lay, there was a patch of dry land. Beyond the dungeon entrance, there seemed no threat. "This dungeon is so interesting." Yuhua Dengxian climbed up from the ground and said, "If it weren't for the fact that it's almost time to log off, I'd go in again." "Wait until tonight," Jinri Yoyu said. "I want to check out the dungeon again too." "But do we have to return those blank scrolls containing the locations to camp?" Melissa Kubo checked her messages and emails and found a message from Tangnan Baozhu. Tangnan Baozhu said he wants to return to AMT County to deliver materials to Rama, and asked if we have anything to bring back to the city. Those scrolls do need to be taken back to Rama for copying. But using a blank scroll with the camp's location to teleport back seems a bit wasteful. And everyone wants to continue exploring the dungeon tonight, right? Then we have to waste another blank scroll with the dungeon entrance location before returning. Today Yo-Yu felt a pang of pain, muttering, "What a waste." Anyway, let's record the dungeon entrance coordinates first. Yuhua Dengxian opened a blank scroll and began recording the coordinates. Today Yo-Yu fell into deep thought. After a moment he said, "I have a bold idea I'd like to try. Everyone, bring everything you want to take back to the camp to me." At that, everyone took out their scrolls. Today Yo-Yu collected all the strange resources and materials she had collected along the way into her backpack, then logged off. She re-entered the game's login screen and saw the expected selection box. Please select the character body for this login. ID, Jinri Yoyu. Available login bodies. Northern Camp Resurrection Point, Human, Level 73. Northern? Pirate Bay Illusion, Frost Jackal or Priest, Level 70. She chose the human body to log in. The next second, she appeared in the camp. Jinri Yoyu blinked and opened her backpack. Sure enough, all the items her companions had given her were there. "No matter which body, the backpacks are connected," she murmured. "But the two bodies can be placed in two places. One of them is most likely the resurrection point." Chapter 353. Time rewinds a bit. While the expeditionary team was exploring the map and accidentally stumbled into a dungeon, the 5 players remaining in the camp, forming the infrastructure team, were also hard at work. They first spent some time exploring the entire village, mapping out the distribution of resources and monsters within a 5-kilometer radius of the village. They then thoroughly searched every house, packing all valuable and worthless items into their backpacks. In AMT City, there was a leader in guards, and in each major city, there were NPC and city favorability restrictions, so taking things without permission was naturally forbidden. However, in the desolate wilderness of the north, a village they had seized from the enemy and taken for their own use, the players naturally had no scruples. They happily looted the village, finally experiencing the joy of being a looter in this rule-laden VR online game, and exhaled with satisfaction. Honestly, what game wouldn't be complete without the element of breaking into other people's houses and opening chests? Players fully appreciate this realistic and logical, even nitpicky, online game design. While it's not easy to steal your own faction's items, you can always rob the enemies. Players don't even really care who they're stealing from or what they're stealing. If it's treasure, it's a win, and if it's trash, it's not a bad deal. The key is the exhilarating feeling of buying for free without facing any penalty. After experiencing this joy, they enthusiastically dig trenches, set traps, and gather resources. This camp's infrastructure tasks utilize a completely free construction mode, allowing adventurers to unleash their creativity. Even if they demolish every house in the village and rebuild it into a snowy cyberpunk city, there seems to be no system hindrance. Isn't this a completely free territory construction mode open to players? Luzhou Loji's eyes lit up. The problem is, it's a bit too free. Kikoa frowned slightly. Everyone who can come here can build freely. You build a castle today, and the next player might tear it down tomorrow. If one's creations can't be preserved intact, it's a deeply detrimental thing. Moreover, online games are full of all kinds of players. While the majority of people happily play games normally, there are always those who, with nowhere to vent their anger in real life, turn to online chaos. Mosquito, no matter how small, interjected, I don't think the official plot is intended to turn this into a player-designed amusement park. We're still in enemy territory. Even if we change our shells, we still have to act like jackals. What if someone familiar with the Jackal clan comes to visit, and sees all these bizarre buildings? Wouldn't that be a huge deal? Besides, aside from the ice and snow, there aren't many usable building resources here. They had just taken a stroll through the forest. The translucent crystal trees had been identified as a very rare and special alchemical material. Tang Clan Bachu had begun frantically collecting them, vowing to pack the entire forest into his backpack and bring it back as a tribute to Rama. However, this wood is extremely unsuitable for building materials. It's too brittle, breaking with a mere bend. The Jackal tribe's original houses were all built of stone, thick, sturdy, and resistant to the weight of snow and ice or the harsh winds. The only difficulty was digging through the thick layer of ice and snow in this vast snowfall to find the boulders buried underground or in the mountains. And to build a defensive arrow tower, they needed at least some wood. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. As a druid, the first thing that came to mind was to use the oak seeds in his backpack to stimulate them to grow. But it was too cold here. The acorns would wither as soon as they grew to arm-length seedlings due to the severe cold, and even a mosquito, no matter how small, was still meat, would be useless in providing them with life force. After all, it's minus 20 to 30 degrees Celsius here. I guess only trees like larch, which can withstand minus 50 degrees, can grow there. Kanagawa said, I don't see any similar trees around here. Or, we could just use the soil and ice from the trenches to build something. With the low temperatures here, once frozen, it'd be very solid and indestructible. Luzhou Laoju said, as long as it can provide a defensive effect, it'd be fine. As the saying goes, as long as you maintain your mindset, there are always more solutions than problems. While there's a lack of building materials near this village, ice and snow are abundant. Even a casual splash of hot water can freeze into bizarre ice shapes in midair. Players who had learned masonry and magic were the first to start digging trenches outside the village. They first collected the ice and snow on a large piece of land into the system backpack in one breath, and then used earth wall to control the soil exposed on the surface. The soil rose into the air as if it had life, and plunged into the designated location in the village. Under the excellent mental control of the mason players, they deeply penetrated into the ground, and after being compacted, they continued to gather and climb upwards, forming a solid tower wall. Everyone was a skilled worker, having spent countless hours moving bricks on the AMT city construction site. Building a few arrow towers was a piece of cake. Before long, 10-meter-tall arrow towers stood at the four corners of the village. In a village where most houses were only one story, they could command a considerable view. The players also took the trouble to create several small windows on the top floor for observation. After the towers were completed, they evenly poured a layer of water around them using water magic. This water quickly solidified into a thick crust of ice, which not only maintained the stability of the earthen arrow towers, but also provided a smooth surface that was difficult to climb from the outside, effectively preventing enemy attacks from the outside. There were no stairs in the tower. At the highest point, the sentry post at the top, there was a circular hole in the center of the ground. A hemp rope, thick enough to support a player's weight, with a weight suspended from one end, passed through the tower's beam and tied to a ring driven into the ground at the base of the tower. To ascend, the player tied the rope around themselves and untied the knot in the ring. The weight suspended from the top naturally pulled the player up. The rope's length was calculated so that when the weight dropped to the ground, the player would have reached the sentry post. To descend, the rope's length was reversed, allowing the player to jump from the tower with the rope attached. The weight's ascent slowed the player's descent. This device was invented by the Eternal Poet. After several meticulous calculations and adjustments, it finally worked smoothly. Every remaining player had tried it multiple times, and still felt a pang of satisfaction. It feels exactly like a homemade bungee jumping machine, commented Mosquito is still meat. Chapter 354. A few members of the infrastructure team were having a blast playing with their homemade bungee jumping machine. No, the Arrow Tower's earthen elevator, when they saw Jinri Yoyu appear at the respawn point, still using the old shell. Boss Yoyu? Luzhou Laoji ran over. What happened? How did you come back like this? I think I found a bug. No, maybe it's just the official's fault. Jinri Yoyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tangmin Baozhu, who was running over. Tangmin Baozhu, are you going back to AMT City? I have a way that might not require any teleportation scrolls. Huh? So, under Jinri Yoyu's guidance, Tangmin Baozhu logged back into the game and returned to his alchemy doll shell. Is that really okay? Repairing an alchemy doll shell is expensive. Tangnan Bao asked hesitantly, stuffing everything he needed to take back to AMT City into his system backpack. No problem, no problem. As long as the death is quick and the damage is minimal, it'd be fine. The Eternal Poet patted Tangnan Bao's shoulder soothingly, but it offered no comfort at all. Tangnan Bao pulled a sharp dagger from his backpack and stabbed himself in the heart, successfully witnessing his death. Your character's body has died. Repairing requires 1 silver coin and 3 copper coins, with a 15-second wait. You can choose to resurrect at the following resurrection points: Northern Camp Resurrection Point, AMT New City Resurrection Point. You can also choose to change your character's body and log in instantly without waiting. Available login body: Northern Camp Frost Jackal Orc LV70. You can really resurrect and return to the city. Moreover, the repair cost was much cheaper than the teleportation fee and the scroll, only 15 copper. Tangnan Bao immediately chose the resurrection point in AMT New City. He appeared in the familiar main city. The sky here was also dark and snow was falling, but the city lights were bright, giving it a more homely feel than the dim and cold North Camp. Tangnan Bao immediately opened his backpack, and all his belongings returned with him. He thought for a moment, then logged out and logged back in again, this time choosing to log in as the Jackal Shell. Sure enough, he reappeared in the North Camp, and the backpack was still working. How is it? Today Yoyu saw Tangnan Bao's Jackal Shell, and guessed that the experiment had been successful. What a success! Tangnan Bao's eyes lit up. It only costs 15 copper. Cheaper than teleportation fees and scrolls. And just place the 2 shells here and in AMT City, and you can log in with a new shell and transfer everything in your backpack. Oh my god, this is so convenient. Mosquitoes are small, but Meat exclaimed, is this a bug or is it intentional? I don't know, but it works. As long as they don't cancel this feature. Can this method be used elsewhere? Luzhou Laoji was also curious. I mean, if you drop the shells in 2 random places. I don't know. We never gotten 2 shells before. Unless it's for those players who bought the alchemy doll shell and kept the free one. Today Yoyu looked at Tangnan Bao, who waved his hand. I returned the bald body to the authorities immediately. I have a hypothesis. But I need to switch back to my Jackal Shell to see what's going on there to verify it. Today Yoyu said, by the way, can you also help me see what this body looks like after it logs off? By the way, do you have anything I need to bring back to the expedition team? Take these blank scrolls. Luzhou Laoji also gave her a few scrolls left at camp. Now that we have this trait, we can always trade it for more scrolls by cooking. Okay. Today Yoyu took the items, put them in her backpack, and logged off and back on. This time, everyone saw her human shell lie on the ground for a moment before transforming into a streak of white light and being sucked into the resurrection point. Today Yoyu awoke in her Jackal Shell to find that the expedition team had already found a spot in the cave and started a fire to make soup. Is it okay to start a fire here? She couldn't help but ask. No problem, there's a vent here. Yuhua Dingxian said, placing his hand near the crack in the cave wall. Sure enough, the sleeve of his robe fluttered in the wind. And the wind was quite strong. How did your test go? Very successful. Changing shells does allow direct return to the camp's respawn point. Tangnan Bao has also implemented free remote cargo transfer by placing a shell at each of the 2 respawn points. But we're not sure if this feature requires respawn points. Jinri Yoyu said, what was the state of my shell just now? Well, your Jackal Shell was originally placed on the ground. After a while. Probably because you returned. It disappeared in a flash of white light. Just before you came online, it reappeared in a flash of white light. Turn left and answer, what's wrong? Today, there's rain on my chin. I had a hypothesis. But the disappearance and reappearance of this body seems to deviate from my hypothesis. I guess I need to test it in real life. So, several players had a blast repeatedly switching locations and re-entering their bodies. They eventually tested out a complete method, compiled it into a guide, and posted it on the forums. Subject: can someone with 2 bodies actually create a wormhole for transferring items? Is this a bug or just a sign of official love for us? Original poster: it's raining today. Content: everyone, the fact that the Norse WoW quest grants a new Jackal Orc body has been mentioned in other threads before, but today we discovered that someone with 2 bodies can create an item transfer channel, aka the player's backpack, between their drop-off points. The thing is, there are no teleport points in the north, so you can only build a respawn point at the camp. All other teleports rely on teleport scrolls. Due to well-known economic reasons, poverty, we conserved scrolls and implemented them in exploration areas and camps. A new feature has been tested for the purpose of transferring supplies to the new city of AMT. If you have 2 or more avatars, you can log back and forth between them. When you log back to a new avatar, your old avatar is recycled into data and no longer exists in the game. When you log back, the system will retrieve your avatar data, and you will reappear at the location where you logged off from your previous avatar. Regardless of which avatar you log in with, your backpack remains functional. This means you can place an item in your backpack using your Jackal shell in the north, then log off and log back in using your human shell in AMT County to retrieve it. We haven't tested any cases where this won't work, but I suspect there's a hidden limitation to the avatar's distance from the respawn point. We tested it up to 200 kilometers straight, but we're not sure about anything further. Chapter 355. After breakfast, Mo Yu, the busy lord of AMT County, began his day's work, holding a cup of coffee brewed by a knight. First, he had to check the player forums to see what those 4 scourges had cooked up last night while he was asleep. Of course, there were fragments of world consciousness. Leah was always monitoring the players, and they wouldn't do anything outrageous. Most of the time, MOU would read the players' complaints, quip them, and copy them. Ahem, here's some ideas for the upcoming game. Aside from the heavy snow and Ialian's skyrocketing fate these days, MOU's primary concern has been the group of players exploring the northern border. Seeing the post about today's rain, he smiled, not surprisingly. As expected of today's rain, they discovered a new feature so quickly. That's right, switching anchor points between shells, allowing players to freely transfer supplies, isn't a bug, it's a new feature seriously developed by MOU, Leah, and Ialian, and a crucial part of MOU's plan to steal the home. However, this time, the target is the Winter God's home. Since players have been sent to the God of Winter's territory, how can they not sneakily bring back some resources? Furthermore, stealing resources wouldn't be a good idea, as it involves setting up teleportation arrays and scrolls under everyone's noses, allowing the God of Winter to detect the fluctuations in spatial authority in his territory. So wouldn't it be the best, quietest, and most economical method to have players stuff items into their backpacks there and retrieve them from here? The player system backpack is located at their anchor point, and Leah has mastered switching anchor points between different bodies. Even more impressive, upon landing in the God of Winter's territory, these 4 scourges immediately captured a group of jackal orcs, transformed into zombies by the evil god, perfect for the player's new shells. The problem of where to place the player's shell after logging off, which had previously been a technical difficulty for the system, was resolved after Ialian gained a significant amount of faith and touched upon a small amount of virtual and real authority. I must commend Xianyuitio de Lao and Hydra Diaz for being truly reliable writers. They never forgot that this novel is about seizing faith and authority. Throughout the text, they subtly emphasize Ialian's relationship with virtual and real authority, and the concept of guardianship, even going so far as to simply title the novel Guardian of Virtual and Real. The effect was immediate. When Ialian touched upon virtual and real authority, even just a tiny bit, Leah, through the knight's anchor of faith in world consciousness, reconnected to the back-end interface of virtual and real authority. If the virtual and real authority is currently a wild cat whose whereabouts remain a mystery, then Ialian is the cat's future owner, tempting it by placing cat food, water, and toys at the door daily. Only on days when the virtual and real authority is in a particularly good mood can Ialian stroke the pampered wild cat's fur. The world consciousness, possessing the backdoor to authority, regained some of the power of the virtual and real authority the moment Ialian touched the little wild cat. The world consciousness is the supreme holder of authority, and Leah's use of authority through the backdoor will not attract the attention of the deity holding authority. Thus, not only has Ialian's covert seduction of the authority remained unexposed, but Leah has also successfully used the virtual and real authority, marking the first phase of the plan to steal the house a resounding success. With the power of virtual and real authority, Leah can now convert the offline bodies and coordinates of players in her control area into data, and store them at the resurrection point when the players switch anchor points. When the players move the anchor point back, the data will be converted into a physical body at the original coordinates. The entire process only consumes a small amount of world core energy. An hour of players' activities is enough to support them switching anchor points thousands of times. This is truly an epic update. Considering that players are already quite fond of the Octopus Cabinet and the Alchemy Doll Poke Ball, MOU didn't intend to deprive them of their enjoyment, so he initially limited this technology to the Northern Territory players. Unexpectedly, just as he was finishing up, he was discovered by this group of players. Only 15 players have arrived, and they already established a camp, obtained a new body, explored a tenth of the map, provoked the yellow-clothed, and even explored a new dungeon. Are you guys really that efficient? MOU muttered, closing the post and sending a message to Rama, asking him to make a large number of copies of the teleportation scrolls sent by Tangnan Baoju, and to provide Tangnan Baoju with 50 more blank scrolls. Next, MOU planned to fully open up Northern Territory quests, allowing the extra personnel, who had finished their infrastructure construction work during the winter to attack the enemies in the Winter God's territory. Thanks to the players' efforts, the lighting and heating systems in AMT County and the Elven Territory are now functioning normally, and Druid purification halls, located throughout most of the Federation, are providing purification and free treatment. Recently, more people have sought treatment for colds and frostbite than for purification. MOU took this opportunity to display a large number of Guardians of Illusion and Reality novels in the Druid purification halls, offering free reading and the purchase of a copy to anyone seeking treatment. Of course, if someone sees a book titled Introduction to Physics, the Druids in charge will refuse to sell it, offering a perfectly legitimate excuse. Considering that most ordinary people in Osiria have a literacy level lower than that of elementary school students, with many unable to read a single word, MOU even planned to record the entire audiobook into an alchemy pet doll and sell it. Who wouldn't love a cute, lifelike pet that can tell stories, faith, power, fame, and foreign exchange? Wouldn't that be all there? The popularity of the Druid Purification Hall during the winter also significantly increased the energy of Leah's world core. MOU was finally able to ask Leah to stop by his rental apartment while she was delivering a supply of VR glasses to the warehouse in the Origin world. She moved all his luggage, belongings, and furniture back to the vacant room on the 4th floor of the Mage Tower. Coincidentally, a few months before his sudden death, MOU had just renewed his lease for another 6 months. After arriving in the other world, due to Leah's low energy and the inability to cancel the rent early, MOU simply put the matter on hold. Now that the lease was about to expire, he sent a message to the landlord to cancel the lease, and asked Leah to move all her things over. He also threw the rental key into the mailbox at the door, as requested by the landlord. Chapter 356. Actually, MOU quite liked the house he rented. The landlord was an elderly woman who had lived abroad for years. She was good-tempered and non-interfering. She left all repairs, big or small, to MOU to handle himself, and used the rent as a deduction. Everything else was negotiable, except for the fact that he couldn't move out early. According to the elderly woman, old people don't like to mess around, and finding new tenants is a hassle. The house wasn't big, but it was clean and cozy, and the location was great, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. MOU immediately felt that it met all the criteria for his dream house. MOU lived there for 5 years, during which time he bought all sorts of furniture, small appliances, and other items that made him happy, whether useful or not. In the early years, he even lived paycheck to paycheck to paycheck to paycheck. MOU was a contradictory person. Perhaps because he had nothing as a child in the orphanage, but grew up to be independent, he always liked to enjoy life within his means. He was a thrifty man, yet he also believed money was meant to be spent. He could survive a month on sparsely bread and water, but he could also buy anything he fancied without blinking an eye. A small bookcase, a game room, a bean bag, a massage gaming chair, an oven, a dishwasher, a robot vacuum, a bread maker. He crossed off his list of items one by one, furnishing his own little home. Although MOU wasn't a mediocre cook, he occasionally enjoyed baking some toast and cooking a few delicious dishes from a recipe when he had some free time. Baking or cooking by himself allowed his mind, which had been constantly racing all day, to quiet its restless pace, providing MOU with a rare moment of relaxation. Although, due to overtime, he spent far less time in this house than at the office, it was still a dream house that always soothed his weary soul. There was a time when I thought I'd save enough money to buy that house from the landlady. In the vacant room on the 4th floor of the Mage Tower, MOU arranged the items that Leah had brought back for him one by one, restoring them to the way he remembered them. He said to Ialian, "Then I died suddenly and came here, but sometimes I still think of that house." Ialian, who had just returned from the newly built city defense training camp and was helping the Lord Pack, paused for a moment, then said, "So, do you still want to return to that world?" "Of course I do." MOU whispered, "After all, my sister and her family are still there, but..." "Ialian, I don't have a home there anymore. Even if it was just a rented house, it was something you could once call home." After wrapping up everything and moving out, MOU felt a sense of emptiness inside. But he couldn't just keep it, paying exorbitant rent for it to be used as a warehouse. Leah didn't have enough energy to support MOU's return or to travel back, and he couldn't renew the lease. He might as well take this opportunity to completely break off the relationship. But MOU suspected that Leah's claim that the world's core lacked enough energy to support his return was just an excuse to stop him from this dangerous idea, fearing he might never return. If he ever expelled the evil god from this world and could finally return, MOU might actually make enough money from this game to buy the house from the landlady. But that was all so far away, as distant as a dream that could shift at any moment. But now, I think life in this world isn't bad. Just think about it, this vast expanse of land is all mine. Even if I want my dream house, I can just ask the players to build it for me. I can even build a full-scale villa. Suddenly, it feels like my old dreams have become so easy to fulfill. It would be even better if I could move freely back and forth in the future. MOU smiled, looking at the items in the room, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. As for now, it's good that the items are still there. Whether they can be used or not is another matter. After all, I painstakingly selected, and bought them piece by piece, saving every penny. Some of these items could even be replicated using the creation platform, improving the living standards of the NPCs in this world. Aelian watched the Lord's gaze, lost in memories, yet shone with loneliness and a hint of sadness as he surveyed the room. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward and hug the Lord, who seemed a little vulnerable, from behind. Do not feel lonely or sad. I will always be with you. The knight's voice reached MOU's ears. You once promised that AMT County would be my home forever, and I also promise that I will be your family forever. If you are willing to accept me. MOU reached out and gently placed his hand on the knight's warm embrace. The slaves of AMT County, especially those selected for the City Defense Force, have recently experienced the bittersweet joy of pain. Since arriving in this unique and extraordinary city, they have lived in a state of shock every day. AMT City wasn't a wealthy city. There were no wealthy individuals adorned in gold and silver, no nobles boasting their expensive garments adorned with magic circles carved by great wizards, and no abundant resources at all. The Lord, the supreme ruler, was also very approachable. He could often be seen dining with a knight at a street-side butcher's shop. They even wore the same sweater as the butcher's wife. But it was also a wealthy city. Anyone who settled and lived here was guaranteed food and clothing. Even in this dark and cold winter, unlike in previous years, slaves could live in warm houses, filling their bellies with hot soup and fluffy bread. This was a city full of contradictions and hope. But beneath this joy lay pain. This was especially true for the slaves selected for the city defense training camp. After the bathhouse was built, the adventurers, keen on infrastructure, incorporated the city defense training camp into their work schedule. Because most of the facilities needed for the City Defense Army training camp consisted of enclosed training halls and open-air training grounds, only a dormitory building with a dining hall and public bathrooms on the ground floor, and a weapons storage facility, was required. Construction was even easier than with a public bathhouse. A skilled veteran player, eager to earn military merit, led a new player, who had just entered the game at no level, to build this structure in less than 2 days. No paint, no excessive decoration, the coloring was done entirely by magic. There was no formaldehyde, and no ventilation was required. After testing the plumbing, heating, and electricity, a brief cleaning was required before it could be put into normal use. The City Defense Army's slaves moved in last night. From last night on, this place became their new home. Chapter 357. It had been some time since the slaves arrived in the new city of AMT. During these days, they were assigned various tasks, working 8 hours a day. After that, all their time was theirs. They could rest or take on adventurer quests to earn freedom points. Every day, they received ample food. Those with particularly strong appetites could also take on quests to earn freedom points to purchase rations or exchange for additional supplies, such as thick clothing and bedding. In just one day, all the slaves understood that freedom points were not only their redemption toward freedom, but also their own currency and property. This motivated a considerable number of slaves to work diligently, and a light of hope for a better future appeared in their once lifeless eyes. When the blizzard, which arrived early this year, blanketed the sky overnight, wiping out the daylight and leaving only endless frost and darkness, all the slaves believed that death had arrived in the name of winter, and that darkness and bitter cold would take the lives of most of them, even those of the poorest. However, nothing happened. On the first night of the blizzard, they thought the temperature would drop while they slept, silently taking their lives. But in reality, wrapped in the blankets they were given, they snored loudly in the warm room. The next morning, They did indeed struggle to get out of bed, but unlike previous winters when their limbs were numb from the cold, this time, they were simply too comfortable to get up. Yet, work still had to be done. Slaves assigned to various shops lived within their shops. While the shop owners retired to the back room to rest, they would close their shops and set up their assigned cots to sleep. After waking up in the morning, they would put away their cots and bedding, wash up, and take care of their daily chores. They would then receive breakfast from the shop owners, and afterward, begin their day's work. In winter, shops like carpentry shops, tailors, and blacksmiths would open at 9 a.m., break for an hour at noon, and close at 6 p.m. After closing, the slaves would finish their dinner, and then brave the snow to go to the public bathhouses, enjoying the rare winter hot water. The bathhouses were open 24 hours a day, offering not only bathing opportunities, but also dedicated laundry rooms where clothes could be washed and dried in the shared washing machines and dryers. The Lord required his slaves to wash their bodies and clothing at least every 2 days, but in winter, the slaves relished the warm, steamy atmosphere and visited almost daily. After all, it was completely free, not even requiring a free spot. Moreover, there was fresh fruit available in the common area outside the bathhouse, which was replenished from time to time by druids. It was said that this was provided to prevent people from passing out from excessive thirst in the bathhouse. Most slaves were very restrained in their food intake, as they usually ate a good amount, and at most, they would try some fresh fruit to satisfy their cravings. However, there were occasional troublemakers. Most of these troublemakers were sent to the city defense training camp. One of the ways slave owners disciplined their slaves was to deprive them of adequate food and prevent them from living too comfortably. After all, when people are well-fed, they have strength, but that strength doesn't necessarily translate to work. Some troublemakers might even use it to cause trouble. Slaves weren't all poor, honest citizens. Among them were many thieves, hooligans, and thugs who, having committed crimes not serious enough to warrant the death penalty, but easily unforgivable and unable to pay compensation, were simply sold into slavery. These individuals were often physically strong but lacked any special skills. Their only advantage over ordinary people was some martial arts skills and a certain degree of courage. When Mo.U sorted them out, he singled out all these troublemakers with criminal records and assigned them all to the city defense force. Yes, Mo.U's criteria for selecting the city defense force wasn't to select the docile, good-natured individuals without criminal records, but rather those with criminal records, who were bold, strong, and prone to causing trouble. These individuals lacked skills and patience. While it's possible to put them to work as labor camp workers, like operating sewing machines, their efficiency wouldn't be maximized. Since they were aggressive, they wouldn't shrink from a fight. Since they were petty thieves, they could recognize a thief when they saw one. Mo.U fed these troublemakers well. Once their strength had returned, their eyes had brightened, and they even started to band together, calling each other brothers and looking for trouble. He shoved them all out of the inn and into the newly built city defense training camp. These troublesome slaves were a little surprised and confused by their sudden relocation, but they quickly adapted. They spread their bedding on the bunks and comfortably slept, fully expecting another day of easy wall pasting. Then, at 5 the next morning, they were kicked out of bed by Aelian. Before falling asleep the previous night, Mo.U had specifically instructed Aelian to give the slaves a good beating tomorrow, to educate them, and to correct their thoughts. Aelian nodded in understanding, accepting the task. So, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Aelian, donning the black, tight-fitting combat suit the Lord had prepared for him, a thick, warm, and straight military-style silver blue coat, and silver night boots, kicked open the door to the slaves' sleeping bunk room. The loud noise startled the slumbering slaves. "Everyone get up. Morning exercises." The knight's clear, emotionless voice echoed through the room, instantly waking the slaves as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. They all recognized him. The former holy son of the Church of Light, the new knight serving the Lord of Amt County, their new instructor. There were even rumors that Aelian was the Lord's male lover. Whether the last rumor was accurate is another matter, but one thing about Aelian was absolutely true. This knight was exceptionally skilled in combat. No matter how rebellious they were, these slaves were merely ordinary men, none of them foolish enough to disobey the orders of a transcendental being and a favorite of the Lord. So they tumbled off their beds, and quickly formed a single line in the center of the room. "I give you 5 minutes. Get yourselves ready, and come to the training hall," Aelian said, and without a backward glance, he walked out of the room. All the slaves hurriedly began to move, fearing punishment for being slow. 5 minutes later, Aelian, standing in the center of the training hall with his arms folded, watched with satisfaction as these rebellious slaves obediently formed 10 lines before him. Chapter 358. Aelian didn't see anything wrong with Mou asking him to train a loyal, law-abiding, and exceptionally capable city defense force, but instead giving him a bunch of rebellious slaves. Human character is the most difficult to change. It's extremely difficult for a coward to become a warrior, as difficult as turning a rabbit into a wolf. It requires immense internal and external strength. But for a group of naturally robust, aggressive males, with a bit of knowledge but not much in their heads, and who lose their energy after a full meal, all it takes to transform them from a pack of lawless wolf cubs into dogs is a wolf king. Even before becoming slaves, these rebellious individuals had always followed the law of the jungle: survival by the weak, the strong preying on the weak, and following the strong. This was an instinct deeply ingrained in their blood. They're causing trouble and breaking the rules because these inexperienced, reckless wolf cubs haven't seen the world's strongest. They overestimated themselves, misplaced their position, and always thought they were the alpha wolf, unconstrained by rules. The treatment is simple: a beating. If one isn't enough, two will do, until they're subdued. So, in the warm training hall, Aelian took off his heavy military-style jacket and carefully hung it on a hook embedded in the rest area wall. Wearing only his tight black armor, he walked back to the slaves and beckoned them. "Anyone who disobeys me, attack me." Not a single slave moved. "I am your instructor, Aelian," Aelian said expressionlessly. "From today on, I will train you to become an elite force loyal to the Lord. But I know some of you think you're superior, believing I'm merely the Lord's concubine, whose status is solely due to my association with him. I give you all one chance. I won't be using any weapons, armor, or extraordinary skills. I fight you barehanded. All 100 of you can attack me simultaneously. Whoever injures me will receive 100,000 freedom points, instantly escaping slavery and attaining freedom." All the slaves instantly wavered, whispers rising within the ranks. "But if you all lose, then honestly assume your place, settle down to training, and treat AMT County as your home, and the people of AMT County as your closest family," Aelian said. "Attack?" 100 slaves rushed at him in unison, and then the first one to charge flew back the fastest, knocking down a group of people behind them. The silver-haired knight, unarmed, swept down the first wave of attackers with a sweeping kick, kicked 2 strong men away, and nimbly dodged a fist aimed at his face. He grabbed the man's arm, which was still moving, and threw him with an overhead throw, knocking down 3 more men. His attacks were clever and cunning, targeting areas that would cause pain without causing lasting damage. More often than not, he would use the enemy's attack to gain momentum, skillfully and gently, like a cat teasing a mouse. Half an hour later, the entire training hall was filled with the weak wails of slaves. The training ground was littered with slaves, bruised and swollen, writhing and groaning in pain. Aelian stood tall, not even breaking a sweat. He pulled out his phone to check the time and nodded with satisfaction. He still had time to shower and make breakfast for the Lord, then a cup of coffee. Aelian had only extended the time a little to help the slaves learn their lesson, meaning to beat them a little longer. Otherwise, 10 minutes would have been more than enough to end the battle. He pulled a large stack of printed pamphlets from his interspatial belt and placed them on the edge of the training ground. "Everyone, today's task is to run 10 laps around the training hall. Then each person will take a copy of the City Defense Army Code and read and memorize it. Anyone who can't memorize it by tomorrow will be punished to run 20 laps, then continue memorizing. Anyone who still can't memorize it by the 3rd day will have their food cut in half and be punished to run 30 laps. Anyone who memorizes it will only have to run 10 laps per day. Do you understand?" "I understand, I understand." The slaves staggered to their feet and trudged forward, each taking a manual. "Wake up at 5 a.m. every day and begin training at 5:30 a.m. For the first 3 days, you simply run laps and recite the code. On the 4th day, you face a screening process, and only those who meet the criteria will remain." Aelian said, "The city defense force is not just any slave, it's the guard that protects the city. After training, you be transformed into respected soldiers who uphold the law and protect the people. I hope you all seize this opportunity. If you don't wish to stay, you can simply give up this promising future and transfer to another position as an ordinary slave." Many slaves were still in a daze, but some had a pensive look on their faces. "Go to your own training. Your wristbands will record the number of laps you run." Dismissed. Aelian grabbed his coat and turned away without a second thought. Yesterday, he had specially learned how to brew coffee from the adventurers. He couldn't miss the Lord's breakfast today. Ekaterina Alkaya, nickname Aunt Claudia, who had come from the mercenary orphanage next door to cook for the city defense slaves, listened to the howling in the nearby training hall and watched Ailian push open the door. A huge question mark popped up in her mind. With 2 elderly people and a child to support, what did Aunt Claudia have to do? Life was always tight. Her half-grown child was just beginning to eat, her clothes needed frequent changing due to her growing hair, and her paralyzed father-in-law needed copious amounts of alchemical potions to stay alive. Her father-in-law had injured his spine in an accident years earlier, and the severed nerves couldn't be reconnected with potions. He needed the best doctors to reconnect nerves one by one to heal him. Not only was finding such doctors difficult, but even if they did, they couldn't afford them. For years, they relied on treatments, primarily cheap medications to relieve pain, reduce pollution, and maintain life. Even with the free druid cleansings and treatments that, while not a cure, could alleviate the pain of the elderly, she could save a fortune on medicine. But if she only cut costs without increasing revenue, she still wouldn't have any money to spend. So, after hearing that the city defense training camp next door needed a dedicated cook, Aunt Claudia approached the mercenary leader, Lot Seth, and finally persuaded Lot to negotiate the job with the Lord. These city defense slaves were said to have bad tempers, like hooligans and thugs. There have been quite a few disputes in the city these past few days, but they seem to be internal conflicts among the slaves, so they haven't caused much trouble. If Aunt Claudia hadn't been short on money, well-informed, and not particularly afraid of these troublesome slaves, she wouldn't have taken on this seemingly somewhat dangerous job. Today, she had woken up early just to catch the city defense soldiers' breakfast, but she didn't expect to hear those wailing cries the moment she arrived. How strange, she muttered, following the sign into the kitchen on the first floor of the dormitory complex. Chapter 359. The city defense training camp is located in the open space behind the mercenary relief house. The 2 places are very close, and the guard and prison are not far away. Once these rebellious slaves are fully trained and become the true city defense force of AMT City, AMT County will have its own NPC garrison. When there are no external enemies, there won't be a need for too many city defense troops to man the city walls. Most can be assigned to the guard to patrol the city. The mercenaries' interests are now tied to AMT County, and they can be said to be a relatively loyal alliance. However, mercenaries are, after all, ruthless and money-hungry. MOU also needs to have a team of NPC fighters to assist and check them. This way, if the players fail, MOU will have someone to rely on. Furthermore, using his own slaves as a guard means he doesn't have to have the mercenaries work to offset the rent. Instead, he can have them take on tasks outside to pay for MOU's rent, and he can earn more foreign currency. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Once the city defense force is established, MOU plans to establish several additional guard posts throughout the city. In addition to patrol personnel, he also have a number of personnel stationed in shifts, allowing for convenient response when conflicts between NPCs and players arise. The beacon posts on the city walls, built during the Beast Tide, also need to be renovated to winter insulation standards before use. Otherwise, with drafts everywhere, they'd be too cold. Except for players, who aren't afraid of the cold debuff, no one can use them in this harsh winter. Ailian had already given those troublesome slaves a warning this morning. He believed that over the next few days, these slaves would diligently memorize the city defense force code. It's okay if the mark doesn't stick. A few more laps, and a few skipped meals will help you remember it. If you're going to cause trouble again, just paste it on the wall. On the surface, the city defense troops need training and follow rules, and if there's any trouble in the city, they risk death. They seem to be the hardest hit, but they actually enjoy the highest benefits and status among the slaves. When they become free citizens, their benefits and status will be slightly higher than those of ordinary residents of AMT County. With every benefit comes every responsibility. But conversely, with every effort you must pay back. A give-and-take relationship is the only way to last. The amount of freedom points awarded for each task, and what those freedom points can be redeemed for, are all clearly marked on the bracelet. These slaves have received training as traveling merchants and can recognize words, but whether they can understand the underlying meaning depends on them. Smart people will naturally seize opportunities. Those who aren't smart but are willing to work hard and obey orders can also reap the benefits. However, those who are lazy and disruptive on MOU's side will be forced to work as slaves, doing dirty work that even players would despise in exchange for a living. MOU believed that handing those troublesome slaves to Ailian for a few days would quickly yield results. The slaves have been properly arranged, and the group of poor people from the Magic Federation have been successfully relocated to 2 factories in the south of the city that had been built long ago, but had yet to be put into operation. The main reason for recruiting these poor people was to reduce the pressure on Charleroi. Without these over 500 poor people at the bottom of the society, the resources of the Magic Federation's main city, Corinthians, would easily be able to support the people who already have some modest means. Over 500 people, men and women, with many elderly and children. To effectively alleviate the winter crisis in Colonsille and reduce the number of deaths among the poor, all applicants were required to work with their entire families. They couldn't be separated, with the adults working here while the elderly and children suffered from hunger and cold at home. DeCarlo and Father Pauly took considerable effort to register the information of these 500-plus people and arrange work and housing for them. The two factories were very close, and their dormitories were also located together. The entire factory complex was designed with weatherproof corridors during construction, ensuring smooth access even in blizzards like this. The dormitories consisted of 3 buildings, one for single women, one for single men, and one for families. Singles shared a dormitory, with preference given to roommates. If no pairing was found, they filled out a simple living habits form so Leah could match them with roommates. Early risers stay with early risers, night owls stay with night owls, snorers can't live with light sleepers, and those with obsessive-compulsive disorders shouldn't live with messy people. Although roommate assignments are still semi-random, at least there won't be any conflicts caused by drastically different living habits. 2 people per room significantly reduces resource consumption, including room space, heating, and electricity. Furthermore, since these people are working away from home, if they get a headache or fever in the winter, at least their roommates will find them, and there's always someone to call for help. The workers hired this time are mostly women who can sew and men who are skilled in carpentry and blacksmithing. MOU then assigned the women to the sewing factory, producing winter clothing and bedding. After all, players and NPCs had previously relied on hand knitting to churn out a batch of supplies for the residents and slaves of AMT County. Now, with the cold wave and blizzard sweeping across the continent, that little was simply not enough. The elves and druids were still hard at work in the greenhouses, cultivating crops and cotton. The men, on the other hand, were assigned to the weapons factory, producing a variety of spears, bows, crossbows, daggers, and magic wands. With the number of new players increasing daily, beginner weapons and equipment could still be copied in bulk using the creation platform, but low and mid-level weapons for each class were in short supply. There weren't many high-level players these days. Most were still stuck at low and mid-level. High-level players generally understood that high-level weapons and equipment were hard to come by and hard to come by. Was it the designer's fault for not finding them? It was simply because the players weren't diligently pursuing the main storyline and exploring side quests, but standard low and mid-level weapons still had to be supplied. The elves had been busy with their labor, harvesting a good deal of wood. The dwarves were also producing an ample supply of metal ores and weapon parts. All the workers had to do was to find the various wooden parts and assemble them. While these workers were working in the factory, their children could enjoy free education provided by AMT County in the common lounge on the first floor of the dormitory area. Elves with experience in educating children would take turns teaching the children basic literacy and common sense about life on the continent of Osiria. Older people who were still able to work could help the cooks prepare the workers' meals in the cafeteria. Those who were unable to move and needed care reported their condition during initial registration, and each person received an assigned slave as a caregiver. These people only needed to travel between the factory, the dormitory, and the cafeteria in the factory area. When purification was needed, they could seek the help of druids, eliminating the need to travel in the wind and snow. They have food to eat, clothes to wear, heating in their workplaces and residences, care for their children and the elderly, and extra money every month. Even though these workers from the Magic Federation stay in factories all day and have never been to AMT City, this city has become the most beautiful place in their hearts. Chapter 360. That afternoon, MOU had just finished packing up the luggage and furniture Leah had brought from the Origin world when he received a message from the traveling merchant, Amo. A small world elf was still slumped on MOU's head, occasionally complaining, moving is exhausting. Occasionally, he muttered, "My lord, all your accumulated lottery bonuses have been used up." MOU raised his hand and rubbed Leah's head with amusement. The small world elf dodged MOU's finger, puffed up his cheeks, thought for a moment, and said, "But if it's useful, Moyawu and I still have some collections we can use." "Oh, like the Uechi and pet eggs from before?" MOU quipped. "So you guessed it?" Leah let out an ah, her puffed cheeks deflated. It was indeed selected from the collection Moyawu and Silver Dragon had obtained throughout their adventures. Moya previously said that to carry out this salvation plan, we must prepare some rewards for the successor. We looked at the popular raffle boxes in other worlds. If the successor needs any items, I either find them from those collections or copy something useful from another world. For me, getting my own things back is already a better reward. MOU smiled. Now that AMT County's development is on track, there's nothing particularly needed. Honestly, the only thing missing is the peddling merchant, who hasn't responded yet. Then he received the peddling merchant's message. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Perhaps this peddling merchant shouldn't be called Amo, but Chow Chow? Imo, you couldn't help but grumble as he opened Amo's message. Lord, the Beastman family you asked me to contact has responded. That's great news. Actually, they're having difficulties due to this recent snowstorm. If you're willing to help, we might be able to negotiate a deal at a very low price. If you agree, please specify a location and I arrange a meeting right away. Difficulties? MOU rubbed his chin and replied in the chat box on his phone. Okay, let's meet at the Mage Tower in AMT News City. The other parties seemed genuinely eager, and the meeting time, set via the traveling merchant, was set for half an hour. MOU agreed and changed into more formal mage robes. Looking out the window, he saw two enormous creatures flying in from the darkness in the distance. They even had lanterns hanging from their necks for illumination. MOU quickly called the knights practicing swordsmanship upstairs to come downstairs with him. As they stepped out of the Mage Tower's gate, they saw two griffins descend from the sky and land steadily on the ground. This was MOU's first time seeing a living griffin in this world, but its appearance closely matched his imagination. A golden, slightly curved beak as sharp as a knife, piercing golden eyes, a head and neck covered in beautiful long white feathers, its eagle-like forequarters perfectly combined with its massive lion-like hindquarters. Its front and back paws were lion claws, but the front paws were also covered in a thick layer of eagle feathers, making it look like it was wearing a pair of furry boots. Its heroic demeanor was tinged with a touch of endearment. MOU's eyes gradually filled with fondness. Two people, a man and a woman, jumped from the saddles on the backs of the two griffins. They wore brown turbans and removed their fur cloaks, shaking off the thick layer of ice and snow. You could now see clearly that they were wearing leather armor and thick protective gear strapped to their right hands. They were all dressed like beast trainers. Come in and warm up, MOU said, making way for them through the door. Do the griffins need shelter? There's a stable behind the Mage Tower. No, the woman said. She was young and capable, with long brown hair neatly tied into a ponytail, tucked into her turban, leaving only the ponytail visible. She calmed the two griffins and put them into a ball. Is this the legendary portable farm? MOU asked with interest. Yes, the man said as he walked into the house. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but in this world, appearance is just appearance, and may not have much to do with actual age. His face was square and serious, with tired wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a tight mouth, as if he had encountered something extremely troublesome and had been worrying about it for a long time. He entered the house with the woman, looked around, and hung his cloak, which had been shaken off the wind and snow, on the hanger by the door. Then, with his left hand on his chest, he leaned forward slightly and bowed to MOU. Lord Moiwu of AMT County, I have long heard of your great name. I am the beast tamer Doran Dahl, and this is my daughter Turan Dahl. We heard from the traveling merchant Amr that you can solve our difficulties. We are very sorry to have come to disturb you. He then saluted the knight beside him, Lord Ialian. MOU stroked his chin, as if pondering Dolan's words. Let's go up and discuss this in detail. The merchant didn't seem to directly inform Dolan of MOU's need to rent or purchase a mount. Perhaps it was because the beast tamers had run into trouble first? After all, the one who needs help is the weaker party in a trade. This merchant's son seemed to have not only inherited his father's true skills, but even surpassed him. MOU led them directly to his study, motioning for father and daughter to sit on the sofa. Ialian walked to the table very naturally, brewed 4 cups of black tea, and brought them over on a small tray. This is what happened. Dolan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. We, the Beastman, have forged a symbiotic bond with the griffins since our ancestors. We care for the griffins, and they earn us money. To us, they are not just animals we keep, but family. Griffins are omnivorous creatures that primarily feed on meat. They have bodies resembling those of eagles and lions, and possess a mix of habits similar to those of eagles and lions. They prefer to nest in cliff faces, meaning they carve a large, deep cave into the cliff face and build a nest inside it with soft straw and feathers. They also enjoy hunting in the Gobi Desert. Gerbils, sand rabbits, and blue sheep are their favorites, and they also enjoy an apple after their meaty meal. But griffins dislike cold weather. They absolutely hate it. The griffin's fur can withstand hurricanes and high-altitude cold, but that is mainly because when flying, their beaks can cut through the wind and snow like a knife, and the wind and snow will slide down their feathers. The large amount of air trapped between the loose feathers can well preserve the griffin's body temperature. Even if they fly at high speed and cross half the continent in 10 minutes, they will not feel the cold. Chapter 361. While griffins can withstand cold winds during flight, they cannot tolerate prolonged drops in body temperature. This is similar to the nature of lions. In cold weather, griffins' metabolisms are rapid, requiring vast quantities of food to replenish their energy. However, even in winter blizzards, food is difficult to find. Furthermore, griffins' primary diet consists of small animals found in the desert gobi. When heavy snow blankets the desert, finding food becomes even more difficult. In previous years, we would purchase large quantities of meat and food in the fall to prepare for the winter and depart for the south early. Dorian said, but this year's blizzard caught us off guard. It would have been fine if it were just the snow, but it also brought with it the utter darkness. Our people usually live on the cliffs with the griffins, and it's extremely difficult to move in this pitch-black darkness. Many have been injured in recent days, but thankfully, the griffins have come to our rescue, and no one has actually died. We went to our usual wintering grounds with the griffins, but we were disappointed to find that this blanketing blizzard had already covered the entire continent. We inquired with our acquaintances and learned that it might last for a long time. From that day on, I could hardly sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the images of griffins, and my people dying in the snow and ice. We have portable farms, but the mustard seed fields are extremely expensive. Even we only have a few, not enough to accommodate all the griffins. Furthermore, our portable farms don't have enough food to sustain the griffins through the winter. The sturdy-looking middle-aged man took a deep breath and wiped his face. The merchant, Amr, brought us news of Hampshire. He said there are warm greenhouses and powerful druids here, and that plants and animals can survive in this icy world. We didn't believe it at first, but just now, when we flew over your territory, we saw such a marvel. Only within the city of Hampshire, amidst the silvery white of winter snow, were patches of emerald green. Even separated by the transparent houses, the two could clearly see the vibrant green of life. Please, help us. Dolan, tears welling in his eyes, earnestly grasped Mou's hand. In fact, when the keywords beast tamer, blizzard, and difficulty were put together, Mou had a rough idea. It was simply that the sudden change in climate had severely impacted the lives of the griffins. Food shortages and severe cold were the two most common problems. It just so happens that my adventurers and I need the help of a griffin. Mou smiled. I think we can help each other. The game has received another epic update. Players who received the news were practically spreading the word, forwarding the news to every friend in the game. Today's news from the continent of Osiria, Mount System Update. Adding Mount. The Griffin. The Northwold quest is now open. Brand new quests await adventurers. Griffin Mount Quest Series. A visit from the Tamers. Due to the severe winter cold posing a significant threat to the griffins raised by the Tamers, the Tamers seek refuge with Lord Moya. Completing this quest series will earn you a Griffin summoning whistle, which summons the Griffin Mount. Blow the whistle, and the Griffin will arrive within 10 minutes. The Griffin Mount is only usable in the continent of Osiria, and is not currently available in the north. Quest NPC, Beast Tamer Doran Dahl. The Norse Woe. Thanks to the efforts of the first adventurers, Rama has acquired numerous coordinates for the north and crafted teleportation scrolls. Players can form a team and exchange these scrolls for military merit to travel to the north. Quest NPC, Rama Onisil. System reminder, do not invoke the Yellow King's name in the north, as this may expose you to his gaze and attack. The Northwold quest is difficult, so it is recommended that players obtain a replacement body first before playing. Zombie-type races have a chance to become a player's replacement body after purification. Currently, only non-paying players can hold two bodies. Players who have purchased the body storage service are not subject to this restriction. Magic Federation Alliance quests. The Magic Federation's allied territories have also been attacked by the God War launched by the God of Winter. Our allies are struggling in darkness and snow. Adventurers, please lend them a hand. Some quests will be settled in physical Magic Federation currency. New feature, Multi-Shell Shared Anchor Backpack. When you possess 2 shells, you can access your backpack items from different locations by switching between them, as long as they are within 300 kilometers of your resurrection point or any teleportation point. New NPC scene, City Defense Training Camp. The City Defense Training Camp has been established, and the future City Defense Force has begun their training. Perhaps there will be new stories to come. More features will be unlocked as players progress through quests or explore the scene. Griffin Mount. We finally don't have to ride our bikes anymore. Northern Rage is fully open. How much military merit does a teleport scroll cost? Boss Yo-Yo's guide post is making me drool. Multi-shell shared anchor backpack. Boss Yo-Yo's theory is true. I was wondering why after buying an alchemical shell, you still have to pay to keep the human shell. Turns out it's for long-distance delivery. Holy crap, is this really an official feature? I always thought it was a bug. What bug? It's a feature. Does anyone know what happens in Call of the North? I'm so curious. You can check the forums. There's a hilarious post where two players were about to escape the dungeon, but were forced back in by Ah Huang, who was following them. Ah Huang. What a funny nickname. Ah Huang, Milk Teeth, Mr. Ke. Ha ha ha. Chapter 362. Most players were overjoyed upon seeing the latest news announcement, but the first group heading to the North Territory had a somewhat somber expression. They seen the news during their free time between work and school, and had hurriedly opened their QQ accounts. The 15 of us had previously created a group chat for easier communication during the quest. By the time Shirchinyu opened it, the group chat was already overflowing with messages. Sea of Tranquility. The authorities are quite quick, fully opening the North Territory quest so quickly. Luzhou Laojiu. Honestly, they've given us quite a bit of time, and we explored extensively, but we just haven't found the legendary land reclamation rewards. Turn left. On the bright side, there might not even be such a reward. Tangman Boiler. When I went to Rama to hand in the scrolls, Rama actually gave me a set of blank scrolls and told me to register more coordinates. The system shows this is the second round of quests, so I guess I have to complete a whole series to get them. Sea of Tranquility. By the way, I took another look at the news. It says that thanks to the efforts of the first wave of adventurers, Rama acquired a large number of coordinates for the north and created teleportation scrolls. So this full opening was something we initiated ourselves. Pamir Plateau. Awesome. Rainy today. Actually, I don't think this game has any rewards for opening new areas. Since the beta launch, it's been a cautious approach of randomly selecting a few lucky players and gradually expanding the quests to everyone. I suspect this is due to the game's evolving NPC AI system. From what I understand about AI technology, AIs are built with a basic model first and then fed with content without straying too far. I suspect this is what the official beta did. Limit the number of players, but improve their quality. By constantly interacting with NPCs and nurturing them to grow, the game becomes a growth-oriented NPC. In this scenario, the more players, the better, not the better. First, grant NPCs intelligence, and then, by increasing the number of players, expand their infinite thinking capabilities. DiCarlo is a prime example. That idiot was incredibly buggy at first, and even 20 or 30 players taking quests would cause a stalemate. Now, he's much more capable. The same approach is likely being adopted in the north. The NPCs and monsters there are likely upgraded, but I'm afraid they haven't been nurtured. This is probably why it's still a public beta test rather than a formal launch. In this situation, the official is unlikely to offer highly competitive rewards or achievements, as doing so would divert players' attention from competing for quest opportunities rather than engaging in the game. However, the official needs a small number of high-quality players to test the game program and fine-tune the mainframe and AI through player behavior patterns. This also demonstrates that various player behaviors can advance the direction of quest development and unlock the next stage of the main storyline. Our team has quite a few veteran beta testers, even veterans from the first tier. Did they achieve any achievements back then? Yuhua Dengxian. Come to think of it, not really. Jinri Yoyu. But it's not like veteran players are completely deprived of benefits. Your leading level and game proficiency will almost certainly keep you at the top of the game, and your accumulated military merits will guarantee you priority access to new developments. I think this is the biggest hidden benefit. Overall, the game's officials seem to prioritize fairness between players. Although the number of slots available at any one time is small, they're released frequently. This aligns with AI development patterns, with rapid iterations and new versions being released daily. There are also large-scale combat missions, like the Beast Tide and the Milk Teeth Triple Combo, which instantly raise the combat level, skill, and game awareness of even low-level players, preventing them from falling too far behind the team. The game's rewards are generally fair, allowing everyone to find a suitable path to earn them. I've seen food festival rewards offer unique rewards over time, but those are competitions open to everyone. If they weren't unique, the problem would be even greater. So, the only place where first kills are truly emphasized, and where repeat play is prohibited after the first clear, is in the dungeon design. So, I suspect that being able to explore the north first and securely obtain the jackal carcass is the hidden reward for this first-time explorer team. Just think about it, we only have about 20 jackal carcasses left in our camp right now, which is definitely not enough for all the players who arrive. Luzhou Lajiao, I think I understand what you mean, boss. Every time the official creates an elite rating team, it's not to grant first-time achievements, but to train the game's AI. This is due to limitations imposed by hardware and software, not to encourage competition. Therefore, there won't be overly special rewards. There will certainly be benefits and rewards, but they won't be won through competition, but rather through cooperation and distribution based on contribution. Today's reign. That's right, so don't worry too much about us not finding any first-time rating rewards. They likely don't exist. If the official is kind, they might give us an achievement title. But even without an achievement title, we're still considered the first to open the Northern Passage in the eyes of the forum players. And that's all thanks to our captain. Serene C. Where's our captain? Hidden old man, So, after a series of thank you, captain comments appeared in the group, some genuine, some joking, some trying to bully the socially anxious, or just following the trend, the captain. The captain completely disappeared. Sure, Chinyu was almost dying of laughter. Today's reign. Okay, you guys stop playing team, play. Tranquility C. Boss Yoyu, are you talking about playing captain? You what Dengxian, ha ha ha. Today's reign. Okay, serious talk. I'm sure a lot of new players will be arriving in the north when we go online tonight. We already got a head start on the Pirate Bay dungeon. Should we try to get the first kill? That's a real first kill. Luzhou Lajiao. Actually, we're kind of thinking about going there too, but I want to establish the camp rules before the new players arrive. Otherwise, with so many players coming in, the camp will be a complete mess. Forever Poet, just asking if you don't understand. What are the rules for our camp? Luzhou Lajiao, there has to be one, right? It seems the authorities intend this to be a player-built base, so unlike the main city, there's no control, planning, or restrictions. It's completely player-initiated. However, this means player-created buildings and facilities can't be saved and are subject to modification and destruction at any time, which would disrupt gameplay. Today, reign, I understand, but the land is limited and there's no one owner. If you can build, so can anyone else. Purely destructive construction is definitely prohibited. But if someone builds the same facility, say, an arrow tower, better or more practical than yours, should we allow or disallow it? Chapter 363. Base construction without a central leader is prone to chaos. The most efficient teams often require only one brain to make decisions, with the limb simply executing them. If a team has multiple heads making decisions simultaneously, internal strife and attrition will quickly develop. Just like the legendary three-headed hellhound or nine-headed dragon, they often ultimately succumb to the violence of their heads. The infrastructure in the main city is simple. The lord or the system will provide blueprints, which will be displayed in the system of the player who accepts the task. Players simply act as mindless tools, following the instructions and completing the tasks. It's simple and easy to understand, requiring no effort at all. Some buildings utilize a solicitation of player ideas, and blueprints are also prioritized. After a wave of unusable designs are screened from the submitted designs, they are then voted on based on aesthetics and player popularity. The winning design becomes the blueprint and is implemented. But the construction in the northern border doesn't seem to be like this. Based on the Luzhou Laji team's recent attempts, no matter how they tinkered with the camp, they haven't triggered any system warnings. But this also means that any permissions they have are likely shared by other players, and anything they can build, other players can likely dismantle or modify. This is a difficult thing for players to accept. After all, even picking up a branch from someone else's island while playing Animal Crossing can sometimes cause resentment, not to mention the thought of someone destroying their painstakingly built items, which can easily lead to instant abandonment. Today's reign, I think the authorities should have some sort of restrictions. Such a well-organized authority wouldn't come up with such a bizarre setting. How about we all take a closer look? Hidden old man, I just want to ask. Have you ever received any system prompt suggesting players form a team? I mean, back in the north? Today it rains, no. Anyway, wasn't the clan feature released a long time ago? I just didn't try it. The situation is basically the same for everyone else. This game is large, with many quests, and people who know each other often end up doing their own quests and can't work together. The clan feature seems like something you use in group battles, but since its release, there's been almost no large-scale group battles. Over time, players have almost forgotten about it. Yuhua Dingxian and the others had considered this before, but they knew so many people, all of them top players, that they all had their own plans. Choosing who to team up with, and who to bring along was a real dilemma, so they simply decided not to form a team. They just go wherever they were needed, and where there were quests. But when the Hidden Elder suddenly brought this up, Jinryu felt something was amiss. Jinryu, can you elaborate on when you received this notification and what it said? The Hidden Elder took a long time to reply, repeatedly getting stuck on input, as if typing itself was a struggle. Hidden Elder, probably when we captured the village, the system popped up a notification. I didn't look closely at the time. Later, when you switched bodies to test, I was crouching down with nothing to do, so I looked through the system logs. I even took a screenshot at the time. Then, he posted a screenshot. The player system prompts you. Your team has successfully captured the Frost Jackal Orc camp in the north. Since you haven't formed a clan yet, the clan ownership feature cannot be enabled. We recommend that you form a clan immediately. If you form a clan with players in your team, all players will directly enjoy the clan benefits for this mission. If you form a clan with players who didn't participate in this mission, the clan benefits will only be claimed based on the contribution points of the players who participated in this mission. Today's reign. What team benefits? What kind of reward is this? What the hell is this? Yuhua Dengxian, what the hell? This can't be the reward for the pioneering team, right? Tranquility C. Wait, why didn't anyone else form a clan, but only this socially anxious person received the prompt? Luzhou Laojiao, maybe. Because he's the team leader? Turn left. And he was the one who triggered the quest The North Sorrow. Eternal Poet, I'm so bold as to pretend to be a prophet in front of Boss Yoyu. I'm guessing this camp requires a team to occupy and build? After all, North Sorrow is a divine war quest, and teams are like armies. They occupy and build whatever they conquer. That makes sense. Hidden Old Man, let me ask. If everyone agrees, can the 15 of us just form a team? I don't want to contact anyone else. Everyone, of course, this proposal was unanimously agreed upon. They even agreed to log in at noon to get this done, before the main group of players arrived and headed north. Otherwise, if the new players arrived and a team happened to trigger the occupation mechanic, they would be in for a huge loss. Thankfully, forming a team didn't require that many people. As long as the Hidden Old Man was present, and the minimum number of players was sufficient, the remaining players could be added gradually throughout the night. A sudden sense of urgency gripped everyone. During lunch break, the Hidden Old Man eagerly logged into the game. It was raining today, so Luzhou Laojiu and Tranquil C also logged in, joining him in using their human shells to commit suicide and return to the city. They quickly submitted signed application forms to the Magic Dolls of the Adventurers Guild, and the system almost immediately returned a notification that the team had been formed. The four of them immediately logged off to change shells. After logging in, the three jackals stared at each other at the dungeon entrance. Only Luzhou Laojiu had sent a message. Luzhou Laojiu, holy shit, there's actually a notification in the camp saying our team has priority to occupy this village and needs to resonate with the respawn point. Today's Reign immediately replied, does it require a captain? Or just team members? Luzhou Laojiao, the captain needs to set permissions. Captain, please check the team permissions in the system and grant them to me. I take over the village first. Hidden Old Man, wait a minute, I'm working on it. The Hidden Old Man frantically opened the system team function, found the permission setting in the personnel list, promoted Luzhou Laojiu to deputy captain, and randomly enabled all the permissions he could. Hidden Old Man, got it. Let's see if it works. Luzhou Laojiu, okay. Luzhou Laojiu stood in front of the respawn point, extended his hand as instructed, and said, resonate. All skills and interactions in this game can be controlled by mind or voice, but mind control can sometimes be difficult for players to master, so they prefer to use direct voice commands. The disadvantage is that it looks a bit immature in the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 364. A silver blue light emerged from Luzhou Laojiao's jackal claws, echoing distantly with the silver blue light at the center of the resurrection point. In that instant, Luzhou Laojiu seemed to sense a subtle connection. The resonance ended, and all online team members heard a notification from the player system. Congratulations to the player team, Don't talk to me, for successfully capturing the Frost Jackal Orc camp in the north, becoming the first player team to possess a battlefield camp. Earn the achievement title, Northern Pioneer. While wearing this title in the north, Perception +5 and Luck +2. There's actually an achievement. Today's Rain muttered. What kind of team name is that? Tranquility C grabbed the socially afraid captain and shook him vigorously. What kind of team name is that? It's too ugly. Didn't you tell me to just pick any? The hidden old man, shaken so hard that he saw stars, said aggrievedly. You can't be so frivolous. Sea of Tranquility raged. The team name isn't the point. Today's Rain waved her hand, interrupting the two's banter. She continued messaging Luzhou Laojiao. Today's Rain, is there anything different after taking over the camp? Luzhou Laojiao, it's very different. The entire camp is nominally ours, but because the respawn point is here, all buildings are divided into public facilities and team facilities. Public facilities are for all players to use, so we can't block them. We're responsible for their maintenance, but we can take 20% of the system's taxes. Sea of Tranquility, what? And there's money to be made? Luzhou Laojiao, yes, players will be taxed for using public facilities. The tax isn't high, but it adds up to a considerable amount. We take 20%, and the Lord takes 80%. Team facilities are considered the team's own property. Only team members can use, modify, add to, or demolish them. Other players are prohibited from attacking them. If accidental damage is caused, compensation will be required. The compensation and fees will be automatically calculated and deducted by the system, eliminating the need for dispute. Today's Rain, as expected, it's official. That familiar recipe and taste. Luzhou Laojiao. The team's internal permissions are determined by the team leader. The team leader holds ultimate authority. Others assigned permissions can do whatever they want. This is pretty clear. The team interface has a log, making it clear who did what with what. Today's Rain, suddenly seeing the troop room. No, you continue. Luzhou Laojiao, that's about it. Oh, one more thing. Apparently, those extra Jackal Orc shells are now considered team assets. They're in high demand. Could we hold an auction tonight? This matter needed to be discussed by everyone, so the four of them logged off again. Previously, there were 37 Jackal shells. 15 players each claimed one, leaving 22 remaining. Players can only hold a maximum of 2 free shells, and unless they purchase an alchemical shell, they can deposit one for a fee. Those 15 players won't be able to use these 22 shells themselves, but they can sell them. There must be a lot of players pouring into the north tonight. They all read the forum posts, and are ravenous for the Jackal shells. If there were an auction, wouldn't it be a lucrative haul? Today's Rain, I was wrong. The officials are much more generous than I expected. This hidden reward is truly generous. Although nominally only an achievement title was awarded, the most crucial benefit was that they could occupy the camp as a clan. Not only could they customize the clan facilities themselves without worrying about them being damaged by other players, but they also received a steady stream of tax revenue, and could even auction off quest rewards, referring to the Jackal shells. Luzhou Laojiao, I think Mr. Yoyu's basic analysis is correct. The official rewards are generous, likely intended to encourage players to participate in the Northern Sorrow quest and fight the God War. However, the official does not encourage malicious competition between players. I just took a closer look. The ratio of public facilities to clan facilities in the camp is 1-to-1. The clan needs to maintain and repair the public facilities, but they can collect a portion of the tax. Other players can use the public facilities, and the tax is very low. This in itself creates a balance between the two. Players will strive to occupy the camp, but once they occupy the camp, the clan does not get to do whatever they want and interfere with other players' games just because they occupy it. By the way, clans are encouraged to use their own facilities first. If team members want to use public facilities, they will have to pay double the tax. Today there is Rain. This is probably to prevent clan players from maliciously encroaching on the game space of ordinary players. After all, this game is a physical model with a certain size and cannot overlap or intersect. If clan players fill up the room, other players will be unable to use it. But I'm a little curious. Can other teams still occupy territory in this camp? Luzhou Laojiao, our plot is not available unless we voluntarily give up our team's territory. However, other teams can choose other plots after reaching the required conditions and resonating with the resurrection point. Of course, except for our initial plot, which has initial buildings, all other plots must be constructed by players themselves, and each constructed plot must have a certain proportion of public facilities. Our plot is a hexagon, slightly larger than the currently built village. The resurrection point is at the center of the plot, and the subsequent plots are also hexagons of the same size as ours, expanding infinitely from our center. As long as there are enough teams, we can easily occupy the entire continent. Kanagawa, wow, that's pretty cool. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. I never thought this team system would work like this. I wanted to create one before, but then I got so busy that I forgot. I didn't expect that the Northern Reach expansion would actually force you to join a team. Pamir Plateau. After all, this is a war between gods. How can we fight without a team? Maybe we even do team battles in the future. Our team has Jinri Yoyu, Yuhua Dengxian, and Big Brother Luzhou. We have 3 big guys on it, so they're really good at commanding. And with Big Brother Ijian Pokienshin as the main force, we have a fantastic lineup. Jinri Yoyu. It feels like the authorities are still carefully planning a big game. Actually, I have an idea. What about those jackal carcasses? How about this? Chapter 365. In the origin world, Ningguan finished a day's work, grabbed a quick dinner, and returned home to quickly handle all his daily chores. Finally, contentedly, he donned his VR glasses and logged into the game. As a niche online game with Cthulhu elements, it's been quite restrained and even deliberately suppressed player numbers. Ningguan had previously thought it was just official pretense, but today he realized it was truly necessary. My goodness! As soon as he logged into the main city of AMT, he was pushed 7 or 8 meters away by the surging crowd, nearly causing a stampede before turning into a beam of white light and entering the respawn point. What's going on? He finally squeezed his way out of the crowd and saw players emerging from the teleportation array. Those outside, make way. Those teleporting in here need to get out. Please, get out once you're done teleporting. Stop sitting here chatting and idling, okay? The teleportation array is blocked. The ones behind are stuck. The teleportation array can't be used now. We have to wait until everyone else is out. Oh my god, why are there so many people in the main city today? What are you asking? They're all here to do the Griffin quest. Everyone's rushing to get in first. There's a huge crowd coming in from all directions, isn't it? The teleportation array wasn't this crowded back when I was hunting S-class monsters. Because other games can layer players through models, here players are all built in real life. The players were jostling and chattering when a red player system notification appeared in their field of vision. Due to excessive teleportation, the teleportation array in the main city of AMT New City is temporarily closed. It will be reactivated after the crowd has cleared. Players who have completed teleportation, please leave the teleportation area immediately to avoid traffic congestion. Wow, this is the first time it's so congested that the teleportation array has been shut down, right? After all, it's an open beta now, with 100 new players every day. There must be nearly 10,000 players in the game now, right? Definitely 8,000 or 9,000. Normally, they're scattered around, so it's not noticeable, but once they all come together to take a quest, it's a problem. And that's all players. If there were NPCs, it would be even more crowded. Hurry up, hurry up. What are you guys doing stuck in traffic? I'm saying, if you can't, turn into octopuses. Reduce your size. Look at how so many people are turning into octopuses. The one who just turned into an octopus got stepped on and sent back to the resurrection point. A blue light spread from the teleportation array like a wave, and the system prompts in the player's field of view changed again. Evacuation arrows and a message appeared in front of the outermost players. The direction of the arrow is currently clear. Please proceed in that direction first. Move forward and wait for the crowd to clear before heading to your target area. If you don't cooperate, the system will temporarily log you off and reclaim your body. The players trapped inside were greeted with a message. There's a traffic jam ahead. The system has begun dispersing the crowd. Please wait patiently. Once the crowd has cleared, follow the flow. Avoid pushing, shoving, sudden changes of direction, or sudden stops to avoid injury. The player's heart suddenly calmed, as if being stuck in traffic and unable to complete their quest was no big deal. After all, the quest was there. So arriving early or late made no difference, right? Honestly, even though the teleportation was blocked, this system is incredibly smart. With a clear evacuation direction and the players' obedient cooperation, order was established and efficiency increased significantly. Within minutes, the nearly 10,000 players who had been stuck there were dispersed throughout the city. Mou rubbed his temples in the mage tower inside. I knew that when there were too many players, there would be problems with teleportation and quest points being stuck, especially with interesting new versions and quests coming online. We have to find a way. We can't just use my authority every time. This authority is quite useful though. It's just that it can be a bit draining on my mental energy after using it, giving me a headache. And a bit of hunger. Instructing DeCarlo to bring him some food, Mou closed his eyes and relaxed. Feeling a little refreshed, he asked Leah to project the scene for a review. The knight who had just ridden his unicorn to provide Leah's aerial perspective pushed open the door. He glanced at the lord's weary face, and stepped over to Mou's side to massage his temples. The knight's cool, slightly calloused fingers massaged both sides of Mou's temples with just the right amount of pressure, causing the lord to squint his eyes in delight. After enjoying the knight's service, and watching the video replay, Mou raised his hand and touched his chin. To be fair, the farm location he chosen for the Beastmasters was quite good. It was just that the sheer number of players coming to complete the quest had blocked the path from the farm to the teleportation array. This plot of land was located on the edge of the cleansed land, between the druid player farm and the fish pond. It was created by demolishing the dilapidated, empty houses of the villagers. It was roughly the size of several football fields, ample enough for the Beastmasters and their griffins to live in during the winter. While Turan flew back on his griffin to arrange the migration, Doran and his griffins, who had stayed behind, began to work on the land after the druids had purified it. After Mou showed Dolan the winter heating facilities in AMT County, he had a few masons build a low wall around the area, erect a greenhouse, and install water pipes. The rest was left to the trainers. They could decide what kind of nests the griffins wanted, and what kind of houses the trainers wanted to build, and simply assign quests to the players. As a symbol of cooperation, Dolan and his daughter Turan were each given an NPC phone, allowing them to issue quests to players. The rewards paid to adventurers from these quests would be converted into the cost of hiring a griffin as a mount. When adventurers earned more than a certain amount from the trainers, they could exchange it for a griffin summoning whistle, calling upon a griffin as a mount. Griffin mount rentals were the trainers' main business. Trading labor for wages in exchange for warmth and food supplies in AMT County was a very profitable deal for the trainers. Few people braved the blizzard on such days, and even fewer rented griffins. If the trainers were asked to pay directly, they might not be able to afford the hefty sum. AMT County didn't need the trainers' money right now, but rather the griffin's services. After discussing this, the two parties quickly reached an agreement. Griffins are also relatively high-level extraordinary creatures. They have a certain resistance to pollution, and can consume magical beasts when they're starving. However, excessive pollution is always bad for the body. Mou offered the trainers a druid purification service, and once the trainers' farms were completed, he would also help them purify this land. This plot of land, however, didn't require the same stringent cleanliness standards as the Garden of the Tree of Life or the planting area. It was sufficient to provide the griffins with a comfortable living environment. Chapter 366. As the large group of players logged on to accept quests, the relocated Beastman tribe also arrived, riding flocks of griffins and laden with belongings. This spectacular sight not only excited the many players who had come specifically for the quest, but also attracted many passing players to stop and watch. With the increasing number of people joining in the fun, coupled with players returning from all over the major cities and allied territories to accept quests, a massive crowd suddenly formed. The issue of too many players on the map isn't really a bug. It's simply that the player capacity in the same area has exceeded the limit within a short period of time. It can be solved. Have Leah monitor the total number of online players at the target location before teleporting. If there are too many people, temporarily disable teleportation. While the gameplay for players outside the map will be slightly worse, it can be used to direct them to other activities. Mou side. The number of players is a double-edged sword. Too few means nothing can be accomplished, too many bring more trouble. But what's meant to happen will eventually happen, so just address the problem. Compared to other online games that freeze for hours after launching a new version, Mou felt that simply stalling the transfer was a very merciful move. If he couldn't accept the Mount Quest, then there was still the North. With so many open locations across the continent, there was always room for players to explore. Mou now had numerous allies, and his initial territory was no longer the small village that could have been overwhelmed by 100 or 80 players. Come to think of it, I have to thank the God of Winter for this gift. Mou's lips curled slightly. If the beast tamers hadn't been caught off guard by this 1,000-mile ice and drifting snow, they wouldn't have been in such a vulnerable position. Aelian couldn't help but smile. If the God of Winter heard you, he'd probably be furious. Equal status is crucial at the negotiation table. If one party is simply adding icing on the cake while the other is providing immediate relief, the party eager to close the deal will inevitably yield. However, Mou wasn't one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. For him, Simply having the Griffins and Beastmen tribes in his own backyard, free to ride and use whenever he wanted, was perfectly sufficient. What's more, MOU had also reached an agreement with Doran to provide career skill guidance to adventurers. Leah had successfully copied the career template from Trondar, the highest level character, LV90. MOU raised an eyebrow in slight surprise when he saw the Beastman's career template. Beast Tamer, Griffin, Hunter Advanced Branch. Background, only visible to system administrators long ago, a group of hunters strayed into the territory of Griffin beasts. Adhering to a vow not to overkill, they refused to raise their knives against the Griffins, even though they were hungry and thirsty. The Griffins, moved by their kindness and compassion, shared their prey and territory with the hunters. The two races supported each other, like family. Beast Tamers have the same basic profile as hunters, and come with a passive skill, Animal Affinity, but at level 80, they gain a different skill path. Beast Tamer. Communicate with and soothe beasts, temporarily gaining the aid of unfamiliar beasts. Successful taming places the target beast in a submissive state. Due to their racial traits, communicating with a griffin increases its favorability by 30. When used on unpurified monsters, the success rate decreases as the monster's pollution index increases. Trap. Set or dismantle a trap. Adds 50 damage to jungle and grassland areas. A list of trap types and materials is included. Players can modify or add trap types. Riding. Able to ride, controlling any creature that can carry itself. Your physical fitness must be less than the creature's maximum carrying capacity. Beast Taming. Able to command a beast in a submission state to attack or perform special actions. During beast taming, you cannot command the target beast to harm itself or its relatives or friends. If a beast taming command goes against the target beast's will, the submission state will automatically be lifted. In extreme cases, it may even cause the beast to retaliate. A tamer's skills are trapping and commanding animals, and they even have riding skills. MOU stroked his chin. It's a good idea to branch out into professions. It's like going from undergraduate to graduate school to a doctorate. As your level rises, your research becomes increasingly specialized and specialized. He quickly sketched a career progression diagram on paper, with the hunter path branching out like a tree branch. After reaching level 80, hunter players can choose the tamer branch. Of course, the traditional hunter path copied from the elves will also be retained. However, when players surpass Pharaoh's level in the future, you will have to consider requesting a high-level NPC from the Elf King to serve as a skill instructor. Although I already given the tamer some warning, I still hope they won't be bullied too harshly when they first encounter players. MOU said to Ialian. Upon hearing this, Ialian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Should we go over there on our alt? It's been ages since I last used my alt. MOU was also somewhat tempted. He'd been so busy with the Divine Wars, matters of faith, and power lately that he hadn't had time to catch his breath. Let's play on our alt. No, let's test out the new mount feature. Nookyukyu and Zion Uyitsi had logged in early today, avoiding the massive online rush, and were the first to receive quests at the newly opened Griffin farm. The farm looked quite barren at the moment. A low wall surrounded the border, a greenhouse had been built, and hot water pipes had been buried in the ground, emitting warmth. There was nothing else. A completely unfamiliar middle-aged man, bearing the NPC name of Doran Dahl, was busy working there. Beside him lay a huge griffin, which nodded politely when it saw the two druid girls. Wow! The two couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This griffin is so graceful, so human-like, so handsome. Nookyukyu's eyes sparkled. I really want to touch it. You can. Doran Dahl wiped the sweat from his forehead. Are you the adventurers the Lord mentioned? Judging by your attire, you're druids? Could you please provide my griffin with some uncontaminated food and clean water? It's been flying for a long time today and needs to replenish its energy. In return, I let you touch it. What kind of food does it like? Salty. Yui Tiao opened his backpack and rummaged through it. I still have a lot of monster meat left over from the beast hide. Want some scorpion meat? It's delicious. I have clean water. Nyo Chiochio pulled out a bucket of fresh water and placed it on the ground. Left over from today's farming. Very clean. The griffin gracefully stood up and walked over to the two druids. It sniffed the bucket of water on the ground, then plunged its sharp beak into it, inhaling most of it in one swift breath. Then it raised its head, sniffed the crystal white scorpion meat in Xian Yui Tiao's hand, carefully took it, and swallowed it whole. Wow, it's so sweet. The two druids sighed in unison, their hearts melting at the adorableness of this human-like griffin. Chapter 367. This scene quickly caught the players' attention, and within moments, a large group of players, clutching a variety of fresh meat, surrounded the griffin. The sudden arrival of happiness overwhelmed the griffin, and the dazzling array of food left it feeling overwhelmed with choice. Durandal was also stunned by the adventurers' hospitality, but the Lord had previously warned them that adventurers love griffins. While they might get overly excited and behave strangely upon seeing them, most adventurers harbored no ill intentions. If Durandal discovered anyone with malicious intent, he could easily alert the police via his phone. Of course, if anyone harbored ill intentions towards the griffin, Leo would be able to detect them in time, intervene, or even ban them. Mentally prepared, Durandal quickly recovered from his shock and selected a few of the food offered by the adventurers that his griffin would enjoy, then dismissed the remaining adventurers. "We have enough food, but we still need shelter," Durandal said to the adventurers. "Could you please build us some houses and caves for the griffins?" The masons happily accepted the task. After learning from Durandal his requirements and the number of buildings he needed, they quickly began construction. Durandal's lineage of beast tamers numbered 23, raising a family of 49 griffins. Griffins are matrilineal and breed only once every 10 years, making reproduction difficult. They nest in caves, housing 3, 5, or 7 griffins per cave, depending on its size, but never exceeding 7. Furthermore, some older griffins wouldn't share their homes with the younger, more energetic ones, and some even resented each other. Consequently, 13 caves needed to be built according to the original accommodation allocation. AMT County was practically desert, not to mention the new city of AMT, built on a flat plain. There weren't even any caves, not even a slight slope. But this wasn't a problem for the Mason players, who daily used their mental power to carve dog heads on the walls. They cut out, searched for cave images, and confidently cut back in. The earth stirred, dust billowed, and in a moment, 13 caves were arranged diagonally across the land in parallel lines. Then, 2 of them collapsed due to mechanical problems, and were raised and rebuilt by expert players. The final product, a perfect balance of man-made and natural aesthetics, passed the joint testing of expert players specializing in physics and architecture, as well as expert Mason players, and passed the verification of Durandal and the world consciousness, successfully completing the project. The griffin beside Durandal explored every cave, finally choosing the largest one with satisfaction. It found its own nest in Doran's luggage, and began dragging its gear inside. Accommodating the beast trainers was much easier. The 23 of them were actually 5 families, requiring only 5 houses. More and more masons joined the construction team, while the druids began adding various flowers and plants to the griffin farm. Hearing that the griffins enjoyed apples, they even took out seeds obtained from the elves and planted several apple trees, injecting them with vitality and nurturing fruit. After constructing their nests, the griffins poked their heads out of the caves, sniffed the apple fragrance in the air, and enthusiastically hopped under the fruit trees, stretching their necks to pluck a red apple. Wow! The mosquito that planted this apple tree, no matter how tiny, was still meat. He excitedly clenched his fist. "It loves to eat the apples I plant. Ah! It's worth my sacrifice to return from the north in exchange for a human form." Yoyu, who had also chosen to complete the griffin quest first, looked envious. He plucked a large apple from the tree and began to seduce the griffin. "Baby, have mine. This one's big and sweet." The griffin burped loudly. Thankfully, the adventurers, overwhelmed with love and nowhere to vent, no longer had to crowd around a single griffin to show their affection. Their companions, flocking to AMT City with their trainers and luggage, landed safely on the designated landing and takeoff area outside the griffin farm. One by one, the human-like griffins passed through the greenhouse gate and entered the farm, drawing waves of exclamations from the adventurers. Screenshots of the griffins circulated everywhere, causing the worst map congestion since the launch of the game's closed beta. The newly arrived griffins and their handlers needed to be cleansed of contamination, so the druids were the first to be allowed to touch the griffins under the pretext of personal gain. Their fur is so smooth, with the texture of feathers in the front and the short, stiff bristles of a lion in the back. "It feels so unique, but I love it," Melissa Kubo said, petting the griffin with fascination. A griffin lowered its massive eagle head curiously, gazing at the tender pink quaddle on Yechio's shoulder. The 2 adorable creatures nudged each other affectionately, then separated. "Wow!" Yechio exclaimed. "It's a quaddle." Durandal, standing next to him, gave a surprised look. "It's been ages since I seen a live quaddle. When I was a child, I heard from the elders that a family of feathered serpents once lived in the griffin's territory. The 2 tribes were particularly close. Later, as pollution became increasingly severe, and the feathered serpents couldn't withstand it, they quickly became demonic and died one by one. This griffin is much older than me, and perhaps it was remembering the feathered serpents that once accompanied them. Huh? There's such a story. Nikyukyu's eyes widened. Perhaps because of the little feathered serpent, the griffin seemed to have a fondness for Nikyukyu, leaning over to rub against her. Ah ha ha ha, those feathers are tickling me. Nikyukyu rubbed the griffin's feathers, and happily rubbed against the griffin with the little feathered serpent. Thanks to the hard work of the mason players, 5 houses were built at the other end of the griffin farm. They not only connected hot water pipes to each house, but also dug a central hole in the farm. A large pit was dug, and stone walls and stairs were built. Alchemist players applied waterproof coating to the bottom, similar to how they would a fish pond, and then turned on the hot water tap. Hot water poured continuously into the pool, steam rising and warming the warm, greenhouse-like space. Griffins poked their heads out to observe the strange bathing pool, some even eagerly reaching out their claws. Not yet. Nibbles hurriedly stopped them. The water's still too hot. Let it cool down a bit, and it'd be just right. After the bathtub was filled with hot water, Mr. Old Lay, summoned by the players, installed a heat balance device on the pool and pipes, adjusting the water temperature to a suitable level for a griffin bath. Everything was ready when the tiny world elf, always present at the Lord's side, suddenly appeared. She raised her hands in midair, and a silver blue light washed across the space like a wave. Everyone felt a warm glow surge through, and all the haze and pollution instantly vanished. The tiny world elf disappeared again, carrying the tainted seal orb with her. Thus, the griffin farm was complete. Chapter 368. After filling their stomachs with some food DeCarlo had brought, Mou and Ialians all account cut up some boiled octopus and grilled squid. When they arrived at the griffin farm, they saw a fully operational farm, and players, happily playing with the handsome and adorable griffins. Whether they had accepted quests from the north, or had previously been traveling to other major cities for business, or working in the Magic Federation, every adventurer was at the griffin farm, digging into fresh meat and apples, and making slurp, slurp, slurp noises to tease the griffins. It was outrageous. As expected, all those dungeons and raids are just empty talk. You adventurers just love hanging out with fantasy creature mounts, right? But griffins are really handsome and adorable. So Mou, having switched to his alt character, and taking advantage of the fact that no one knew he was a lord, discarded his NPC baggage, and pulled some fresh meat from his backpack. He dragged Ialian along and began to seduce the griffins with his slurp, slurp, slurp. The griffins, starving and cold since the snowstorm, suddenly arrived in this noticeably warmer place. With so much delicious food to feed them, they quickly forgot their nervousness and reservedness and tucked into the buffet. From time to time, they even quite cooperatively rewarded the adventurers with petting, rubbing, and cuddling, which often drew cheers of excitement from the adventurers. Needless to say, the allure of this large fantasy creature farm itself might even outweigh the allure of the mount system. I knew the authorities would release the griffin sooner or later. Some players were trying to play the role of Uncle Party. Didn't you see that our city's emblem is all griffins? Only a creature as majestic and magical as the griffin is worthy of our wise and mighty lord. I mean, flattering the lord won't win you any favor from the NPCs now. You have to say it in front of the lord for it to work. What flattery? Don't talk nonsense. I'm speaking from the heart. Ah. Boss Squid and Octopus. Nikyukyu, with a small feathered serpent nestled on his head, suddenly appeared and waved at the two. I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been doing lately? Fishing. Mou, using the ID boiled octopus, smiled. Ice fishing is fun. I found a kingfish, but it takes patience to wait for it to bite. Nikyukyu glanced at their IDs and immediately understood. No wonder your couple IDs look so delicious. No, it's Boss Fisherman. My apologies. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you exploring the land lately. It turns out you become a couple, fishing, playing cards, and racing birds. Yeah. Ialian, using the ID barbecued squid, nodded calmly. Shio. Come here. I have something to tell you. Tangman Baza called from a distance. Niet Chocho responded with a wave, waving to the two of them. My brother wants to see me. I won't disturb you too. Waving. She ran towards Tangman Bazu. Brother, what do you want? Something good. Tangman Bazu winked at her and said mysteriously, have you almost finished with the elves? Want to come to the north to play? I give you a whole jackal shell to play with. Niet Chocho's eyes lit up. Let's do it. But does it cost money? Niet Chocho asked. Here's how. Tangnan Bao lowered his voice. Brother Yo-Yu said our team still has spots available. Let's see if any of our friends would like to join us for the new quest. We auction off the remaining shells, but we're also planning to set a maximum price to avoid official suppression and penalties. Will the officials even intervene? Asked Nyakiku. The bosses analyzed that with the Northern Territory new quest, the officials have put a lot of thought into balancing the rewards and regulating the behavior of players who are pioneering the new quest so as not to interfere with subsequent players. And judging by the quest prompts, there should be shells for various races later on. If the price goes sky high in the first auction, the officials might just release new shells if they see the momentum is off. Then the players who suffered losses will come after us. We're not short of adventure coins right now. There's no need to make enemies for a small sum. That's true. How much are the shells priced at? Asked Nyakiku. Joining a team is free, but the selection must be unanimous. If you're not joining a team and are simply buying the shell, the auction cap is 30 gold. Tang Min Baoju said, this price is just about what veteran players can afford, but new players without connections or skills can't afford it. It's just enough to filter out a wave of players who are just filling in the numbers and add some combat power to the north. Great. As expected of Master Yu Yu, this is a good idea. Inai Chio said, what team are you guys on? I join one. Don't talk to me. Tangmin Baoju said with difficulty. Inai Chio, no? Brother? Wait a minute. We were just chatting. Why are you suddenly asking me to stop talking to you? I just wanted to know the name of your team. No. Tangmin Baozu was embarrassed. He took a moment to organize his words, fearing another misunderstanding. Our team's name was chosen by our socially anxious captain. It's called Don't Talk to Me. Nikukyu, damn it. That name is too misleading. Tangmin Baozu continued, I informed the team before I arrived about adding you. Everyone there knows you, and they all said it's a no-brainer. And if Xianyu Daoan wants to join, she's unanimously okay with it. Why don't you ask her? It doesn't matter if you come for the mission or not. Just take possession of the shell first. You need it later. Coming to the north, all we have to do is change our shells. It's so convenient. Druids have always been the children of the meta. Our team needs to recruit a few more big guns. If the God War breaks out, and we really need to go out, we have knights, druids, as well as villains and assassins. Yuhua Dingxian and Brother Luzhou are both skilled leaders, not to mention Brother Yoyu's analytical prophets. I guarantee you won't find another lineup like this. That's right. Nikukia nodded, looking around for Xianyu Itiao. Hey! Xianyu. Over here. Xianyu Itiao waved at her and ran towards them. Did you get the quest? Nikukia asked impatiently. No, you need to be a level 80 hunter to upgrade to a tamer. But I know who the class instructor is. It's Turan Dahl, Doran Dahl's daughter. Don't be fooled by her youth, she's actually level 90. I asked her about the tamer skills. They say they include taming, controlling, and trapping. I'm quite interested. Xianyu Itiao and Nikukia just split up. They heard about the new tamer class, and went to get some information. Chapter 369. Nikukia and Xianyu Yitzi quickly joined the Don't Talk to Me team. They then received Tangmin Baozu's carefully prepared cheat sheet of physical data, and began comparing it with their own. All the jackal shells are level 70. The key is that your physical fitness points must meet the minimum requirement for your class panel, otherwise your skills won't work. Tang Minbo said, teleport scrolls are limited and expensive, so we have to send everyone to the north to exchange shells. You can see which body suits you first, and then simply find the corresponding body according to the body number. We have 22 jackal bodies left, and we only plan to recruit a maximum of 15 players. We probably won't be able to recruit enough. Boss Yoyu's point is, pick your own people first. When the time comes, we tie up your shells there. If you want to play dungeons and explore together, you can. If you really don't have time, you can just cut off your human body and commit suicide. It's a quick and easy kill, and it only costs 15 copper coins to repair it. I never thought the official would actually come up with this two-shell system. TSK, doesn't that mean you can pick up an NPC on both sides? Xianyu Itiao's imagination was running wild. Boss Salty Fish, Wendell would be heartbroken to hear that. Nikukia gasped. It's okay, Salty Fish waved his hand. I don't think Wendell is truly interested in me personally, but in the adventurers. He looks at me like he's looking at something worthy of study. Ah yes, like he's looking at a sealed artifact. Nikukia, occupational disease? I don't know, but I feel like he has a lot of secrets. Oh, he has no heartbeat, and he always wears white gloves. Shinyuitio said mysteriously. I touched his hand through the gloves on a date, and it felt strange, a bit like a glove wrapped around a five-clawed branch, dry, thin, and a little hard. His wrist looked normal, and it felt like skin, but there was no pulse. Fuck. Nikukio's eyes widened. Boss, is your relationship? No, flirting with an NPC this thrilling? Hey, as the saying goes, women don't love bad men. I'm a bit of a villain. Shinyuitio waved his hand. But I haven't figured out his background yet. I have a feeling he's not a bad guy. Yes, after all, his former boss was our Lord's brother-in-law. If there's any problem, the Lord's sister and brother-in-law should know. I plan to go find Hydradia sometime to get some information. That Lord's brother knows a lot of weird gossip. You're so good at playing. Nikukio gave her a thumbs up. I feel like I'm playing a farming game, and you're playing a love puzzle game. Hey, isn't that the charm of this game? Everyone can find something they enjoy here. Shinyuitio smiled slightly. We should hang out with the NPCs while they're still around. Otherwise, if they're stuck in the story or on a quest, they might not be able to continue. Oh my god, a boss is a boss. It feels like your level and skill level are completely different from mine. You were already on the 5th floor while I was still in the basement. Niechiochio said. Hey, you two, the latest news is that you need to go to Rama to take a Northern Territory quest to get through. Otherwise, you have to teleport there and come back again to take another quest. Tangman Baza seemed to have ended a call with someone and said to them, I should go see Rama, too. The captain asked me to ask him for a new prototype. Prototype? Niechiochio blinked. What's Rama working on now? An alchemical pet doll that can play audiobooks. Tangman Baza said excitedly. The Lord seems to want to use the alchemical pet doll to play audiobooks. Rama is developing a long-term recording function for the alchemical pet doll. The captain said he wants a recorder to improve his special move. Special move? Both girls became curious. This game has special moves? Hey, then I have to show you the video I received. I finally got it from Boss Yoyu. It's a precious video of our captain's special move. Tangman Bazu winked at the two of them like a salesman. Our captain may be a bit of a Chinabaku, but as an assassin, he's truly formidable. Hidden old man. Before going online today, Xiao Jiaying went to the official store and topped up 188 yuan to buy an alchemist doll shell. He maxed out the shell's agility in the character creation panel. Then, on second thought, he tried to increase intelligence, which affects the mana bar, but after searching around, he couldn't find an intelligence adjustment option. There was only a magic sensitivity I never seen before. Is it because the alchemist doll is just a shell, and its thinking depends on the player, so there's no intelligence adjustment option? He muttered to himself. The higher the magic sensitivity, the more sensitive it is to magic, theoretically, and the easier it should be to cast magic. He also set this option very high. Then, he spent some time shaping his face, not ugly, but rather ordinary and forgettable. It was perfect for an assassin, someone who wouldn't recognize him the next time. Done online. The login screen froze for a moment before a message appeared in front of him. Your body is being created. Please wait 10 minutes for it to go online. There was also a 10-minute countdown. For a socially anxious person, the hidden old man was remarkably patient. He let his eyes wander for a moment, then realized the countdown had run its course. This time, he woke up in Rama's laboratory. As he climbed from the bed, where the alchemical shell lay, Rama glanced over at him. Your shell's attributes are rather biased. You might need specialized materials to upgrade it later. Come back to me if you need anything. The hidden old man nodded, pulled clothes from his backpack, and equipped himself. Only when he was wrapped in his hooded robe did he feel alive again. He equipped the dagger to his weapon slot and glanced at his class panel. Sure enough, his points met the requirements for an assassin, but the system prompted him to complete the assassin class change quest before he could truly become an assassin. So I have to go find a Jan. The hidden old man pondered for a moment and decided to go find the dwarf first to get the weapon he had ordered. Chapter 370. The weapon the hidden old man had custom made for him by the dwarves was, naturally, a hidden blade. During his lunch break, while forming a team with the others, he took the time to go to the shopping street and place an order for a hidden blade. No devoted Assassin's Creed player could resist the temptation of cosplaying in such a free and realistic VR game, especially now that he had actually trained as an assassin. Well, at least, he would be a true assassin after his class change. For this purpose, he even went online to research the principles and structure of the hidden blade, meticulously sketching out the blueprints for each component. The design was so precise that even the dwarf shopkeeper in the shopping street was amazed when he received it. This hidden blade blueprint. The dwarf shopkeeper pulled a magnifying glass encased in a brass ring from his pocket and held it up to his eyes, examining it closely. A masterpiece, Gulu. This is a masterpiece, Gulu. With such detailed blueprints, I can produce all the parts in 3 hours. But I still need to research the assembly, so why don't you come back later, Gulu? The entire afternoon had already passed. Calculating in game time, it had been about 7 or 8 hours. Judging by the time, it should be available by now. Because of changing the alchemy puppet's shell, the hidden old man logged in a little late, logging in directly from Rama's Alchemy Research Institute. Luckily, he managed to avoid the traffic and arrived directly at the shopping street. The dwarf shopkeeper didn't recognize him. It was only when he scanned him with his phone, upon hearing he wanted to pick up the goods, that he suddenly realized, "Oh, you adventurers, constantly changing your faces, Gulu, you offended some unforgivable enemy again, Gulu. I made your hidden blade, come and inspect it, Gulu." The dwarf shopkeeper climbed down from the footstool and pulled out a cloth bag from under the counter. He then climbed back up onto the footstool, holding the bag, and finally reached the counter again. He carefully unfolded the bag, revealing a yellow and white hidden blade. This thing really doesn't require you to cut your fingers. However, the blade is very sharp, so please be careful not to cut yourself. The mechanism triggers the blade's deployment by the muscle movement of your wrist turning outward. If your wrist is within the blade's attack range, it won't trigger accidentally. However, if you're caught in close combat, it's recommended to deploy the blade in advance and flip this latch to secure it. This way, even if your hidden blade armor is attacked during combat, the delicate mechanism inside will be less likely to break or malfunction. Of course, you could also use a safer wearing method, moving the blade from the palm of your hand to the back of your hand. I adjusted this wrist armor so that it works regardless of which side you attach the hidden blade to. I also installed the grappling hook you requested, but please be aware of the load before use. Perhaps out of his enthusiasm for the new weapon, the dwarf shopkeeper explained it in great detail. The hidden old man studied it carefully and felt that the dwarf shopkeeper's modifications and adjustments were indeed more suitable for actual combat than his copy design. That's quite good. How much do I still owe you? The hidden old man asked. In fact, I'd like to exempt you from payment, Gulu. The dwarf shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with cunning, and he rubbed his calloused, rough hands excitedly. My humble self, Mamala Maduro, if you are willing to license this blueprint to me, allowing me to continue producing this hidden blade and sell it to others, I will consider this a gift to you. Okay. The hidden old man, without a second thought, opened his mouth to agree. Bullshit. Tranquility C appeared out of nowhere, interrupting the hidden old man. He grabbed the hidden old man and pulled him behind him, saying to the dwarf, "No, you make a killing if I license these blueprints. How many assassin players will want one? Are you trying to get rid of the original author with a prototype?" He then turned to the hidden old man and said, "Don't trust this dwarf. He's a scumbag. He's a complete scam. He put me in jail on my first day in the game." Jail? The hidden old man's eyes widened, a look of horror on his face. If you really want to license the blueprints, you have to ask him for a higher fee. For example, a percentage of each hidden blade sold as a royalty. Tranquility was heartbroken, a look of disappointment on his face. Even if he takes the lion's share for the materials and craftsmanship, he should at least give you 30%. Okay, said the hidden old man, looking at the dwarf shopkeeper. Just do as he says. I get 30% of every hidden blade sold. Mamora Maduro hesitated for a moment, a glint in her eyes. Then, Gulu, you take 30%, but you have to promote the product for me. You have to introduce 10. No, at least 30 adventures a month. I won't pay you if you don't reach that number. As a socially anxious player, the hidden old man's scalp was already tingling. He reached out and grabbed Tranquility, who was standing in front of him. Let's, the three of us, sign the agreement together. He be my agent and handle the sales. Tranquility, ? No, what does this have to do with me? The hidden old man said, I'm socially anxious and can't sell it. You be responsible for this, and I give you half the money. Tranquility C immediately beamed, okay boss. You have the final say. So, the three of them signed the agreement, verified by the system. This agreement was the product of the extreme effort put together by the quick-witted and unruly C of Tranquility and the dwarf shopkeeper, Mamala Maduro. The entire time, the other party, the hidden old man, was busy studying how to use his hidden blade, not even sparing the two of them a glance. The three finally signed the agreement and submitted a copy to the shop's magic puppet. The system's confirmation of the payment terms was sent directly to the hidden old man and Tranquility C's system emails. From now on, as long as 30 adventurers come to buy hidden blades each month, we receive the automatic payment from the system. Tranquility C was so excited that he patted the hidden old man on the shoulder, almost slapping him to the ground. He quickly pulled him back. 30 adventurers? No need to announce my name or anything. The hidden old man asked curiously. No need, Tranquility C said with a sly grin. You're the creator of the weapon blueprint, so you have the right to name it. And since you just appointed me as your agent, the system has given me that right as well, so I just used it. The hidden old man felt something was amiss. He opened the system panel and saw a prompt. Your agent has named your weapon, Hidden Old Man's Hidden Blade. The hidden old man's eyes darkened, and Tranquility C chuckled. From now on, players who come into the store and want to buy a hidden blade can just say they want the hidden old man's hidden blade. Hey, isn't that the result of our sales pitch? Hey! Captain, what's wrong with you, Captain? Don't fall down, Captain. Chapter 371. Feeling socially doomed, the hidden old man, after being pinched on the philtrum by Tranquility C, finally broke free from his autistic state. He rose from the ground with his eyes vacant, politely declining Tranquility C's offer to accompany him. He took his hidden blade and the deposit the dwarf shopkeeper had returned, and fled without a second thought. Before returning to the north, he had to successfully transition from a thief to an assassin. However, he had searched the orphanage twice without finding Valjean. Finally, he mustered up the courage to go to the counter on the first floor of the mercenary base. Hello. I'd like to inquire if there's a slave boy here named Valjean. The astrologer with a side ponytail, who was also on duty at the counter today, blinked. Indeed there is. He just returned from a mission. Are you looking for him? The hidden old man nodded vigorously. The astrologer walked over to the wall, knocked on a brass pipe, then opened it and spoke into the empty pipe. Valjean, someone's looking for you. Come downstairs. Soon, a humming voice echoed from the brass pipe, coming. Wait a moment. The astrologer sat back down and picked up a novel from the counter, reading with rapt interest. The hidden old man glanced at the title, Guardian of Illusion and Reality. He had nothing else to do while waiting, and standing there felt a bit socially awkward, so he poked the magic puppet, pretending to check the product list. To his surprise, the magic puppet's sales list actually had a lot more items this time. The hidden old man's gaze flickered over the newly appeared mercenary longsword, mercenary light armor, mercenary heavy armor, before landing on the assassin's leather armor set. He clicked on the product details. Assassin's leather armor set, a full-body leather armor suit favored by assassins, including hood, face guard, and leggings and boots. Lightweight, comfortable, tight-fitting, and not too cumbersome, it's quiet when in motion. Each piece of leather armor is engraved with runes of ethereal and ethereal, allowing you to conceal your form by consuming mental energy to activate these runes. Available at level 70 and above. Price, 15 gold, so expensive. But I really want it. The hidden old man glanced at his balance, it barely had 1 gold. I'm broke, desperately poor, but I really want it. Hey, a new item? Tranquil C, who had been secretly following the hidden old man, suddenly reappeared. The hidden old man grabbed him, startling him. Do you have money? The hidden old man asked eagerly. Lend me 15 gold. I pay you back once the team sells the shells and divides the proceeds. I do. Tranquility C checked his balance, opened the player transaction interface, and transferred 15 gold to him. As compensation for letting me participate in the profit sharing and for accidentally killing you, just pay me back half when the time comes. The hidden old man, ? The hidden old man? Then why do you have to pay me back half? Tranquility C grinned. Because I'm broke too. The hidden old man rolled his eyes secretly under his hood, but still muttered a thank you and bought the assassin suit. He hadn't changed his class yet, so he put it in his backpack. Just then, Valen came down. Hey, who are you? The hidden old man pulled a large bag of food from his backpack. You stole my cards last time, remember? Ajan was a bit confused. But you look different now. I remember you used to have blonde hair. Oh, by the way, you adventurers seem to have some strange abilities. Ajan glanced at the brown hair peeking out from beneath the hidden old man's hood, deciding not to delve into the adventurer's bizarre abilities and preferences. What do you want from me? Ajan asked. I want to become an assassin, the hidden old man said, and then he heard the sea of Tranquility behind him excitedly yell, yeah. The hidden old man glanced back at Tranquility C, who chuckled. Don't mind me. I just want to know who the assassin's mentor is. I told you I'm not a mentor. Ajahn waved his hand. The Lord just asked me to learn some new skills from the mercenaries. If you want to learn, I can demonstrate them to you. He licked his lips, eyeing the bag of food in the hidden old man's hand. Same terms as last time. The hidden old man stuffed the bag of food directly into Ajah's arms. Same as last time. All this is yours. Whether you can learn it or not is my responsibility. Ajahn glanced into the paper bag, instantly satisfied. He turned to Xiangyang and said, Brother Yang, can you lend us the training room? You can use it, but they have to pay 5 copper coins an hour. Xiangyang didn't even look up as he turned another page. The hidden old man paid the fee, ignoring the relentless presence of tranquility. He followed Valen into the mercenary base, past the noisy mercenaries, and into a training room. I'm a beginner myself. The mercenary who taught me said I'm quite talented and have already mastered 80% to 90% of the techniques. I just need more practice and actual combat to develop my own unique style. Aryan said, I tell you everything he tells me. If you think I'm performing something wrong, or if you have any new ideas, feel free to tell me, and we learn together. Ding, the player system prompts. Congratulations. You successfully triggered the assassin class change quest. Successfully learning 3 or more assassin skills will complete the assassin class change. Okay. The hidden old man nodded, his eyes filled with eagerness. By the way, do you know about God rank and class rank? Aryan asked. The hidden old man and Tranquility Sea shook their heads in unison. Valen pushed open the door to the training room and walked to the stairs leading to the second floor. He said to them, classes are the steps that mortals climb along a career path. At the pinnacle of a class, one has the opportunity to ascend to higher levels, becoming a transcendent being or even a god. This entire stairway to godhood is called the divine rank, and the lower half of the divine rank is the class. Each divine rank has its own corresponding concept and authority. If there's a god at the end of the divine rank, one can pray for their protection and gain greater power. The class I'm on starts with the thief at the bottom, the assassin at the top, and the shadow fury at the top. Valen said distressedly, this class initially relies on the authority of reality and virtuality, but the mercenary who taught me said that the authority of reality and virtuality class isn't viable. If I don't want to go insane quickly, I have to pursue the authority of destiny. Can a class have multiple authorities? Tranquility Sea asked curiously. It depends on the class itself. The assassin class is quite special. It requires shifting between reality and illusion to conceal one's presence, and one must pray to fate to grant them the lot to remain undetected and kill with one strike. It's even rumored that in ancient times, some chose the power of space, allowing them to move without a trace, soaring through the heavens and into the earth, and traveling 1,000 miles in a second. Chapter 372. Wait a minute, if the class's authority is different, will there be any fundamental difference? Sea of Tranquility asked curiously. Different authority means different schools, and the skills and combat styles will be quite different. Aryan said, the instructor. The mercenary who taught me said that the key to combat in the assassin class of the virtual real school is invisibility. By switching between the virtual and real aspects of one's body, one becomes an invisible phantom, and then strikes directly at the vital point for a single, fatal blow. Then this fighting style is very similar to yours. Sea of Tranquility nudged the hidden old man with his elbow, and the hidden old man silently took a step to the side. Why are the classes in the virtual real school no longer usable? Do you know the reason? The hidden old man asked. Because the power of reality and illusion has been taken away by the Church of Light, said Ajahn. The instructor said that the lowest level of assassin is a thief, and the higher level is a shadow demon. Neither is permitted by the Church of Light's teachings. Without divine power, we mortals cannot attain extraordinary powers. The most we can do is engrave runes on our clothing and equipment, and use our mental energy to activate the runes to render ourselves invisible. At least you bought the right equipment. Tranquility Sea was silent for a moment, then said to the hidden old man. Furthermore, it's said that coming into contact with the power of reality and illusion can easily lead to madness. The instructor said that there have been assassins who have managed to achieve this in the past, but over the past 100 years, some have gone mad, some have died, and they've lost their human form. Ajahn hesitated. However, I heard that a guardian of reality and illusion has recently appeared and is battling the Church of Light. If he can regain control of reality and illusion, perhaps the assassin class of reality and illusion will see a revival. The guardian of illusion and reality. The hidden old man tilted his head, lost in memory. I think I've seen that name before. So, for the fate-based assassin class, is luck the key to combat? Tranquility C asked. Yes, our key ability is fuel luck. We pray to the goddess of fate, and use the good fortune of ourselves and others to carry out our mission. Ajahn said, with boundless good luck, you can walk up to your target, even in public, and kill them with one strike, then escape unscathed. But on the other hand, using this skill can lead to long-term bad luck, and even death from bad luck. That's so unreasonable. I love it. Tranquility C's eyes lit up. Can I learn this? Yes, just give me food. Ajahn was easy to please. I'm learning the fate-based assassin class. May the goddess of fate, Janice, bless me. Tranquility C also heard a beep as the player system notification appeared. Congratulations. The player has triggered the Assassin Fate-based class. The class change quest, Assassin Fate School, is an advanced subclass of the Diviner. After choosing Assassin Fate School, you cannot change to the Astrologer, which is also an advanced subclass of the Diviner. Players should consider their own career development path and choose the class that best suits them. So you can also become an assassin after advancing from a Diviner, but not an Astrologer at the same time. Tranquility C began to understand. Starter class, advanced class, high-level class. I get it. The class compatibility in this game is supposed to allow all non-homogeneous starting classes that meet the panel requirements to be accepted, but advanced classes can conflict with each other. At a fork in the road, you can only choose one direction. The hidden old man looked at him blankly. What? Classes? It's a branch. Tranquility C gestured. Different starting classes have different strengths. I always thought the Diviner was strange. It's a divination class, has assassin attributes, and is similar to a magician. Actually, it should be the starting class for the 3 advanced classes, Astrologer, Assassin, and Magician? Oh, so if I train as a thief, I can't train as a Diviner. They're essentially the same. The hidden old man suddenly understood. Yes, the Diviner is a generalist, but when it comes to stealing, the thief is more specialized than the Diviner. But they're both considered starting classes in the stealing category, so you can only choose one, just like you can only choose one for each advanced class. Tranquility C said excitedly. So, are you planning on switching to astronomy or Assassin Destiny School? Huh? Why is your job transfer quest for Assassin Destiny School, and I'm just an assassin? The hidden old man was confused. It's probably because your assassin class hasn't yet been divided into different schools? Tranquility pondered. You're following the proper rogue assassin leveling path, and in the Northern Lands dungeon, you use the invisibility skill to create your own special move. It's like your teacher is from the Fate School, but by chance, you learn the Reality School without a teacher. The hidden old man muttered, I prefer the Reality School too. Assassins must appear and disappear without a trace. What's the difference between an assassin from the Fate School and a blind cat catching a dead mouse? I'm a gambler who just likes to try my luck and have a thrill. Serenity smiled at Aryan. Come back to the training room and show us your skills? Aryan nodded obediently. Because Serenity was a fortune teller and had no training as a thief, he had Aryan start with the easiest skills and demonstrate them all. Aryan first demonstrated theft and lockpicking, then drew 2 daggers from his belt and expertly swung them. He tossed them a few times, catching them deftly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the daggers flew out steadily, piercing the training dummy in the center of the training room. Serenity opened his skill template. Theft and lockpicking were highlighted, and the system indicated that he had already mastered dagger specialization and throwing knife. Next, it was time for the assassin skills. Stealth needs to be used in a crowded area. It won't be effective in the training room. Aryan said, First, let me show you a backstab. He confidently walked over to the training puppet and stood in front of it. This skill needs to be activated while not in combat, preferably while talking or interacting with the opponent. He reached out and patted the training puppet's shoulder. Then, with a sudden crouch, he appeared behind the puppet in a flash, thrusting his dagger straight into the puppet's heart. Wow! Holy crap! The 2 watching players exclaimed in unison. The 2 most important techniques for this skill are 1. Attracting the opponent's attention, making them think you're picking up something, and 2. Footwork. Aryan carefully demonstrated the footwork for the 2 again. Have you memorized it? Let's try it. Chapter 373. Memorizing it on your own is impossible. Despite Valen's responsible instruction, Tranquility C and the hidden old man couldn't grasp the dazzling footwork at all. But it didn't matter. The new skill had already appeared on their skill panels. The 2 of them stepped forward and unleashed Backstab, on the training puppet, replicating every move with exceptional precision. Valen applauded enthusiastically, even feeling a little disappointed and frustrated. You guys get it instantly. I practiced it 3 times back then, and the instructor said I was a genius. I think you're the real geniuses. No, you're definitely geniuses, the 2 men, who had cheated by reproducing their skills through the system, said guiltily. Okay, then try this. Valen seemed to have regained his confidence. Even assassins of the Fate School can't rely on luck. The Goddess of Fortune advises, all your sweat is for the purpose of carving success on the dice of fate. The knowledge, skills, and sweat you acquired will change all the numbers representing bad luck on your dice of fate to 1. This is the only way the Goddess of Fortune recognizes, using strength to change fate. So, even if we are assassins of the Fate School, we still need to learn how to use footwork, movements, and shadows to conceal our movements, divert the enemy's attention, and create the right time and place for our actions. I understand. Sea of Tranquility understood immediately. Artificially create a favorable environment, and forge luck through strength. In fact, the misfortunes many people encounter stem from their own lack of strength or judgment, just as greedy people are easily deceived by success. The growth of strength and knowledge can truly change one's destiny. I truly feel that the teachings of the Goddess of Fate resonate with me. It seems I'm naturally suited to being an assassin of the Fate School. Gambler, in the end, you have nothing left. The hidden old man said expressionlessly. This skill is called Shadow Blade Dance. It's said to be a martial art passed down from the real and false school. It doesn't involve any supernatural powers. It relies solely on one's own strength and skill. It's a highly advanced skill. I mastered it in less than 10 attempts. Arung said, it's perfect for melee combat. Watch out. Arung looked around and found a piece of parchment. He folded it over and over, then cut it into numerous small squares with his dagger and tossed it into the air. Pale yellow parchment sheets fell from the sky in a flurry. Arung, holding 2 daggers, he soared into the air, executing eerie steps in the air, spinning and leaping in a treacherous and deadly dance. The dagger gleamed silver, like a speck of light dancing in the sun, or like a nimble butterfly, fluttering in and out of sight. A moment later, Valen landed gracefully, and the parchment scraps on the floor were precisely cut in half. The hidden old man clapped his hands frantically, while the Sea of Tranquility crouched down, picking up the scraps, and comparing them one by one. Each one is the same size, and the strike is so crisp and clear. How did you do that? This skill requires exceptional agility and precise vision. Wrist strength and the angle of the dagger swing are also crucial. Valen meticulously demonstrated the split motions again. Would you like to try? The 2 glanced at the Shadow Blade Dance skill panel and decided they couldn't cheat against such a docile assassin instructor. They shook their heads. No, this is too difficult. Let's try another skill. Hee. Arung finally began to complacently smile, clearly delighted by the fact that he possessed a talent beyond that of an average assassin. Another skill is wall walking. This doesn't require extraordinary strength, just practice with footwork and jumping ability. It also requires a high level of physical fitness, so those who are overweight won't be able to use it. He glanced around. It's hard to perform here. Let's go outside. I need to clean up first, or Brother Yang will scold me. Arung went to the corner, fetched a broom, and began sweeping the scraps of paper. Seeing this, the hidden old man joined in helping. Tranquility Sea squatted at the doorway, studying his task board for a while, waiting for the 2 to finish, showing no interest in helping. You're such a troublemaker indeed. The hidden old man muttered softly. After restoring the training room to its original state, Ajan led the 2 out the door, looked at the orphanage building, and said, watch carefully. Then, the hidden old man and Tranquility Sea saw the young man run out, leap onto the flower bed in 2 steps, and then, using the height of the flower bed, step onto the wall in 2 steps to reach the top. With another leap, he rushed to the 3rd floor balcony of the orphanage. Oh! It's parkour! The 2 players suddenly realized. With the 3 skills, Backstab, Shadow Blade Dance, and Wall Run, the hidden old man officially changed his class to an assassin. His entire skill panel was unlocked, and he could now see all the assassin skills. Ajan ran back from the orphanage. There's also a stealth skill. Do you want to see it? Okay. Although the stealth skill also appeared on the hidden old man and Tranquility Sea's skill panels after their successful class change and was already lit up, the 2 were honestly curious about its effects. Valen surveyed his surroundings, seemingly plotting his route, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His breathing and heartbeat slowed, his aura blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. His breath synced with the falling snow, his presence gradually fading. His body swayed rhythmically before vanishing from sight. Sea of Tranquility? ? The hidden old man blinked and glanced at the shadows of the flower bed nearby. A slender young man was moving along them, then flashed at breakneck speed into the shadows of the orphanage building ahead. I see. Reduce your presence, blend into the shadows to make yourself less noticeable. This skill is somewhat similar to a hunter's, said Sea of Tranquility. After finishing his demonstration, Valjean came back breathless, his eyes sparkling. That's all I learned. Was it helpful? It was very helpful. Tranquility Sea said, by the way, do you want to see this guy's skills? Valjean looked at the hidden old man, his eyes brightening even more. Yes. Chapter 374. Hey! The hidden old man tugged at the edge of Tranquility's shirt and whispered, are you kidding me? My shell isn't even level 75 yet, so I can't use invisibility. Oh, I see. Tranquility's tone held no trace of worry. Then why don't you show me any cool skills? By the way, isn't your skill panel different from mine? If you want to see my skill panel, just say so directly. No need to beat around the bush and try to provoke Aryan into testing me. The hidden old man complained feebly, tugging at the edge of the troublemaker's shirt again to vent his anger. Then he opened his own skill panel, took a screenshot, and sent it to Tranquility, then studied the image carefully. The difference between their skill panels was indeed significant. Tranquility's skill panel was filled with skills learned from Ajan, with no visible forks in the skill tree. Fixed skills corresponded to fixed levels, with a few grayed-out skills like Burn Luck and All or Nothing, likely unlocking at later levels. The hidden old man's assassin panel, on the other hand, was like a tree branch. At the bottom was the main trunk, where the rogue skills began. Within the assassin class, the skills branched off into two branches, one called the Fate School, and the other, World. The hidden old man muttered, his eyes filled with confusion. It's not the reality school, it's the world school. Tranquility's gaze shifted to the image the hidden old man had sent. Interesting. The hidden old man's panel lacked Burn Luck and All or Nothing, yet he could use both the Fate School and the World School. It's clearly the same instructor, so why are there two different outcomes? Tranquility Sea rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The hidden old man couldn't answer this question either. He had many theories, such as that their initial classes were different, that he had coincidentally experienced the skills of the real immortal school in the illusion, or that he had no intention of pledging allegiance to the goddess of fate. Each one seemed plausible, but none was definitive. The hidden old man was more concerned about the skills on that branch of the world school. Real immortal mark LV55 condenses a temporary real immortal mark on a carrier with magical affinity. Before the mark shatters, it can transform the carrier's real immortal existence. The stronger the carrier, the longer the number of transformations, and the longer the transformation time. The real immortal transformation consumes the item's durability. When the mark shatters, the carrier, with its durability at 0, will collapse. Hidden weapon throwing LV55, advanced knife throwing skill. At level 55 and above, knife throwing will automatically be replaced with hidden weapon throwing. All items can be thrown as hidden weapons. Damage, 200. Attack range, 1 to 25 meters, depending on constitution points and the weight of the hidden weapon. Additional function, can be used with a real/impersonal mark to transform the hidden weapon's real/impersonal state, making the attack more unexpected. Ambush LV57, set up an ambush and hide yourself in the surrounding environment. You can drag enemies up to 5 levels higher than your own into cover such as bushes or boxes to kill them. A successful ambush grants a 100% damage bonus and a 50% chance of a one-hit kill. If the ambush fails, there's a chance of a counterattack from the enemy. If the player is well prepared, they can parry. One-hit kill LV60. When targeting an enemy's vital point and damaging it, the attack will kill them with one strike, ignoring the level difference and remaining health bar. Ineffective against enemies without vital points. Some bosses only have a few vital points, requiring all to be destroyed before being killed. This can be used in conjunction with skills like Ambush, Mark of Reality, Invisibility, and Vanish for a higher success rate. Then came the two skills the hidden old man was already familiar with, Invisibility LV 75 and Vanish LV 78. The hidden old man tilted his head in thought, then inscribed his full body cloak, boots, and dagger with the Mark of Reality. After activating these marks, he instantly vanished from the sight of Agan and the Sea of Tranquility. Shaw shaw. A row of ghostly footprints appeared on the snow. The two felt a gentle breeze rustle, and a strand of their hair fluttered before their eyes. The hidden old man reappeared at the other end of the road. Wow! Ajahn caught a few of his severed hairs in shock. Your skill is incredible. If you're serious, it wouldn't be my hair that gets chopped off, it would be my head. Is this the assassin skill of the falsehood school? I prefer aiming for the neck. The invisible old man said sincerely, to be honest, this should be the world school. Actually, I think this skill could be even cooler. Tranquility C rubbed his chin and said, your level isn't high enough, so you're using the falsehood mark to make your clothes blurry. TSK, isn't this game about making clothes transparent? No, to be honest, it's probably camouflaged clothing that simulates the surrounding light. The invisible old man said, it feels like a coating. Anything obscured by the markings is also hidden, just like Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. But the footprints and the sounds of footsteps are still there. A stronger opponent will notice your presence and dodge their attacks or counterattack. I think you could find some kind of recording device, record some footsteps and something cool, like a spooky whistle, and then secretly play it nearby. This would confuse the enemy and disrupt their location, while also creating a ghostly feeling. Maybe even scare them. Good idea. The hidden old man's eyes gradually brightened. Recording device? I asked the Tang Sex cooking and refining staff about it. The alchemist should be able to get it. Hidden old man, Bo Zhu. Do you know where I can get a recording device? Tangman Bo Zhu, Captain? What a coincidence. I know about this thing. Rama's been helping the Lord develop it lately. You know the alchemy pet doll? It's that thing with a recording function. I asked Rama for one later if you need it. Hidden old man, please. Please help me get one. I need a recording device to improve my ultimate move. Tangman Bo Zhu, oh, is that your skill where you can disappear through a sea of flowers and wield blood swords? Okay, I take care of it. By the way, I recruited 2 new teammates. Can they go straight to the north, or do they need to take on a quest? Hidden old man, they should take on a quest. I remember the system news said it was from Rama. Tangman Bo Zhu, okay, we can just take care of it on the way. Chapter 375. The hidden old man and the Sea of Tranquility paid Ajahn some free points for his time, promising to bring him food next time. Then, they said goodbye to the slave boy and left the mercenary relief house. This is the first time I encountered a game where I have to pay a ransom to a professional mentor. The Sea of Tranquility complained. The hidden old man ignored him and turned back to the business district. Hey! Aren't you going to Rama? The Sea of Tranquility followed, asking curiously. Using the mark of reality and void significantly depletes item durability. I need to buy a few more hooded robes and some throwing knives for hidden weapons. The hidden old man glanced down at his boots. Boots too. Do you have any money left? Lend me some? I feel like you're using me like an ATM. You don't have to follow me. No, I haven't mastered the assassin class yet. I need to learn from the masters. Then you have to pay the tuition. Captain, I think you've gotten a little smarter. Lord, a player has triggered the assassin class change quest. When you received Leah's notification, he left his alt account AFK under Ialian's care and returned his consciousness to his main account. He opened his eyes in his lord's body and found that Ialian, who had been sitting on the sofa with him on his alt account, had tilted slightly and was leaning on his shoulder. The knight's long, silver-white hair cascaded across his left shoulder and hand. Mou opened his left hand, letting a strand of hair fall into his palm and twirling it around his fingertips. Leah said, 2 players have triggered the assassin class change. Player hidden old man successfully changed to assassin world style, and the class skill template you edited has been successfully ported. Player Tranquility C successfully changed to assassin destiny style, and has obtained Ajan's latest class skill template. So it's them too. Mou couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. Ajan is a talented player. Lot said he's already mastered all the skills, but he's just lacking practical experience. But this isn't a problem for players. Players have plenty of practical opportunities, and everyone is full of creativity. Give them a basic skill template, and they find the right way to use them. The only technical hurdle with Assassin Fate style is whether those lucky skills can truly gain Fate's favor when they're used. However, luck is a very mysterious thing. Even if Fate truly doesn't favor players, it's still possible to rely on your own luck. Being an unlucky player is also a gameplay mechanic, and it might even become a popular meme among players. After all, players can be resurrected. To them, Truly lucky players might not be as interesting as absolutely unlucky ones, especially to the onlookers. Furthermore, MOU had a vague feeling that fate might have a good impression of them, and there might be a possibility of future cooperation. MOU was most concerned about the Assassin World School class. After Leah successfully accessed the real and virtual authority, MOU had been finding time to develop new skills. The two classes closely related to the real and virtual authority were the mage and the assassin. Mages already had a wealth of skills, and didn't need to create any more for now, but assassins were particularly vulnerable. When the slave boy Jan was learning assassin skills from the mercenary instructor, MOU, through Leah's anchor point on the slave bracelet, was able to sit in on the entire class and learn that assassins were originally among the divine ranks of the real and virtual authority. MOU had been prepared for this. After all, an assassin's core skill is invisibility. Taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, striking with a single strike and killing with a single blow, that's what an assassin is. Turniping into fate is truly a helpless act. Luck possesses a strange and unique quality. No matter what, with enough luck and the power of fate, one can overcome all difficulties and dangers with one's life. This has made the goddess of fate a safe bet for many assassins, who have lost the means and opportunity to ascend to their original divine rank and are forced to switch to other divine professions. The goddess of fate seems to accept all such offers, hence the emergence of the jack-of-all-trades fortune-tellers. The power of virtuality and reality actually encompasses a vast array of concepts, including the most basic ability to transform physical objects into virtual data and then restore them back to physical form. It also includes the ability to create entirely new physical objects from fantasy. The corresponding transformation between reality and illusion even extends to the concept of mutual conversion between opposing sides, like the flipping and switching of the inner and outer worlds. If idealism in the original world is a fruitless flower blossoming on the tree of human cognition, then in this fantastical otherworld, idealism becomes reality thanks to the authority over reality and illusion. Currently, Leah's power is insufficient to fully control this authority. Until the lost fragments of world consciousness are purified and restored, they can only proceed gradually, starting with mastering the concepts, functions of objects, including the player's body, through the transformation of reality and illusion. As for creating skills, that's not a difficult task. In this game, as a fragment of the system's world consciousness, Leah has two possibilities for creating skills. One approach is to leverage the wisdom of the working people from the bottom up. Both ordinary and extraordinary players strive for perfection through daily practice, honing their skills, and striving to achieve the best results with the least effort. Leah simply selects the most representative mentor in her faction, who best matches the player's abilities. Using anchor points, she copies the mentor's awareness of how to control their body when performing a skill, as well as the physical requirements required to complete that skill, to create a skill template. The other approach is to leverage the gifts of worldly or authority-based powers from the top down, such as the druid's purification. With virtual and real authority, Leah can generate skills corresponding to the concepts she controls. For certain actions that require actual practice to record, Aelian serves as the perfect model. This is how the skills of the Assassin World School were created. Unfortunately, however, Leah cannot reverse record skills from the player's side. This is because the players are fragments of souls from another world, ultimately belonging to the world consciousness of the original world. As a dying world consciousness, Leah had already reached an agreement with the world consciousness of the original world before all her plans began. She can borrow MOU and a bit of the player's spiritual energy to power herself. She can also read the thoughts of players after they put on VR glasses and enter the game through anchor points, but she cannot access the player's own memories or deep thoughts. Those belong to the world consciousness of the original world. Skills that require copying neural signals from the deep consciousness are naturally also subject to restrictions. But this isn't a big problem. If there are skills that absolutely need to be copied, she can find a roundabout way to solve the problem. First teach them to an NPC, then copy them from them. Chapter 376. Using Leah's anchor point, MOU observed for a moment, confirming the player's skills were intact, and then he felt relieved. He slightly adjusted his knight's posture, allowing Aelian to rest more comfortably on his shoulder. Then he closed his eyes again, and returned his attention to his trumpet. "You're back?" Aelian, who had been keeping an eye on his trumpet, immediately noticed MOU's return. "Yeah, we got it done over there," MOU said. "We're almost done with the Griffin mission. Should we go do something else? We finally have some free time, so we should make the most of it. What do you want to do?" Aelian didn't have any objections. "Let's go fishing," MOU said, I always been interested in slacking off, but unfortunately, I always been short on time. Ailian's lips curled up slightly. Okay. Don't talk to me. After completing the Griffin mission and taking care of their own chores, the new and veteran members of the team gathered at Rama's Alchemy Research Institute. The new members came to take on the Northern Territory mission, while the veterans had their own reasons. Some to meet the new members, some to get something, and some to discuss the next strategy. Did you get it? The hidden elder pulled Tangmin Bazu aside and asked quietly. I got it. Tangmin Bazu inexplicably lowered his voice and handed the hidden elder a shark-shaped alchemy pet doll. Instead of a tail, the shark's lower body had round claws, and it even carried a harpoon on its back. It looked incredibly adorable. After you install the alchemical energy bottle, press the shark's belly for 3 seconds to start recording. The shark's eyes will glow red. After recording, press again for 3 seconds to save. To play, just turn the harpoon on the back 3 times. If you want to save multiple recordings, before recording the next one, flip the fork. There are 3 settings, allowing you to record 3 recordings. If you record again without adjusting the settings, the previous recording will be overwritten. I understand. The hidden old man nodded. How much should I pay you? Hey, it's just a trial. Rama just gave it to me. No charge. If you break it, I get you a few more. Tang Minbo patted the hidden old man on the shoulder. But I'm curious how this thing relates to the ultimate move. The hidden old man repeated Tranquility C's proposal. Great, truly great. You truly deserve to be called a troublemaker. Tang Min Bao Shu gave a thumbs up. So what kind of whistle are you planning to record? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Just tweak the arrangement a bit and slow down the tempo, and it'd be incredibly catchy. The hidden old man's eyes sparkled. There's no more classic duel song than that. The good, the bad, and the ugly? That's a possibility. Boss, you can arrange music, right? Tang Min Bao Shu gave another thumbs up. As expected of the first assassin master in the server, you even created your own background music. Ahem. I was just messing around. The hidden old man scratched the sole of his boot with his toes. Then I go get the recording done first. You guys should head to the north. See you in the dungeon later. Have you recruited everyone? There was also some rain today. Nikyukyu, Salty Fish Boss, Songlin, 8,000 Years of Dreams, Starry Sea, Yuga, Sherwa Zyandawang Target Forest Sea, Zelter Thatcher, Fishing to Get Rich, Blue Dream, and teammates with tornadoes on their heads. Tangmin Baozhu counted on his fingers, 12 people. That should be about enough. Well, let's teleport them first. The team members need to pick the shells first, and then sell them after they pick them. Give me an extra scroll for the Pirate Bay dungeon to the camp. Today Yoyu said, everyone should go do the Griffin quest as soon as they log in. They're almost done now, so they'd probably be pouring into the North Territory soon. I don't have anything to do here, so I go over there first. Okay, I'll be right back as soon as I'm done here. Tangmin Baozhu handed over the scroll. Today Yoyu stuffed the scroll into her backpack, logged off immediately, and logged back into the Jackal. She had logged off at the dungeon entrance, but many of the new members who joined tonight were likely interested in the dungeon, so she had to teleport back to the camp, both to maintain order and to get her teammates to the dungeon entrance. When she teleported to the North Border camp, it was already crowded. Luzhou Laoji was escorting the newly teleported teammates to the team basement. This was the largest building in the camp's team facilities, and the Jackal shells were currently stored in its basement. The team basement had player access restricted to team members, making it very secure. Today Yoyu hurried over and greeted old acquaintances like Niakikyu, Xianyue Tiao, and Songlin. Wow, big brother Yoyu, your Jackal shell is so cool! Niakikyu exclaimed. Is this a priest? Is this a priest? Yes, a priest. Today Yoyu quickly led them to the basement. There are still many good shells out there. Hurry and choose one that suits you. Pay attention to your point deficit. Tangmin Bao had just given them a cheat sheet to compare the data in advance. Everyone had a rough idea of the shells they could use. Now it was just a matter of seeing if the appearance suited their taste. They quickly made their choices one by one. After binding a new shell, the old one automatically went offline, and wouldn't be reactivated until the next time the player logged in. They followed Jinri Yoyu out of the basement, and the players behind them were immediately taken downstairs in batches by Luzhou Laoju. With plenty of shells to choose from, no one objected to the batch selection. We're planning to enter the Pirate Bay dungeon later. Are you guys coming? It's a pirate dungeon. We're still trying to escape the sea, but we found a save point and have a rough idea, Jinri Yoyu said. I'm not very good at sea dungeons. Xianyuitia waved his hand. I'm terribly seasick, and I have an appointment in Cell later. I go with you guys next time. I don't have anything to do later. Nikukia said, but didn't you guys reach the save point? Those of us entering for the first time don't have a save point, so our progress will be different, right? Will we end up looping twice in the same dungeon? It's okay. If you want to, we can just take you to the first save point. The first save point requires you to wipe out all the enemy pirates, which isn't difficult. Then add me in. Songlin said, I try out the new class. Aw? A new class? You changed your class? Nikukia asked in surprise. Yes, I changed to sharpshooter. Songlin said proudly. Chapter 377. Huh, can I accept the sharpshooter class quests now? Nikukia asked in surprise. Yes, but you need to complete a lot of prerequisite tasks first. Just like they said in the news, you naturally receive a system notification after completing the prerequisite tasks. Songlin said, first, you have to learn the gunsmith skill from Mr. Olay. Honestly, this thing is really hard to figure out. The magic circuits are like a maze puzzle, it's dizzying. Then you have to register as an outpost investigator at the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. Registering as an investigator requires a lot of military merit, and when I say lots, I mean it. How much, exactly? Nikukia asked. 1.5 times the cost of buying a house. Songlin said, obviously, you must be a trusted adventurer recognized and recommended by the Lord of AMT County before the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs will recognize your abilities and hire you. However, becoming an outpost investigator offers numerous benefits. Not only are there numerous dungeons to take on, but you no longer have to pay an entrance fee to the main city of Corinsel. Every time you enter or exit a dungeon, you earn points with the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs by submitting your dungeon investigation report. These points can be redeemed for Bureau of Anomalous Affairs benefits, including the ability to request and call upon sealed artifacts. Wow, I guess we need to find time to register as an investigator. To become a sharpshooter, you must also become an outpost investigator. You must first complete the simplest missions at the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs and earn 100 points. Only then will you be eligible to receive a vocational training application and firearms expense form from Wendell. Then, after selecting sharpshooter and having Wendell sign it, you can take the application to Edward. Edward will take you to the armory, hand you a gun, and demonstrate how to disassemble, assemble, and reload it. Then, he hand you the gun, and your job transfer will be complete. The whole process is a bit lengthy. It feels more like going to some office to complete some paperwork than a job transfer quest. Luckily, Wendell is quite easy to talk to. If he's difficult to talk to, just ask Shionu Big Boss to help pass the order. It's like being close to the water gets the moon first. Nikukia chuckled. I'm getting a strange sense of deja vu. What skills does a sharpshooter have? Today Yoyu asked curiously. A sharpshooter's skills are centered around gun fighting, which is divided into physical and gun skills. The basic board requires both agility and constitution points. Songlin opened his skill panel, took a screenshot, and posted it in the group chat. The physical skills include block, flying kick, super speed, and moving shot. The gun skills include gun mastery, passive, trajectory detection, quick reload, draw and shoot, burst fire, spread shot, sniper, and hook shot. Sniper and hook shot require the sniper rifle and hook shot to unlock. Unfortunately, the gun fighting skills don't have the twisting gun feature I imagined, but trajectory detection is practically a probabilistic and statistical artifact. Simply input your intended firing position and the target's location, and trajectory detection will plot all possible and infeasible trajectories with virtual red and blue lines. It even includes bullet trajectories after impact and penetration of certain objects. If used effectively, it can be a very powerful booby trap. Block. Block or parry enemy weapon attacks with one or both weapons. Please note that magic guns have hard-to-break reinforced areas on their barrels. Try to use these areas to block attacks to avoid damage. Flying kick. Kick an enemy or object away with powerful leg power. Even if the kick fails, there's still a 50% chance of stunning the enemy. Super speed, active skill. Burns your own energy to accelerate metabolism, achieving a super fast reaction time. All skill cast times are shortened by 50% and cooldowns by 50%. The duration of super speed is determined by your current level and constitution. Currently capped at 60 seconds. Moving shooting, passive skill. Aimed and fired while running, fighting, or moving. Gun mastery, passive skill, prerequisite. Learn the lifestyle class gunsmith. Masters the various components of various magic guns, and the assembly and modification of magic guns. Trajectory detection. After determining the target and your own position, you can use experience, statistics, and calculations to determine feasible trajectories, represented by the blue line, and unfeasible trajectories, represented by the red line. Shoot where the trajectory matches the trajectory. If the calculation conditions remain unchanged, the shot will have a 100% chance of hitting the target. Can be used in conjunction with all shooting skills. Quick reload. Change magazines or reload bullets at extremely fast speeds. Draw and shoot. A shooting skill. Rapidly draw and shoot without drawing your gun. Burst fire. A shooting skill. Single/aggressive attack skill. Continuously fires to deal heavy damage to a single or multiple targets. Scatter fire. A shooting skill. A group attack skill. Shift the gun's muzzle and fire multiple shots, dealing damage to a large number of targets within range. Sniper. A single target attack skill. Required weapon. Sniper rifle. Targets enemy vital points from a distance, triggering a one-hit kill effect by hitting weak spots. Hook shot. A movement skill. A single target attack skill. Required weapon. Hook shot. Range. 200 meters. Locks a hook shot at targets within range. If the target is a building, use it to ascend, swing, or scale. If the target is an enemy, it can capture an enemy whose pull is less than its own weight. I get it. Today, Yo-Yo suddenly realized the essence of gunfighting lies in trajectory prediction. No need to aim, just use physical skills to align the muzzle with the trajectory, and you hit the target. The bullet is like an extension of the sword. So cool. Yeah, just like a cowboy in the West, American II. So Lin said, I just finished learning and haven't had time to practice it yet, so I'm going to try it out in the dungeon. Sure. The first stage of this dungeon is a melee, so range DPS is very important. Do you have the sniper rifle and grappling rifle? Yes. It took me a long time to make them. That's why the sharpshooter is a gunsmith before he can become one. The reason is clear. Junior gunsmiths can craft not only the 3 guns needed by the sharpshooter, but also the matching ammunition and a magazine. This magazine can store all 3 guns simultaneously and features auto-reloading and one-touch access. With a magazine, the sharpshooter can simply equip it in their weapon slot and use it instantly. Wow! I see. But it seems like the sharpshooter is a really difficult class, with so many prerequisites. Everyone chattered away, while Xianyuitio glanced at the time and said goodbye. Good luck. I'm heading back to the city now. I'm looking forward to seeing your playthrough videos, hee. Chapter 378. Tangman Bazu, now dressed in his jackal shell, appeared at the north border camp, bringing a crucial item to the prepared troops. A magic puppet. I got it from Rama. With the magic puppet, we can open a team shop right away. I already taken care of the paperwork at the Adventurers Guild. We can sell the jackal shells directly in the team shop, and we can set a specific percentage and recipient for the proceeds, freeing up time for other things. Awesome, bro. Nikyukia said, it seems you're getting better and better at getting things from Rama. Does Rama have any objections? As long as I'm taking semi-finished products, he's fine. The rest are all made by me, bro. Tangman Bazu said proudly. Well, I'm suddenly feeling a little worried, Nikyukia said. Hey! Tangman Bazu protested. Jokes aside, magic dolls and team shops are indeed valuable. Nikyukia and Jinryu, both experienced shopkeepers, immediately set about setting up the magic dolls. The other stronger players moved their no longer needed jackal shells into the shop, and put them on the shelves. Once everything was ready, Jinryu made the shop public, allowing customers to enter and shop, but only after payment could they take the goods away. After everything was settled, the players who decided to participate in the dungeon raid formed their teams. Jinryu opened the scroll and led everyone back to the dungeon entrance. In addition to the entire expedition team and the infrastructure team, the new team members Nikyukyu, Sanlin, Shirwe Xiandawang, Target Forest C, and teammate Head Tornado also decided to participate. Shirwe Xianda Huang and Target Forest C were the 2 players responsible for illustrating Xianyue Tiao's novels. Ever since Guardians of the Real and the virtual finished printing and successfully passed the manuscript review, they've been free. As a scenery-loving druid, Target Forest C, upon hearing that this dungeon offered pirate ship and seascape experiences, he eagerly signed up with Shirwe Xianda Huang, a mage. There's a new knight, for druids, 2 mages, an astrologer, a hunter, and an alchemist, Tranquility C said cheekily, squatting by the fire in the campground in front of the dungeon entrance. I mean, Isn't the healing capacity a bit too high? I'm not playing druid this time. I want to practice sharpshooting, Songlin said. 20 people. Tanks are Luzhou Laojiao, Hair Fall, and Plateau. One sword can also be a tank. Healers are me, Melissa, Mosquito, Ball, Forest C, and Kikawa. The rest are DPS. That's equivalent to a 10-man team, with 2 tanks, 3 ninjas, and 5 DPS. This configuration should be relatively safe. Today there's Rain said. The only concern is random teleport grouping. There might be some unconventional configurations. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains said. Suppose all 4 of us tanks are grouped together. Then the druids will have to reluctantly take on the tank role. Tranquility C smirked at Melissa Kubo. Bears can handle it. Bears can handle damage, but they can't hold aggro. Melissa Kubo said, it's not impossible to force a fight. As long as there are enough healers, we can heal as many enemies as we want, so it's not a problem. By the way, if you have cute creature armor, don't forget to take it off and put it in your backpack. If you have any weapons or items you're bringing into the dungeon, I suggest you put them in your backpack too. Last time we were thrown directly into the dungeon, we were all wearing cute little creature armor, but after entering the dungeon and changing into our shells, we couldn't bring anything into the dungeon. Only the contents of our backpacks could be taken in. Today Yo-Yu reminded him. Song Lin shoved the gun case he had just taken out back into his backpack. There are new players this time, so we start over from the beginning after entering and not read the save file. This dungeon doesn't specify a player limit. It seems everyone will be assigned a shell character based on the number of players, and the number of enemies will likely increase. Some shell characters have disabilities, making their movements somewhat limited. For example, the captain has a wooden peg leg, which contains the key to the captain's cabin. Our current clues suggest that upon entering the dungeon, there will be a boarding encounter. After completely destroying the enemy, we obtain save point 1. However, the pirates attacking us are immortal. They will resurrect as skeletons after nightfall. Preserving their body parts in your backpack will effectively prevent them from resurrecting. But the challenge lies in the Undead Queen's artillery fire. This ghost ship can emerge from the dense fog and overtake us in an instant. We tried to escape last time, but it didn't work. I have 2 ideas. Today Yo-Yu paused, gathering his thoughts, and continued, the main plot of the first stage is to survive in the vast ocean. According to the clues in the captain's cabin that I didn't fully read, the captain was guided by someone to follow the treasure map to find the Winter God's Fountain of Youth. However, the DM of the Vengeful Ghost said, there's no such thing as a Fountain of Youth. I suspect the Fountain of Youth is most likely a hoax perpetrated by the Winter God. Its purpose is currently unknown, but judging by his behavior, it's likely related to the divine war between the Tree of Life and the Earth Mother of all spirits. However, the Undead Queen's figurehead and the legend of Angelma, the Undead Queen, both indicate that this is a ghost ship favored or cursed by the Dark Goddesses, and their goal seems to be to prevent us from reaching the Fountain of Youth. Therefore, our first strategy is to quickly attack the dungeon upon entering, completely annihilating the enemies, and securing the first save point. Then, we quickly sail, following the navigation chart in the captain's cabin, straight for the Fountain of Youth. As long as we can reach land before nightfall, and the Undead Queen regains her immortal power, we can survive the first stage. Given that we wasted so much time exploring in the previous round, almost the entire day, that our route for the final stage was almost immediately overtaken, I think this strategy is worth a try. Everyone nodded. The second idea is, we start with 2 ships. Most of the information on our ship is in the captain's cabin, so we can explore it completely in 1 or 2 rounds at most. However, the Undead Queen must hold more clues and secrets. If the first idea doesn't work, we can try to board the Undead Queen and explore, or simply seize this ghost ship and take it for ourselves. The advantage is that once we board the Undead Queen, she won't be able to fire at us. But the disadvantage is that there are not only more undead pirates aboard, but also an Undead Queen of unimaginably high combat power. I understand. The key is, once you enter, use your most powerful moves, kill all the pirates as quickly as possible, activate the save point, and either escape with the ship or confront the boss directly. Tranquility C concluded with a stern tone. Chapter 379. As the saying goes, plan carefully before you act. After reviewing the dungeon plot and strategy for both veteran and new teammates, and urging everyone to bring their essential equipment, Jin Yo-Yu took a deep breath and headed towards the dungeon entrance. The familiar feeling of passing through a jelly barrier washed over them, and they once again entered the dungeon, awash with blue skies, white clouds, and a turquoise ocean. The veteran players all chose to restart the dungeon. This time, Jin Yoyu woke up again in the body of the wooden-legged captain. She deftly lay down to avoid the initial blow, then rolled on the ground, summoning her Wolf King. She grabbed the wolf's belly, hugged it, and hung onto it, allowing it to charge out of the battle. As the Wolf King fled, she glanced around, sensing something ominous. Melissa Kubo's large brown bear appeared beside Jin Yoyu, while the other 3 druids gnawed at the ball. Even a mosquito is meat, and the target forest and sea sprouted countless vines, stopping the pirates frantically attacking them. This was in front of the cabin entrance. The 5 people assigned here were all druids. Not a single tank, not a single DPS. Song Lin and Qin Chuan were also absent. One sword can shatter 1,000 mountains. Tranquil Sea, you 2 crows. IF***KU. Melissa Kubo's roar echoed through the sky, leaving behind a series of beeps muted by the system. The 4 knights looked at each other in bewilderment at the bow. Oh my god, this is really the worst possible grouping? Pamir Plateau muttered. Have you lost any hair today? He had already silently activated his guardian heart. Why are you still dazed? Let's go pull the monsters. The 4 of us tanks will take turns leading the charge, and pull them all in one go. The Pamir Plateau cried out in agony. Stop it, big brother! Still coming? Charge. Ijin Pachianshan sighed. All 4 tanks are here. If the druids are grouped together, the remaining DPS will be in trouble. The druids are full-time, after all. If things don't work out, there's the bear to take care of it. But the DPS over there are all so fragile. Crustier than chocolate rolls. The kind that break at the slightest touch. Have they learned their lesson this time? It feels like this grouping is clearly targeting us. Lujo Laji said. The 4 world knights raised their shields, and the combined silver-blue light was dazzling. Wherever they passed, the eyes of all the pirate monsters were drawn, fixed on the giant silver-blue ball of light. The DPS were dispersed according to their classes, scattered across the ship's sides, stern, and upper decks. Assassins were grouped together, mages were grouped together, and hunters, sharpshooters, an alchemist, and an astrologer were thrown together to huddle together for warmth. The hidden old man woke up in the same place he last entered the dungeon, and to his surprise, Tranquil Sea was there too. What's going on? Are they grouped by class this time? Tranquil Sea looked at the curses swirling in the team chat, and ran a hand through his hair. The hidden old man poked his head out from behind the crate where he'd been hiding, counted the nearby pirate monsters, sighed, and pulled the shark harpoon from his backpack. He twirled the harpoon a few times, and gently placed it on the other side of the crate. He tiptoed back and activated invisibility. A melodious whistle blared. Though clearly out on the vast ocean, the pirates who heard it saw fleeting images of dusk, desert, tumbleweed, and horsemen. Confused, they followed the melody. What's that sound? Before they could figure out what was going on, the clacking of footsteps echoed amidst the whistle. Swish. Swish. The hidden blades flew out, piercing each pirate's heart with unerring precision before retracting. Amidst the melodious whistle and the clacking of footsteps, invisible figures of death drifted back and forth, their sharp blades and daggers reaping the life of the undead. All the nearby pirates collapsed, and the invisible old man appeared in the air. He tilted his head back, drained a bottle of blue potion, and burped softly. I should have ordered 2 hidden blades, he muttered, picking up the shark harpoon from the ground and twisting it in the opposite direction to stop the attack. That move of yours was incredible. The Sea of Tranquility was amazed and applauded. Let's go! Boss Yoyu said, we need to be fast this time. The hidden old man pulled the cute bioarmor from his backpack and equipped himself. Thank goodness this stuff works. At the same time, at the stern. Thank goodness this bioarmor works. Yuhua Dengxian donned the cute bioarmor, feeling much more confident. With this, even without a tank, I can take a few hits. Besides, the dungeon is full of pollution, so there's no shortage of cute bioarmor. Damn it! A teammate hid behind 3 veteran bioarmor players, wielding a tornado overhead, biting his handkerchief as he swung his tornado. Why do all 3 of you have cute bioarmor? Hee, of course it's a bonus for the first raid. Turning left, he transformed the cube bioarmor into a larger octopus, its tentacles dangling pirates from side to side. Without this, a bunch of us squishy DPS players would be in trouble. After Lei Gong helped me throw a few, Despair Mire, onto the ground, I began to cast lightning spells everywhere, causing the pirates to bounce with every step they took. So what's the pattern behind these groups? Sure, Yuesian, also hiding behind the 3 men, asked Chuanzuoguai in a panic, if it's based on class, why are you, a magic chef, among us magicians? I'm a magician too. Chuanzuoguai said, my main weapon is a staff, while those other octopus tentacles wield kitchen knives. You never seen a chef who specializes in both magic and martial arts, have you? Sure, Yuesian panicked. Question mark. The situation on the starboard side was clearly worse. Why isn't there a tank? The eternal poet howled heartbreakingly. Why is your astrologer actually a summon? Kanagawa, controlling the great demon summoned from the card, breathed fire at the surrounding pirates. Astrologer is also a universal class. I'm more than just a healer. Astrologer master. A vast sea of stars appeared behind him, and Kikawa gently flicked the astrolabe in his hand. Fate control. His health bar plummeted to half, and at the same moment, the pirates around them all slipped and fell backwards. The eternal poet was stunned. What kind of move is this? Bang, 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 bang. Sanglin activated ballistic detection and unleashed burst shot. For bullets pierced the hearts of 4 fallen pirates in quick succession. Can this move affect the enemy's luck? Not just theirs, but your own too. I can adjust both good and bad luck, taking away half a tank's health with each adjustment. Kinokawa said, this is the price you pay for moving the stars of fate. But at my current level, I can only make them stumble. That's enough. Chapter 380. There are already many classes available in this game, but newer classes like Warrior, Astrologer, Assassin, and Sharpshooter haven't seen many players switch to them. It's not because these classes aren't fun, but rather that humans are essentially repeaters, and those brave enough to explore the future haven't yet blazed a trail. But for all the experienced players, who have successfully navigated the numerous trials and quests, even developing new skills through trial and error, the playability and appeal of these new classes far surpass those offered by simply running errands for NPCs or delivering food. Trajectory determination. Thousands of different ballistic trajectories appeared around Songlin. Compared to his initial confusion and hesitation, he could now quickly select the one that best suited him. He raised his hand, matched the trajectory, and fired. The pirate in front of him was shot in the arm, howling and shifting his hatred, his eyes filled with malice fixed on Songlin. TSK, while hitting the target if the trajectory matches, hitting the center kill line requires considerations like hand stability and recoil, and keeping the muzzle pressed when firing continuously. Sanglin muttered, mentally memorizing the key points, unconcerned with the pirate targeting him. He didn't need to worry, as the pirate was already blocked by the great demon unleashed by Kinokawa. Star power. Kinokawa healed everyone's health bars, finally resembling the traditional astrologer. Card summoning, healer, luck control. What other hidden skills do you astrologers have up your sleeves? Tangman Bazu was a bit jealous. His adorable little bioarmor was mastered to perfection. His massive treeman shell was covered in thick shields. While it couldn't hold aggro, it at least stood in the way, diligently taking damage. He occasionally unleashed a wave of corrosive alchemical potions, showering the pirates with bruises and blood. Augurs are prophets who know fate. The arcana cards contain everything in the world. Through divination, augurs can summon images of fate to fight for themselves. Astrologers, on this basis, gain insight into the stars, possessing the power to analyze astronomical charts, manipulate star orbits, and harness the power of destiny. Kinokawa said. Shit! I think you astrologers are the true sons of the meta. The recognized son of the meta, Songlin, and the alchemist, Tangman Bazu, who occasionally stole the spotlight, said in unison. What weak classes are there in this game? Kanagawa said, it all depends on the player's skill level. Classes like the mage are easy to pick up and pick up quickly, but mastering them requires skill analysis, especially the synergy and enhancements of each skill. The World Knight is a symbol of stability and peace of mind. As long as the tank doesn't fall, everyone is safe. Don't underestimate the physical classes. In terms of skill damage alone, the magic chef, hunter, assassin, and sharpshooter may not be as good as the magic classes, but they all have skills that deal damage or target vital points, ignoring health bars for a one-hit kill, something the magic classes struggle to achieve. But the magic classes are all turrets, and their health reduction alone can be devastating to the enemy. He drew another card, his face beaming. Card summon. Victory blessing. A golden victory buff. Increases luck for 3 minutes and critical hit chance by 50%. Good luck. Seize the opportunity and claim victory. The astrologer is said to be a universal class, but summoning Archdemon to absorb damage and heal is more about ensuring its own survival. Its skills are more like a powerful crowd control support. Kakawa said, I like this game's class system. Although it's complex and full of puzzles to solve, the game balance isn't achieved by weakening overpowered classes. Each class has its own strengths and characteristics. Whether or not you can find the most effective playstyle depends entirely on the player. TSK, you're worthy of being a master. Well said. Tangnan boiled a tree whip to sweep away a group of pirates, manipulating the bioarmor to absorb pollution and repair itself. Come to think of it, why haven't I heard of any warrior players? This class is open. It's been a while, hasn't it? The warrior class is a bit hard to describe, said Kikawa. The complaints I heard all say it's too dwarven, too RP-like RP, role-playing, and not something most people can play. I don't understand. Tangnan Buju said, wouldn't it be better if it felt more immersive? Well, let me give you an example. The warrior has a skill called Taunt that draws aggro. My fellow tank who trained as a warrior said that the moment he used it, he was filled with dwarven curse words. For someone who doesn't usually curse or swear, it was quite shocking. He decided that the noble world knight suited his taste. Ha ha ha. The eternal poet laughed so hard his arrows missed their target. Oh my god, is the warrior class actually that interesting? I need to get one and try it out. Aren't you the eternal poet? How can you play a warrior? Songlin scoffed. You don't understand. Even if I play other classes, I still have the heart of a poet. That's what an eternal poet is. The poet chuckled. I think you're the eternal fun guy. For knights were struggling to run forward, dragging a large group of monsters. Good news. 2 of the knights had plenty of experience with locomotives. Bad news. The monsters this time were at least 3 times as many as last time, and there were no druids. Good news. There were 2 more knights this time than last time. I see the druids. They're using the cutie bioarmor to scale the wall. Luzhou Laju exclaimed in surprise, everyone, hurry up. The path from the middle of the cabin to the starboard side was still blocked, but this time, after everyone successfully brought the cutie bioarmor in, levitating over the wall was no longer a problem. Rather than circling back to the stern, the druids decided it would be better to scale the wall and directly meet the knights. Damn, aren't you pulling in a bit too many monsters? Melissa Kubo's eyes widened. The number of monsters this time is far greater than last time, isn't it? The game's difficulty has increased. Today Yoyu said. I guess it's because of our increased numbers, and the cutie bioarmor, that the dungeon's difficulty has been increased to balance it out. Otherwise, with our current strength, the monsters from before would probably have been considered just easy. The druids unleashed their health recovery abilities, instantly restoring the knight's health bars to full. The 4 knights couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 381. First wave rendezvous complete. Have you lost your hair today? He said happily. Druids, hold on. The first DPS group should be not far ahead. What should we do with these monsters? A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. He pointed to the pirates behind them, who were blocked by the boxes. Let's circle back and clear them out later. Today's Rain said, we 5 druids, each guarding 1 knight. The remaining 1 will be there to help out. It won't be too stressful. Just remember to regenerate mana. With the 5 druids joining the team, the knight's efficiency instantly increased. The pirate monsters behind him swarmed and stumbled, almost blocking the entire side of the ship. How many monsters are there? The target, for a C, was the last to climb over the wall and was stunned. At least 50. Pamir Plateau replied as he sprinted forward. DPS, hurry up. Then he saw the men ahead, slaughtering everyone. A giant, adorable, armored tree man, covered in thick, heavy shields, blocked the path. A large demon paced alongside the tree man, occasionally spitting flames at the pirates. The sharpshooters and hunters in the rear seized the opportunity to launch ranged attacks against the pirates ahead. You're finally here, said the Eternal Poet. We killed over a dozen pirates. The knights, who had been rushing in, thinking the DPS would fail, responded, Oh, that's good. We got over 50 more behind us. Let's kill them, said Luzhou Laoji expressionlessly. We thought you, with your lack of tanks and healers, wouldn't last until we got here. Isn't this a pretty good fight? Did you lose your hair today? He asked with some regret. Send 2 world knights and 3 druids forward to the stern. We clear out the monsters here. Kikawa looked up at the dark mass of pirates behind him, and suddenly felt a little unbearable. Don't run back to the stern with such a long line. What a waste of time. So, did you lose your hair today? He and Pamir Plateau skillfully entrusted their hatred to Luzhou Laoju and Ejian Pachienshan. With today's Rain, Melissa Kubo, and the mosquito, no matter how small, were still meat. They climbed along the treeman's outstretched arm, climbed over the huge obstacle, and advanced. Luzhou Laoju and Ejian Pachienshan simultaneously stopped and turned back, facing the dark mass of pirates behind them, becoming the strongest shields in front of their companions. The cute little bioarmor they've been wearing, previously used for levitation and speed, now transformed into a massive vine shield, withstanding the first wave of fierce attacks. Astrology Master. The Starry Seas Phantom appeared once more, and Kikawa flicked the astrolabe in his hand. Fate control. Once again, sacrificing half his health bar, the thread of fate trembled gently. In an instant, the pirates' hands slipped for a second, their long swords flying out of their grasp, piercing their own feet. Ah! A chorus of screams rang out, and the knights and druids, witnessing this bizarre skill for the first time, gasped in amazement. What the hell is this? Is this how astrology works? Awesome. More and more masters are coming. EP351, who had long been at the top of the game's rankings, suddenly felt the pressure. With a complete T+ and plus DPS lineup, everyone fulfilled their roles, and their combat effectiveness increased significantly. Although unlike other games with distinct class types, many classes in this game possess strong independent survivability. Even if, as in this case, they encounter malicious illusions and random groupings, lacking tanks or healers, they won't be succumbed to attacks from monsters of the same level. Adding defensive equipment, like the cute biotic armor, will extend their survival time. However, this doesn't mean that classes lack specialized tendencies. Just like druids tend to be more healers and astrologers tend to be more control and support, each class still has its own strengths. While other tasks can be taken on when there's a real shortage of manpower, the effort and resources required are far greater than those of their primary focus. Diverting attention to other tasks can somewhat detract from one's primary focus. Once all classes are complete and return to their core roles, they can focus on attracting monsters, healing, or dealing damage, and their efficiency will naturally be greatly improved. EP351 and Luzhou Laojiao, along with Tangmin Boiju, held the monsters and blocked the road. Niakikyu, targeting the forest, Dahai, and Qinchuan, were responsible for healing and controlling the enemy's health. Somlin and the Forever Poet provided mindless damage. After 5 or 6 minutes, the battle was over, and everyone began to clean up the battlefield, sorting and preserving the pirates who resurrected at night. This was also physically demanding, and it took them some time to finally complete everything and head back to the stern. Have you lost your hair today? The others, carrying the few scattered monsters they had picked up along the way, had already reached the stern, only to find that the magicians there were also at ease, seemingly requiring no help at all. 3 gigantic clay giants guarded the mages. The ground was covered with despair mire. 3 veteran players, wearing cute little bioarmor, fought their way in and out of the pirates, 2 of them acting as long-range artillery turrets. Mages, despite the stereotype of crispy chocolate ice cream cones, now felt like Xiao Zilong of Chanshan. I needn't have worried about them. Have you lost your hair today? He rubbed his hairless forehead sadly. Aren't they all quite capable fighters? Isn't it good that nothing happened? It saves us from a disaster. Today Yoyu rolled his eyes. A save point is only meaningful if everyone survives. Saving after someone dies would be embarrassing. Restarting at that point was neither right nor wrong, it was even more frustrating. After the World Knights and Druids joined the fray, the mages let loose even more, each one displaying their true artillery abilities. It wasn't until halfway through the battle that today Yoyu and the others realized a giant octopus, its tentacles wielding a kitchen knife and homemade cigarettes, had joined the mages. So this dungeon isn't grouped by class? Melissa Kubo asked hesitantly. Just now, the astrologer was also identified as a lone DPS. This dungeon's criteria might be a bit off. Or perhaps different from our own standards. Today Yoyu said uncertainly. Hey! I'm a mage too. A mage. And a chef. He corrected, turning left. The group was chatting and fighting when suddenly, a strangely familiar whistle blared. As they looked, the pirates spurted blood in a strange rhythm and fell to the ground. The hidden old man dispatched the last pirate, neatly shaking off the blood stains on his hidden blade and dagger, revealing himself. Fuck, so cool. Captain, how can you even have your own background music, Captain? Chapter 382. Ding, the player system prompts. Congratulations, everyone. Your prowess has once again deeply shaken the core obsession of this illusion. Save point 1 has been generated. Players in this party, whether entering this illusion individually or as a group, can choose to resume from the beginning of the dungeon or from save point 1. Some players' original save point 1s have been overwritten by this record. Hey, have we killed all the monsters? Melissa Kubo asked. Aren't there still a bunch of monsters over in the cabin that we haven't lured over? We just took care of them all along the way. The hidden old man retrieved the shark and replied quietly, "But I didn't have time to collect the bodies. I need your help collecting them." "Holy crap, are you two assassins really that awesome?" Everyone was shocked. "Let me clarify." "Tranquility," he said solemnly. "The hidden old man killed all the monsters by himself. I just followed him and helped collect the bodies, but there were too many bodies to even begin to dismantle." "Shit!" Everyone looked at the captain with respect. "Then we split into 3 groups. One team will deal with the pirate bodies, and the other will sail away from the undead queen." Today's Rain said, "I go to the captain's cabin to continue gathering intelligence." "Okay." Everyone agreed in unison and got to work. This time, there was no need to waste time exploring insignificant areas. Today's Rain rode Wolf King straight to the captain's cabin. After sending the coordinates of Pirate Bay from the treasure map to the team chat, he began to review the logbook he hadn't finished reading last time. Angelma is not only a believer of the Dark Goddess, she also claims to be the mortal enemy of the God of Winter. However, the truth is that her disrespectful behavior angered the Lord of Rage, and she was retaliated by him. She therefore hated the Lord of Rage and threatened to fight him to the end. But this reckless woman failed to realize that even if she converted her faith and embraced the Dark Goddess, she controlled only the night, darkness, and the undead. The vast ocean remained the domain of the Lord of Raging Waves. During the day, the undead queen could only sail the seas inconspicuously, plundering like ordinary pirates, whose veins still bleed, and who could still be wounded and die. But as soon as night fell, the ghost ship revealed its true form. Mist was her white veil, darkness her mourning garments, and the dark ocean her coffin. Her men, reduced to piles of bones, still served her with their lives. She moved freely between mist and darkness. No one could escape her clutches, and no one could decipher her path. Old sailors once said that if she targeted you, landing in daylight was your only chance of escape. The undead queen and her crew could only sail the dark sea, unable to reach land. It seems the first idea is correct. If we can reach Pirate Bay, where the Fountain of Youth is located, directly during the day, we can escape the undead queen's pursuit, successfully completing the first stage objective and entering the second stage. Today Yoyu rested her chin in thought. This dungeon is called Pirate Bay, but the theme is searching for the Fountain of Youth, which may not exist. So, it's very likely that the vengeful ghost finally discovered the truth of the scam after reaching Pirate Bay. She continued to flip through the log. It's probably still another day's sail to Pirate Bay. Unfortunately, the crew's rumors seem to be true. I also begun to catch glimpses of the ghost ship. I wish I was mistaken, but unfortunately, it's my legs that are damaged, not my eyes. Angelma, that damned undead queen, seems to have set her sights on this wreck of a ship for some reason. I, Captain Van Dyken, the once renowned adventurer, must admit that after losing my leg, nothing in me, including my broken body and dying will, could attract the attention of the legendary undead queen. I wonder what she wants from me. Or perhaps this is just revenge against the God of Winter and all the seafarers who believe in her. It's known that the undead queen, Angelma, has a grudge against the God of Winter and is a follower of the Dark Goddess. This dungeon may be related to a war between the two gods, or it could simply be Angelma's personal act. But what purpose does the Fountain of Youth serve here? If it's truly fabricated, what purpose did the God of Winter hope to achieve by fabricating it? Used as bait to lure the enemy? But the only people currently searching for the Fountain of Youth are followers of the God of Winter themselves? Today Yoyu opened the system's database library and began searching for information on the God of Winter. Search keyword Winter God for the entry Lord of Raging Waves and Ice and Snow. Friels, Lord of Raging Waves and Ice and Snow, is also known as the Winter God, the Old Man of Ice, the Sea God, and the God of Ice and Snow. He controls concepts such as storms, water, lightning, and temperature severe cold. He possesses 1/3 of all natural authority. Because his followers frequently fight in the north, he has usurped some of the authority of the God of War. He covets the natural authority held by the Mother Tree of Life and the Earth Mother of all spirits, and has repeatedly attempted to launch divine wars, but has repeatedly failed. This long, icy night was also a divine war initiated by him. The Winter God's authority includes water and temperature. Hot spring water is indeed within this range, but neither immortality nor healing itself is likely within the Winter God's concept of authority. Truly speaking, the Mother Tree of Life possesses life-related abilities. As an Earth Druid, Jean Yoyu clearly remembered the system's explanation. Our Druid's healing abilities come from the Mother Tree of Life, so the Winter God naturally cannot have such authority. Therefore, the Fountain of Youth can only be a hoax. Even if this hot spring truly exists, It cannot possess the healing powers possessed by another nature deity. Then the question arises, why would the winter god pretend to possess a magical spring imbued with the power of the mother tree of life? Jin Yo-yu felt he couldn't figure it out, so he simply shared his speculation in the team chat. Team Target 4 is C. I understand. Using rumors to deceive believers and seize authority is something I'm familiar with. Not really. Team Today Rain. Question mark, can you elaborate? Team Target 4 is C. The detailed mission is confidential, so I can't share it. But there's a setting in this world regarding gods. Simply put, if your believers believe you have certain abilities, the more people believe in you, the more you gain those abilities. So many gods use this method to start god wars, advertising their own or others' abilities to their own or others' followers, or blurring the boundaries of their own concepts to expand their interpretations. This is called appropriating authority. Chapter 383. Team Target Forest Ocean. However, the rumors believers believe must be beneficial to the gods themselves. For example, if they believe in rumors that steal other gods' power for themselves, that's called usurpation of authority. If believers believe in nonsense like my god can poop upside down, then they are polluting the gods. Team Melissa Kubo. This setting is so strange. Believers have all sorts of strange beliefs. If someone disrespectfully makes clay sculptures of gods, wouldn't the gods be polluted every day? Team Target Forest Ocean. Otherwise, how could this be a world of evil gods plagued by pollution? However, according to the conversations between Xianyu Boss and the NPCs, gods have a foundation stone, like a backup disk of their data. If a god accepts the usurped authority, it will write the new data to this foundation stone as a backup. If it doesn't, it will periodically restore it with a single click to combat the pollution. Team Today's Rain. I'm starting to understand. The god of winter pretends to possess a magical spring of water that possesses the power to heal and slow aging, and he's making it all so mysterious and covert, spreading this rumor for his followers. The more people believe this legend, the more they will mistakenly believe that the god of winter also possesses the power to heal and prolong life. He can then gradually erode the natural authority held by the mother tree of life and the earth mother of all spirits. This is also part of the war between the gods. Team Hidden Old Man. The scroll of teleportation to the north that I originally obtained was stolen from a sailor with a long name. It said that the god of winter sent that sailor to AMT County to gather intelligence. As a reward and a means of escape, he gave him this scroll that supposedly leads to the Holy Spring of Youth, but we landed in a camp of zombies, jackals, and orcs. Team Today's Rain. This shows that the god of winter is indeed deceiving his followers. He probably wants them to complete their mission and then be teleported to the north to be silenced. If an ordinary person were to be transported unprepared to the icy and snowy north, with a jackal orc camp nearby, they would surely die. Team Turn Left. Isn't this old man too mean? He even betrays his own followers? Team The Eternal Poet. To the gods, followers are merely tools that provide nourishment for their faith and carry out their orders. After becoming a god, humans are nothing more than lowly ants on earth. Who cares about the lives of ants? Team Today Rain. I roughly figured out the story of the god of winter and the Fountain of Youth. The god of winter spread the rumor about the Fountain of Youth in order to seize power over nature. The captain of this ship was tricked into seeking the fountain, which likely contributed to his death and became his vengeance. From the DM's perspective, I suspect the captain himself is a vengeful ghost. However, the captain doesn't possess anything resembling a vision core, so I doubt we'd be able to find the core in the first stage for a brute force speedrun. So how's our escape plan going? Team One Sword breaks 1,000 mountains. All the bodies of the undead pirates have been processed and stored. Team Ascension to Immortality. Report. We're traveling at top speed towards the coordinates, but time flows very quickly in this dungeon. We only traveled a quarter of the way, and it's already getting dark. I think at this rate, reaching Pirate Bay will take at least 2 more days and 2 nights. Based purely on mathematical probability, I don't think we can land before dark. I suggest we quickly review the information in the captain's cabin. Let's go through this process and see if there's a chance of a turnaround tonight. If the Undead Queen's rule is that it can't catch up beyond a certain distance, then this route might still work. Today, Yo-Yu flipped through the logbook and found only the last page left. It contained a very brief sentence: she's caught up. Just in case, she stuffed all the books and materials in the captain's cabin into her backpack, including the treasure map. Team Today's Rain. There's no more information in the captain's cabin, and the logbook abruptly stops, only stating she's caught up. I suspect something must have happened between the captain and the Undead Queen in the real storyline. The biggest problem now is how we can avoid the Undead Queen's barrage of gunfire. Team Luzhou Laojiao. If we can't escape, we just have to fight, right? Team One Sword breaks 1,000 mountains. The fact that the pirates were on our ship last time didn't stop Annie from firing at us. If the ghost ship comes after us again tonight, the best strategy might be to forcibly board and kill them. The best time to board would probably be at the save point, when the two ships are tightly bound together by the grappling hook. Last time, the Undead Queen fired directly at us from a distance. Team Song Lin, I have a grappling hook, so we can try forcibly boarding. If you can transform into octopuses, I can also bring as many people as possible. Team Today's Rain, this time we have cute little bioarmor, so we can try to levitate and board. Team Yuhua Dengxian, regarding the use of the cutie bioarmor, I think it's worth a reminder. If it's not in our inventory when we die, it will most likely be lost along with this illusory body. If there's no guarantee of survival this time, why not just lay down and start over? As everyone discussed, night fell once again. Players gathered on the deck from all corners of the ship, watching the mist rising from the sea, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Or lay down. The cutie bioarmor is too valuable. Forcing the plot to proceed might not guarantee victory over the system-set plot kill. Yuhua Dengxian said, the save point is still there, anything is possible. Everyone, put your cute little bioarmor in your backpacks. Today Yoyu agreed, but Songlin can try the grappling hook. If he manages to board the Undead Queen, it at least give us some clues for the upcoming battle. Druids, try to grow vines, and the rest of you can transform into octopuses. Let's try a surprise attack. The white fog thickened, and the Undead Queen gradually emerged from it. Her massive hull seemed to break through the misty veil, suddenly appearing in front of the group's boats. TSK, after a whole day of sailing, it caught up in just a second. Yuhua Dengxian was astonished. Story kill, no way. Song Lin raised his grappling hook, activated ballistics detection, then silently lowered the gun. This wave is over. The distance is too long, beyond the grappling hook's 200-meter range. That far away. The pirate ship's cannons have a range of 400 to 500 meters easily. Staying too close would make it easier to be caught. This 400-500-meter distance became the final obstacle for everyone's escape. As the CG animation for the story kill began, everyone silently stuffed their important weapons and equipment back into their backpacks and lay down neatly. Then, they were once again sent out of the dungeon by the roar of artillery fire. Chapter 384. Edward Lost woke up in his soft single bed. The alarm clock beeped, and the room was pitch black. The heating pipes and the magical heat balance device were still running steadily, filling the room with warmth. He reached out to turn off the alarm and stared at the ceiling. After a long moment, the confusion and sleepiness in his blue eyes reluctantly faded, and clear consciousness returned. On days like this, without sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, he always had trouble distinguishing day from night. He wiped his face with his hand, shaking off the irritation brought on by the nightmare he could no longer remember. The cool feeling of his bare feet on the floor brought a refreshing comfort. Edward went into the bathroom and washed his face. He looked up at the mirror. The blue-eyed, black-haired young man in the mirror, his face covered in water marks, his eyes slightly red, staring back at him wetly. "I'm human," he whispered, raising his hand to wipe his wet cheek. Last night, he seemed to have fallen back into the nightmare that had plagued him for years. Edward Lost was an orphan, his adoptive parents' assumed name. But compared to other orphans, who didn't know their parents, he was special. He knew a little about his biological mother. As soon as he could remember, a nun from the Church of Light had told him that his mother was a renowned beauty in town. The girl's beautiful face and melodious voice had always been the town's pride. Until that beauty and voice were targeted by a demon from the abyss that roamed through dreams. The unfortunate girl suddenly disappeared late one night. Nearly a year after her disappearance, she appeared outside the Church of Light, looking mad. Her feet were bare, she was wearing only a tattered nightgown, and in her arms was a swaddled baby, a few months old. She knocked on the church's door, handed the child to the gatekeeper, and left only one message: "Edward, his name is Edward." The seemingly insane girl vanished again into the night. Some saw the abyss demon taking her away again, but no one came to claim the child left behind in the church. The girl's family passed by the Church of Light every day. They watched Edward grow up, his features resembling hers, but never considered taking him home. Edward was thus adopted by the Church of Light. No one knew exactly what had happened to the girl, but as the townspeople examined his similar profile, they seemed to understand something. Theoretically, Edward was a half-human. But no one knew the identity of his father. Most speculated he was a member of the Abyss Demon, able to freely come and go in dreams. This would explain the girl's mysterious disappearance. But others insisted that this was simply another case of a young girl, bewildered by love, running away from home. The man she loved was likely a homeless man with no money, no power, or even nothing at all. Unaccepted by their families, they abandoned their child and wandered the world. Until Edward was chosen to be a spy trained by the Church of Light, and sent to the Magical Federation to be raised by foster parents designated by the Church of Light, none of the girl's relatives ever visited him again. Edward Lost considered himself an ordinary human, constantly telling himself so, as if this could alter his true lineage. But it was undeniable that his physical prowess and lifespan surpassed those of ordinary humans, a fact already evident even before he embarked on the path of a transcendent. He even began to fall into dreams that didn't belong to him at night. Most of them were bizarre, strange, chaotic nightmares with no pattern or order. Every time he woke from one, he could feel his consciousness wailing under the weight of the heavy burden. He had never reported this in his prayers. The possibility that he had abyssal demon blood was not something he could happily share with his beloved God. He couldn't imagine his God looking at him with disgust, the same disdain he would for a demon. Luckily for spies like them, the God of Light didn't require them to pray strictly according to church regulations and rituals every day. This was to better conceal their identities. Moreover, the gods had no interest in listening to the daily trivialities of puny humans. The gods were extremely busy, and a good spy's job was to sift and organize the intelligence they had obtained, reporting the most valuable information. Reporting too much useless nonsense would also bring punishment from the gods, though in retrospect, that punishment was also a manifestation of the gods' love. Thinking of this, Edward's memories told him that divine punishment was also a wonderful experience, but his body began to tremble uncontrollably and resist, as if it were something extremely terrifying. Edward felt confused at this dissonance between body and mind, and ultimately could only shake his head and put it aside. It's better not to be punished, he thought. I shouldn't anger the gods I respect and love so deeply. He put on his uniform meticulously, and drew open the curtains. Artificial sunlight illuminated the street, false, but it truly brought a touch of warmth and comfort to those who were tired of the darkness and snow. It's undeniable that Professor Moiwu and his adventurers have truly managed this city well. The professor has truly changed over the years, Edward sighed softly. He still remembered the time he met Moiwu as a visiting professor. This professor, born into a magical family, was unassuming, gentle and approachable, possessing a romantic longing and fondness for everything in the world. The line between extraordinary beings and ordinary people in this world isn't so clear-cut. In fact, the vast majority of extraordinary beings in the Magic Federation prefer to keep a low profile, concealing their abilities and disguising themselves as ordinary people. Exposing one's true abilities is a recipe for disaster. No one knows whether the next powerful being they encounter will surpass them, nor whether their godly ranks will overlap. Being in plain sight, while the enemy is hidden, often means an attack is coming from around the next corner. All transcendents do their utmost to conceal their true abilities, using magical arrays and runes concealed within their clothing to mask their level, abilities, and even their aura and taint. This leads to a strange phenomenon. In this world, those who appear as weak as ordinary people are often the most dangerous transcendents. But when you encounter someone who appears as weak as an ordinary person, yet untainted, then congratulations, you hit the jackpot. You may have encountered a top-tier being. Just pray you haven't angered them. The more powerful the transcendent, the more adept they are at disguising themselves as an impeccable ordinary person. It's said that even some gods occasionally transform into mortals, blending in with the masses to experience the suffering of all. Professor Moiwu is a master at concealing his power. Chapter 385. Edward clearly remembered the first time Moiwu entered the classroom. He was dressed in simple robes, with a gentle yet calm smile on his face. His face was pale and frail, and he looked like a powerless, ordinary person. But all students at the Magic Academy of Calcadora knew that this was a professor who was usually gentle and polite, but you definitely didn't want to cross him. He came from the main house of Philizlock, the oldest and most powerful family in the Magic Federation, and possessed profound magical knowledge and wealth. This visiting professor even had the potential to inherit the position of head of the family, but he had recently fallen out with his family, and was expelled from his family for some undisclosed reason. Rumors circulated that this professor, who had already reached Grandmaster status, was expelled from the family for engaging in some forbidden research. Others claimed it was merely a cover-up for a family feud. However, no sooner had this great magician been expelled than he received an invitation from the Magic Academy of Calcadora and moved in as a temporary visiting professor. It was said that his power had reached the pinnacle, perhaps a saint or a hidden being, but no one dared to directly question him. On the continent of Osiria, probing another's extraordinary level was reserved for close family members. Otherwise, it would be considered a provocation before a war. Unless you employed an ancient mystical technique, drawing upon the power of the world consciousness to assess the opponent's strength, you not only had to be a believer in the world consciousness, but also possess a similar level of power to undetect. It was said that this professor had a very strict academic standard, with his own strict standards and an extremely high failure rate. However, in Edward Lost's eyes, the professor's eloquent lectures and the bright eyes he used to describe all the beauty of the world to his students left a lasting impression. Even after more than 100 years, the memory remained vivid. Edward could sense Professor Moiwu's immense love for the entire world. The professor was filled with sympathy and compassion for the suffering of the world, but at the same time, he was filled with hope and faith in its salvation. Edward had never seen anyone so dazzling, except perhaps his God. But he also knew that Professor Moiwu, with his heart set on the world, would not remain in Calcadora for long. He was simply preparing for the next stage of his journey. After becoming more familiar with Moiwu, Edward often visited him over afternoon tea to hear his plans for exploring the ruins and searching for Dragon Island. To Edward, who had always lived a routine life, following his adoptive parents' instructions, the adventures he described seemed both distant and romantic. In those few short semesters, the professor seemed to bring a vibrant touch of color to Edward's dull life, opening a small window into his closed world. Edward could smell the fragrance of flowers wafting in through the window, but he never mustered the courage to step out. Professor Moya spent only 2 years at Calcadora. He didn't even stay for Edward Lost's graduation ceremony. Yet, he left a lasting mark on his life. After Professor Moya's departure, Edward buried this newly closed window, along with the secret of his bloodline, deep in his heart. Later, Edward would occasionally hear the legend of Professor Moiwu, though most of it appeared in the form of popular legends. This great magician, exceptionally skilled at disguising himself as an ordinary person, kicked dragons and punched mercenaries throughout his journey south, slapping anyone who mistook him for an ordinary person, even sparking a wave of ordinariness phobia across the continent. But how much of this was exaggeration, and how much was true is unknown. Only the ordinariness phobia seems to have been a real event. After that, relations between extraordinary beings and ordinary people across the continent became much more harmonious. However, even these tidbits of gossip were like ephemeral flowers that bloomed and faded away. Before Edward knew it, he heard no more about Professor Moiwu. It was as if the legendary great magician had vanished overnight, and no one knew where he had gone. The last time they saw Professor Moiwu was at the mercenary relief shelter in AMT New City. Professor Moiwu seemed more like an ordinary person. He still wore the same seemingly plain robe, etched with layers of magical circles, seemingly plain, but actually holding a mystical meaning. He smiled more often, giving off a more distant vibe. But strangely, when interacting with the people of the city, he was far more approachable than he had been at university. His longing for and love of the world remained unchanged, though he seemed more stable and worldly wise. He was no longer the lonely figure in Calcadora, avoiding faculty and student activities and interacting only with a few familiar students. He was the undisputed ruler of AMT County, shouldering the true responsibility of its people's livelihoods. Edward dared to say that if it weren't for Professor Moiwu, most of the city's inhabitants would have perished when the winter god snowstorm arrived. His thoughts suddenly paused, his brain seemingly frozen. He blinked blankly, lowered his head to adjust his tie, put on his hat, and walked out the door. Time to get to work. Despite calling it work, life here was far more relaxed than in Corensal. Wendell's management was very relaxed. He allowed employees to occasionally leave during working hours to do personal things, grab a bite to eat, or even meet adventurers. At work, Wendell was a result-oriented person. As long as the work was done well, he didn't care how it was done. But in life, he seemed a complete process-oriented person, enjoying the process itself without worrying about the end result. Most adventurers could fulfill their needs at the magic puppet in the first-floor lobby. Edward's only responsibility was to handle 2 things: distributing magic firearms to adventurers who had signed Wendell's vocational training application and firearms expense receipt, and enduring the adventurers' inexplicable teasing and strange looks. The adventurers' appearances were irregular, often numerous one day and few the next. Sometimes they blocked the city completely, and sometimes they vanished altogether. Their lives were also erratic, with mealtimes being the norm, and they often collapsed onto the floor to sleep. Edward hadn't witnessed this personally, but he had heard rumors from many residents. They seemed to be all-night owls, even if they were still out and about in the streets in the wee hours, quietly and respectfully going about their business, not disturbing the residents' sleep. What a strange bunch. Chapter 386. Ding, the player system prompts. Save point 1 successfully loaded. 20 players reappeared on the deck. They wasted no time collecting the bodies of the undead pirates, rushing directly to the side of the ship next to the undead queen. While they were said to be next to each other, the two ships were actually connected by grappling cables, with a gap of about a meter between them, sometimes moving closer and sometimes farther away as the ship swayed in the waves. The undead queen was taller, while their shabby ship was lower. While the undead pirates could simply glide down from the queen, they had to climb across the slippery iron cables. Since this was purely a groundbreaking mission, the players, fearing the loss of their equipment, unanimously put away their cute little bioarmor and began to exhaustively explore possible solutions, using their bodies and lives. With a save point, the players' lives were unimportant, but losing the cute little bioarmor would be heartbreaking. Song Lin first pulled out his grappling gun. This time, the range was only a few meters, and he effortlessly slid the grappling line onto the opposite ship. He flipped the trigger, and the pulleys on the gun spun, pulling him and the octopuses clinging to him aboard. The octopuses leaped off one after another, one leaping the furthest, saying as it did so, "There's nothing special about this undead queen." Ah! A massive meteor hammer swung, sending the octopus flying, transforming into a meteor in the sky. Ding, the player system, your body is dead. Everyone turned around. Behind them stood a burly man, over 2 meters tall, wearing an executioner's mask. His upper body was naked, save for a leather belt tied around his hands. His lower body was covered in leather armor and trousers. He held the meteor hammer's chain in his left hand, and swung it with his right, his muscles bulging like a mountain. Right off the bat, it's a mini-boss fight. Identification shows this guy's name is Undead Executioner, level 82. That's a bit high. What are you afraid of? There are 19 of us. 20! Brothers, I'm back from the dead again. The octopus dumpling that had just been knocked away reloaded save point 1, and found itself back on deck, stuck in the same loop as everyone else. Right, this dungeon is similar to Clock Tower Town. While the players ahead are still progressing through the dungeon, the ones behind them will directly enter the already open dungeon. The druids also summon vines, which, by dragging and binding, successfully carried all the players aboard the undead queen. It seems that as long as there's no total annihilation, as long as one person survives, the others can use the save point repeatedly to come back. Today Yoyu looked at the hidden old man and Tranquility Sea. I have an important task for you too. She pulled them together, lowering her voice as she explained things. Leave it to us. Tranquility Sea patted her chest. We two can definitely kill like crazy. Captain, you do the killing, I do the killing. Hidden old man, question mark. Oh, how about we switch? Tranquility Sea said good-naturedly. I do the killing, Captain. The hidden old man's face instantly showed a look of fear. No, I kill. And so the division of labor was happily decided. Death penalty. The executioner roared indistinctly through his hood, and a massive ball-and-bomb meteor hammer slammed down at the nearest octopus player. Substitute death. Luzhou Laojiu activated his substitute death skill, raising his thick shield in his left hand to barely block the blow. His health bar plummeted, hurtling towards 1 HP. Share the burden. The octopus player. The eternal poet shouted hurriedly, their health bars splitting, now firmly at 50%. This is a real death sentence. The damage is exploding. Luzhou Laojiu gritted his teeth and persevered, gathering strength in his arms. He seized the opportunity to cast a protection shield just as his invincibility expired. The eternal poet swung his 6 octopus claws. The remaining 2 still clutched the bow and arrow, and tumbled to safety. The guardian shield shattered within 2 seconds. Using the accumulated power from the broken shield, Luzhou Laojiu slashed with his right sword. Revenge. With an agility that belied his bulky appearance, the executioner dodged the attack with a slight backward movement. He only took a step back with his left foot, his meteor hammer still gathering momentum and spinning. Luzhou Laojiu's health bar was low, and he quickly entrusted his hatred to the "Have you lost your hair today?" The executioner's gaze fixed on the gleaming bald head of the "Have you lost your hair today?" Even with a pirate's body, the hair-losing boss couldn't escape his fate of baldness. The executioner's attacks were powerful, and the death sentence skill had a short cooldown. A single death sentence required Guardian Heart, Guardian, or Iron Wall to withstand, and it would also cost him half his health. After the death sentence of the meteor hammer hitting from top to bottom, there will be a meteor hammer following. The huge meteor hammer will hit upwards from the bottom with a tremendous force. This move does not cause much damage, but it has a very strong knockback effect. If you are hit, you will most likely fly out of the narrow side of the ship and fall directly into the water. Here at sea, with only the deck and the sea beneath their feet, the Earth Elemental invoking Earth Wall skill was completely useless. Due to the skill cooldown, a tank could only receive death sentence twice at most. The 3 World Knights on the field all raised their shields and took turns tanking. The druids healed frantically. Today's Rain's Wolf King, Melissa Kubo's Giant Bear, Song Lin's Crystal Spider Altsuan, and Gnawing Ball Shantak Bird were also released to join the fight. Huge vines soared into the sky, encircling the area and isolating the other pirate minions. They couldn't fight a boss higher than their level, while also clearing out minions. Chop off the head and tail, leaving the center. Swords flashed, tentacles danced, and after turning left, the octopus-like creature landed in a dashing superhero pose. Looking back, only a few faint red marks marked the executioner's bulging muscles. It was clear his skin wasn't even broken. What a fierce performance, only to find a 0.5% performance. The crowd couldn't help but rant. No defense. No defense. He turned left and covered his face with his tentacles, shedding a shower of octopus tears. No slime. Soren climbed onto a nearby crate and pulled out his sniper rifle. Trajectory. Countless blue and red bullet trajectories appeared in his field of vision. Sniper. The crosshairs in the scope were aimed at the executioner's massive head, and Soren firmly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A magic bullet spun out of the muzzle, heading for the executioner's temple. Twang! The magic bullet pierced the executioner's hood, piercing the fabric and leaving a burning rip. The executioner remained standing, his hood disintegrating into rags that fluttered in the wind, revealing the hideous, fish-like head beneath. Chapter 387. That wasn't just an ordinary fish head. It looked like some kind of ugly and highly poisonous stonefish. The rose poison fish. The skin was pitted and covered with moss and strange thorns. The eyes were sunken, and there were needle-like dorsal fins on the top and back of the head, extending all the way to the spine of the neck. Those spiky dorsal fins might be poisonous. "It's going to rain today," she said. "Everyone, be careful. Stay away." Before she finished her words, she saw the Tangnan Potcook magician cast Void Fist and plot the executioner's head. "Today's rain? ? Sorry," Tangnan Boza said sincerely. "I can't help myself when I see the biological toxin. I really want to get some to test it." Today's rain was suddenly amused and confused. "Then be careful." Song Lin tried firing a few more shots at the fish head executioner, but all his magic bullets were deflected. He said helplessly, "This guy's physical defense is too high. Magic attacks are effective." As the main force in reducing the health bar, the mages like Yuhua Dingxian were constantly working hard. It's just that the level difference is quite large. It feels like scraping. "It's just scraping, but your health bar's down to 80%. Kanagawa said, giving everyone another victory buff. "Keep it up, everyone." The battle was in full swing up ahead. The World Knights took turns taking the beating, while the others delivered heavy damage. The hidden old man handed Tranquility Sea a hooded cloak with the mark of invisibility, saying, "The mark of invisibility doesn't cost much mana, and this cloak has high durability. It should last us through our exploration of this ship." Tranquility Sea readily accepted the offer, donning the cloak and activating the mark of invisibility, experiencing the feeling of wearing Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. The 2 assassins, stealthy, crept through the dense swarms of monsters aboard the ship, carefully searching for clues to clear the level. This was one of the special tasks Yoyu had assigned them today: conceal themselves and keep the dungeon open. Even if everyone fighting the executioner mini-boss next door were killed, they could still reload using a save point. With speed and luck, the mini-boss's health bar might even be fully restored. The second task was to explore the ship as much as possible, searching for clues to the mission. An assassin who could turn invisible was undoubtedly the ultimate ace in the hole when searching deep within the enemy camp for clues. Whether it was intelligence or a head, they had to retrieve something. The Undead Queen was enormous, a 4-decker, 4-masted galleon with towering forecastles and poops at both ends. The 2 assassins were currently on the top deck. Hidden Old Man, up or down? Tranquility Sea, up. I drew a victory card upright. Upright, down reversed. I'm making a blind bet on the poop. Legend has it that famous pirates kept their important treasure chests and charts at the stern. Hidden Old Man, I feel like you're talking nonsense. Never mind, let's start with the poop. Even the cost of the reality and void mark is minimal. It can't justify wasting time. Having set their target, the two of them quickly move forward. In this game, the assassin's invisibility doesn't decrease their agility or speed, no matter what method they use. As long as they keep their footsteps quiet, parkouring on the ship is a breeze. The entire ship is U-shaped, and the poop has 3 levels, starting from the top deck. The two began searching from the bottom deck. After skillfully unlocking the first door, they discovered a treasure vault. From floor to 3-meter-high ceiling, brass treasure chests, the kind perfect for an adventurer's fantasy, were piled high with gold coins and jewelry, like a dragon's lair. Holy crap! Tranquility Sea gasped softly. Oh my god! Can I take all this treasure? It's useless even if I take it. The hidden old man said expressionlessly, this is a fantasy. These are all pirate fantasies. Just think about it. This ship, with such a heavy treasure stern, can still sail smoothly on the sea. It defies physics. Tranquility Sea looked at him speechlessly. Amazing. Looking at this awe-inspiring treasure, the only thing that comes to your mind is this defies physics? If it's fake, it's fake. The hidden old man glanced around the room briefly. Seeing no other clues besides gold, silver, and jewelry, he retreated and headed to the second floor. The second floor held an archive, filled with bottles of all sizes, each filled with haphazardly rolled parchment scrolls and neatly bound scrolls. The inner bookshelves were crammed with books. So are these illusions or clues? Asked Tranquility Sea. The hidden old man sighed. There's a good chance there are clues. The best way to hide a drop of water is to place it in the ocean. This is the Sea of Documents tactic. Let's begin searching. You say we're searching, but we don't even know what we're looking for. Tranquility Sea grumbled, removing the reality/impersonation mark from his cloak. The hidden old man also removed the reality/impersonation mark to save mana. Boss, you said the motives and intentions of the shells we're possessing are clear, but there's almost no information on why the undead queen is trying to obstruct our actions or even attack us. We should seek information on that. And also on how to control the undead queen, either escaping from her control or taking her over. Tranquility Sea nodded and casually picked up the parchment scrolls from the jar beside him. These parchments are maps. Huh? The hidden old man gave him a puzzled look. This one, and this one. Tranquility Sea unfolded the parchment scrolls. All of these parchments contain the coordinates of the Fountain of Youth, but the shape and location of each map are different. It's a lie spread by the god of winter. The hidden old man nodded. This is the clue we already have. We can rule out the parchment scrolls. The bundled scrolls were all teleportation scrolls, very similar to the ones the hidden old man had stolen earlier, only much older. A trap set by the god of winter, Tranquility Sea said. The hidden old man blinked and shoved the teleportation scrolls into his backpack, asking Tranquility Sea to do the same. Why? These teleportation scrolls work? Tranquility Sea wondered. While I don't know exactly where they lead, they definitely lead to the northern continent. The hidden old man said, if we use the teleportation scroll provided by the illusion and reach the continent within it, would that mean we successfully escape the undead queen's pursuit? Shit! Tranquility Sea blinked and gave him a thumbs up. Captain, you're awesome. But I'm not sure if this thing will actually work. We still need to find the dungeon clues first. The hidden old man muttered softly, his gaze fixed on the bookshelf further back in the room. Chapter 388. There were at least hundreds of books on the bookshelf, written in a variety of languages. The hidden old man reached for a few, but after a while, he felt dizzy and had to give up. Tranquility Sea, too lazy to read, simply began to frantically cast appraisal on the entire bookshelf. So, the system kept saying, this is an ordinary shelf. This is an ordinary book. This is an ordinary tattered book. After countless useless prompts, Tranquility Sea finally saw something different. The player system prompted, this is the logbook of the undead queen. As long as I examine it enough times, I'm sure I find something. Tranquility Sea muttered, pulling out the thick logbook. The logbook was bound in hard leather, with brass corners and spine, looking very ancient and valuable. Each page was meticulously cut parchment, bearing a message intricately written in a flourish of cursive script. Tranquil Sea should have been unfamiliar with the text, but as he peered closely, he discovered a handwriting he could understand. On that fateful voyage, I lost my life's work. My fleet, my lover, my friends, and my men, all because the foolish, narrow-minded, stubborn, and duplicitous winter god Friels refused to allow the daughter of his sworn enemy to roam the seas. He feared me because I was the last heir of our race, and I knew the truth behind his ascension to godhood. Back then, that thin, frail, and sinister youth deceive the mermaids' trust and seize the sacred pearl, the source of life forged by their leaders from generation to generation, the very source of their survival. Losing the sacred pearl that could summon wind and rain, control water, and allow the mermaids to breathe underwater, my people were forced to leave the deep sea, where they had lived for generations, and live in shallow waters. We lost our ability to transform into mermaids, and gradually became like ordinary humans. Except for our long lifespans, and a yearning for the deep sea. The sea still calls us, and we long for it, but we cannot return. Our desires have brought pollution and evil. Unbeknownst to us, our once beautiful homeland was overrun by an evil god from the universe and his minions. I attempted to return to the sea, even through human means, and I succeeded, but Friels noticed my presence. Fearing that I could shake his foundation and overturn the faith of his followers, he attempted to strangle me in the sea. In that storm, I once again lost everything, but before sinking into the sea, the undead and alien gods, the goddess of vengeance and annihilation. The dark goddess Gyna heard my prayers, filled with tears and resentment. She saved me, brought me to the dark side of the planet, and granted me strength, treasure, and the courage to sail again and seek revenge against the goddess of winter. I, Angelma, the last daughter of the mermaids, swear to the dark goddess, I will dedicate my life to destroying the foundation of Friels, overthrowing his faith, and removing his anchor. I will transform into the undead, and fight him to the bitter end, reclaiming the sacred pearl that belongs to our race. Angelma, the undying mermaid. Fuck. Angelma is a mermaid. The Sea of Tranquility said, mermaids. There are mermaids in this world. The hidden old man came over, read the entire passage, and ruthlessly shattered Tranquility's fantasy. Look carefully. Angelma is the last mermaid. They were driven from the ocean by the winter god through a treacherous scheme, and have lost their ability to transform into mermaids. She can't become a mermaid, so you can stop thinking. Tranquility looked at him speechlessly. Gold, silver, treasure, and mermaids can't tempt you. The hidden old man took the logbook from him, and continued flipping through it. No. So Angelma has a grudge against the winter god for genocide. Well, not just genocide, but her own people and fleet were also annihilated by the winter god once again. It's a grudge on top of a grudge. Tranquility said, so Angelma wants to thwart the winter god's plan to seize power through the Fountain of Youth scam. She collected. Or perhaps they've stolen all the fake maps and teleportation scrolls to the Fountain of Youth, and want to kill everyone who seeks it? To me, that last point seems unnecessary. Aren't these people trying to find the Fountain of Youth also deceived by the god of winter? The hidden old man blinked. That makes sense. Could it be that Angelma is after the treasure map on our ship? Tranquility continued to speculate. Why not give the treasure map to and work with her? The god of winter is our enemy too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. There's no need to clash with Angelma. By the way, there's something else I'm confused about. The hidden old man said, we previously speculated that the vengeful ghost in this instance was our ship's captain, the alter ego of Boss Yo-Yo. Right? But the hidden old man unfolded the logbook before him. How could a captain, who was likely killed by Angelma, in a single encounter possibly know the details of the undead queen's facilities, the confidential contents of the logbook, and Angelma's mermaid identity? Damn it. Tranquility pondered this for a moment. Blind student, you seem to have discovered something. So, the vengeful ghost isn't anyone from our ship. The hidden old man muttered. He could only be on Angelma's side, or even someone very close to her. This is why Boss Yo-Yo couldn't find the illusion core on her shell. Oh well, that begs the question. Sea of Tranquility asked, how do we find the vengeful ghost from Angelma's side? We only know the DM's voice is a man's, right? Well, a man's voice doesn't mean much. The vengeful ghost in the Clock Tower Town dungeon, and the DM's voice don't seem to belong to the same person. If you think about it from the perspective of the person who heard this, then it's not impossible that the vengeful ghost is Angelma herself. I hope not. The hidden old man sighed. I quite like Angelma's character as the Queen of Vengeance. If she's a vengeful ghost, then she must have died here, which would be such a shame. As for how to find the vengeful ghost from her side, I think, if you can't defeat them, just join them. Chapter 389. The hidden elder tucked the logbook into his system backpack and, along with Tranquil Sea, reactivated the reality and void marker and headed for the top floor of the poop. The door to the room was wide open. The two peeked through the doorway and discovered a spacious suite. In the outer room stood a carved desk, almost Victorian in style. In the center of the hall stood a large drafting table, a world map pinned to it with a dagger. On the wall to the other side hung a life-size oil painting by Angelma. The inner room, separated by a screen, was the bedroom. In the center stood a luxurious, comfortably large bed, covered in furs that looked expensive. On the other side of the bedroom was a massive glass wall. Although the glass technology of the era was somewhat rudimentary, the glass, neatly cut into squares, was somewhat thick and greenish, secured by a series of latticed wooden frames. In the center was a wooden framed glass door crafted using the same technique. Outside was a terrace. The sun was shining brightly, filtering through the thick glass, casting a shimmering light throughout the bedroom, resembling the ocean floor. As the hidden old man reached the drafting table in the outer room, he subconsciously took a screenshot of the map. They tiptoed around the room. Fortunately, Angelma wasn't in the room that presumed to be her bedroom. She seemed to have left in a hurry. Wisps of hot white smoke still rose from the cup of black tea on her desk. The bedroom was warmly decorated, but there didn't seem to be much to note. After a long search, the two men found an antique-style picture box pendant necklace under the pillow. Opening the oval pendant, they revealed a small oil painting of a beautiful, brown-haired woman. A few letters were engraved on the inside of the box lid. The hidden old man stared at it for a moment, and a translation appeared in his vision, "My love," in the language of the mermaids. The hidden old man glanced again at the identification results in the system log, a pendant cherished by Angelma, seemingly containing a portrait of her deceased lover. The hidden old man pondered for a moment, then tucked the pendant back under his pillow. "You're not taking it?" Tranquility C asked. "If it's something she values, maybe it can be used as a bargaining chip." "Forget it." The hidden old man shook his head. "Threatening someone with the belongings of a deceased loved one, even in a game, I wouldn't do that." Tranquility C shrugged, but didn't press the issue. He went outside and searched again, finding an old, open letter on the desk. "Annie, perhaps you should pay attention to the crew. They've been complaining more and more lately. It's not that they can't understand your motives for seeking revenge against Friels, nor that they harbored any disloyal thoughts. No, we all support your vengeance. However, this is our 50th year of wandering the seas. Atop the vast ocean, we wage an endless war against a god who rules the seas. Granted, preventing the legend of the Fountain of Youth from spreading might prevent Friels from usurping all power over nature, but it cannot undermine his current formidable power. We are mere weak, half-humans, and this protracted war between gods has consumed most of our lives. Each of us feels the powerlessness of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before the god, we are ultimately insignificant ants. If we could see a glimpse of victory, perhaps the crew could regain their confidence. But is there truly any hope of victory? We're fighting a rumor, and rumors are endless. Friels used the sacred beads to fabricate the illusion of a fountain of youth, luring the people of the sea with beautiful, romantic lies and endless treasure maps. Those yearning for immortality, freedom from illness and pain, and even those harboring greed, flock to this rumor. Friels offers them a false hope, a false one, but a hope nonetheless. Those suffering won't listen to your words. They only seek a bright future they desire, even if, in the end, Friels offers them only disaster and death. You can't defeat hope with despair, even if it's false. Furthermore, those pursuing these false hopes are pitiful souls like us. Even as pirates, we shouldn't deprive them of their final life. At our next resupply stop, many crew members may consider leaving. Even I might choose to leave. I hope you're prepared. Your faithful first mate, Miles Knorr. That's a bit strange, Tranquility C muttered. Didn't the crew all turn into undead monsters? Why does the letter say they're all half-humans, and about to disembark? Perhaps this letter is from a long time ago? The hidden old man speculated. The crew's transformation into the undead must have happened later. Perhaps the crew mentioned in the letter have already successfully left. I can't say for sure. I think with ghost ships like this, once you're on board, you can never get off again. Tranquility C rummaged around on the table again. Strange, there's no crew list here. If I compared it with the first mate's name, I know they didn't leave. Perhaps something like this is placed in the bow? The hidden old man said, the crew roster isn't supposed to be that important, and it wouldn't be in the captain's own bedroom. That's true. Even a pirate ship with a few casualties wouldn't need to revise the crew list multiple times during a single voyage. Something like this is more likely to appear in the first mate's cabin. They would back downstairs and onto the deck. The other players had already worn down the fish-headed executioner through repeated deaths and repeated reinforcements. He lay sprawled in the safe area created by the druid's vines. This fight was so damn hard, What Dengxian said, his eyes wide open. It took us almost an hour to finish. That's not even how you scrape. The physical defense is too high, and the magic defense isn't weak either. Lujo Laju said, Not to mention our shells are fixed levels, so the level difference is huge. And after defeating that mini-boss, there was no system notification saying a save point had been activated. Are we really on the right track? Melissa Kubo said weakly. I feel a bit out of place too. Today Yoyu said thoughtfully. Boss Yoyu. We found some information and clues. Tranquility removed the mark of reality and illusion, revealing itself to the crowd. I think there's something wrong with our attack route. The hidden old man added softly. The vengeful ghost might be one of Anjuma's men. Chapter 390. While the players were exhausted by the Pirate Bay dungeon, MOU and Ialian's sub-account returned to the Mage Tower with a bucket of fish. They switched back to their own bodies. Ialian woke from the Lord's shoulder, touched his nose sheepishly, and said he was going to the city defense training camp to see how the slaves were doing before hurried out. When DeCarlo pushed the door open, he saw the teacher squatting in the kitchen, staring blankly at the fish in the bucket. Wow, so many fish. Did you catch them? Are you having fish tonight? MOU sighed deeply. Nothing. DeCarlo, nothing? The disciple looked blankly at the teacher, then at the bucket full of lively, fresh fish, lost in thought. Let's have fried fish tonight, MOU said absent-mindedly, patting his robe and standing up. I'm going to the Silver Dragon Dream. Oh, okay. DeCarlo deftly placed the bucket of fresh fish, likely caught by his master's wife, into his interspatial bracelet. Then I send the fish to Uncle James for processing. MOU is going to the Silver Dragon Dream to find Moewu. The workers from Coloncel had already produced enough winter clothes and blankets for AMT County. These clothes were sufficient for simple warmth for ordinary people, but for adventurers, they needed to undergo a further process before they could become qualified defensive equipment. In addition to constantly gaining experience and tempering their bodies through adventure after adventure, the professionals and extraordinary people of this world also constantly upgrade and modify their equipment. The main method of doing this is to affix runes and magic circles to clothing, armor, or weapons through physical or magical means to enhance the equipment's defense and attribute bonuses, as well as the weapon's attack power and durability. While AMT County is currently thriving, it's still severely lacking tailors capable of crafting high-quality robes capable of infusing these runes and magic circles, as well as rune masters, magic carvers, and high-level magicians capable of imbuing equipment with runes or magic circles. Of course, MOU himself is capable of inscribing magic circles using the magical knowledge left behind by MOU. The new clothes he and Ialian wear, crafted by players, are inscribed with magic circles, one by one, based on his knowledge, to increase defense, stealth, and other functions. But the Lord's enchantment of his own clothes is limited. He has many other things to do, and doesn't have the time to engrave magic circles on every adventurer's equipment. Furthermore, his disciple, DeCarlo, hasn't yet mastered these magic circles. A solution has already been identified. Recruit some recent or near-graduation students from the Magic Academy of Calcadora. This way, MOU secured talent. University students received internship certificates issued by the Lord of AMT County, and could start work directly in AMT County upon graduation. The Magic Academy of Calcadora solved the employment problems of a large number of students, ensuring a bright and beautiful future for everyone. The only problem was that the de facto administrator of the Magic Academy of Calcadora, a pseudo-god-level knowledge concentrator, knew MOU and had hired him as a visiting professor for several years. That knowledge concentrator of the Magic Academy of Calcadora. Lil MOU sat on a tiny chair, holding a tiny teacup. All handmade by Silver Dragon. In fact, even as MOU and MOU spoke, Silver Dragon was still carving a set of wooden bowls and chopsticks. The little magician paused, as if contemplating something. After a moment, Moewu said, I think you probably don't need to worry about that. He most likely already knows you're going to seek him out. MOU? ? Because that knowledge conglomerate is the god of time. The remnant of the old man of time. He not only possesses authority over history, but can also glimpse portions of the future. Moewu casually dropped this explosive news. Back then, my salvation plan, the initial version, was also guided and inspired by him, as I planned it in Calcadora. Even the fact that the Silver Dragon holds spatial authority, and the last uncontaminated fragment of world consciousness was revealed to me by him. So, I don't think you need to worry about whether he is an ally. He was one of the initiators of the salvation plan from the very beginning. MOU, good boy, you can talk about this kind of thing sooner. Moewu, he's a bit mystical, and most of the time he's an indifferent spectator of history, but in terms of his stance, he should be neutral and leaning towards the world camp. I heard him say before, without the world, history would be meaningless. However, after all these years, I wonder if he still holds true to his original intention. I understand. Mou nodded in understanding. What's his name, that gathering of knowledge? Calcadora. Mou said, he is the creator and administrator of the Magic Academy. He named it after himself. Good fellow. Mou muttered, doesn't this mean he will censor anyone who mentions the Magic Academy? That's exactly right. Mui nodded. Thus, since its establishment, the Magic Academy has remained peaceful and untouched by any invasion or disturbance. All politics, religion, and divine wars have nothing to do with it. Aside from its vulnerability to ubiquitous erosion and pollution, it can be said to be a fairly peaceful and safe area. Calcadora protects his students. It is said that he remembers every student who enrolled and every teacher who taught there. However, his protection only applies within the Magic Academy. He cannot protect those who leave the university town area. You said he is the remnant of the Old Man of Time. Then how did the Old Man of Time fall? Mou asked curiously. It's said it's forgotten, Moiwu said. The three elements of godhood are faith, authority, and foundation. None of them can be missing. The foundation is the body of the god, faith is the strength and soul, and authority is the responsibility and ability. If a god is forgotten by his followers and loses faith, he becomes a hollow shell. To avoid the war of gods, the Old Man of Time fled too deep and too far into the cracks of time. By the time he realized the danger, he could no longer hear the prayers and calls of his followers. Faith vanished, and only the foundation became the remains of the god. However, all of this was hinted to me by Calcadora. He didn't tell me exactly what happened to the Old Man of Time. The only certainty is that he completely dissipated in time. Chapter 391. Humanity fears nothing but the unknown. Once Mou had a clear understanding of his opponent's intelligence, he felt confident in his negotiations. Early the next morning, he and Ialian arrived at the Magic Academy Calcadora on a griffin. This griffin was the oldest, most prestigious, and largest of the griffins raised by the beast trainers. It flew with remarkable stability, its massive body safely carrying the Overlord, who was not adept at flying mounts, and the silver-haired knight, who was closely protecting him. Yesterday, Mou had Charloria informed Calcadora of their visit today. Although Mayu claimed that Calcadora could foresee the future, the formalities still had to be followed. The Magic Academy Calcadora was indeed fully prepared to welcome them. As they arrived at the Magic Academy's airspace, the silver-blue magic dome enveloping the academy slowly opened, and a giant griffin descended into the academy's courtyard. A female professor, her hair neatly tied in a bun and wearing small round glasses, awaited their arrival. Professor Moiwu. The stern-faced professor smiled gently upon seeing Mou. Long time no see. Long time no see. Professor Cassandra. Mou had already thoroughly read Moiwu's biography before arriving, and now he easily recognized the professor. Over 100 years. How are you? Still the same. Professor Cassandra pursed her lips and complained to Mou in a familiar voice. Life in Calcadora is much more peaceful than outside, but a large number of students can only complete their elementary studies. Their qualifications are insufficient, and entering advanced studies would expose them to contamination beyond their capabilities. Knowledge is a curse. Even if the children who come here to study are mentally prepared to accept it, their bodies and wills won't allow them to continue climbing the ladder of knowledge. Family can also sometimes become an obstacle to academic pursuits. Every year, I encounter countless students who, upon returning home, find themselves embroiled in various troubles and lose contact. You know, we can only protect students within the confines of the Magic Academy. In recent years, Calcadora has united all the schools here, bringing them under its protection, but students must always return home. Alas, the number of students who persistently climb the divine ladder of knowledge is dwindling. As she spoke, she noticed the silver-haired knight accompanying Mou. She examined him carefully for a moment, her expression suddenly moved. Is this Knight Ialian? Former holy son of the Church of Light, guardian of the real and the illusory? Mou and Ialian were both startled, exchanging glances as if to say, that novel is sold here? Yes. Mou smiled. You're truly well informed. Alas, as I said, our students always have to go home. Professor Cassandra's lips curled slightly. The book I confiscated the most from students recently is The Guardian of Illusion and Reality. Although I never heard of the author's pen name, I'm very familiar with the editor, Lord Hydradius Philizrock. By the way, perhaps you didn't know this, after you left Calcadora, for a long time, an adventure novel featuring you was popular in the academy. It was written by Hydradius. Mou's smile froze. Goodness, no wonder Hydradius wasn't surprised at all when I discussed the house-stealing plan with him. So he even written about his brother's novel? Pfft. Aelian couldn't help but turn his head away to hide his chuckle. Let's not dwell on those past events. Mou glanced at Aelian and coughed softly. I believe Calcadora is waiting for me. Ah, yes, yes, please follow me. Professor Cassandra pushed open a heavy door and led them through numerous magical corridors and up several stairs, finally stopping in front of the Academy's highest tower. She pushed open the heavy metal door. Please, both of you. Mou smiled and greeted her, stepping through the tower's doors. Behind them was another long, spiral staircase, climbing all the way to the top, where they entered a large room occupying the entire tower. Professor Cassandra had completed her mission as a guide and didn't follow. The room was covered in a thick, long-haired carpet, and a silvery, translucent figure stood barefoot on it. He wore a brown robe, his long silver hair cascading down the floor. His face was youthful and delicate, yet exuded a kind and tolerant grace. As if time had long since frozen in time, his youthful appearance combined with the aura of an elder. Mou. Calcadora's voice, like an aria, articulated Mou's name accurately. Stranger from afar, a soul of the same essence as Moyawu, welcome to this world. Greetings. Mou was slightly surprised. He leaned forward slightly, his left hand resting on his chest in greeting. Great Calcadora, the gathering of knowledge. I gazed upon countless possibilities in the torrent of time. Calcadora's voice sounded dreamlike. In the vast majority of futures, the world withered and withered in the divine war, planets reduced to dust, and nothing existed. In a few futures, there was still a glimmer of hope, and that hope likely came from you. Although you still consider yourself an ordinary person, in reality, to this world, you have truly become its savior. His golden eyes gazed at Mou and Aelian. Unfortunately, when the old man of time fell, his authority shattered and split in two. I only possess one of them, and the majority belongs to the power of the past. History. My abilities are extremely limited, and I have few opportunities to glimpse the future. What I have seen are only fragments. The future still holds countless uncertainties. For example, I never saw you all coming together due to the intersection of fate. But I must say, this is a good thing for the world. Order needs to be protected, reality and spirit need to redesignate their masters, and the fragmented time will eventually converge. Fragmented time? Mou asked, do you know the whereabouts of the remaining portion of time's authority? Calcadora shook his head slightly. I don't know, but I know it's become a sealed artifact. Or perhaps, a sealed artifact. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. Please sit down, please sit down. Let me slowly answer all your questions. I believe you have many. And what we lack most is time. The answers to all questions will ultimately be found in history. Chapter 392. Mou indeed had many questions, the most curious of which was how the old man of time had fallen, and what exactly was Calcadora. Calcadora sat down in a rocking chair and nodded to the two, motioning them to sit on the sofa opposite. His body was nearly translucent, yet seemingly solid. Mou, you could see the rocking chair swaying with his movements. He folded his hands over his abdomen, his eyes ethereal and vague, as if piercing through countless years, gazing into the vast unknown. Time is a solitary authority, he said. Few worship the god of time. Some may pray for eternal life, immortality. But that is truly a power of nature. Without a tenacious life force, facing endless time could only lead to a pile of withered bones. No one prays for their time to stagnate or advance. If their time is out of sync with the world, it would likely lead to the despair and torture of separation from their families. Some may pray for time to flow backward, but that is not a price a simple prayer can pay. Time can only grant little to its believers, and even less from them. Fortunately, its scarcity also means less pollution. The old man of time is a solitary deity. He is his own anchor. He wanders the long river of time, pausing on the shore to observe the joys and sorrows of the world's creatures. But the excitement will never belong to him. He can only be a bystander in history. If he reaches out and stirs the river of time, everything will fall into chaos. Countless chaotic timelines will arise, and then collapse in the process of deduction. Time is a lonely and unforgiving authority. Unfortunately, the old man of time is not a heartless god. As he observed history, he developed a deep curiosity about the world's creatures, cultures, and knowledge. He journeyed through time and the ages, marveling at the cultures and miracles they created, yet lamenting their painful and fraught fates. But fate, too, is not the authority of time. Both are forged from the past, and extend into the endless future. As these powers intertwine, fate gradually begins to entangle time, while time, in turn, becomes bewitched by history, culture, and knowledge. His own anchor began to shift, diverging from the faith of his followers. If that were all, it wouldn't be a major problem. But he gradually grew fond of this new self, so much so that he carved this new part into the foundation. The gap between the foundation and faith grew wider, and as the old man of time continued to travel through time and space, he failed to notice that his connection with his followers had become so thin and almost non-existent, until he took another step into the distant past. The thread of faith snapped, the heavy anchor sank deep into the ocean of consciousness. The god, like a kite with a broken string, was trapped in the maze of time, deep in the distant past. His authority remained, but he no longer had the power to activate it. He drifted quietly through space and time, his mind in disarray, gradually losing himself. Then, following the flow of time, he encountered his newly divine self. In the same space and time, two gods of time suddenly existed. The faith offered to the same god suddenly had two directions. Faith, overwhelmed, chose the seemingly more powerful god. The old man of time, hailing from the future, by some strange coincidence, robbed me of my few remaining beliefs, having just hatched into a god. The nascent god fell before it could blossom, and the foundation of him from the future had been altered, unable to replace his original self and reinterpret the past and take his place in history. The god who controlled time ultimately perished in the collapse of his own time cycle, a mockery of fate. Curiosity not only kills the cat, but it can also bring down gods. The old man of time eventually dissipated in time, his foundation split in two. One part, carrying the weight of history and a sliver of the future, merged with a fragment of a polluted world consciousness to become me. The other part, containing the god's nascent, boundless curiosity, combined with his final divine power to become a new being. Sealed Artifact 001, Unknown Observer. Born from time, yet floating outside of time and space, a living sealed object carrying all the desire to explore. The other part of time's authority. The part concerning the future, is held by that sealed object? MOU wondered. The unknown might have a slight connection to the future, but pure curiosity couldn't encompass such a vast concept. He struggled to connect the two. Calcadora shook his head. Fragments of the future ultimately couldn't be absorbed by me or it. I did my best to preserve a tiny bit of the future, but most of the concept of the future has been absorbed by fate. The goddess of fate now has the power to foresee the future and even control it. The old man of time, who constantly evaded the divine war, ultimately perished due to his own mistakes or the manipulation of fate. The world no longer knows. But time is an extremely dangerous power. A mere flutter of a butterfly's wings could unleash a massive temporal storm. The old man of time played with fire and burned himself, and I, for this very reason, have been guarding the remaining fragments of the power of time. Calcadora extended his right hand toward MOU. The tiny world spirit, Leah, took the initiative and flew over, landing in his translucent palm. MOU opened the system panel. The World Consciousness Fragment Status panel flashed. World Consciousness Location Guide. Discovered World Consciousness Fragment X1, Magic Academy Knowledge Convergence, Calcadora. I regret that as the guardian of the Magic Academy Calcadora, I possess a great deal of contaminated knowledge. Until my duties are fulfilled, I cannot merge with the world consciousness. Calcadora lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Leah's. The two fragments of world consciousness seemed to exchange something, and then a system notification chimed in MOU's ears. Beep, system notification. Time authority has been reconnected. Current time authority, 50%. Calcadora of the Magic Academy has become a member of the World Faction. The main quest has been updated. You can only reclaim the World Consciousness Fragment after you help purify the intellectual pollution within Calcadora and assist him in fulfilling his mission to protect the Magic Academy. Don't worry. Calcadora smiled calmly. I am merely a fragment of world consciousness residing within the remains of the deceased time god. I am a collection of knowledge, not a living being with self-awareness. Whether I like it or not, my life will live and die with the world. You can think of me as another Leah. Chapter 393. You might be wondering why neither Moiwa nor Leah informed you of my existence. Calcadora smiled. Because I hope to be the last fragment of the world consciousness to be integrated, and they have agreed to my request as a reward for my assistance in the salvation plan. Furthermore, as a gathering of knowledge, I can currently accomplish far more than a fragment of the world consciousness that cannot appear on the stage. MOU nodded. He didn't have much of an opinion on this. After all, Leah, the boss, and the fragment of the world consciousness had agreed, and he, an employee, didn't seem to have much reason to object. Furthermore, although Calcadora was a fragment of the world consciousness, he now felt more like a living being. Asking him to hand over the fragment of the world consciousness felt like forcing someone to take out half of their brain, a thing you didn't particularly want to do. Since the most important authority had been reconnected and the fragments of the world consciousness had been located, you felt that whether or not to retrieve them was no longer that important. More fragments would simply increase Leah's anchor points, energy, and ability cap, and recruiting more players would compensate. Now that everyone had reached an agreement on how to handle the fragments of the world consciousness, the next step was to discuss business. AMT County. Calcadora lowered his eyes, as if reminiscing. I still remember it. 170 years ago, a student from the clock tower town in AMT County never returned after requesting to go home to attend the birthday celebrations of the God of Light. Later, his teacher inquired and learned that his town had become a fantasy world overnight. It's a pity. He was a bright student with the potential to become a professional. But then again, since the founding of the Magic Academy, we have lost many students for various reasons. I remember every one of them. He sighed deeply. It's painful to see promising students perish or interrupt their studies for various reasons. Did Moyawu eventually become the lord there? I remember it was an extremely desolate place, lacking resources, rife with pollution, lacking food and clothing, and difficult to survive. Everyone tried every possible means to escape. I'm sorry. My power is limited. I can only protect this piece of pure land. Even if things elsewhere are history, I don't have the energy to observe them for now. Although we are allies working for the survival of the world, since you are hiring my students, I must take responsibility and consider their interests. It was indeed a desolate place originally. MOU smiled. But now? Everything is different now. With the elves, druids, and the newly born tree of life, we maintain a sufficient food supply even in this dark winter when ice and snow obscure the sun. Our master alchemist has also developed a method to convert pollution into clean electricity and heating. Amut New City is now truly a livable city. And precisely because we are a new city and have a large number of adventurers, we also need a large number of artisans, rune masters, array masters, and magicians. Rest assured, our working environment and accommodation are excellent, and the working hours are reasonable. Although some people need to work in the garment factory, it is definitely not a sweatshop. Calcadora blinked, clearly not quite understanding the jokes of this other world. Whether you're a graduate seeking a job, or a current student seeking internship or practical experience, I can accommodate them. While ensuring their physical and mental health and safety, I can also provide them with internship certificates for their probationary period. MOU calmly introduced the most common fears and anxieties of contemporary college students in the origin world into this other world. I believe that, with the reputation of the Philizlock family in the Magic Federation, even if these students ultimately choose to leave AMT County after their probationary or internship period, their next employer, especially one in the Magic Federation, will be very interested in an internship certificate issued by the Philizlock family. This is indeed a very tempting proposal. The employment of our students has long plagued us. Knowledge is polluted, and most students here only receive vocational training, while only a few talented individuals can further their intellectual pursuits. Therefore, every year, we graduate a large number of vocationally trained students, but there are not many suitable jobs for them. Most of them need to leave their hometowns to find a job that can support them. This problem has become even more prominent since the 15 schools here were united. You may have heard that our entire academic city is comprised of 15 schools. It's arguably the pinnacle of learning and a cultural sanctuary in the entire world of Oziria. We welcome all students who are eager to learn. Each of these 15 schools has its own strengths, nurturing countless students. Most less talented students will find entry-level careers within these schools, acquiring skills sufficient to sustain themselves upon graduation. More gifted students, however, will pursue further studies at higher-level academic institutions, exploring the mysteries of the world and magic. For these few gifted students, we will provide guidance and education, supporting them until they feel they have learned enough to stand on their own. These students are often recruited by the Magic Federation upon graduation. If they wish to stay here permanently and continue their research and studies, we will also consider hiring them as faculty members. However, I think they might appreciate the internship certificates offered by the Philizlock family. MOU understood Calcadora's hint. While high-end magical talent will undoubtedly find employment, they will obviously be interested in internship certificates. Lower-level craftsmen are in high demand, and these individuals are more in need of livelihood opportunities. I happen to need a large number of craftsmen, MOU said with a smile. Also, I wonder if you heard of druids who can remove pollution. I believe their purification will enable many students, who are easily contaminated, to advance academically. Thus, the winter recruitment plan for the Magic University City Calcadora was decisively finalized. Chapter 394. Laria, have you heard? Laria Oriel's roommate, Ariana Dredd, rushed into the dormitory, closed the door, and gasped, "The school is suddenly holding a winter campus recruitment. They say all graduates who are expected to graduate this year and are looking for jobs, as well as current students who want to stay on campus for a long time, but want to gain internship experience, can apply." Laria remained unmoved. The beneficiaries will surely be those popular magic students, right? No. No. Ariana pulled her up. The one recruiting this time is the Lord of AMT County. He was originally a guest professor at the Magic Academy Calcadora. Professor. I heard that besides magicians, he's in need of a large number of craftsmen, especially tailors, rune casters, and formation masters. Laria. This is our chance as tailors. Come with me. Laria couldn't help but become interested and ran after her towards the school's central courtyard. As she ran, she couldn't help but ask, AMT County? What's that place? I never heard of it. It's said to be not far from Calcadora, and its main city, AMT New City, is just to the west. Ariana said, its lord is Lord Moya Philislok. Philislok. Philislok of the Magic Federation. Laria's eyes lit up. All students who want to register, please line up here. The central courtyard of their school was already packed with people. Teachers and volunteer students were maintaining order. Those seeking jobs, line up on the left. Those seeking internships, line up on the right. What's the difference between the two? A student shouted from the line. Job seekers will work there. The volunteers explained, there's a 1-month probation period. If you meet the requirements, you'll be hired and receive a salary and employee benefits. Interns will be there for a month. There's no salary, but you receive an internship certificate from the Philislok family. If you perform well and receive positive reviews, you can take this to the Magic Federation and find a job. All registered students, please note, the school will be organizing an official tour in 3 days. Only registered students will attend. You will be led by your teachers to the main city of AMT County to see firsthand where you will be working, the accommodations, and the living conditions. Environment. If you're not satisfied after the on-site visit, you have one chance to withdraw your application. Only job-seeking students who pass the probationary period will be officially hired. If you're lazy, violate work rules, or fail to meet the employer's requirements during the probationary period, you be fired. We welcome all interns, but we fill out your internship certificate fairly and impartially based on your actual performance. If you don't work hard and receive a negative review, it won't help your future. The voices of volunteers echoed through the atrium as they handed out forms and flyers, guiding the students in line to fill out their applications. Laria decisively joined Ariana in the job-seeking line. Both of them were seamstresses, and they could confidently say they were the 2 best seamstresses of the class. Laria Oriels excelled in making clothes using new materials, while Ariana Dredd excelled in design. Their creations consistently amazed their classmates and teachers. However, a new tailor without a reputation often means unemployment after graduation. Poor people don't care about the appearance of ugly clothing. They only want it to be cheap and warm. The nobles of the Magical Federation already have their own tailors and are reluctant to hire newcomers. They have heard many stories of seniors who, after graduation, return to their hometowns to open small tailor shops, sewing clothes for the villagers and barely making a living. But these 2 talented and ambitious girls didn't want their talents and abilities to be buried. They constantly sought their own opportunities to shine. Can AMT County really be our chance? The same heated atmosphere played out across the 15 schools of the university town. The notice issued by the knowledge-gathering body spread throughout the city in just a few hours. The graduating craftsmen were overjoyed. The tailors, rune masters, and formation masters who had been selected were thrilled. Even the elite magicians in the tower couldn't help but be tempted by the internship certificates issued by the Philislok family. Isn't it just a month-long internship? A month of free food and lodging, plus an internship certificate issued by the Philislok family? While I didn't know exactly what an internship certificate was, as long as it came from the venerable Philislok family, no one in the Magic Federation wouldn't recognize it. That's the speaker's family. Shocking sound. For a moment, students and teachers alike were inquiring about what kind of place AMT County and its main city, AMT New City, were. AMT New City. That name sounds so familiar. One student pondered deeply, then a flash of inspiration struck. They pulled out the novel they painstakingly hidden from the professors. Isn't that the city where Lord Island, the guardian of the virtual and the real, resides? The disciples who had read the novel responded with a chuckle. Wow! Suddenly, the number of applicants increased. MOU, who had already returned to AMT New City, suddenly received a video call from Calcadora. Yes, MOU had also left a cell phone for this gathering of knowledge. Lord! Calcadora's face was tinged with anguish. I know you said you accept all graduates, but I'm wondering if you need to limit the number of applicants? MOU hesitated for a moment. What happened? According to preliminary statistics, there are nearly 3,000 applicants, and the number is still increasing. It's a bit too crowded. Calcadora sighed. It's not just this year's graduates. A large number of current students are also frantically applying for internships. Putting aside whether you can accept so many, if nearly 1,000 students suddenly leave, it will also affect our teaching schedule. MOU understood immediately. Then follow your plan. I accept all graduates. As for interns, we rotate one batch per month. You decide the number. After all, this world has a high mortality rate. Even with the presence of many non-human races, the population is far smaller than that of the origin world. In the origin world, a university can easily enroll thousands or tens of thousands of students per class, but in this world, that's already the total number of students in several years. Even so, there are still a large number of professionals who have nowhere to find jobs, and it is difficult to absorb them. Chapter 395. The reason for this is simply that this world's development is extremely uneven, plagued by years of evil god contamination, and has a small population. Most places are still struggling with slash-and-burn agriculture, while a few wealthy main cities have long since become stratified. Established professionals cling tightly to their connections and resources, unwilling to share their wealth with newcomers. The only option for graduates of the Magic Academy Calcadora was to seek employment in the Magic Federation. The Church of Light has its own trained artisans, and their territory does not accept outsiders who are not believers. These graduates either go to the main city of Corinsera to work, or work for the domains of noble lords or counselors, or at worst return to their hometowns to eke out a living. The overall demand is too low and extremely unbalanced. Those in need lack the money, while those with money have their own established channels. Furthermore, professionals in this world have longer lifespans than ordinary people, resulting in slower growth. The competition faced by newly graduated artisans is far more difficult than in the original world from which you came. If it were a top-tier magician or artisan, that would be fine. High-end talent is always scarce. For self-taught, low-level artisans, making a living in their own village wouldn't be a problem. But for these graduates of legitimate institutions, the large number of mid-level artisans, unable to find jobs, poses a significant employment challenge. The Magic Academy, Calcadora, is a temple of scholarship that prioritizes academics and talent development, passing on the flames of knowledge. As its administrator, Calcadora, a gathering place of knowledge, though possessing the authority of shattered time and the concept of history, actually occupies the divine rank of knowledge that extends from history. This university city has merged with its foundation. Its students are Calcadora's followers. This academic city will not reject any student, regardless of their qualifications, whether they will reach the pinnacle or remain mediocre. Students cannot be rejected, and the resulting artisans have nowhere to find employment. As a responsible pseudo-god-level being, Calcadora has tried every possible means. Internalizing the workforce, extending the teaching year, but none of these measures can handle so many artisans at once, like Moyu's proposal. And this is understandable. The Magic Federation is currently still in an era of family workshops, but these family workshops are mostly operated through magic rather than technology. While magic in this world has brought countless conveniences to the people, it has also hindered the development of science and technology. In the origin world, every revolutionary technological innovation that liberates productivity stems from the working people's desire to save labor and time and improve efficiency. To put it bluntly, the lazy will save the world. Clever individuals seeking to slack off replace manual labor with steam and gears, using production lines to improve proficiency in individual components. By breaking down processes and increasing manpower to boost efficiency, they broke free from the traditional model of family workshops and embraced modernization and industrialization. However, in this world, everyone knows magic. While some are blessed with a stable will and exceptional resistance to pollution, even a few hundred spells might not add a single scale to their bodies. Simply basking in the sun is enough to purify them. Others are not. A single fireball spell can sprout tentacles all over their bodies. But this isn't a big deal. As mentioned earlier, people in this world don't have high material needs, and there's already a surplus of artisans. Once humans become overabundant, they become worthless consumables. Magic is so efficient that people don't need to bother with it, so their focus on improving it is to reduce the pollution it causes. Those who lack resistance to pollution will naturally face more labor-intensive tasks. At this point, the world's technology tree has completely gone astray. However, things are different here in MOU. AMT County not only has factories, but most importantly, there's an endless demand for clothing and equipment. From level 1, when players first enter the game, to level 78, the highest level currently reached, even if they do nothing, each player needs to replace at least dozens of sets of equipment just by leveling up their occupations. All clothing and equipment have a durability. Players fight and kill monsters, and their equipment wears out. A slight tear can be repaired, but if it's seriously damaged, it must be replaced. For players who practice multiple occupations and play with their fashion and appearance, the demand will only increase. Previously, MOU relied on using the creation platform to replicate equipment to get through the most difficult period. However, consuming this world's creative power to create equipment that could be completely locally produced was a real pain in the ass. Once these graduates start working in the factory, we can supply equipment for the players. Clothing for different levels and professions will need to be produced. The costume design can be handed over to these graduates. As a planner, I only need to review the designs and no longer need to serve as an artist. Clothing for each level is also easy to make. All you need to do is use materials of different grades and have a rune caster or formation master add runes or formations of different levels. By the way, you can also copy the class templates for rune masters and formation masters. If you can recruit a magic carver this time, it will also fill the gap in players' lack of magical jewelry and equipment. Just think about it, jewelry accessories that can be used for attack and defense, that's an epic update. Gunsmiths, rune masters, and magic carvers are all members of the magic mechanics discipline. Now that gunsmiths are online, rune masters and magic carvers will naturally be updated in subsequent versions. Formation masters are an extension of magicians. They are also magicians, but rather than chanting spells, they prefer to prepare magic arrays for combat, defense, or other purposes. During battle, they simply infuse magic power into the magic arrays to unleash magical effects. Although rune masters and formation masters have different academic systems, MOU feels that they are very similar to the rune and formation practitioners in the Immortal Cultivation novels he read in his previous life. In this world, rune masters and formation masters are mostly classified as life professions, but MOU believes that these two professions would blossom into completely different styles in the hands of players. Besides recruiting graduates, the greatest achievement of this visit to Calcadora was the power of time. After reconnecting to the shattered power of time, MOU discovered two new skills in his spell library. 3 seconds rewind. In this world, there are 3 seconds left before the current reality becomes history. You can rewind 3 seconds and rewrite the course of time without causing any changes to the timeline. After successfully rewinding and rewriting history, the 3 seconds of fate you initially experienced will become a foresight that has been avoided. As long as you have world core energy, this skill has no cooldown and can be used repeatedly, but the duration does not stack. Note, this means you can rewrite the course of 3 seconds an unlimited number of times, but you cannot rewind to 6 seconds. Historical projection. You can project yourself into a specific period of history and observe it as a bystander. However, nothing you do can alter the course of the timeline. Note, your return to the past is merely a projection. You cannot alter history or create a new timeline or parallel universe. But perhaps your actions will allow the person to unexpectedly find a little comfort when recalling past suffering. Chapter 396. Today, Yo-Yo and the others once again emerged from the Pirate Bay illusion. Unfortunately, this time, they were completely wiped out. After defeating the fish-headed executioner, the players rested and reread the logbook found by the hidden old man. As they continued forward, they encountered a level 90 monster, the Plunderer. The husks assigned to them in the illusion dungeon were mostly between level 70 and 78. Even defeating a level 82 executioner was a real challenge. Facing a level 90 plunderer wielding a chain hammer and axe, it was a one-axe ploy. All the players were eliminated in less than 30 seconds, including the 2 assassins in stealth mode. Invisibility is certainly a useful skill, but hiding your form doesn't mean you're completely gone. The plunderer's earthquake area of effect attack unfortunately hit the 2 assassins who were trying to slip away. 20 players lay in a row at the dungeon entrance, their faces filled with despair. There's no save point after killing the executioner. Do I have to start over again? No. You what? Dingxian wailed. The other players echoed their cries. Something's wrong. Melissa Kubo sat up with a swish. Our hulls are fixed level. Even if all the experience gained from kills were pooled together, we can't level up to level 90. How can we defeat a level 90 monster? I can't. Today Yo-Yo said gravely, this is a plot kill designed into the dungeon to remind us we taken the wrong path. Wrong path? Pepamir Plateau scratched his head. Does it mean we took the wrong turn or shouldn't have boarded the Undead Queen? It's definitely right to board the ship, said Serenity C. From the logbooks and various intelligence we obtained, the Undead Queen is the core of the illusion. If the vengeful spirits that created the core were Captain Van Dyken's men, they wouldn't be able to recreate the pendant necklace with the portrait of Angelma's lover and the Undead Queen's logbook. But if the core of the illusion is someone from the Undead Queen, then how did they know about Captain Van Dyken's letter? Melissa Kubo, who had read Captain Van Dyken's letter from Jinri Yo-Yo, retorted. The two stared at each other, suddenly sensing something was amiss. No. Today Yo-Yo took a deep breath. The people on one ship alone can't know the secrets of another. If this illusion's logic holds true, then those who died in this illusion include both important figures on the Undead Queen, at least close associates of Angelma, and people from Van Dyken's ship. Considering that Captain Van Dyken was recruiting new men on this voyage, his crew was most likely a group of strangers. I think it's very likely Captain Van Dyken himself who died. What do you mean? This illusion has two cores. Have you lost your hair today? He scratched his bald head and asked. Not necessarily. Today Yo-Yo shook his head. An illusion only needs one core to exist, but the resentment of those who die within it can be absorbed by this core, causing the illusion to evolve into various forms. Just like Clock Tower Town, which absorbed the cores of the entire town's living people, eventually evolving into a town filled with strangeness and chaos. She recalled for a moment, then suddenly said main quests. The system prompt says this illusion has 3 main quests and 22 side quests. I remember that in Clock Tower Town, each side quest involved purifying the resentment of a person who died in the illusion. Yuhua Dengxian said, so, can we understand it this way? When this illusion was created, 25 people died. Among them, 3 resentments were related to the creation of the core of the illusion, which means there are 3 key protagonists. The other 22 are supporting characters who were implicated and tragically died in the illusion. 3 protagonists. Captain Van Dyken probably counts as one. The other 2 should be people from Annie's side. Nikukia said. Well, the hidden old man raised his hand and whispered, of the 3 main plot points, the first one we taken, survival, should be Captain Van Dyken's. But can we not pursue that one? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hidden old man. He flinched and his voice sank even lower. I just feel that Winter is our enemy. Captain Van Dyken, even if not his trusted confidant, is at least his disciple. I'm more inclined to favor, N, who's hell-bent on revenge against Winter. That's right. Who wants to follow a Winter who doesn't treat his disciples as human beings? There's no future. Big sister and is so cool. I want her to trample me with her boots. What are you saying? I want to too. The crowd echoed. Although the speeches were scattering in strange directions, it was clear that everyone was thinking the same thing. We need to switch sides. Alas, I finally discovered that the initial identities set for people in these dungeons are quite malicious. The Eternal Poet sighed. In fact, I find the appearance of Save Point 1 suspicious too. Tangmin Baozhu said, think about it. Captain Van Dyken and his crew are nearly as heroic as us, killing people indiscriminately. Tranquil Sea, haha. Haha. Everyone, question mark. The hidden old man hid his face. Ignore him. Today Yo-Yo calmly waved his hand, and said to Tangmin Baozhu, go on. Suppose we players are all time travelers, who have entered the storyline of the fantasy dungeon. The storyline we play out is actually the time traveler storyline, right? Tangmin Baovu pulled a dagger from his backpack, and drew a line on the ground. And the vengeful ghosts in the fantasy dungeon should be recreating their most profound memory before death. This is most likely their death storyline, which can be called the original storyline. 2 parallel lines appeared on the ground. Think about it. In the original story, Captain Van Dyken couldn't possibly defeat all the pirates who boarded his ship, or even make it all the way to the Undead Queen. So, our wild storyline, following the logic of Save Point 1, has absolutely no connection to the original plot. But why were we able to reach Save Point 1? Asked the teammate, with a tornado rubbing his head. This is probably just the team's dirty tricks, said Tangmin Baozhu. It's like giving players the wrong faction to start with. They're probably trying to mislead players, and see how good they can pull off some impressive moves. Maybe even get them into a highlight reel or a Hall of Fame, But this definitely has nothing to do with a true ending. Chapter 397. A true ending is a game with multiple endings, designed by the developers to be the best and most complete conclusion to the main plotline. It reveals all issues and foreshadowing, often including surprising twists and otherworldly elements, revealing the full truth and contradictions to the player. This true ending is typically based on information provided by various previous plotlines, including bad, good, and normal endings. It contains surprising twists at key plot points. By fulfilling the prerequisites and using the correct method to trigger key plot points, a new path can often be found where seemingly dead ends appear. To complete the illusionary dungeon, players must not only brute force their way through the dungeon, but also reach the true ending, fully revealing the dungeon's plotline and finding the ghost's core, either physically shattering it or dissolving its vengeance to liberate it. However, players who have entered the Pirate Bay dungeon numerous times are often caught up in the sudden onslaught of combat from the start. A flurry of fighting and slaying, while successfully reaching a save point, have clearly strayed from the original plotline. If we continue from our current save point, if we sail straight ahead, we obviously leave the plot map. That's why we can't escape the Undead Queen's surveillance. The plot shouldn't take place on shore, but on the ship. Tangman Boza said, at least, the first stage should take place on the Undead Queen. I agree with that. Tranquil Sea said, when the level 90 plunder appeared, the Hidden Elder and I tried to escape using the teleportation scrolls we found on the poop. However, the scrolls could be torn open, but teleportation wouldn't work. The system prompt said, out of range of the illusion, unable to teleport. So, the illusion has a certain scope. That makes sense. After all, it's just a dungeon. The development team wouldn't create a map that allows for unlimited exploration. Luzo Lauji nodded. I suspect the first phase of the storyline takes place aboard the Undead Queen. The original plot might be that Captain Van Dyken was defeated by the pirates of the Undead Queen and was captured, or he voluntarily surrendered and was taken aboard the Undead Queen. Tangman Boza said, as a captive, he used some means or words to convince Angelma to stay aboard the Undead Queen. This is probably the true solution to the first phase. That makes sense. Everyone nodded as they continued this line of thought. As for the second stage, or perhaps the final stage, it's very likely to occur here. Tangman Boza said, each illusion is likely generated by a vengeful ghost upon death. Therefore, the location of their death corresponds to the location of the illusion. Everyone, take a look at where we are. This is an underground ice cave, but it also has an underground river. Although most of the area is covered by the illusion, from the continental map we opened so far, it's very close to the western coastline of North Continent. I suspect this was once a hidden harbor, perhaps even the Pirate Bay mentioned on Captain Van Dyken's treasure map. Today you open the system map and screenshots, carefully comparing them for a moment. Indeed, judging by the continental outline and location, this location is very close to that crescent-shaped Pirate Bay. That crescent-shaped Pirate Bay is sunken deep within the continent's edge. If a portion of it is swallowed by the illusion, and if ice and snow freeze over it, burying the harbor beneath the ice and snow is not impossible. Comparing our location with the treasure map, Pirate Bay should be a shallow bay, making it difficult for large ships to dock. If the pirates eventually arrived and died here, they likely arrived in smaller landing craft. I hope Angelma didn't die here. The hidden old man sighed. I really like this character. She lost her people to the god of winter, and through hard work, she regained her friendship and love, only to lose them again because of the same god. The eternal poet sighed. A remarkable woman, bent on revenge, willing to transform herself into an undead monster, single-handedly confronts the gods. What a moving tale. If the Clock Tower Town dungeon was about betrayal, a wrong choice made amidst the gods, then this is a desperate attempt at revenge in the face of the pain inflicted by the gods. Ah, I really love the dungeons in this game. Each one is filled with poetry. Let's go in again. Today's Rain said, this time, let's skip the save point and start over. Just surrender. She pulled white cloth from her backpack and cut out 20 white flags. I hope the white flag also represents surrender here. The instance restarted. Today's Rain swiftly laid down, dodging the knife aimed at her face. Then, she quickly pulled out the white flag from her backpack and raised it. Stop, everyone, stop. We surrender. Surrender. Instantly, 20 white flags fluttered in the wind across the ship. The pirates' killing spree ceased. Today's Rain, sensing a chance, continued, shouting, we are willing to present the treasure map to Queen Anne. The Winter God has deceived us. We no longer wish to believe in the Winter God. The other players echoed, please let us see Queen Anne. A figure appeared on the deck of the Undying Queen and stepped onto the ship's railing. It was a handsome middle-aged man, possessing the ruggedness and boldness of a seaman. He wore a dark blue pirate's tricorn hat, a dark blue pirate coat, matching sailor trousers, and leather boots. He removed his tricorn hat, holding it up, and gave the group a remarkably dashing and gentlemanly salute. I am Miles Knorr, first mate of the Undying Queen. We welcome all those who hate the winter god, phrase, but we also abhor deception. If you can prove that you truly no longer believe in the winter god, I, on behalf of Angelma, will invite you to be guests on our ship. Prove? The group blinked, wondering how they could prove it. Tranquility raised her hand. I can prove it. Miles nodded to him, and the pirates around Tranquility all lowered their weapons. This unruly man swaggered along the ship's railing to the bow, climbed onto the figurehead, and unzipped his pants. The crowd, under the system's friendly censorship and the pirates' gazes, some terrified, some admiring, a stream of yellow water drenched the figurehead of the winter god. Chapter 398. The entire dungeon suddenly shook. Bang, 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 like a giant heart contracting and expanding, or as if the entire dungeon were under attack from some external force. The entire dungeon world trembled in this eerie rhythm. The waves surged, the ship rocked, and the wood creaked and groaned under the weight. Tranquility quickly pulled on his pants and rushed back to the deck with the agility of an assassin. Brave. You're so brave. You're truly a tough player. Luzhou Laojiao, standing at the bow, gave him a subtle thumbs up. You're practically burning out the CPU of this entire dungeon. Tranquility chuckled, concealing his achievements and fame. The dungeon shook for a long time, as if the god of winter were unleashing his wrath. Yet, when everything calmed down, it was as if nothing had happened. Ding, the player system prompts. Congratulations, everyone. Your disrespectful actions have deeply shaken the core obsession of this dungeon. Save point 2 has been generated. Players in this party, whether entering this dungeon individually or as a group, can choose to resume the game from the dungeon start or any other save point. Save points can be created this way. Everyone was shocked. Team C of Tranquility. We just tested a few things and wanted to share them with everyone. 1. Just like shouting Cthulhu won't be punished in a dungeon, taking off your pants won't be punished in a dungeon either, but the system will censor it. Yes, even your perspective. Team Melissa Kubo. Damn. I don't want to know about this. Team C of Tranquility. 2. The winter god's true form is likely not part of this dungeon's plot, but he can sense what's happening on the statue. The tremor in the dungeon just now was probably a sign of winter god attacking the dungeon from the outside. I didn't expect the authorities to be so rigorous, even considering the small possibility of players causing trouble and providing a very logical response. TSK, what a meticulous development team. 3. Save points aren't necessarily the same as key plot points. While there's a chance there's a save point before the boss room, it's likely that you can obtain one by performing sufficiently shocking actions at the core of the illusion. Team Today's Reign. Honestly, I think player troublemaking is definitely a high probability event for the development team. Team Teammates Head. Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why isn't the winter god's true form in the plot? How did you figure that out? Team Feathered Ascension. I understand. Let me explain. This story begins in the previous Bell Tower town. Milktooth was summoned by the gods in that plot, and he'd been hiding in the dungeon, observing the players. He suddenly jumped out while we were discussing the plot, scaring the hell out of us. This time, despite being so pissed off, the winter god only attacked from outside the illusion. Judging from his performance, he must have been completely blocked by the illusion. So, the winter god shouldn't exist in the plot, otherwise he would have jumped out and destroyed Tranquility C. Team Serenity. Exactly. By the way, after we get out of here, should we try Clock Tower Town again? I watched all your videos over and over again, and I'm dying to give it a try myself. Team Ascension. Sure. But Drake's level 85, so I think we should be at a higher level. The players chatted for a while in the team chat room, distracted by the situation. The story had progressed to the point where they followed the pirates up the lowered rope ladder onto the Undead Queen, and followed the first mate into the towering forecastle. The front half of the Undead Queen had never been explored by any of the players. This time, they followed the NPCs steadily, their eyes filled with a desire for exploration and surprise. The first floor of the forecastle housed a spacious audience room, its wooden floor covered with a red carpet that stretched from the throne at the back to the entrance. 2 rows of pirates stood neatly on either side of the carpet. There were not only the soldiers who had previously boarded the ship, but also familiar figures like executioners and plunderers. The further in, the more senior the ship's personnel became, bearing titles like cook, doctor, boatman, gunner, and navigator. On the innermost throne, Angelma reclined in a strikingly unkempt yet handsome pose, her long legs crossed and resting on the throne's left armrest. Beside her stood a long-haired beauty holding a fruit plate. The legendary undead queen picked up a cherry from the fruit bowl, placed it in her mouth, and crunched it down fiercely, as if gnawing at the head of an enemy. Her eyes casually swept over the players, and she beckoned her right index finger to the first mate. First Mate Miles Noor took 2 steps forward, knelt on one knee beside the queen's chair, and whispered something into Anne's ear, seemingly explaining something. Anne's previously indifferent gaze gradually brightened, and her gaze toward the players became filled with a hint of interest and appreciation. Ha ha ha. She suddenly burst into laughter, even slapping her thighs a few times. Then she sat upright on the throne, crossing her long legs in front of her, and said with a domineering tone, "Great. This is the first time I've seen such a brave seaman dare to act so recklessly over Freels. Ha ha ha." She patted the armrests a few more times, clearly overjoyed. "But after you do this, I guarantee you have no place on this vast ocean except this ship. Please take us in." Today's Rain said appropriately, "We've been deceived too. Look at my wooden leg. I was once a legendary adventurer who dominated the ocean, but ever since I injured it, I've been forced to stay away from the sea, enduring the pain and drowning my sorrows in alcohol. This adventurous voyage was inspired by a treasure map I received from an anonymous source. That person tricked me into believing that finding the Fountain of Youth would heal my leg. But I come to realize that the Fountain of Youth is nothing more than a lie concocted by the god of winter, seeking to usurp the power of nature. It's a complete scam. If a god deceives even his own followers, then what's the point of believing in him? Is this necessary? This shameless act should be condemned by the world. We are but a group of unfortunate souls desperate to survive. Now, we have come to our senses and vow to seek justice from the god of winter. You are the overlord of the seas, and the enemy of the god of winter. Undead Queen. We pledge our loyalty to you. Please allow us to join your fight against the god of winter." "Okay." Annie Jelma slapped her chair with great pride. "I will give you one chance. Hand over the treasure map and letter you received, and you may remain on my ship. But we will only accept you once you have proven your loyalty and worth to my crew. My crew has sailed the sea for a long time. They are exhausted and beset by troubles. If you can resolve their problems and earn their approval, you may become a member of the Undead Queen." Chapter 399. As soon as these words were spoken, all the players perked up. Sounded familiar, so familiar. Isn't this the same cliché used by the village chiefs, governors, and lords in classic RPGs every time a new map is opened and all the local side quests are unlocked, working, running errands, delivering letters to NPCs who don't want to move or even have a face-to-face relationship? These side quests are all player stock and trade. Oh, lazy NPCs in this alternate world of games. Without us, the hard-working errand runners of light, this family will definitely fall apart. The group was led out by the first mate once again. This time, he led them to the crew quarters on the lower deck and allocated them an entire, rather spacious cabin. "This is your temporary quarters," the first mate said. "Except for the forecastle and poop, you may move about freely and help the crew with their minor problems. When you're done, please find me at the helm. As for this captain, please return to your ship quickly to retrieve the treasure map and letter. Once you have them, please give them to me. The queen is waiting." Okay, Jinryu agreed hastily. After the first mate left, they opened the quest panel and found that the main quest had been updated. Main quest: join the Undead Queen. You have escaped the fate of being attacked and killed by Queen Anne's pirates, and Angelma has been moved by your irreverent actions. Now, you need to gain the crew's approval to successfully join the Undead Queen. The main quest has finally been updated. This means we finally found the right plot line. Today, Yo-Yo breathed a sigh of relief. She left the cabin and returned to Captain Van Dyken's ship to retrieve the treasure map and letter. The other players dispersed, beginning their side quests. Nikukia first went to the kitchen, not far from the cabin. A cook stood in the center. He looked less like a normal person and more like a corpse. His white chef's coat was stained with blood, and his wrinkled face was covered in bruises and purple-red hemorrhages. He looked worried. "You look troubled. Is there anything I can help you with?" Nikukia asked. "Well, yes, I do, but I don't know if you can help," the cook said, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. "We've been sailing for quite a while, haven't docked yet, and the fruits and vegetables on board are all gone. If we don't replenish, the crew will get scurvy. We need plenty of citrus fruits, oranges, lemons, and cabbages. Forget about the crew getting scurvy. This cook clearly looked like he was already in the middle to late stages of scurvy. Yuki blinked, opened her backpack, glanced at her seed stock, and instantly felt confident. Hey. I take care of it all. She pulled out a pot filled with fertile soil from her backpack. She had dug it up from the soybean field. After all, it's rare to come across such fertile soil. Bury the seeds, water it, and let it grow. A cabbage grew rapidly. After Yuki took one away, another one continued to grow. Soon, a corner of the kitchen was filled with it. Yuki downed 2 bottles of blue medicine, checked the condition of the soil, took out a bottle of elf nutrient solution from his backpack, dripped a few drops into the soil, planted a new seed, and continued watering to stimulate the growth. A tender bud burst through the soil, growing at a visible pace, becoming a short sapling, then gradually growing stronger. Yuki carefully controlled its growth, preventing it from growing too tall, but instead encouraging it to produce numerous branches. Blooming, bearing fruit, in the blink of an eye, the orange tree completed its cycle of seasons, its branches laden with golden oranges. Yuki plucked an orange and handed it to the chef. The chef blinked, took the orange, split it open with a knife, picked up the orange segments, and began frantically sucking the sweet juice. After swallowing a few oranges, the chef's bruises and spots completely faded, his rotten teeth regained their whiteness, and he seemed to have been purified from a resentful corpse back to his original self. Thank you. The cook bowed slightly to Yuki, his eyes filled with gratitude. Now, everyone can survive. Yuki had tilted her head. She felt as if something was wrong, yet nothing seemed to be wrong. She hopped out of the kitchen. Just as she turned a corner, a hand pulled her aside. Startled, Yuki was about to grab a cane and throw it when she realized it was Melissa Kubo who had grabbed her. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Yuki rubbed her chest, her heart still pounding. Don't you think time and space here are a bit disjointed? Melissa Kubo lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. I mean, the crew's time and space. They seem to be dead and alive at times, but aren't they undead? It's a bit strange. Yuki nodded. But aren't people in this fantasy world all that strange? Most of them are undead, who only repeat their last wishes. So, when those wishes are generated, there must be a difference in time. Is that so? Melissa Kubo hesitated. But some NPCs are incredibly natural, so lifelike. Queen Anne, for example. Well, she's definitely a high-level NPC, unlike the small monsters and nameless NPCs. The two exchanged glances for a moment, before Yuki patted Melissa Kubo's shoulder. Forget it, let's leave these brain-twisting tasks to Yo-Yu. Have you finished your side quests? I done it, but it feels a little weird. By the way, I think the captain and the first mate have a bit of a chemistry. The queen and the loyal dog. But don't you think Queen Anne has a Yuri vibe? I heard from the hidden old man that the portrait of Queen Anne's lover he found also shows a woman. Wow. That's a good match too. Outside the illusion. Lightning bolts struck the ice one after another, thunder roared, and the snow and ice on the mountain collapsed, the massive torrent of water sweeping away everything in its path. The mountain shook, like the roar of a god. Gerda Gaiman looked westward at the trembling earth. What's going on? The god of winter seems especially angry today. Beside him, a group of self-proclaimed adventurers chattered. Huh? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Or an avalanche? Neither. Gerda Gaiman shook his head. That's the wrath of the god of winter. Chapter 400. Last night, these strange adventurers suddenly knocked on the door of Gerda Gaiman's stone house, and chanted to him in unison. We are followers of the ancient world spirits. Mother's mother, father's father, the beginning of all things, the destination of souls, the great world consciousness has sent us to help you survive this harsh winter. Gerda Gaiman blinked and looked down carefully at this strange group of creatures. Some of them were humans, while others were frost jackal orcs. Strangely, the two groups seemed to coexist peacefully, even as familiar as family and friends. You know, those orcs really hate humans. Furthermore, these humans, wearing thin clothing, didn't seem to feel the cold even though their faces were blue with cold. Although he found these people strange, Gerda Gaiman had indeed heard the voice of the world consciousness, and had heard about adventurers coming to his aid. The half-giant nodded and opened the door. Would you like to come in? The adventurers peered into the somewhat simple stone house, and waved their hands. We won't go in. Do you have any quests for us? Quests? Gerda repeated, bewildered. It's just, do you have any wishes you'd like us to fulfill? A human male adventurer with black hair and dark eyes asked. Oh, that's quite a lot, Gerda said. I haven't had any fruits or vegetables in a long time, and I'm almost out of my bark tea. Come to think of it, I'm running low on meat either. I see. We need food, the adventurer nodded. Anything else? Firewood, lots of firewood. Gerda stepped back a little, the chill wind at the door making him uncomfortable. Maybe some dwarven liquor to warm me up, or furs would be fine. Want some cotton? A jacket and blanket? Another adventurer asked. You look a little cold. Gerda looked speechlessly at the man still wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the blizzard, then at himself, bundled up in furs yet shivering in the wind. Yes, I'm cold. I'm closing the door. Hey! Wait a minute. The first adventurer stopped him. We can deliver everything you want tomorrow morning. Can we use the vacant land near your house? Yes, we can. It's out in the wilderness, unowned land, Gerda said, closing the door. He shook his chilly body and huddled over the fire to warm himself. Weird people, he muttered. Even if they were sent by the world consciousness, I doubt they find those precious supplies overnight in this freezing cold. He slept all night in front of the fire, the only warm spot in the stone house. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Gerda Gaiman scrambled to his feet, furious. It was common knowledge that giants had bad tempers, and cold mornings were often when they were most grouchy. Half-giants were only slightly milder than giants, well, a tiny bit invisible to the naked eye. When Gerda Gaiman, grouchy and aggressive, flung open his front door, he was greeted by a mountain of objects piled high on the porch, piles of white and yellow vegetables, bundles of firewood and flammable thorn branches, soft-looking blankets and furry furs, and several barrels of dwarven wine. Although the barrel looked slightly different from the ones the dwarves of the north used, Gerda Gaiman could smell the dwarven craftsmanship from the aroma of the wine emanating from it. Are you some kind of wishing elves? He asked in shock, his morning grumpiness long gone. No, we're just adventurers, said the black-haired, dark-eyed human adventurer from yesterday. I'm from below the abyss. Nice to meet you. Starting today, we set up a temporary camp next to your house. These supplies are compensation for occupying your land. Gerda blinked in confusion. He peered over and saw several ice houses already appearing in the open space nearby. Their rounded roofs looked particularly cute. You build houses out of ice? Aren't you cold? He asked again in shock. Actually, ice and snow are very good at keeping warm. Abyss Below replied calmly. He looked a bit gloomy and aloof, but Gerda felt he was a very steady man. The temperature inside the igloo made of snow bricks can reach 2 to 3 degrees Celsius, and with a fire, it can easily reach over 10 degrees Celsius. Okay, Gerda muttered. He felt that these adventurers might actually be some kind of divine messenger sent by the world consciousness, possessing extraordinary powers beyond his comprehension. Do you need any help? Abyss Below asked. Gerda thought seriously, then turned back to his stove and his rarely used bed. Actually, I have a wish. Gerda earnestly began to make a wish to the wishing spirit. It's been so cold this year. The only warm spot in my house is in front of this stove, but it's hard to sleep in here. I really want a good night's sleep in my bed. I mean, a warm, cozy sleep, not the kind that makes you die. Oh, you need a Kong. Abyss replied instantly. You found the right person. I built this thing several times before I left the army. Would it be convenient for me to come in and take a look? Gerda, come in. Abyss walked around the room, pondering for a moment. I need to get some materials back. Give me some time, and I help you solve this problem. Gerda, okay? But I need a favor from you too. Abyss said, do you know where there are zombies? I need a replacement shell. Otherwise, returning to the city would be too much trouble. If you can give me a zombie, I can build you a Kong tonight. All you have to do is light the stove, and the Kong. He glanced at Gerda's bewildered expression, and amended his words. Even your bed will be warm. Oh! Gerda nodded. Although he didn't understand most of what the world's consciousness's messenger said, it didn't stop him from understanding what the messenger wanted. The messenger wanted zombies, and zombies needed warm beds. Well, he just happened to know where the nearest zombie tribe was. The half-blooded giant glanced at the snowstorm outside. Wait a moment, I pack my things. When the snow subsides, I take you to hunt the zombie tiger men. Chapter 401. Gerda Gaiman took longer than expected to pack up the supplies brought by the adventurers, or, as he thought, by the divine messengers. The yellow-white vegetables, which the adventurers called cabbages, said would keep well over the winter, were placed in the newly dug cellar for him, along with the dwarven wine barrels. Firewood was neatly stacked on the porch, covered tightly with waterproof cloth, also brought by the adventurers, to protect it from the wind and snow. Soft bedding and furs were brought into the house, and spread out on Gerda's favorite rocking chair. He had originally wanted to make a warm bed on the floor in front of the fire, but the adventurers said they would soon build him a warm stone bed, which he could prepare later. Although Gerda couldn't imagine the strange things the adventurers talked about, such as the heated stone beds and connected stoves, he felt that these divine messengers seemed to have answers to all questions, as if they possessed a wealth of knowledge that was not of this world. Gerda had never seen them in the north before, but they seemed to know exactly how to survive this harsh winter, even if many of them were dressed in inappropriate clothing. The adventurers brought real tea, not the bland bark tea Gerda was used to, but the kind people in the south enjoyed, roasted tea leaves with a rich aroma, each gram worth its weight in gold. They even had a whole jar full. With reverence and cherishment, Gerda plucked a handful from the jar, steeped it in his cup, and then, with great satisfaction, took a deep, fragrant sip. After a cup of hot tea, the half-giant with radiant star-blue eyes carefully donned his winter gear, one piece at a time. He lowered the fire, donned his ugly antler goggles, grabbed his great axe, and pushed open the stone house's door. "Let's go," Gerda said to the adventurers camped in the open space near his house. "I take you to find the zombie tiger men." The adventurers cheered, dropped their work, and began to form teams. The leader of this group of adventurers was clearly the dark-haired man who called himself Under the Abyss, a man who appeared somewhat gloomy, but was actually very reliable. What a strange name, Gerda thought. But it might not be his real name. I heard that mercenaries and adventurers in the south like to give themselves strange code names, like Slayer and Silver Mage. It's just a gimmick to attract more hires. Or perhaps to ward off enemies. A druid girl with the ID Shishinlingpa approached Abyss below. "Captain, although you're making this mission seem like a poverty alleviation mission, or a way to bring warmth to the NPCs, it seems to be quite effective. Gerda's favorability has risen to 75. We need to raise our favorability to 85 to get the teleportation point rewarded by the system. We need to work harder." Abyss below said, "After I get the new shell, I can commit suicide and return to the city to get the materials. I can then build a comm for him. That should raise my favorability enough. Our team will set up camp right next to his house. With proximity, we'd be able to take on all the missions here. With the NPC's favorability, we can take on all the missions here. No need to go to the jackals and compete with other players for jobs. Is everyone ready? If so, let's go." Gerda's estimation was quite accurate. The wind and snow had indeed subsided. They made their way up the mountain, their feet deep, their feet shallow, in the snow thick enough to reach thighs. Even the fearless adventurers couldn't help but feel a bit of strain. Under the Abyss, they inquired about the zombie tiger men from Gerda. In the past, there were many orcs in the north, of all races. They could transform into beasts in battle, but lived in their ordinary, half-human, half-beast form. These orcs once worshipped their ancestors and their beast gods. But when the god of winter took full control of the north, his temperament becoming unpredictable, he no longer allowed other beliefs in the north. The tribes willing to submit and convert to the god of winter were left behind. Those who refused were covered in frost overnight, transformed into the walking dead. Gerda whispered, the sound of the wind and snow almost drowning out his voice. The zombie tiger men were originally a group of white tiger orcs who lived on the other side of the mountain. Later, they became frost zombies. Gerda sighed. They can still move, but they no longer recognize humans and will attack anything that enters their territory. I usually only dare to walk around their village. Gerda paused and asked hesitantly, "How many do you need to capture?" "With my abilities, I can probably only help you take down one, and it has to be a small one. They have thick skin and don't feel pain, so they're quite difficult to fight." "Oh, just lead the way. You don't have to do anything." Abyss below said calmly, "By the way, you shouldn't mind us using their bodies, right?" "Shells?" Gerda hesitated. "No, you don't mind, do you?" "That's not my body. You're not some necromancer or something, are you?" "No." Abyss below shook his head. "I'm a sharpshooter." "Sharpshooter?" Gerda scratched his head. Born and raised in the north, the uninformed half-giant didn't understand what that profession was, but he figured he didn't need to. These divine messengers sent by the world consciousness were truly formidable. They understood so much he didn't. Gerda figured he only needed to do as they told him, in exchange for supplies and assistance, to safely survive this long winter, and even the next. Suddenly, countless flashes of lightning streaked across the western sky, thunder roared, the western earth trembled, and in the distance, avalanche of snow rolled. Who's angered the god of winter again? Gerda called out to the adventurers, "We need to hurry. The summit is just ahead. If this noise gets any louder, there might be an avalanche here too." They hurried to the summit. Fortunately, The noise caused by the god of winter was far enough away that the avalanche didn't reach them. However, when they reached the top, they could still see the magnificent sight of rolling waves of snow tumbling down from the towering peak in the distance. "Wow, this is magnificent!" Gerda heard the adventurers around him exclaiming ahs and wows. "Do you see this kind of scene every day here?" "Not really." Gerda thought for a moment and shook his head. "Avalanches happen occasionally, but one of this magnitude is rare. Avalanches of this magnitude have a devastating impact on all nearby creatures. Aside from the towering giants, it's a devastating disaster for all other races." Chapter 402. Gerda and the adventurers waited at the top of the mountain for a long time, until the wrath of the god of winter subsided and peace returned to the surroundings. Only then did they set out again down the other side of the slope. The village of zombie tiger men that Gerda had mentioned was located halfway up the mountainside. They hadn't gone far when they could see the village from their perch, and the zombie tiger men pacing within. "Just stay here," said Abyss below to Gerda. "Okay." The half-blood giant had great trust in these divine messengers sent by the world consciousness. Without even asking a single question, he walked to the side of the road, cleared a snow-covered rock, and sat down. He pulled some dried meat, warmed by his body heat, from his bosom, tore it into small pieces, and chewed it slowly. The players, with impeccable discipline, headed towards the village. Abyss below equipped his rifle, tumbled and leaped through the ice and snow, and soon reached the snowy slope above the village. Perhaps to avoid the snowstorm, this village was built by carving a small section out of the mountain and wedging it into the mountain. To prevent collapse, not much rock was left on the top, leaving only a ledge barely wide enough for one person to stand. At this moment, beneath the abyss, crouching at this ledge, cast an identification spell at the nearest zombie tiger man. Zombie Frost White Tiger Orc LV-75. The White Tiger Orcs, a ferocious race unique to the snowy mountains, worship not gods, but their ancestors, the sacred white tiger, unyielding even by the winter god's repeated threats. These warriors, steadfast in their traditions, were corrupted and slain overnight by the combined forces of the winter god and the evil spirits. Their bodies, invaded and controlled by the taint, could not rest in peace. As zombies, their only instincts were survival and repeating their pre-death behaviors, no different from Warcraft. System prompt: after purification, you will receive a replaceable White Tiger Orc body X1. Players cannot possess both a Jackal Orc body and a White Tiger Orc body at the same time. Abyss below took a screenshot of the system feedback and posted it to the group chat. With a thought, the magazine unleashed a grappling hook. Abyss below glanced at the nearest orc and aimed at the stone roof above it. Swish! The grappling hook shot out and pierced the roof. Abyss below tugged, feeling it was stable, and leaped down. The grappling hook suddenly tightened, and Abyss below swung to its highest point. With a powerful twist of his waist and abdomen, he swung towards the White Tiger Orc. With a squeeze of his long legs and a kick, he lifted the unsuspecting White Tiger Orc into the air and sent it flying over the village wall. The vines of soul-snatching spirit instantly extended, pulling the White Tiger Orc toward them, tying him up and gagging him. The vine's presence in the icy snow was brief, but the druid's prepared purification spell had already been unleashed upon the White Tiger Orc, instantly clearing away all contamination. The White Tiger Orc shell lay motionless on the ground. Abyss below swung out again, landing steadily beside Soul-Snatching Spirit. "This shell should suit you well," Soul-Snatching Spirit said. "Put it on, and get right back inside to work." Abyss below squatted beside the White Tiger Orc shell, and reached out to examine the bindings. Moments later, the White Tiger Orc on the ground opened its deep blue eyes, and Abyss below's original shell, temporarily stored by the system, vanished from its place. Compared to the Jackal half-orc shells Deep Abyss had seen at the Jackal camp, the White Tiger half-orc was even taller. This body stood nearly 2.2 meters tall, with a massive tiger head and thick fur with black stripes on a white background. Its limbs were each made of giant tiger claws, yet its structure was somewhat humanoid, and its movements were quite agile. Although he was called a half-orc, Deep Abyss felt more like a white tiger walking in a human-like manner. A thick tail protruded from a specially created hole in his pants, as if it had a life and mind of its own. Deep Abyss couldn't help but play with his tail for a moment. Turning his head, he saw Shishilingpa, his mouth curled up, almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He hesitantly retracted his claws and coughed softly. It seems some instinct still lingers in this body. Fallen Abyss rambling nonsense in a serious tone. "Got it, Captain. Get to work. Everyone's still hiding in the valley, waiting to change shells." Abyss below blinked and typed into the team chat, "Aren't you all coming to work?" Then a long string of messages popped up in the team chat. Boss, we're counting on you. I'm rooting for you, boss. Boss, we're self-aware and won't hold you back. Go, boss. We be there to call you. Big brother. Hungry. Food. Abyss below was so angry he laughed and continued typing into the team chat. Get out there and work. A group of players sneaked out of the village, rubbing their hands and crying for food. Abyss below, while wondering what had gone wrong in forming a team with these newbies, called on a few players to follow him and the druid girl. He easily scaled the village wall and, using his white tiger shell, approached another work. Like a good friend, he clambered over his shoulder and, with a chokehold, brought him down. Shishinlingpa, holding a blue bottle in his mouth, cast purification spells relentlessly, instantly producing another clean shell. Though these players lacked the cute little bioarmor, they still relied on the expertise of the powerful and skilled players to quickly annihilate the entire village of white tiger orcs and quickly replace their human shells. The white tiger orc village was quite large. A count from the abyss revealed 58 shells, enough to supply another, excluding those used by their own team. Their team consisted of 30 men, and having them all replaced with white tiger orcs was a source of great excitement and joy. However, when it came time to bind the team's camp, they encountered a minor problem. Should we bind this village, or the plot of land next to the half-giant's house? The somewhat noisy magician, whose ID was Tonight's Wind, asked. Under the abyss, he circled the village a few times, and then took a closer look. There aren't any valuable resources nearby, and it's not a particularly easy to defend, difficult to attack location. I think we should stick with our original plan, and camp right next to the NPCs. Being close to water is easier than being across a mountain. Anyway, when the NPC's favorability reaches 85, the system grants a pair of teleportation arrays specifically for the north. We place one in our territory, and one at the Jackal camp. After all, that's the resurrection point, so we don't have to travel all the way back after dying. Boss, that's wise. We listen to you. Chapter 403. When this group of adventurers, dressed in freshly baked white tiger orc shells, appeared before Gerda, he was so frightened that he nearly dropped the dried meat in his mouth. Don't be afraid. It's me, Under the Abyss. The leading white tiger orc said in a voice familiar to Gerda. Oh! Gerda felt instantly relieved and put the dried meat back into his mouth. He glanced at the 30 white tiger orcs before him. Aside from their numbers, these orcs bore no resemblance to the previous adventurers. But as long as they didn't attack him, Gerda had nothing to worry about. So where are we going next? Back to your place. I even make you a bed. Under the Abyss said. As a half-blooded northern giant, Gerda had inherited the giant's easygoing nature. Without asking any questions, he turned around and led the way. In the north, knowing too much is sometimes a bad thing, and can even lead to trouble. Gerda had no desire to explore the secrets of these divine messengers of world consciousness, possessing all sorts of bizarre knowledge and abilities. He simply wanted to live a leisurely life. As long as he could eat well and warm his feet with a cup of hot tea by the fire, he felt that life had hope. A warm bed to sleep in would be even better. Since the adventurers had donned these white tiger orc shells, which averaged 2 meters in height, and could walk without sinking in the snow, the return journey was much faster and smoother, even though most of them were carrying a white tiger orc shell on their backs or shoulders. They soon came into sight of Gerda's iconic stone house, and the half-finished camp next to it, which was gradually taking shape. After changing bodies, won't our igloo be tall enough? Someone asked, slapping their head. Not a big deal. Just dig the igloo floor a little deeper and make the doorway wider. Abyss below said, put away all the extra shells. I need to go back to MT City. Is there anything I can bring? We don't have an iron stove for the igloo. Boss, remember to ask the dwarves to order some. Can we take the white tiger orc shells back to the city to sell? No, these shells can only be sold in the north to players coming there. Abyss below sent Gerda back to his stone hut, promising to come back and build him a Kong later. After saying goodbye to the half-giant, Abyss below replaced his shell and shot himself back to his respawn point. The main city was still bustling with activity. Abyss below found a magician acquaintance, who often worked as a fireman in the factory south of the city, and ordered a whole kiln of red bricks. You need so many bricks? Our kiln can produce 10,000 bricks. The main city's construction tasks are now all done directly with earthen walls by the masons. Is there still a need for red bricks? The magician was surprised. I'm taking them to the north. It's all ice and snow there, and earthen walls won't work well. An NPC wants to build a Kong, and I thought maybe other people would need it too. It's always a good idea to have extra materials. Oh, and I want some cement too. Okay, I have to report to Rama. The goods are from the factory, and the payment will be to Rama. I just take a small commission. The magician said, come back and buy more when you find them useful. We had a lot of stockpiled in our warehouse during the beast tide, and we can't use them. While the magician was checking in with Rama, Abyss Below went to the dwarven factory next door and ordered a batch of iron stoves with built-in chimneys, suitable for heating and boiling water in the igloo. When he returned, the magician had already stocked up. The two exchanged payment and received the goods, and the magician, having earned his commission, was very satisfied. Come back if you need anything. Considering the cold temperatures in the north, Abyss Below found an open space outside the new city of AMT, mixed the cement, and stuffed it into his backpack. After logging off and back on, the white tiger orc knocked on Gerda's door again. The half-giant muttered something, opened the door sleepily, and then left Abyss Below to his own devices. He wrapped himself in warm furs, and snuggled into the rocking chair in front of the fireplace. Soon, a deafening snoring filled the room. Abyss shook his head and entered Gerda's bedroom. The furnishings were also very simple, a locked cabinet on one side, a wooden bed on the other. Abyss measured the length of the bed, noted the dimensions, and put it into his backpack. The room suddenly felt spacious. Abyss took out a pen and paper, sat cross-legged on the floor, and drew up a design. He calculated the dimensions, and placed the bricks in various positions with his hands. Then, he began to work. So, when Gerda was woken again, half awake, he walked into the inner room and saw that the bed had been replaced by a square platform he had never seen before, covered with a thick matting made of what looked like some kind of hay or plant. This is the Kong, Abyss said. Because it's too cold outside, it's inconvenient to go out and light a fire, so I left the stove inside. The cement will take about 3 to 5 days to dry, so you can't use it until another 3 to 5 days later. Then, you only need to keep a fire burning in this cave for a while, and the Kong bed will be warm all day. Gerda's sleepy eyes widened. We need to keep the room warm for the next few days. I sprinkle some water on it from time to time to prevent cracking. Something mumbled from the depths of the abyss, and Gerda nodded repeatedly. The half-blood giant didn't know if he understood, but his face was filled with gratitude. You're truly amazing. You're truly the messengers of the world consciousness. The half-blood giant sighed. You are free to use the land around here. If you need any help, just let me know. As long as it's not too dangerous, I help. I know this area very well. Beep, a player system notification rang out in the Abyss's ears. Congratulations, Player Abyss, you have gained 85 points of favorability with the half-blood giant Gerda. Your team, serving the people, can now be linked to the half-blood giant Stone House camp and successfully receive the system reward, 2 exclusive teleport points in the north. Set the teleport array at the location of your choice to activate the teleport point. Congratulations to the player team, serving the people, for becoming the first team to gain favorability with the half-blood giant Gerda and earn the achievement title, Builder of the North. Wearing this title in the north increases constitution by 3 and willpower by 5. Fuck, achievement titles? Aren't those only for the first pioneers? Outside the room, the team member shouted with joy. Apparently they had also received the system notification. Boss, that's awesome. Okay. We really need a guide. Abyss Below said to Gerda, do you know of any large resource points nearby? Minerals, plants, animals. Anything would be fine. Chapter 404. Players in the north were either diligently collaborating with NPCs to clear dungeons, or obsessed with dungeons, or stirring up the continent with their impressive feats. Meanwhile, players in other major cities were equally thriving. The magic chef, whose ID was Mao, Cat, at the Wishanja front desk, opened the steaming oven door in the back kitchen of her bakery and, using a long wooden spatula, placed each round, plump, and rising dough into the oven. She closed the oven door, humming a song as she walked out of the kitchen. She sat down on a chair behind the counter, picked up a large, popular painting of a salted fish, and happily began to read it. This bakery, located in the Magic Federation's main city of Corinthal, had been purchased by her with a loan from the government a while ago. It was located at the junction of the outer and inner city areas of the main city, and at the very edge of the commercial district, catering to both the wealthy and the poor, and boasting a good flow of customers. The original shop also sold bread, complete with its own brick oven, a strikingly retro-Western look. This tantalized the cat at Wishanja's front desk, who immediately signed a contract to acquire the space. In real life, her name is Zhongyu. She's a social worker, but she loves making her own desserts and bread, as well as handcrafts and designing clothes. Her biggest dream is to one day save enough money to open a small dessert and bakery on a quaint street, playing her favorite soft music. She often fantasizes about sitting comfortably in the dining area by the large glass window with a novel, enjoying the view, while savoring her homemade drinks and desserts, occasionally flipping through a few pages. But dreams are ultimately just dreams, completely insignificant in the face of harsh reality. When countless friends and family members heard her talk about this, the first thing they said was, "Do you know how many bakeries have closed down in recent years?" Knowing this is one thing, but there's always a dream in everyone's heart that can't be erased, even if it never comes true. Unexpectedly, a friend had recommended a VR online game that promised instant sleep and no more insomnia. Once she played, she discovered not only a truly realistic experience, but also many ingenious little touches. No matter what genre you enjoy, players can find something they enjoy in this game if they put their heart into it. Zhang Yi wasn't particularly interested in fighting monsters or farming, so she trained to become a cook. With the help of her friends, she leveled up aimlessly until one day, a friend on a quest dragged her to the main city of Corinthal. Once she arrived, she didn't want to leave. This is an ancient city-state steeped in European charm. Even the ancient stone bricks paving the streets bear the testament of time. The retro streets bustled with people, yet a sense of loneliness permeated them. Prosperity and depression coexisted, elegance and cruelty danced together, and the lofty ideals of culture, magic, and scholarship intertwined with the mundane daily lives of the common people, composing a fantastical symphony. In a game, she found the opportunity to realize her dream. Shortly after the main city map officially opened, the Lord used his connections with the Magic Federation to secure opportunities for adventurers to open businesses. With sufficient military merit, the government even provided business loans. Why does this game always seem so serious in such strange places? Despite her complaints, she still dutifully changed her class to the Druid, something she had previously disliked. After a few days of frantic hard work, she finally took over the shop. As a player, as long as the rewards are adequate, even if they say they don't want to grind anymore, their bodies will still honestly start working hard. She loved the shop's own brick oven, and naturally preserved it as it was. It usually bakes baguettes, hard European bread, and pizzas, all of which are excellent, with a bold, unrefined wheat aroma that household appliances can't achieve. The rest of the shop was completely renovated. Coloncell has coal-fired power generation, and while the electricity bill is a bit high, such expenses are unavoidable. She also purchased a refrigerator and a state-of-the-art magical electric oven, which is said to have precise temperature control and bake the sweetest cakes. In addition to the meticulously renovated kitchen, she also redesigned the shop's reception area. The shop sat squarely on a street corner, a corner shape. The half of the shop facing the slums was filled with neatly arranged bread racks, displaying crispy baguettes, inexpensive oat bran bread, and French country bread. These breads, each with its own unique flavor, were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, filling and long-lasting. All were priced at just 2 drams, a price even the poor could afford without a second thought. Behind the scattered bread racks, and a partition formed by greenery, was a dessert cafe catering to the more affluent, offering both dine-in and take-out options. Their specialty items included a variety of expensive Japanese chiffon cakes, sweet brioche, soft cloud toast, and a variety of lightly sweet mousse cakes. During normal hours, they also offered specials like cheesecake and submarine sandwiches. Pairing beverages include not only a variety of coffees and milk teas developed by the Druids of Antshire, but also sparkling water and specially crafted cocktails. The counters on both sides of the shop are connected, and behind them is a kitchen counter separated by a large transparent glass window with a retractable food delivery port. From either side, customers can see the bright, clean kitchen through the transparent glass. Since its opening, this shop has garnered unanimous praise from the people of Corinthal for its exceptionally soft and delicious bread. It's important to note that most bread in this world is made from the cheapest wheat mass-produced by the elves. This wheat is actually very similar to rye, with a low protein content. It even fails to form gluten when needed. The lack of protein in the bread naturally results in a rough and lacking elasticity. After the Druids completed their first grain-growing mission, they sold all of this wheat to the dwarves for brewing. The dwarves actually liked the taste of this wheat, describing it as somewhat similar to rye whiskey. The wheat grown by the Druids of Amt County recently was specially acquired from the elves. It's a more similar variety to wheat, and the flour carefully ground from this wheat is quite similar to high-gluten flour. With the right ingredients, and the addition of a starter cultivated by the cat at the Wishanger reception desk, the bread is naturally much more delicious. It's no exaggeration to say that in all of Corinthia, perhaps only one established shop selling large parsley cheese rolls, a staple of the Magic Federation, can rival her, corner cafe and dessert. Chapter 405. The cat at Wishanju's front desk deliberately set high prices for the luxurious dessert sold to the wealthy, while keeping the bread for the poor very cheap. Every night, when they settled the bill, the profits and losses offset each other, leaving them with a considerable profit. Of course, due to the 1:2 time difference between real life and the game, the cat at Wishanju's front desk wasn't online every day. When she sought a loan from the Adventurers Guild, she consulted the magic puppet and received official recommendations for local residents who could be hired. 3 NPCs were recommended by the official, and after a brief interview, she chose the most efficient and reliable one, Mayona. The magic puppet was responsible for collecting and settling accounts. Mayona's main responsibilities were opening the shop on days when the cat was away, baking bread, stocking the shelves, managing the cafe, and cleaning up after business hours. For the first few days, she had Ms. Mayona work with her on making bread and drinks. By now, Mayona had mastered the recipes for the shop's basic breads, as well as all the drinks and cocktails for the wealthy. The cat at Wishanju's front desk would place the mousse cakes for the next day in the refrigerator before logging off. Mayona only needed to remove them from the refrigerator and place them in a transparent, refrigerated display case when the shop opened in the morning. These products were enough to cover the daily sales. Every other day, the shop would stock its shelves with special, rare flavors of cakes, and word of the bread spread quickly, creating a unique promotional opportunity and attracting significant traffic to the shop. The door to the cafe opened, and a familiar player walked in with an NPC. The cat at Wishanju's front desk stood up from behind the counter, peeked in, and excitedly waved the book in his hand. "Mr. Shinyu, can you sign it for me? I give you a discount." "Great." Salted Fish walked over with a smile, took the pen, signed his name on the title page, and drew a simple salted fish. Then he handed it to Hidalgos, who was standing next to him. "Buy one, get one free, and we also give you an autographed copy from the editor." "Wow! That's great. What would you two like to eat today?" The cat at the Wishanju reception desk looked contentedly at the book in Hidalgos' hand, signed by both the author and the NPC editor. She asked enthusiastically. "Well, I have this strawberry sweetheart mousse and passion fruit sparkling wine," she said, looking at Hidalgos, who was returning the pen and book. "Let me see. I like this chestnut Snow Mountain Mont Blanc with chestnut Earl Grey milk tea, half sugar." Hydrodia said with a smile. "Can I have a window seat? I really like the view." "Sure." The cat at Wishanju's front desk said, holding the novel with care. "I personally recommend a seat near the front of the store. You have a perfect view of the inner canal and the street. However, it's frozen and dark now, so the only thing you can see is the night lights. I also like a chocolate mousse, 2 baguettes, a chiffon cake, and a glass of mulled wine. Please pack these for me. And the rest of the dine-in." Shinyuitio scanned his face in front of the magic puppet, and the system automatically transferred the money to his account. "Okay." The cat at Wishanju's front desk made a hard gesture and began preparing the meal. "You can take a seat. I bring it to you later." As expected, Salted Fish found Hidalgo at a 2-person table near the window at the front of the shop. The artistic young man with purple highlights rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the canal, stained golden by the streetlights. Even though it's daytime, seeing the night view is truly a unique experience. Indeed, the night view here is quite beautiful, especially with the snow-covered streets, creating a truly New Year's atmosphere. Salted Fish agreed. "So what brought our best-selling author here today?" Salted Fish smiled. "It's probably not to treat me to their cakes. I discovered a hidden gem, so I have to share it with my friends," Salted Fish said with a smile. "But I do want to ask you something." "Shh, don't tell me yet, let me guess." Salted Fish stroked his chin thoughtfully, his violet eyes gleaming with interest. "You want to know about Wendell?" "You guessed right," Salted Fish said to him. He made a hard shape with one hand. "So, do you have any information you can share?" "Well, I don't know much." Hydrodia shrugged, thinking. He was one of the earliest employees of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. He's very skilled at identifying and handling sealed artifacts. He seems to also be interested in exploring the mysteries of the world. He comes across as a gentle, kind person. But he's very reliable and well-organized. My brother-in-law told me that in all his years at the Bureau, he's hardly made any major mistakes. By the way, did I tell you about the concept of the godly rank? I know. I heard you explain it to me when I was writing that book. Xianyuitu nodded. In this world, many concepts are complex. Some concepts exist within the realm of fate, but they also appear within the realms of time and humanity, such as history. Hydrodia said, even if we take different paths, people can meet at the same intersection. The same thing happens with the godly rank. When we step onto the same staircase, even if each person's position is slightly different, because they are standing on the same conceptual ladder, they can sense each other's presence when they meet. Their orders arrived. Hydrodius took his chestnut-flavored Earl Grey milk tea, took a sip, and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. My godly rank is about observation, recording, and secrets. From what I perceived, there are two beings who have crossed paths with my godly rank, the knowledge conglomerate of the Magic Academy Calcadura, and Wendell Beldred. However, the divine level I shared was records and secrets, while Wendell's was observation. He long since transcended the concept. I don't know what divine level he's at now, but it's likely related to exploration. After all, his motto is, curiosity is my essence. Hydrodius placed his teacup back on the table, resting his chin on his folded hands. He smiled at Xianyuitu and said, but my curiosity is definitely piqued. So, is our great writer truly interested? Chapter 406. Rather than being attracted to someone, it's more like we're both incredibly curious about each other. Xianyuitu smiled. After all, as a delicate girl, I need to be rational and thoroughly investigate the person before I become attracted to them. Indeed. Hydrodius nodded in agreement. Especially in this world of constant uncertainty and wars between gods, you never know what kind of person you meet. The more ordinary someone seems, the more dangerous they might be. Speaking of which, my brother, your lord. When he traveled around the continent, he was the ultimate master at playing dumb, disguising himself as an ordinary person. He truly set a trend. I even wrote an adventure novel about him. Salted Fish exclaimed, please let me read it. My bookstore should still have some, Hydrodia said with a smile. I get you a set later. So, after a delightful afternoon tea, Salted Fish happily returned to AMT New City, carrying his packed snacks, and a complete set of the Lord's official adventure-setting novels, the prequel to the game. Not only can I write official-setting novels within the game, but I can also read them. What a novel fan experience. Salted Fish muttered happily, but the Lord and the Knight's encounter takes place after the game begins, so it shouldn't be in the prequel. It's a shame we can't support them. But now wasn't the time to read the novel. Without knowing Wendell's true identity, Salted Fish felt a pang of itching inside, as if a kitten were scratching. It was almost closing time when she arrived, but the office building door was still unlocked, so Xianyuitu rushed in without hesitation and headed straight for the third floor. Wendell's office door was ajar. Xianyuitu gently pushed it open and peeked in. No one was inside. She walked around the office and saw Wendell's desk was neatly organized, with a stack of blank vocational training application forms and firearms expense receipts neatly stacked on it. All the filing cabinets and drawers were securely locked. Xianyuitu searched through them with light movements, but found nothing. She felt a little disappointed, but also like her opponent had been invigorated. After all, it would be too boring to just lay the clues out on the table. Just then, Xianyuitu heard some ping-pong sounds coming from next door. Curious, she poked her head out of the office and realized the sounds were coming from the sealed artifact storage vault next door. Salty Fish, her curiosity brimming with fear, walked directly to the end of the dim corridor and pushed open the door. The sealed artifact storage vault was darker than the corridor outside, and even though she strained her eyes, she could only make out shadows swaying in the darkness. She reached out to the wall, groping for the light switch, but before she could turn it on, an oil lamp lit up inside the vault. Wendell, sitting on the floor, panted slightly, picked up the lamp, dusted himself off, and stood up. He looked as if he'd been in a fight. His clothes and his once perfect hairstyle were a little disheveled. He adjusted his askew tie and said to Salty Fish, "Can you help me, my dear lady?" "Of course." Salted Fish walked in, and took over his job of readying his tie with perfect ease. What happened? If there hadn't been no one else here, she would have almost thought Wendell was having an affair. A sealed object broke, Wendell said, his eyes shifting to a suspicious puddle of black mud on the ground. Thankfully, I found it in time, but it took a lot of effort to seal it back up. What kind of sealed object was it? Salted Fish poked his head in curiously. Sealed Artifact 3-1-9, Uncontrolled Mire, is said to be a strange artifact created by a clumsy magician who cast Mire of Despair, and unfortunately swallowed himself, Wendell said, adjusting his glasses. It should have vanished after the summoner's death, but it inexplicably persists, and seems to have gained a sense of self-awareness, seeking out targets to devour. What it devours is completely digested and converted into its own energy, leaving only the muddy residue it ejects as a defensive measure against its enemies. Are all sealed artifacts this bizarre? Xianyuitio fixed Wendell's tie and smoothed out the wrinkles on the chest of his white uniform. Ahem. There's certainly some strange things. Wendell's expression was a bit strange. Could you please try to cleanse the traces it left behind? I suspect it's extremely contaminated. Hearing this, Xianyuitio activated the test mode. The stain on the ground was indeed a striking red. However, she glanced at Wendell. His contamination level was quite low, only 13%. It's indeed contaminated. Salted fish drove the contamination from the ground into the sealed bottle. The muddy puddle on the ground seemed to have lost its hold, instantly vanishing like a vaporized monster. So, is the sealed object safe now? I resealed it. Wendell picked up a box from the ground and placed it back in the only empty spot on the warehouse's stacked shelves. Salted fish glanced at it and saw the nameplate underneath, which read 3-1-9. But I have to have someone from the general administration come over to reassess it tomorrow. Your job sounds dangerous too. Salted fish sighed. But it's safe to leave work today, isn't it? I just bought some delicious food. We can go back to your apartment and enjoy it together. It's indeed time to leave work. Wendell smiled. Then please wait while I lock the door. Salted fish nodded and exited the storage room. She watched as Wendell picked up the oil lamp and walked around the room again before exiting and closing the door. As he fished the key from his pocket, Salted Fish's sharp eyes caught sight of his glove flipping up slightly, revealing a fragment of what had been hidden beneath it. It was a section of bone, black and withered, as if charred by flames. Salted Fish blinked and calmly averted his gaze. Chapter 407. Wendell's dorm, like his office, was meticulously clean and aesthetic. Xianyuitio had no intention of visiting her boyfriend's house. Instead, like a player opening a new map, she surveyed everything in the apartment building with a mixture of wonder and envy from the moment she entered. To be honest, since neither Wendell nor Edward, who lived there, were the type to order adventurer takeout, Xianyuitio was the first player to set foot in Wendell's dorm. Wow, I always thought this place was some kind of medieval fantasy, but the accommodations are even better than my apartment. Xianyuitio muttered to herself, a voice only she could hear, clearly shocked. Wendell emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of food, a graceful smile on his face. Did you say anything to me just now? I didn't hear clearly in the kitchen. I was just admiring your wonderful accommodations. Xianyuitio's eyes were filled with envy. The Lord's benefits are truly wonderful. Wendell placed the tray firmly on the table. Xianyuitio noticed that his gloves had been rearranged, leaving no gaps. He removed neatly portioned chocolate mousse and chiffon cake from the tray. The mulled wine had been reheated and divided between 2 ceramic teacups. The baguette was sliced, lightly toasted with garlic butter according to Xianyuitio's instructions, and placed on a wooden bread pan. Each slice of bread rested on a perfectly cut sheet of baking paper, now emitting a rich and overbearing aroma. Wendell also cut up some cured meats and cheeses and placed them on the side, which whetted Xianyu's appetite. Wow, these look even better than what they make at the store. Xianyu picked up a piece of garlic bread and spread a layer of cured meats and cheese on it. The cheese quickly softened on the warm bread. The slightly cool, salty, and soft texture combined with the warm, crispy bread formed a perfect fusion, and she squinted her eyes in bliss. Wendell picked up a spoon, scooped a piece of chocolate mousse into his mouth, and said, "Is this the chocolate the adventurers invented? It's bittersweet, yet has a charming, mysterious flavor. I love it. Next time, I bring you hot chocolate with marshmallows. The perfect winter drink." Xianyuitio skillfully pushed the plate of garlic bread toward Wendell. "Eat this while it's hot." She smiled at Wendell, as if anticipating something. Wendell smiled back at her, reaching for the baking paper beneath the bread. With exquisite grace, he lifted the bread, smeared with garlic butter, threw the paper and brought it to his lips, taking a gentle bite. Xianyuitio's smile froze slightly. When did they prepare the baking paper? Damn, had they already thought of this? Xianyuitio's desire to win and explore was suddenly ignited. So what were your living conditions like in Kernsel? Does the Bureau provide dormitories? No, but every Bureau employee receives a settlement bonus upon joining, which can be used to rent or purchase property. I was lucky enough to find a haunted house, and bought it for a very low price. Wendell said. Salted Fish's interest was quickly piqued again. Haunted? Are there really ghosts in this world? Perhaps there are ghosts in this world. After all, we haven't explored all the mysteries of this world yet. Maybe besides illusions, there are ways to preserve the souls of the dead. But that house isn't actually haunted. It just has a ceiling object that screams in the middle of the night, which happens to be within my area of expertise. Isn't that a super win? The two shared this simple dinner happily, yet with undercurrents of tension. Although Salted Fish hadn't managed to uncover the secret beneath Wendell's gloves, she thoroughly enjoyed the intellectual battle. She said goodbye to Wendell, humming a song as she walked into the night, already devising a way to legitimately get Wendell to remove his gloves. Wendell stood by the apartment window, a smile playing on his lips, watching Salted Fish leave. Truly a clever lady. The slaves in the city defense training camp have been making considerable progress in their recent training. Their physical strength improved dramatically, and everyone diligently memorized the city defense army rules. At first, they were beaten and screamed in pain by Aelian, and then, due to muscle soreness from the physical training, they groaned and gasped for breath for days whenever their muscles were stretched. It wasn't until they learned the correct way to stretch their muscles after training that the atmosphere in the camp became much more normal. Upon learning that the slaves' strange cries were due to muscle soreness from training, Aunt Kadia's eyes immediately became more normal and compassionate. "This is how it was when we first started training our muscles," said Aunt Kadia, who ran the kitchen. She secretly replaced the easily digestible rice porridge she'd been preparing with meat, poultry, and eggs, which were more muscle-friendly. "My husband was like this when he was a mercenary apprentice. He'd swing his sword 1,000 or 800 times, and the next day he'd be crying and saying he couldn't lift his hands. I think it's all habit." After being disciplined a few times by Aelian, these slaves became more obedient. They were no longer the thorny gangsters who had been born, but had acquired a bit of a knightly demeanor. When one straightens their backs, maintains a correct posture, and wears well-fitting uniforms, their aura instantly changes. But this was only a superficial change. After several days of reciting the city defense army rules, these slaves had memorized them by heart. But simply knowing the rules wasn't enough, being able to follow them was crucial. MOU's approach had always been to openly communicate the rules, with penalties for breaking them and rewards for following them. With free meals in the cafeteria every day, and violations resulting in beatings and no food, coupled with the wise and courageous instructors who served as role models, these slaves quickly became righteous. The training gradually proved effective. After the first batch of city defense uniforms arrived, Aelian divided the slaves into teams and arranged for them to take turns patrolling various locations within AMT. With the slaves successfully assigned, the mercenaries naturally no longer needed to patrol. Lotseth discussed the city defense arrangements with Aelian, settled the rent deduction, and politely expressed regret for not being able to collect more money from the Lord. But that was all. Since the Winter War began, the entire Middle-earth continent had been shrouded in darkness even during the day. During such times, there were always criminals looking to take advantage of the situation, and the number of people seeking to hire mercenaries for protection grew. Lotseth and his men were perfectly positioned to capitalize on this peak business season and make a killing in the winter. Chapter 408. When Aelian returned to the Mage's Tower from the mercenaries' relief house, he was greeted by a rich aroma of food. It was unlike the scent of porridge or bread. It was a relaxing yet appetizing aroma, tinged with the sweetness Aelian loved. He curiously walked into the kitchen, only to discover that it wasn't DeCarlo who was cooking today, but MOU. The Mage's Tower had already been plugged in, and the kitchen was filled with a number of small appliances that Leah had brought back from MOU's world. One of them, a round one, which the Lord called an electric rice cooker, exuded an extremely enticing aroma. The sweet aroma emanated from the pot on the stove. The Lord, wearing an apron, coated crispy fried fish pieces with a sweet, rich sauce, and placed them on a plate. The knight had never imagined witnessing such a heartwarming scene, and for a moment, he was stunned. "You're back?" MOU glanced back at Aelian. "The druids brought us some fine rice today, and I figured Leah brought my rice cooker and all the seasonings here, so why not make some home-cooked food for you guys to try?" Hometown. Aelian's heart trembled. He closed his eyes, suppressed the turbulent thoughts, and smiled. "Do you need my help?" "Yes." MOU smiled. "Help me serve the dishes." MOU was cooking local cuisine today. Thankfully, the people who abandoned him chose a big city. Although MOU didn't know his roots, he had grown accustomed to the flavors of the food he had grown up with. Even after entering society, where he'd been living on takeout for years, for an orphan, he still had some culinary skills. The druids delivered the 5th-generation product, a hybridization of previously grown rice today. It's already very close to the taste of northeastern rice from the origin world. The entire acre of rice field previously planted near the fish pond was used for seed. Under the Druids' hands, they accelerated and hybridized the rice, evolving into even more exotic varieties. The Accelerate skill allows hybridization, a research project that would otherwise take decades, to yield results in minutes. Even if players don't understand the complex theory, it doesn't matter. Simply place two varieties of rice together for accelerator cultivation, allowing the pollen to intermingle and produce the next generation of rice seeds, which can then be tested using identification techniques. After Zayakiwi shared his otherworldly accelerated hybridization strategy on the forum, countless Druid players excitedly began their research. The Druids delivered their most satisfying product yet. The sight of the familiar aroma of rice piqued Mo's homesickness. Today, he made a pot of salted pork and vegetable rice. The salted pork was bought from Grandma Alyssa's shop, and the juicy greens were kindly supplied by the Druids. The crystal-clear rice, each grain glistening with an alluring sheen, imbued with the salty flavor of the meat, while the tender, sweet greens brought a refreshing touch. This simple and inexpensive salted pork and vegetable rice has always been a favorite of Mo's. Paired with a rich, red-sauce duck, smoked fish, and light, tender poached chicken, both Aelian and DeCarlo couldn't help but refill their rice several times. The three of them ate to their heart's content. Mo brewed some tea for them to digest their food, then handed the dishes to his apprentice. He then approached the knight with 2 mugs and handed him his. Aelian took the teacup and watched Mo walk to the window. Sipping his hot tea, the lord gazed at the drifting snow outside and said, "It seems my hometown cuisine is very much to your liking." Aelian nodded and whispered, "It's delicious." Mo had long noticed that, since some time, whenever he casually mentioned his hometown, Aelian's eyes would dim a little, as if realizing once again that they were from 2 different worlds. At such moments, the night exuded a lonely aura, like the cold snow outside the window. Perhaps, like Leah, the knight feared that one day he would leave this place, returning to his hometown without looking back. Because they had lost so much, because they had suffered so much, the knight had drawn an uncrossable line between them, binding himself to the side of this world. Like stray cats and dogs that have found a home again, their greatest fear is being abandoned again. If they had the courage to embark on the path toward the future the first time, the second time would have plunged them into the abyss. If you tell them from the outset that they will be abandoned, then perhaps they will choose to leave without looking back, not even clinging to a trace of warmth. Missing home. What exactly is it like? Aelian asked softly. I don't have a hometown. I've been wandering around under the church's control since I was a child, and I don't have any particular dishes to remember. It's not a particularly special feeling, Mo said, but sometimes you suddenly feel like, I really want to eat a certain dish in my memory. Sometimes you recall the streets you once walked, the feeling of the wind blowing through you. Even if the wind blows the same way everywhere, you find the memory of that feeling particularly beautiful. People can't help but embellish memories. Even if living in the present moment is incredibly painful, reminiscing about them always brings back those insignificant moments of beauty. He took another sip of tea and organized his thoughts and words. I'm also a wandering traveler. My longing for home is perhaps like an anchor for me. Thinking of the food that reminds me of myself back then, the hard work I put in, the journey I'd taken. Sometimes, I need these anchors to remind me of the past, and other times, it's simply a longing for a delicious dish, no matter where it came from. Mo said, I'm a person who goes with the flow. For me, as long as I'm comfortable, I don't cling to the illusions of the past. Aelian's eyes flickered slightly. As long as there's a compelling reason to look forward, I won't look back. Mo turned and smiled, but I would like to share with you my past, my preferences, and the taste of my hometown in my memories. Aelian gently grasped the Lord's hand. You may have misunderstood. I'm not afraid of your departure. On the contrary, I simply hope I won't be a burden on your return home. I don't know how much time fate will give us to plan. Perhaps the next battle is already imminent. And until all is settled, I can't make any promises. I don't want someone in the future to use my body to cause any harm to you. Until the battle we all know is over, I will do my utmost to remain here, waiting for you to pull me out of the abyss. Chapter 409. Angelma experienced 3 shipwrecks in her long life. The first occurred the night after her coming-of-age ceremony. She stole a boat from the village and, following the call of an ancient instinct within her, sailed out to sea under the stars. Unfortunately, the boat capsized before even passing the offshore coral reefs. Choking on water, she struggled to climb onto the nearby reef. For the first time, she truly realized that mermaids, having lost their sacred pearls, had been rejected by the sea, completely losing their privilege to transform into mermaids and swim freely in the deep. Gazing at the distant mermaid island, Mostly submerged in the azure sea, with only a patch of emerald crystal peaks visible, Angelma swore a solemn oath to the mermaid's irrevocable homeland. She, the daughter of the mermaid leader, vowed revenge on Friels and reclaimed the jewel he had swindled from her grandfather. The natural authority over water and beasts that generations of mermaid leaders had earned from the world consciousness with their lives and prayers. If humans could learn to swim and navigate the seas with ships, why couldn't the mermaids, once the masters of the ocean, do the same? Though they had lost their gills, fins, and tails, abandoned by nature and cut off from the world consciousness, they were far from ready to surrender and wait for death. Carrying this determination and resentment, Angelma became the best waterman in the surrounding waters. At the age of 22, she assembled a fleet and set sail. She gradually became a renowned pirate. At that time, her figurehead was a beautiful mermaid. Angelma's second shipwreck occurred when she was 31 years old. There, she first accomplished her feat of revenge against the god of winter and thwarted his plot to seize power. Friels is a greedy god. When Anne was very young, she heard her grandfather sighing and lamenting, heartbroken, as he recounted the story of being deceived by the god of winter in fragments. Friels was originally the god of ice and snow. Even before he became a god, he was a poor boy. He grew up in the north, born in the snow and ice, and spent his childhood in poverty there. After watching his parents sell him to a wizard as a slave, he offered no resistance, but simply followed the wizard back to the wizard's tower, which stood tall in the snow. He followed the wizard silently, doing chores, enduring beatings and scolding and starving. Every night, after the wizard fell asleep, he began to eagerly study magic. He hated winter and ice, yet possessed an unparalleled affinity for ice magic. After secretly studying as a servant in the wizard's tower for over a decade, one cold, bleak winter night, Friels killed his master. A month later, the village where his parents and siblings lived was buried in a massive avalanche. Petty and vindictive, Friels relied on ice magic to prove his truth through killing. Sometimes, faith isn't just about reverence and love, fear can also become a form of faith. Friels' name became synonymous with rage, ice, and the harshness of winter. Possessed of faith, he quickly gained a measure of natural authority. Winter, ice, and death. Life and death, spring and winter, the earth cycled through the 4 seasons, from rebirth to death, and then revived again in death, forming the cycle of nature. If the tree of life and the mother of all spirits share life, then the god of winter monopolizes death. But Friels didn't stop there. He was a petty yet greedy god. Ice and snow symbolize water, and austerity is closely associated with war. Friels first set his sights on a portion of natural power held by the mermaids. Water and beasts. Already in his prime, he disguised himself as a shipwrecked youth, clutching a plank of wood, and floated to a small island inhabited by the mermaids. Mermaids are migratory by nature. In that era, they spent most of their lives in the deep sea as half-fish. Every day, when the sun was shining, they would swim to the rocks above the surface to dry their scales, comb their hair, and compete with each other in their beautiful singing. Every summer, the mermaids returned to the mainland, transforming into humans and giving birth on land. After 3 years, they returned to the ocean with their children, now grown and ready for animal transformation. As a result, the mermaids are very close to humans, and will always lend a helping hand to those in distress. The mermaids, unaware of the winter god's disguise, rescued the young man that day, as always. He spent a long time with the mermaids, exchanging gifts under the pretext of repaying a favor, even using a harpoon to repel a sea monster that threatened to attack the young mermaid. The innocent and hospitable mermaids were completely unaware. Moved by the young man's selfless devotion, they welcomed him into their sea home. To allow him to breathe freely underwater, they took out their sacred pearls and granted him the ability to breathe and move freely underwater. That night, the mermaids held an underwater banquet for the young man. However, after the joyful singing and dancing, the mermaids, having feasted on fresh fish, fell into a deep sleep. The sacred pearl, placed on the altar in the clan leader's home, also disappeared that night. So did the young man. When the mermaids awoke from their slumber, they were surprised to discover they could no longer breathe underwater. Their gills had become lungs, and they struggled to suffocate in the seawater, some even dying in their sleep. Only a few mermaids managed to surface in time. Angelma's grandfather was one of the few surviving mermaids. He dived several more times, rescuing as many of his people as possible, and then discovered that the young man and the sacred pearl were missing. The mermaids had lost their ability to control water and transform into beasts, forcing them to return to the camp where their fertile tribesmen lived. A few days later, they heard that the god of winter had a new name. God of raging waves and ice and snow. Everything became clear, and the tribe leader suddenly realized the truth. However, the sacred pearl's connection to the mermaids had been severed by divine power. The mermaids could never return to their underwater home, and their newborn children had lost the chance to become mermaids from the very beginning. Suddenly struck by disaster, the mermaids were powerless to resist the gods. They cursed, lamented, and wept day and night, but they could not return to their former selves. Annie's grandfather stepped down as tribe leader, and Anne's father took on the responsibility, leading the tribe to resume life on land. Annie Jelma was the child the mermaids later sired on land. Chapter 410. The greedy god of winter never ceases his quest to devour power. From tiny winter snowflakes to the surging sea and the lightning that streaks across the sky, the orc's ability to transform into beasts allows him to gain more followers, half by coercion and half by coaxing them into starting wars. By instigating these followers to provoke war, he seizes a vast amount of power from the god of war. The god of war exists in name only, vanishing without a trace. Not only does he seize power through concepts extending from his own authority, he also targets various artifacts imbued with power, like the sacred beads passed down through generations by the mermaids. Obtaining these artifacts of power allows him to possess power more directly, without the need for subtle appropriation through adjacent concepts. While other gods nibble away at the cream around the edges of a cake, Friel simply and brutally takes the entire cake. He gradually gained a third of natural authority, and a portion of war authority, but even this vast amount of authority could not fill the bottomless pit of the winter goddess's desires. The feat accomplished by and at the age of 31 was precisely to prevent the winter god Friels from seizing the portion of the dark goddess's authority that intersected with death. Just as countless subtle concepts in the world can be interpreted in various ways, the authority of gods occasionally crosses boundaries. As a solemn god of death, the winter god represents decay and death in the cycle of all things. But the dark goddess, as a deity with the power of annihilation, also controls a kind of death. A death that falls outside the jurisdiction of natural authority. Just as the magical beasts exist in a polluted and corroded state, neither living nor dead, so too do many supernatural creatures in this world exist in this chasm between life and death. They haven't been annihilated, but they won't return to the ocean of world consciousness. They're neither truly alive nor truly dead. In this world, existence is rational. When a phenomenon emerges, it becomes a concept. Concepts gradually coalesce, forming authority, which is then seized by the gods. The dark goddess governs annihilation, and these souls, outside the bounds of nature, and yet to be annihilated, fall under her jurisdiction and become the undead. The undead is a broad term encompassing any being that exists between the natural and the dead. The winter goddess covets these followers, who dwell in darkness. While the dark goddess is slumbering, he selects his most exceptional transcendental followers, and sends them across the sea to the dark side of the planet, seeking the dark goddess temple, and seizing the necklace containing the power of immortality. These transcendents did indeed steal the dark goddess's necklace from the dark goddess statue in the temple. However, on their journey back across the sea to the north, Annie Jelma successfully intercepted them, and retrieved the dark goddess's necklace. The winter goddess, enraged, unleashed the greatest sea storm in history, sinking Annie Jelma's fleet one by one. She lost everything, but because she wore the necklace imbued with immortality, Annie Jelma survived. Clutching a piece of driftwood, she drifted through the icy waters to the dark side of the planet. There, she met the god. The dark goddess did not abandon this remarkable woman, who had lost everything defending her authority. She gifted Annie with a better, newer, and larger ship, abundant treasures, and brought her lost companions back from the icy waters. Loved ones, subordinates, and comrades who had lost their lives reopened their eyes before Anne's eyes. I have reclaimed them for you, and granted them the power of immortality, the dark goddess said. They will forget their own death, and live forever between life and death. No matter what harm they suffer during the day, they will be resurrected at night. But this immortality is not absolute. They cannot set foot on the land of daylight, for that is not my domain. And you must be extremely careful not to lead them into any illusion. They are different from you. You became undead while living, but they are already dead. Once they enter an illusion, they will remain there forever, like any dead obsession within it, or return to the sea of world consciousness after the illusion is purified. As for you, my child, I will grant you endless life. Until you complete your revenge, as long as you hold on to your immortality, no harm in this world can slay you. And so, Anjelma became the dark goddess's most devoted disciple. The resurrected crew seemed oblivious to what had transpired. They expressed no doubt that their fleet had been replaced with a massive new vessel, nor did they wonder why the figurehead had transformed from a mermaid into a dark goddess. They didn't even harbor the slightest doubt that they would become undead at night. It was as if everything was meant to be. The world assumed that Angelma had transformed her recruits into the undead during subsequent voyages, but no one, save Anne herself, knew that these crew members had always been a single group. They were the things she couldn't let go of. Angelma's third shipwreck nearly overwhelmed her. It should have been an ordinary robbery. Angelma sailed the high seas, preventing the winter god from using the legend of the Fountain of Youth to erode the power of nature. Only at night would her ghost ship dock for supplies. Even on this ship filled with the undead, no one needed fresh water or food. She seemed to be carefully running a self-deceptive scheme, unwilling to wake from this dream. On that last night of docking, she disembarked alone, disguised, and pushed open the door of the busiest pub in the port town, intending to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Instead, she overheard the news that the former adventurer, Captain Van Deeken, was setting sail again, dragging his broken leg to find the winter god's fountain of youth. Both this legendary adventurer, who once dominated the seas, and his quest for the winter god's fountain of youth piqued Angelma's interest. She steered the Queen Immortal at sea, tracking Van Deeken for days before finally capturing him and his crew. She brought them aboard, intending only to hear his adventures and dissuade him from his quest for the fountain of youth, adding a bit of fun to her long, endless voyage. But she never imagined they would encounter a fatal shipwreck. Chapter 411. The side quests aboard the Undead Queen were relatively easy to find. The missions varied, but most involved securing supplies for the crew. The rest involved resolving minor conflicts. However, as these quests progressed, the players began to feel a sense of disharmony. After completing their quests, the players gathered again in their assigned cabin to exchange information. It's a bit strange. The crew's schedules seem chaotic. And it feels like they haven't been ashore in ages, P. Pamir said. Yes, they seem to be desperate for fresh supplies, but they refuse to eat them even when they're handed them. It's almost as if they're fulfilling some last wish, Melissa Kubo said. That? The hidden old man raised his hand and whispered. The beautiful young woman who handed Angelma the fruit plate in the audience room seems to be the same person depicted on the pendant commemorating a deceased lover we found in Angelma's bedroom. Hiss. Everyone gasped. What's going on? The dead are resurrected? But didn't they die a long time ago? Before and took possession of the ship? Lujo Laoju asked, puzzled. Also, the first mate who wrote in the letter about resigning is the current first mate, Miles Knorr. Tranquil Sea added. A few crew members have mentioned wanting to leave the ship, but they also said that and only docks at night to let them breathe near the ship and doesn't allow them to stray too far. Path to Ascension. This is so strange. A confusing timeline and timing, strange crew members, a dead lover. Could it be that Annie resurrected her lover and companions, turned them into the undead, and that's why this place has become a ghost ship? Today's Rain speculated. Boss, do you have any ideas? Detailed? Let me briefly review the information we gathered so far. Angelma is a mermaid. The god of winter stole the mermaid's sacred water-controlling beads, gaining power over water, and this led to a feud between the two. And later became a pirate, and must have constantly opposed the god of winter, who then unleashed a storm to destroy Anne's fleet. And survived alone, but by chance, she gained the protection of the dark goddess Gaina. She obtained a ship and treasure on the dark side of the planet, regaining the ability to sail and fight the god of winter. Today's Rain pondered as he spoke. Is there something wrong? You what, Dingxian asked. Yes, there's a big problem, said Jinryu. This is a 4-masted galleon with 4 decks. And couldn't operate it alone. It would have required at least 10 crew members. If Anne survived alone and received the ship from the dark goddess, how did she get it back? According to the game setting, there shouldn't be any normal inhabitants on the dark side of the planet. It's terrifying to think about it. Also, why was the dark goddess so kind, saving Anne and giving her the ship and treasure? And didn't seem to be a dark goddess believer before. I think something else must have happened between them. Perhaps Anne had done the dark goddess a great favor, intentionally or not, which is why she's so generous to a new believer. Given the winter god's troublemaking and divine warmongering nature, I suspect it's very likely that the intelligence reports about Anne's infamous voyage that offended the winter god were caused by Anne's sabotage of Winter's plans to attack the dark goddess, enraging her and retaliating with a storm. The dark goddess, feeling guilty for accepting her help, offered in compensation. That makes sense. Nikukia nodded vigorously. And wrote in her logbook that she prayed to the dark goddess, wishing to be transformed into the undead. So, the undead must be the race ruled by the dark goddess. Thinking about the pirates becoming undead pirates, I have a bold idea. Today Yo-Yo said, when the dark goddess gifted Anne with the undead queen, she also transformed all of Anne's deceased lovers and companions into the undead, and gave them back to her. Holy crap! Everyone exclaimed in unison. However, since these people have died before, this transformation is likely flawed. For example, their memories are fuzzy. During the day, they believe themselves to be ordinary, living people, but only after nightfall do they realize they are undead. That makes sense. It's daytime now, and the pirates we're communicating with don't even remember being undead. They're still obsessed with oranges and scurvy. The undead don't have to worry about that. Nikukia suddenly realized, then blinked blankly. Wait a minute, they're all undead. How did they become vengeful ghosts? They are undead, but they were all dead before they became undead. Today Yo-Yo took a deep breath. I suspect that the undead resurrected by the dark goddess likely exist in the outside world as ghosts, somewhere between life and death. However, once they enter the illusion, it recognizes them as dead and absorbs them all. They didn't die in this illusion, they died long ago, entered it, and were absorbed. Shit! Everyone murmured in unison again. So, the true core of this dungeon is still Captain Van Dyken. It's just that when he died, the illusion erupted, engulfing Anne and her crew. With the exception of Anne, who remained alive, all the other crew members were directly absorbed by the illusion and became core and NPCs. This is probably why this dungeon feels so strange. It's raining today. Ding, the player system prompts. Your player team has successfully analyzed the illusion plot. Current exploration of the illusion plot is 50%. Everyone cheered up. As expected of Boss Rain, we already reached halfway through the plot exploration so quickly. Having reached halfway proves we're on the right track. Hurry up and check if there's any quest updates? Yes, the subsequent main quest has appeared. It's called Shipwreck. That's an unlucky name. Everyone open the quest panel. Dungeon name, Pirate Bay. You have discovered that this is an illusion created by long-dead souls and dead humans. Currently solved. The secret of the undead queen. Currently explored. 50% story exploration. Save point 2 updated. Currently triggered main quest, Shipwreck. Annie Jelma has captured the legendary adventurer Captain Van Dyken. She seems intrigued by his adventures, but unfortunately, he seems to be carrying out a special mission. Even more tragically, a storm is brewing ahead. Currently recommended quests, Disaster Replay, Van Dyken Route, Annie's Cage, Annie Jelma Route, Liberated Blue Sky, Unknown Route. You can choose different game paths to advance further. Warm tip, different game paths lead to different endings. Only the true ending path can purify the illusion. Chapter 412. 3 routes. I make a bold guess. The captain's route is a replay of the disaster, which should be a replay of the historical events of that time, most likely a normal ending. Anne's Cage is probably a bad ending. The route marked Unknown, Blue Sky of Liberation is probably the true ending. Today's Rain said, but although we unlocked the name of the Blue Sky of Liberation route, it doesn't mean we can actually complete it at this stage. We still don't have enough information. Now that we have saved points, to be on the safe side, we should go through the bad ending or normal ending first, at least to know what the subsequent plot is like, before continuing to push for the true ending. Ascending to Immortality agreed. We now have saved points. To be on the safe side, we should go through the bad ending or normal ending first, at least to know what the subsequent plot is like before continuing to push for the true ending. Ascending to Immortality also agreed. The normal ending and bad ending should be roughly the same in the main storyline. As long as we follow the plot, we inevitably trigger one of them, said Today's Rain. But I suspect the Annie's Cage storyline is related to Annie's own choices. Speaking of which, Annie is undead, and she didn't die before becoming undead. So, she's probably the only living person in the dungeon besides us? Melissa Kubo shuddered. Could she have been living in a looping dungeon all these years? Holy crap, how many dungeon loops has she experienced here, watching her lover and companions unknowingly resurrect, reliving the tragedy of being swallowed by the illusion. Tangnan pot boiled a chill. If it were me, I'd probably go insane by now. With Anne's abilities, she should be able to break the illusion at any time. Nikukia said she was an eyewitness to the incident and knows the identity of the vengeful ghost perfectly well. Breaking the illusion only requires destroying its core, which shouldn't be a problem for her. So, the continued existence of this illusion can only mean she chose to stay in this illusion. The Eternal Poet pulled a lute from his backpack, plucked the strings, and sighed. This illusion contains everything she has, family, friends, possessions. If she leaves, she'd be alone again. Based on the quest prompt, and making a wild guess, If Captain Van Dyken in real history was truly a fanatical follower of the god of winter, then trapping and in this illusion would be like removing a thorn in his side. I doubt this illusion is merely a figment of the imagination, accident or coincidence. Melissa Kubo said, perhaps this is a complete trap set for Anne. That means the god of winter killed Anne's people the first time, her lover and companions the second time, and then used the illusion to kill Anne's resurrected lover and companions again the third time. And, having lost everything, has become complacent and trapped in this illusion. This is Anne's prison. The eternal poet said, I thought this instance was Anne's revenge of the Count of Monte Cristo. But now it seems that the god of winter still has the upper hand. This is too tragic. I want to help her. The hidden old man sniffed. This is too pitiful. But how can we help? Isn't Captain Van Dyken's shell on Boss Yo-Yo now? We haven't found the core yet. A teammate asked, a tornado swirling overhead. The illusion core should have always existed in the dungeon. Today Yo-Yo pondered, then there's only one possibility. Before we entered the dungeon and the cycle began, Angelma and her men had already taken the illusion core from me. Now, it's in Anne's control. This also fits the name of the bad ending plotline. In fact, this also explains our previous unsuccessful dungeon explorations. Anne and the Undead Queen weren't hunting us down to complete the storyline, but to eliminate the outsiders in this illusion. She knows that outsiders who appear in the illusion will strive to purify it, something Anne, who wants to keep her loved ones and companions, can't accept. Fuck, this dungeon is pretty amazing. An undead NPC trapped in the illusion kills all outside adventurers just to stay with their deceased loved ones and companions in this recurring illusion. Yu Hua Dingxian pondered it carefully. Rather, that's the essence of the dungeon. Without it, Captain Van Dyken's side would seem rather dull. But thinking about it from Annie's perspective is quite shocking. Someone who knows they're a vengeful ghost suddenly leads his minions in all sorts of bizarre, out-of-character behaviors, even declaring rebellion against the god of winter, with one of them even waving at the statue. Tangnan Boza glanced at Tranquil Sea. Oh my god, I'm digging my toes into the ground just thinking about it. Tranquil Sea, a troublemaker, remained remarkably calm. It's not me who's embarrassed, it's Boss Yo-Yo. Annie Jelma probably only recognizes the vengeful ghosts, and won't bother with us nobodies. That's all the information we can deduce right now. Today's Rain said, let's go to the helm to find the first mate, and hand in our mission. The first mate and Anne's lover are most likely to hold clues to the main plot. They returned upstairs, and found first mate Miles Nor waiting at the helm. He looked worriedly at the dark clouds gathering in the sky not far away. Mate, we helped the crew resolve their problems, today's Rain said. Ah. Yes. I heard from them that you solved many of their problems. Miles turned and replied absent-mindedly, according to the agreement, you can become our new crew members. But now, it seems we have even greater trouble. He looked up at the sky again. Look, dark clouds are gathering, a storm is brewing. Our enemy, Freels, has set a storm right on our path. Can we change our route? Today's Rain suggested. The first mate pondered for a moment. We're currently sailing northward along the edge of the continent in the northern waters. The storm is forming directly north of us. According to the latest nautical chart, if we turn toward the mainland, we can enter a tributary and seek shelter in Pirate Bay. This should be the plot point. What if we head out to sea? Tranquil Sea suddenly asked, clearly attempting a plot twist. But the first mate shook his head. No sane sailor would head out to sea during a major storm. The currents will shift under the influence of the storm, creating swells of varying sizes. If the wind and waves are too strong, the ship could easily capsize. Chapter 413. The players tried it out, but the dungeon storyline at this point felt like a cutscene, and the players were no longer able to play it. Annie Jelma ordered a turn, heading into Pirate Bay to avoid the storm. The first mate pulled out the treasure map confiscated from Captain Van Dyken, it was raining today, and followed the sea route indicated on the chart to Pirate Bay. Pirate Bay is an inland port, its interior a crescent-shaped beach, and the true estuary outside is actually a sea channel formed by the jagged edges of two peninsulas. Without a nautical chart, finding the direction would be difficult if ice, fog, or storms obscured vision. The Undead Queen sailed the north year-round. Her bow, clad in a special dwarven alloy, rose slightly in a graceful arc, easily breaking through the ice, and breaking through the floating ice. As long as she steered the correct sea route, she could navigate unimpeded, even in the perennially ice-covered waters of the north. It was still summer in the fantasy world, and Pirate Bay wasn't frozen in place by snow, but a storm had already formed in the north, rapidly moving toward them. The crew shouted, furling the sails and changing course. The first mate held the helm firmly, sailing towards their destined fate. The players, however, seemed to have guessed the outcome. They stood on the deck, watching the NPC's actions in bewilderment. Players were a deeply contradictory existence. When they were fighting the crew, they could easily dismember and stuff them into their backpacks. But as they explored the dungeon's clues and got to know the characters, the speed of their defection depended entirely on the NPC's beauty, strength, and tragic nature. It's only been a short encounter, but players have already been deeply moved by Angelma's tragic life story and her entanglement with the Winter God's vengeance. The crew members they helped in the side quests have also become more approachable and lovable. The sentimental, hidden old man sniffed. Is there really no other way? Today Yo-Yu shook his head. This illusion is actually a psychological illusion. Whether it can be purified depends entirely on Angelma's own choice. Just as it has been countless times before, sinking into this illusion will turn it into an eternal prison. But I can't judge whether this is a beautiful dream of companionship or a painful hell for Anne. But entrapped herself in this illusion, the god of winter has one less thorn in his side, freeing him to wage war against the gods with impunity. Nikuki aside, that's probably not what Anne wants. Everyone looked up. Angelma, the immortal queen of the mermaids, was now dressed in formal attire, walking to the helm deck. She stepped onto the ship's edge, her long boots on the side, and stood beside the goddess statue on the bow. The wind whipped her long, curly black hair around her. She gazed out at the seaway ahead, as if contemplating her own predetermined fate. There's one person we haven't spoken to yet. Today Yo-Yu suddenly asked, grabbing the nearest crew member. Captain's lover, where is she? Ah? She should be on the forecastle, right? The crew member blinked, and the strange new sailors rushed into the forecastle. Wait, you can't go there. Today Yo-Yu found the brunette on the second floor, which was a studio. She was sitting in front of an oil painting, adding the finishing touches. Jean Yo-Yu looked around. Hundreds, even thousands, of paintings were stacked on top of each other, each depicting Angelma. Strange sailors, are you looking for me because this cycle is drawing to a close? The woman put down her brush and smiled at them. By the way, I haven't had time to introduce myself yet. I'm the painter Rowena Darda. You know? Jean Yo-Yu asked in shock. Do you mean this is an illusion, or that we're all dead, immortal beings? She tilted her head slightly. Unlike the other crew members, I unfortunately escaped the cycle's maze, and possess this part of my memories. How did you? Jean Yo-Yu blinked, her gaze falling on the paintings covering the floor and walls. Suddenly she realized, these are the paintings? Rowena nodded. With each cycle that ends, I paint a picture. Apparently, these paintings, formed by my obsession, are left behind in the illusion throughout each cycle. I use them to plan my future. Counting the years we spent here. Though it's not entirely accurate, it's probably been decades. Whenever I open this door, and see these layers of paintings, I'm reminded of those hazy memories erased by the illusion. Rowena smiled wryly. During this repetitive, chaotic time, Annie and I were the only sane people on this ship. She smoothed her hair. But even I can't fully empathize with Annie's pain. I accepted my own death and my inability to leave this illusion, but Annie. She still can't accept it. Rowena sighed. She's lost so much. We are her last family and hope. The vile winter god used Annie's love for us to trap her, preventing her from ever raising the blade of revenge. I once persuaded Annie to shatter the core of the illusion, but she wasn't ready to say goodbye to us. I don't understand. The hidden old man who had followed Jinra Yo-Yu and said, why can't she stay here? Even though this is a cycle, you're the most important people to her. You're still alive here. Isn't that what matters most? Rowena smiled bitterly, raised her hand, and waved it across her face. If you can call that living. As she moved, her face changed, her beautiful features instantly decaying into a horrific sight, half white bones, half green and rotting flesh. The players gasped. We are the souls of the dead, forcibly held in the world by the dark goddess's immortal power. This same illusion has captured us, and we have been assimilated into it, becoming part of it. Rowena said, your time here has been brief, and perhaps you haven't noticed any signs yet. But Annie, I, and even the crew members themselves, have all felt the sanity of us undead souls fading with each cycle. Once, though we couldn't walk the land of daylight, we still possessed human form and hearts. And now, as you can see, some of our companions can no longer maintain their human form even by day. We are slowly, bit by bit, losing ourselves in this illusion. Sooner or later, we will completely melt into it, leaving not even a trace of consciousness. And Annie will witness it all. I would rather she cleanse this illusion herself, allowing us to return to the sea of world consciousness. Chapter 414. Rowena looked at everyone. Although I don't know who you are, I know that you don't carry within you the souls of the crew members who created this illusion. You dared to challenge the Winter God's authority, and therefore must be his enemies. I beg you to help us, to help Annie, and to achieve final liberation. Ding, the player system prompts. You have triggered the main quest, Liberation of the Blue Sky. Current story exploration is 70%. Is the true ending about to appear? I'm a little confused. Is this what it feels like to be led by a master? Calm down, calm down. Triggering is triggering. Completing is completing. Triggering doesn't mean you complete it. I can only promise you that we try our best. With 30% of story exploration still missing, Jinri Yoyu is unsure whether he can successfully reach the true ending. Logically, any true ending in a game requires at least 95% story exploration. But then again, this dungeon's plot setting is a bit unique. Whether or not he can achieve purification depends entirely on Annie's own choices. I'd like to ask, do you know what happened next in this cycle? Today's Rain asked. Rowena shook her head. Although I've broken free from the cycle's control through these paintings, I can't clearly recall what happened. I only know that this illusion belongs to the man who once possessed your body. Captain Van Dyken. I can sense the endless despair emanating from the core he left behind, that's all. As far as I know, when you were absorbed into the illusion, besides Captain Van Dyken, who became the core, the obsessions of 2 other people affected the core. Can you sense the obsessions of others, or anything else? Rowena shook her head blankly. She closed her eyes again and tried to sense it. All I can feel is Anne's sadness. Thank you. Today Yoyu thanked her and quickly left. Outside the cabin, a torrential downpour had begun. The storm's impact was approaching. The sky was pitch black. The crew had been transformed into strange shapes, but and remained as heroic as ever, standing at the bow like a goddess stabilizing the sea. 3 main plots. Van Dyken and Rowena. Today Yoyu muttered to himself, oh no, and is also slowly being absorbed by this illusion. What? The others were bewildered. There are a number of main quests, Tranquility Sea explained. Annie is one of them. In this game, the main quests within the illusion are the obsessions absorbed by the core of the illusion. Annie isn't dead, but her obsession is being absorbed by the core. Today Yoyu stepped onto the bow of the ship. Captain Annie. Annie turned, glanced at her, and pointed ahead at the bay, dimly shadowed by the wind and rain. Look. That's Pirate Bay, where it all ends. She jumped over the edge of the ship, and today Yoyu realized that she was actually a head taller than her pirate captain self, which was extremely intimidating. I know you're not Van Dyken's gang, Annie Jelma said. I spent decades in this cycle. That group of dead people repeat the same death every cycle. But you are different. From the first time you entered here, I noticed your difference. Tell me, who are you? We are adventurers from MT County. Today's Rain said, Lord Moiwa hired us. The God of Winter has launched a divine war against MT County and our allied elven territories. We've been ordered to the north to find a way to defeat him. Divine war. Elves. The power Friel seeks to seize this time is. Annie's eyes widened. 1/3 of the natural power held by the Mother Tree of Life. Today's Rain replied, Undead Queen, you stayed in this illusion for too long. The God of Winter has recklessly launched a divine war, seeking to seize all natural power. The snowstorms he summoned have blanketed the entire continent of Osiria, blocking out the sunlight and plunging most of the planet into an endless, frozen night. If no one resists his brutality, all life on Earth will perish. Not only that, the forum-watching Sea of Tranquility echoed, he has also collaborated with outsiders. He's joining forces with the evil god to slaughter all the orcs who haven't submitted to him, turning them into mindless zombies. Today Yoyu reacted quickly. He's trying to seize the dark goddess's power. He's turning the orcs into undead zombies, so he can attract power. Damn, hateful Friels! Annie roared, raising her right hand to cover her eyes. I swore. I have vengeance on Friels, but how can I let him go? A tear, mixed with raindrops, fell from the corner of her eye. Annie. Rowena and First Mate Miles approached together. In the torrential rain, their bodies had transformed into a half-human, half-monster form. It's time to say goodbye. I heard everything from Rowena. Miles tugged at his shell-covered lips. So we were dead all this time, and I told you the crew was complaining about wanting to disembark. I wanted to disembark too. He glanced back, then gave a bitter smile. Thank you for everything these years, Captain. You've been the best captain I ever served. Nonsense! Tears streamed down Anne's face as she laughed and scolded. Am I not the only captain you ever served? Miles grinned, revealing an ugly smile. Annie. Rowena stretched out her hands to her, saying, let us go. Your shoulders bear the weight of all the merfolk's hatred and hope, and the weight of our lost lives. You cannot waste your life in this endless illusion. This illusion is swallowing our consciousness. Sooner or later, it will devour us completely. I don't want to dissolve into this illusion, and I don't want to be annihilated. Annihilation is true death. Annie, let us go. Purify this illusion, return to the real world, let us return to the ocean of world consciousness, return to the sea of life, let us be reborn in the sea of life. Perhaps, if fate allows, we can meet again. You still have your mission. You heard what these adventurers say. The winter god is rampaging through the world, seizing power, sowing death. Stop him. This is the mission you bear, the path you have always chosen. She gently embraced Anne. Go out, my vengeful goddess. Chapter 415. Annie pressed her foreheads against Rowena's. Even though Rowena was no longer human, she showed no disdain. Instead, she pulled a fantasy core from her collar, attached to a necklace. Several druids attempted to purify Rowena, but after their attempts, they shook their heads helplessly. As Rowena had said, they had become one with this fantasy, like a drop of rain or a handful of seawater within it, all brimming with pollution. Or perhaps it was pollution that formed their very being. Thankfully, the NPCs didn't seem to care about their altered appearances. As if sensing something, all the pirate crew members put down their work and gathered on the deck, as if to bid farewell to their beloved captain. Annie, holding the fantasy core, walked past each of them, bidding them farewell. Captain, take care. Captain, avenge us. Captain, you must kill Friels. Reclaim the Holy Pearl. Captain, you will always be our best captain. The pirates began to sing. It was a bold and melodious melody, reminiscent of the roar of the ocean and the steady call of a horn. The players couldn't help but secretly wipe their wet eyes. Sail forward, my captain. Revenge the god of winter. Reclaim the glory and power of the mermaids. When we return to the embrace of the world consciousness, we will await your triumphant return in the sea of life. And said goodbye to the crew, and Rowena extended her hand once more. You know, the world consciousness has abandoned us. The sea of life rejects all tainted souls. Annie wiped the tears from her eyes. No, the world consciousness is still there. Today, Yo-Yo said firmly, we are from the same faction as the world consciousness. The world consciousness is still there, and we can cleanse the pollution. Trust us, after the illusion is cleansed, all souls will be able to return to the ocean of world consciousness. Every adventurer has seen the world consciousness in the game's introductory animation. Leah, for one, was deeply impressed by the little fairy who often lingered on the Lord's shoulder. If these souls simply wish to return to the sea of life, then players still have confidence in fulfilling their wish. If all else fails, they could try to request the Lord's visit, or risk being banned, and have both the Lord and the fairy Leah brought over. However, if the latter option is chosen, they might first have to defeat Aelian. Perhaps that's a bit too difficult. Trust them, Rowena said, hugging Annie and, together, grasping the illusion core. We will await your return on the sea of life, with the great world consciousness as our witness. The two clasped their hands together, and with a crisp snap, the illusion shattered. All the players were plunged into a memory. Captain Van Dyken, leaning on a cane and clutching a bottle of wine, dug a package from the rickety mailbox. He staggered into the house, chugging wine as he haphazardly tore open the package. From the package fell a letter, a parchment scroll, a small crystal bottle, a revolver, and a bullet. Today Yo-Yo recognized the letter and scroll as the secret message and treasure map sent to the captain by the mysterious man. Captain Van Dyken finished reading the letter, his alcohol-addled eyes gradually clearing. He hung the crystal bottle around his neck, stuffed the bullets into the magazine, and tucked them into his belt. With the letter and the treasure map in hand, he chartered a boat, recruited a crew at a bar where sailors and pirates gathered, and headed for the location on the treasure map. As he left the bar, he happened to pass by Anne, who had come to get drunk. The undead queen had set her sights on the ship, and her undead crew had been sailing the seas for too long, unable to leave the ship. She wanted to bring a breath of life back to them. Captain Van Dyken, a world-renowned former adventurer, was someone pirates would enjoy chatting and drinking with. To avoid scaring them, their ship followed them closely for several days, only successfully intercepting the ship near the mouth of Pirate Bay. The lame captain fought a last-ditch effort, but was eventually captured by the pirates and taken back to the Undying Queen, and had the first mate confiscate the captain's treasure map. Then, she gently persuaded Captain Van Dyken that if he gave up his quest for the Fountain of Youth and shared some stories of his past adventures with his crew, and would release him and his crew. Captain Van Dyken agreed. However, a sudden and fierce storm blocked their path. This was a remote area, and the nearest port would take several days to sail. To avoid the storm, and chose to follow the map and head for Pirates Cove. The map indicated that Pirates Cove was an inland sea, perfectly protected from the storm. Perfect opportunity. I show you whether the Fountain of Youth is real or not. And laughed heartily, as she spread the map on the table. She threw a dagger, piercing the fork on the treasure map. Captain Van Dyken stared at the map in silence, speechless. They continued on, reaching Pirate Bay before the storm. Maps of this era weren't drawn entirely to scale. People didn't yet have concepts like equal scale or contour lines, leading to significant errors. Most of the time, one could only barely discern directions and shapes. Many people would even mark key locations on the map with extraordinarily large images. In a sense, in this era, having a map or not, a true map or a false one, made little difference. The key still lay in the navigator's own observation and experience. As a mermaid, and even though she had lost her ability to transform, still possessed the mermaid's gift of sound waves. This gift made her nearly invincible when detecting underwater reefs. Pirate Bay is an inland sea, but also a shallow harbor. And, avoiding the jagged underwater reefs, found a safe spot to anchor the Undead Queen. It was already night, and the crew, cooped up for so long, clamored to reach land to escape the waves, get some fresh air, and find some supplies. And led them, along with Captain Van Dyken, off the ship and headed for the location on the treasure map. It wasn't that she was being overconfident. For years, besides trying to stop the God of Winter from exploiting rumors about the Fountain of Youth to seize power, she had also been searching for the sacred pearl that the God of Winter was said to have placed in the fountain. Every time she obtained a new treasure map, she would make sure to explore the location after obtaining it and then make it public. As undead, they had no fear of injury, and illusions, with their billowing black smoke, were easily recognizable from afar. This time, the treasure map turned out just as expected. After disarming countless traps, and finally reaching the marked location, they discovered a mere underground cavern covered in ice and snow. There was indeed a lake within, but it wasn't some kind of Fountain of Youth, just an ordinary underground freshwater lake. Sure enough, nothing here, and said, understanding yet somewhat disappointed. Let's go back. Captain Van Dyken, however, slumped to the ground, like a man whose life's goal had crumbled before his eyes. He pulled the revolver from his belt, which had somehow evaded the crew's search, and pointed it at his mouth. Fountain of Youth. Huh? There's no such thing as immortality. The trigger was pulled, and the man's words abruptly stopped. No. As the bullet pierced Captain Van Dyken's brain, the illusion erupted. This illusion engulfed most of the underground cavern and the lake, the entire bay, the Undead Queen, and even the howling storm. This was the illusory shipwreck that swallowed up everything Angelma had lost and regained. Chapter 416. The illusion dissipated, and the players opened their eyes within the jackal's shell, unsurprisingly seeing Angelma before them. This undead female pirate hadn't escaped unscathed in the illusion. Her long, curly black hair had been stained a frosty white by the repetitive cycle of time, as if a part of her soul had been carried away by the illusion. Her face remained young, but her expression was filled with sadness and loneliness. She clutched the locket containing Rowena's portrait tightly in her hand, her eyes burning with lingering hatred. A system notification chimed in the player's ears. Congratulations on successfully completing the illusion, Pirate Bay, dungeon, and reaching the true ending route, Liberation of the Blue Sky. You rescued NPC Angelma and earned the achievement. Do not go gentle into that good night. Dungeon difficulty, hard, story exploration 90%, your completion rating, a plus. Dungeon MVP, the hidden old man, Tranquility Sea. Tranquility Sea's system notification added. The dungeon completion reward has been added to your backpack. Reward? Tranquility Sea opened his backpack and pulled out a seemingly intact brass bullet. It looked just like the one sent to the captain in the memory of the illusion, but the outer casing was stained with what looked like dried blood. Tranquility Sea rubbed the stain with his thumb, but it wouldn't come off, so he cast an identification spell. Filthy bullet. Professional grade sealed item LV66, item ability. This bullet was originally used by a despairing individual in a suicide attempt. Strangely, after piercing the individual's head, the bullet returned to its original and used state, now stained. When this bullet is held, it drains away its owner's optimism and hope, leaving them with a deep sense of pessimism and despair. It's said that everyone who has held it has committed suicide. It is recommended that it be handed over to the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs for storage, exchangeable for Bureau of Anomalous Affairs investigator points. I suspect this item was the reason for the last captain's inexplicable suicide. Tranquility C shared the bullet with Jinri Yoyu and the others. This is the killer move that the God of Winter gave the captain along with the treasure map from the very beginning. I got a gun. The hidden old man also held out his hand. It was the revolver the captain had used to commit suicide. It's also a sealed artifact. Hidden revolver, professional level sealed artifact, LV-89, item ability. A strange revolver that appears to possess the ability to conceal itself. Once held by a person, it becomes invisible to those whom the holder considers hostile. We're both rewarded sealed artifacts, but why does your gun look so perfect for assassination, while mine can only be turned in for points? Sea of Tranquility complained, half-heartedly. The hidden old man ignored him. After a brief moment of thought, the group filled in the missing piece of the puzzle. The Winter God had been playing a psychological game from the start. He knew that Angelma was trying to stop the rumors he spread about the Fountain of Youth and had been collecting and destroying treasure maps for years. He deliberately chose a once famous adventurer, but after a broken leg, he fell silent and disappeared from public view, suffering from the pain of his old injury. He gave this poor, wounded adventurer false hope, then placed before him the sealed artifact that would bring despair. Whether it was the storm, the treasure map, or Pirate Bay itself, the Winter God didn't bother laying any killing moves. Because none of these posed any threat to Anne, now undead, and her men, the Winter God had placed the old captain, a precarious humanoid landmine, right in Anne's path, waiting for her curiosity to pick it up. Once the illusion erupted, the undead engulfed, bound, and assimilated by it would be unable to escape. And Anne unwittingly entered the cage set by the Winter God. There's something special about this dungeon. The Eternal Poet sniffed. It looks ordinary, but when you open your mouth, it's full of blades. Oh, I feel sick after reading this. Adong is such a piece of shit. The Sea of Tranquility sighed. By the way, that thing from before, won't that put you on Adong's blacklist? The Eternal Poet was curious. Hey, the one peeing as Captain Van Dyken's sailor, who died long ago in the illusion. What does that have to do with me, a jackal half-orc? The Eternal Poet was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but applaud. You truly deserve to be the server's notorious troublemaker. Have you even considered this? As they spoke, Annie had already built a small tomb by the lake in the cave, using the fluorescent blue stones common in this underground cavern. Even though there was nothing inside, Annie still mourned her fallen companions before the tomb. May the world consciousness accept you and return you to the sea of life. She closed her eyes and offered a final prayer. When she stood again, she was once again the queen who stood before the raging waves, unfazed by fear or grief. So you're jackal orcs? Annie Jelma approached them, her eyes filled with suspicion. Well, to be precise, during our operations in the north, we borrowed the bodies of these orcs to avoid suspicion from that person. Today's Rain answered, choosing her words carefully. Annie remained silent, striding towards the exit. To their surprise, after the illusion dissipated, it apparently broke through the thick clouds obscuring the sky. Outside, in the crescent-shaped bay, bright sunlight streamed through a gaping hole in the clouds, illuminating the dilapidated ship floating in the harbor. It was the Undead Queen, which had drifted in this bay for decades, both in the illusion. Her hull had begun to decay, pitted and battered, her sails tattered, like a true ghost ship. And there was no one aboard. Annie's lips parted softly. The ethereal song of a mermaid echoed across the sun-drenched crescent harbor, the crash of the waves seemingly sinking with her. The song felt familiar, and after a moment's reflection, the players realized it was the same pirate song the pirates had sung as they bid farewell to Anne. But beneath the mermaid's graceful voice, the rough, unbridled song now took on ethereal, melodious quality, like a funeral song. Hey, look at the ship! Am I seeing things? A player exclaimed. But it wasn't just him, everyone saw it. Aboard the ghost ship, transparent figures seemed to sway. To the mermaid's song, they transformed into scattered silver-blue dots of light, converging into a torrent, drifting and wandering across the sea, seemingly destined for nowhere. Beep, the player system prompt. You have triggered the new quest, Wandering Souls, and the Sea of Life. Do you want to accept it? Chapter 417. No normal player, unless they accidentally clicked, could resist the temptation to press no when suddenly triggered a seemingly powerful quest. Everyone quickly and decisively selected yes. Ding, the player system prompted. You have accepted the quest. Please follow the system instructions, and stand at the designated location. The players were confused, but they obeyed decisively. 20 players, following the system's instructions, formed a complex circle. A silver-blue glow illuminated their feet, and silver-blue lines lit up, forming a magic circle beneath them. The stream of scattered souls continued to converge on the sea, and even more sea spirits seemed to be attracted. Countless points of light drifted from the deep sea, and the stream grew larger and larger, like a small lake in the sky. The magic circle formed by the players was like a bright light that suddenly lit up, or a portal that suddenly opened. The stream of souls began to flow towards the circle. A system prompt popped up before the druids. Purify the souls that have entered the magic circle. The druids acted decisively, a purification spell in one hand, a sealing ball in the other, and a small blue bottle in their mouths. To their surprise, purifying the souls was a very easy task. The pollution was like dust on the soul, dispelled with a gentle breeze. The torrent of purified souls, without a pause or hesitation, flowed into the magic circle. At the same time, MOU, who had been keeping an eye on the progress from far away in AMT City, also received a system prompt from Leah, recovering world consciousness fragments, 0.09%. There are so many souls, drifting and dying in the sea. MOU sighed, it's worth all the effort to put on this spectacle for the players and NPCs. Yes, a spectacle. The soul's return to the world consciousness doesn't actually require all these fancy tricks. Leah now has ample anchor points to supply core energy, enough to dispel the contamination carried by the souls, and directly accept them back into the ocean of world consciousness. But a silent return wouldn't provide an explanation to the living. This is where the game planners come in. MOU and Leah worked together to quickly create this unexpected new mission for the players, and it worked wonders. From the player's perspective, as Leah played, both the players and Angelma seemed stunned by the sight of countless souls returning to the world consciousness. World consciousness truly still exists. Angelma stopped singing, gently covering her mouth with her hands, tears silently streaming down her face. Great, truly great. As the last silver-blue dot of light entered the magic circle, the players' auras vanished along with the circle. A prompt rang out. Ding, you have successfully completed the quest, Wandering Souls, and the Sea of Life, earning 1,000 military merits. You have earned the title, Guide to the Underworld. While wearing this title, your affinity with the undead increases by 3. Undead? What new race is this? The players were still perplexed when, and regained control of her overflowing emotions. She wiped away her tears and approached the players. Strange adventurers, you have demonstrated your abilities to me. Now, I wish to meet your lord. Wow, this is a new NPC storyline. It might even be a new main quest. All the players perked up. Today's Rain pulled out a return scroll and handed it to Angelma. This is a teleportation scroll to AMT City. Our bodies must remain in the north, but we return to the city to greet you in another way. My name is Today's Rain. Angelma nodded, took the scroll, and expertly tore it open. The players quickly exited the scroll's teleportation range, logged off, changed bodies, and logged back in. When Angelma appeared at the resurrection point in AMT New City, she saw a black-haired, black-eyed mage accompanied by a silver-haired knight, who gave her a friendly smile. Welcome, undead queen, daughter of the merfolk, Angelma. I am Moya Felizlok, the lord of AMT County, and the executor of world consciousness. This is my knight, the guardian of illusion and reality, Ialian Felizlok. You're the lord who hired those strange adventurers? So you're from the Felizlok family. And pondered, even in the north, I heard of your family's name. Moya. Moya. That name sounds familiar, I think I heard of you. Don't you keep a dragon? I remember that dragon shares the same name as Iris of the Northern Sea. Anne's gaze began to linger on Ialian, as if wondering if the silver-haired knight was a dragon. MOU's smile froze slightly. The group of eccentric adventurers, Anne had mentioned, changed their shells and returned online. Today's Rain came running over. My lord. Queen Anne. I am Today's Rain. So this is what you really look like. Annie glanced at the crowd, her eyes slightly startled. So you're all undead too? The players are all resurrected zombies and alchemical puppets. From that perspective, it seems to be true. Annie suddenly realized, I remember, Moyu, you're the great wizard who was expelled from his family for illegal necromancy experiments. I bought your biography. Rowena really loves reading adventure novels like that to pass the time. MOU's smile grew increasingly stiff. Seeing the player's eyes sparking with excitement and curiosity, he quickly said, It's a bitter winter. Your Majesty, please come with me to the City Council Hall. As you can see, AMT County is under attack from the god of winter's divine war. Annie looked up at the dark, sunless sky, where cold snowflakes drifted steadily. Any enemy of Friel's is my friend. Annie said, please lead the way. The players in AMT City watched the newly appeared NPC follow the Lord to the City Council Hall, and they all became agitated. New NPC? Wow, a pirate-style sister, so cool. Does anyone know who she is? Undead Queen Angelma. The big sister that Master Yoyu and the others just brought out from a northern dungeon. Wow, that story is so sad. Go check out the Master's screencasts and strategy posts on the forums. Holy crap, how long has the northern dungeon been open? And the Masters have already got the first kill in the first dungeon? And brought out an NPC? Isn't this definitely the pace of completing the main storyline? Chapter 418. The City-State Council Hall wasn't far, but in that short distance, Angelma witnessed the city's vibrant life. Even in the frozen darkness, the city was illuminated by lights as bright as day. Because of the heavy snow, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets, but their faces were filled with warm smiles. This was a scene Anne hadn't seen in a very long time. She paused in the World Square in front of the City-State Council Hall, gazing for a moment at the statue of World Consciousness, then offered a prayer. After the prayer, she silently followed the Lord and the Knight into the magnificent Council Hall. The Council Hall was very warm. The Lord walked directly towards a large hall, while the silver-haired Knight stepped forward first, pushing open the heavy doors, and an enticing aroma of food wafted out, and took a deep breath of the fragrant aroma. Having been trapped in this illusion for decades without a proper meal, her stomach rumbled with hunger. Behind the door was a small banquet hall, its long table laden with meticulously prepared dishes, a feast for the eyes. Queen Anne, please make yourselves at home, the Lord said, gentlemanly pulling out a seat for her, and accepted his offer and, without hesitation, glanced around the table before placing the entire platter of pork knuckle in front of her. She drew her silver dagger from her waist, deftly twirling it before slicing the pork knuckle into 8 pieces. Grabbing a piece, she stuffed it into her mouth with a hearty, uninhibited style of pirates, devouring meat and drinking wine in large gulps. Mou poured her a cup of dwarven brewed wine, then returned to his seat, taking a sip of his own black tea. This meal was specially prepared by James at Mou's behest for Anne, who had been trapped in the illusion for decades. Even if Anne was an undead, she still needed to eat. It made sense to discuss business after a good meal. Anne ate voraciously, quickly finishing this meal that had been decades overdue. She picked up her wine glass, gulped down a mouthful of food, wiped her mouth contentedly, and said, I'm going to kill Frills. Even though Mou had already had Lydia set up a barrier here to prevent gods from spying and eavesdropping, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy for this bold and straightforward pirate queen. I asked the world's consciousness to set up a barrier here. You can speak freely in this room. I'm not afraid Frills will hear me, and said. He knows I hate him, that I want to take his head, and that he has always considered me a thorn in his side. We long. It's an irreconcilable enmity, but unfortunately, he can't kill me, a pure undead. He can only target my still weak companions. Fries is a thoroughly cunning villain, and now he has successfully enraged me. I have lost everything. Nothing can limit or bind me anymore. I will fight with everything I have for my revenge. Revenge is the concept I hold dear. I am a servant of the goddess of darkness. Mou silently called out to Leah, glancing at Annie's level. LV-266, a quasi-god level being. If she had enough faith, she would undoubtedly be a goddess of vengeance. I don't know what your relationship with Fries is, and that's not important to me. As long as we all unanimously hate him, and said, I will kill Frills. If you can help me, I can achieve this goal faster. If you can't, I will leave on my own. In fact, Frills has caused us quite a bit of trouble. First, he launched a beast tide against us, then attacked us with sandstorms and these sunless winter nights, attempting to strangle the tree of life in this lightless, cold world. Mou said, he has no regard for the people of this world who rely on the food produced by the elves. He only cares about the power of nature, even collaborating with evil gods from beyond the universe. As the executors of the world consciousness, neither I nor the world consciousness will allow such an evil god to exist in this world. Excellent. And slammed the table. Then let's kill him together. I do it. I will provide you with the necessary support, but I want to know how you plan to kill a god. Mou asked. Authority, foundation, faith. And raised 3 fingers. Authority is power. Weakening Frills' authority will give me a way to fight him. Frills' faith primarily comes from those in the north, who have suffered under his tyranny, with a smaller portion coming from sailors and pirates at sea. The people of the North are suffering terribly, and there are no longer any who truly believe in him. His so-called faith is nothing but intimidation. I hold considerable prestige at sea. If you can help me recover the holy pearl Friel stole from the mermaids, I can also seize Friel's authority and foundation as the sea god. In his continuous expansion of power, Friel has acquired numerous artifacts embodying his power. He directly marks these artifacts with his own mark and uses them as his foundation. This is his habit, but also his weakness. This foundation can be stolen, erased. Just as he seized power from other gods, I will seize it back. I will strip him of everything, let him taste the bitterness of having nothing. I will make him revert to that weak, helpless god of yesteryear, and then crush him to death. Mo thought for a moment, you might need a port to dock at. I believe that after being trapped in the illusion for so many years, your ships also need major repairs. I have acquaintances in Pohnpei port. They are skilled in maritime trade and should have connections to ship repair. You guessed right. Annie nodded. I need a southern port and shipyard to rebuild my fleet, and I also need to recruit new crew. And in the north, I also need to establish a base. I think Pirate Bay would be very suitable. I can set up a teleportation point in Pirate Bay, where my adventurers can establish a base for you. But the north is, after all, the territory of the Winter God. You will need to cooperate to ensure the safety of my adventurers. Annie's eyes flashed. Even if they are also undead? Even if they are also undead. Mo nodded. Repairing or replacing a body is a troublesome matter. Okay. Annie nodded. I can do it, but I need you to add a space-traveling function to my ship. I know you can do it, your dragon. If I remember correctly, it holds the authority over space. Annie's gaze flickered towards Ialian. Mo felt that she seemed to have confused Iris and Ialian, but it didn't matter. They did indeed possess the authority over space, although currently, it was Lydia who directly held that authority. Chapter 419. The ability to travel across space makes Anne's undead queen even more elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace on the sea. Even if faced with the Winter God storm, she could escape in a split second. Arguably, this is the ability, and lacks most during her long battles on the enemy's home turf against the Lord of Raging Waves. If you are willing to swear an oath to become an ally of the world consciousness, and never betray it, we can add this capability to your ship, said Mo. My lover family companions. All the beings I ever loved and possessed have returned to the world consciousness. How could I betray it? And touched her chest and closed her eyes, a gesture of mourning. I can swear this oath. World consciousness, I am willing to be your sharpest blade of vengeance, striking down all the gods who have betrayed you. I, Angelma, swear on my immortal soul that I will be loyal to the world consciousness, and will never betray it. The oath was established, and a silver blue light band bound, and, tying her wrist in a large bow. With the alliance sealed, they spent some time crafting a detailed plan. Annie was a courageous and resourceful individual, yet uninhibited and forthright. She listened to advice and executed plans, but she wasn't one to create overly rigorous ones herself. As the saying goes, when you reach a mountain, there's always a way. When you reach a bridge, there's always a way. If there's no way, I just build one. To be honest, the fact that such a bold and uninhibited pirate had been able to fight on the enemy god's home turf for so many years showed her strength. But for Mo, this personality was just right. A team only needed one brain, and Mo was a detail-oriented person who loved to craft meticulous plans. As long as Annie could execute his plans perfectly, he was confident he could address her shortcomings and maximize her abilities. And was certainly not a headstrong person. She knew she could sometimes go along with the crowd and neglect details. She had simply proposed a few improvements to Mo's plan based on her own strengths and perspectives, and both parties were quite satisfied with the final result. I have one more humble request, Anne said. After this lengthy negotiation, her favorability for the Lord had grown considerably. She had originally thought those adventure novels were mere exaggerations, but now it seemed that perhaps this Lord truly had some remarkable qualities. Since you're a necromancer, surely there must be a way to recall the undead from the Sea of Life? Annie said, her eyes filled with sorrow and pain, yet also with determination. I know this spell is extremely costly, and I know this is an impolite request, but if I let it go without another try, I never forgive myself. I can't ever take off the necromancer hat, right? I can indeed do it. Having discussed this matter with Leah before and compared answers, Mo said confidently, recalling the undead isn't difficult, maintaining their existence is the challenge. Existing in reality consumes the undead soul's energy, while illusions erode their sanity unless they undergo special treatment. For example, in the Exile of the Suns, They used a portion of their power over reality and illusion to forcibly split themselves into two worlds. The inner world, the pollution, pain, and madness, while the outer world held all that was beautiful. Within my jurisdiction, there are two relatively safe illusions and one dream. MOU briefly introduced several dream realms. But I personally think the Silver Dragon Dream is the most suitable place for them to recuperate. I already contacted the owner there and received permission. The world consciousness is also willing to provide some of the world core energy to help their souls become more solid. Of course, the final choice lies with you and with them. If they don't want to return to this world, but rather wish to slumber within the sea of world consciousness, then I will respect their decision, Annie replied decisively, without hesitation. Then she muttered again, Silver Dragon Dreamland sounds like a wonderful place. Yes, it has blue skies, beaches, small islands, and the ocean. It's a truly beautiful place. I believe a pirate ship would add a touch of joy there. My adventurers often visit there, and if they need anything, they can ask. However, the owner of that place prefers that the pirates don't make too much noise and disturb their peaceful lives. Annie nodded. I keep my crew in check. MOU handed over several cell phones. These are communication tools I prepared for our allies in the world faction. The undead can also use them in the Dreamland. I'm not sure how many you need, so I prepared some. Ask me if you need them. Annie glanced at the phone, then casually took it and stuffed it into her interspatial bracelet. As if she didn't want to wait even a second longer, she said, So when can I see them again? Or, what price do I need to pay you to see them again? It can be done right now, MOU said. Please don't misunderstand. They won't be held hostage, and you won't have to pay me any other price. Just be loyal to the world consciousness, and complete our plan to slay the gods. Oh, and please, crew members, please don't disturb the Dream Master. It would be even better if you could occasionally interact with the adventurers. Don't worry, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Annie, ? After having the druid perform a cleansing on Annie, they took her to the Silver Dragon's Dream. It was dusk, and the dream's yellow sun, Illuma, cast its golden glow across the sea and beach, making it resemble a golden harbor. A gigantic silver dragon soared through the air, and after a long roar, it slowly landed on the beach. Its silver scales gleamed in the setting sun, just like the perpetually frozen silver sea of the north, gleaming like diamonds in the sunlight. Silver Dragon Iris transformed into a human form, and sauntered toward them. Its silver, snake-like pupils scanned Annie before finally settling on MOU. Is she the pirate queen you were talking about? Yes. MOU smiled and nodded, turning to Annie and introducing, This is the master of the Silver Dragon Dream, Silver Dragon Iris. Annie, ? Annie slowly opened her mouth. She stared at the silver dragon for a moment, then slowly turned her head to examine Ialian. Her gaze flickered between the two of them, finally settling on MOU. She seemed to have 1,000 words on her mind, but ultimately held them back. She sighed deeply, then nodded to MOU with a look of empathy. I understand. MOU, ? Ialian, ? Silver Dragon, Chapter 420. As an artist, Rowena deeply loved romantic and captivating adventure stories. She was a young lady from the city of Roselle, skilled in oil painting. Her love for adventure stories led her to embark on a journey, collecting inspiration from the world. However, one sunset, amidst the surging waves of a bay, she and her painting were tied aboard the ship of a beautiful female pirate leader. Of course, there was no forced or involuntary action throughout the entire process. It was simply a young woman yearning for adventure, who happened to meet a female pirate whose life was filled with adventure stories. At that time, Angelma was still unknown, hadn't yet assembled her vast fleet, and hadn't even made it onto the assassination list of the winter god Friels. As a rough and tumble person who spent her days among pirates, Angelma, while having a basic understanding of human writing, didn't understand the appeal of these flowery books. But she loved Rowena. She loved seeing her eyes light up as she held these novels, loved seeing her paint the words in them, and loved falling asleep to the sound of her gentle voice reading from them. So whenever she traveled to a new place, and would collect some of the local legends. After Rowena was resurrected as an undead and settled permanently aboard the Undead Queen, these novels, filled with romance and beauty, became their most cherished comfort. Rowena's favorite was Nonsense. After flipping through it countless times, and memorized the author's egregious name, Hydrodius Philosloch. On one of her voyages to the Magical Federation, she bought all of his works back on board. The most fascinating set of books tells the story of this man's brother's journey across the world in search of salvation. Rowena couldn't put those dozen books down, and was familiar with the plot. In the final book, the exiled necromancer named Moiwa meets the silver dragon he seeks, Iris, and together they embark on an adventurous journey. And still remembers that when she heard the name Iris, her mind conjured up images of the frost-covered silver sea of the north, gleaming like diamonds in the sunlight. Iris, in the language of this world, means glittering silver. Only today, when Anne saw the dragon's gleaming scales with her own eyes, did she understand why the silver dragon shared the same name as the glittering sea of the north. There truly couldn't be a more fitting name for it, Anne thought. But this is the silver dragon's dream, which means that, like Rowena, this dragon has already entered the realm of the dead. After tragically falling into that illusion, everyone except Anne lost their memories, trapped in a recurring cycle. Rowena, however, continued to paint, and her paintings never faded. One day, looking at the paintings scattered across the floor, Rowena finally regained her memory. "This is an illusion, right?" she asked. "How long have we been living here, recurring over and over again? Months? Years? Decades?" And didn't answer, but gently embraced her. "It's a shame we didn't get to see the end of that novel." Rowena sniffed, then suddenly said, "I really want to know if the magician and the dragon ever got together in the end." And now, Anne watched in turmoil as the dead silver dragon conjured a pirate ship from thin air in her dream, while the magician, accompanied by what seemed to be his new lover, a similarly silver-haired knight, summoned the dead souls back from the sea of life. Rowena would be shocked, she muttered. What had happened in these past few decades? She immersed herself in the situation again, savoring the pain of losing Rowena. She also imagined that if the Lord could not bring back Rowena's soul, if one day she met a woman who looked very similar to Rowena, would she fall in love again? It felt a bit shabby, but it also seemed understandable. These emotions were too complex, and in short, difficult to evaluate, and decided to abandon exploring this unknown possibility and focus on Rowena's return. With the help of Leah, the fragment of world consciousness, resurrecting certain undead souls from the sea of life was not too difficult. Leah even kindly gave them some core energy to stabilize their souls, which had been corroded and nearly shattered in the illusion. Rowena. Anne opened her arms to the familiar spirit, but Rowena stared at her in shock. "No, Anne? How long have we been back to the sea of life? Are you completely dead in just this short time? You're the undead queen." "No, that's not the case." Anne, at a loss for words, took a moment to explain everything. Rowena then looked at the Lord, and the silver-haired knight beside him with even greater shock. Then, turning to look at the silver dragon on the other side, she couldn't help but curse, "Fuck," and nodded, saying solemnly, "I understand." Rowena took several deep breaths, still struggling to recover. She continued, "Fuck. I feel like I skipped a dozen books and went straight to the ending, but I don't understand anything. Fuck." Annie held her forehead. She felt that the necromancer's recall spell wasn't very reliable. It seemed her Rowena was a bit broken. As the master of the dream, the silver dragon Elise, following the picture Leah had sent him, had dutifully crafted a dreamlike replica of the undead queen, serving as a home for the pirates who would soon settle here. After completing his work, he returned to the group and said that I'd done my best to recreate the image. If you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to make some changes. The pirates had no objections. They were overjoyed to be reborn in this land of sea and islands, to step foot on daylight land, and to see their captain again. You can freely enter and exit the beach and ocean, and explore the edge of the jungle, but the woods, cabins, and Dragon Mountain are off limits. Silver Dragon said, "You can use your phone to have the adventurers bring any food or drinks you want. But please don't make too much noise at night, we prefer a quiet life." "We?" Annie repeated doubtfully, her eyes fixed on the small figure clinging to Silver Dragon's collar. She then looked at Mou in shock. "Holy shit, you tore your soul apart?" Mou held his forehead. "Never mind. I can't explain it anymore. Let it be destroyed." Chapter 421. Mou had no idea how a two-person performance had become a three-person play with 4 names attached. So he simply gave up. Anyway, the Lord's reputation had already been spread among those adventurers, haha. He didn't elaborate on his seemingly chaotic love life. He simply taught Annie, Rowena, and First Mate Miles how to use their phones, set up group chats, assign quests to the adventurers, and calculate rewards. He then gave the pirates some initial funding. "From now on, you need to earn your own adventure coins," Mou said. "From time to time, adventurers will come here for vacation. Interact with them, share some of your legendary stories from the past, and leave a good impression on them. The World Consciousness will automatically award you with corresponding adventure coins. Any's contributions to our faction can also be exchanged for adventure coins. If that's not enough, you can exchange them for other currencies or gold and silver treasures. Although you can't leave here, you can still enjoy the delicious food of this world through your phone and adventurers. So, I want to read Hildrodius's latest novel, is that okay? Rowena's eyes sparkled. Yes, or rather, Hildrodius himself often comes here. Captain! These adventurers can buy dwarven wine on your behalf. This stew looks delicious. Barbecue, barbecue. I haven't had barbecue in ages. Back on the ship, the first mate wouldn't let us light a fire on the deck. And suddenly felt the pressure of having to support a whole family of useless people who only ate and did nothing. Annie, you can come and go as you please from now on, Mou said. The exit is over there. Just pass through that silver barrier, and you be out. But before you enter, it's best to seek a thorough cleansing from the green-clad druids. This dreamland needs to be as free from pollution as possible, so the spirits can live safely. I understand. Annie nodded vigorously. Then, please do as you please. If you want to stay in AMT City, the inn is a good choice. Mou smiled and said goodbye to Anne and the others. He then said goodbye to the Silver Dragon and the little Moiwu, and left the dreamland with the knight. The Silver Dragon ignored the pirates, yawned loudly, transformed into a dragon again, and flew back to the dragon's lair on the mountaintop with the little magician. Rowena grabbed Anne's arm and said, "Hurry, go buy me the complete novel. I'm scratching my head and wondering what happened between them." Annie nodded silently. Although Lord Moiwu's reputation, if such a thing even existed, was once again threatened by rumors of an affair, the alliance remained a considerable success. Mou secured a powerful general, undead Queen Angelma, and secured her family within the Silver Dragon's dream. This alliance for revenge against the God of Winter had laid an unbreakable foundation. After explaining Leah's collaboration with undead Queen Angelma, those parts that could be shown to players, and editing them into a storyline animation, Mou began working on the release of version 1.2. Yes, he cleverly omitted the version number when he released the Frozen Night event, directly including it as a major main storyline delayed by players, thus preserving the last vestiges of the planner's dignity. Update announcement. Version 1.2, Winter Counterattack, is coming soon, due to players' outstanding performance in the main story dungeon, Illusion, Pirate Bay, successfully rescuing the NPC, the undying pirate Queen Angelma. This vengeful queen who once dominated the seas has now joined our World Faction Alliance. Version 1.2, Winter Counterattack, is coming soon. The main storyline animation has been updated. Adventurers can access the library to view the latest main storyline animation. As you adventurers have likely noticed, the northern events are primarily conducted in team mode. Future large-scale battles will rely more heavily on team operations and cooperation between teams. Adventurers, please continue your efforts to explore and advance more main story content. Version 1.2 will bring many new changes. First, regarding game operations, the open beta period is about to end, and the official launch is imminent. The special offer on point cards and monthly cards will end soon, and they will be sold at their original prices after the official launch. During the official launch, more and better game benefits will be introduced, so please look forward to it. Personal merchandise update. Physical merchandise will be available for sale in the shop. See the merchandise shop for details. A paid reading area has been added to the forum. The official fanfiction novel Guardians of Illusion and Reality ebook will be available soon. Game content. Pirate Bay base construction NPC, Angelma. Angelma harbors a deep hatred for the Winter God. She is willing to cooperate with the world's factions to jointly slay the Winter God's blade of revenge. Angelma hopes adventurers will build a stronghold for her in the north, as a vanguard for her counterattack against the God of Winter. Silver Dragon Dream Scene Update. New scene, Pirate Ship in a Dream. New interactive NPC, Painter Rowena Dalta. New Pirate NPC Daily Quests. Magic Academy Calcadora. A new map is opening soon. More NPCs are coming soon. Players, please explore for more quests. Players, usually busy with their own affairs, curiously open the main story animation in the library. The 40-minute animation summarizes the highlights of the main story exploration over the past period, the lore's unknown, but accessible. Alliances and arrangements, the Magic Federation's wildly popular Guardians of Reality and Illusion, and its audiobook, and various scenes of the Magic Federation in the Frozen Night expansion. It also features the brand new map, Magic Academy Calcadora, and the silver-haired, translucent gathering of knowledge. Not only were the renowned players recorded by the system, but every player who diligently contributed to this world also flashed through these images, coalescing into tiny points of power, saving countless lives. In this animation, not only can the player's actions be seen, but also the cause and effect of these actions, the beauty they ultimately brought to this world. Watching the wheat produced by elves and druids in greenhouses, transported across the globe by merchants, and then cooked into warm porridge for hungry people, tears welled up in every player's eyes. Suffering and emotion coexisted. Nothing could be more heartwarming than realizing that every small act you performed helped countless people survive the icy night that engulfed the continent. Every player clearly realized one thing. Each of them might be a tiny existence, but each of them was a hero, saving this world threatened by the evil god and rescuing countless suffering people. Holy crap! This is the first time I felt like my daily quests are actually meaningful. Enough talk, I'm off to shovel snow. I'm going to move bricks. Let's go. Let's cleanse the mother tree of life. I'm going to check in at the Druid Purification Hall. Chapter 422. Guardian of Virtual and Real is an extremely popular title on the continent of Osiria, and its author, Xianyue Tiao, has recently reaped a tidy profit. This is an officially commissioned work, with the official plot provided by Xianyue Tiao and the writing performed by him. Ultimately, the copyright belongs entirely to the game developer, but the official price paid is based on the original work. As the original author of this book, Xianyue Tiao receives 70% of the royalties. The remaining 10% goes to the illustrator, 2% to the editor-in-chief, Hidalgoius, 15% to the Lord, and the final 3% to cover various expenses. Of course, this is only the in-game share. The contract Xianyue Tiao signed with the official website specifies two separate rights, in-game and out-of-game. As an official fanfiction, Xianyue Tiao not only enjoys author attribution, but the official website will also deduct 50% of the revenue from players' in-game ebook reading time, calculated based on the monthly membership fee, from the ebook's in-game purchase price. They will also create a paid reading area on the forum to list the novel, and will also handle all formalities for physical publication. She receives 70% of the revenue from both the forum ebook and the physical publication, and bears no costs. Of course, the latter two are stipulated in the contract, and can be implemented once the official website obtains the publishing number and relevant business license. To be honest, although Xianyue Tiao herself is a well-known online writer with accounts on major websites, this is the first time she has seen such a strong focus on copyright and the interests of writers as the official website does. You have to understand that in the real world, whether it's novels, movies, or games, the relationship between the official website and fan fiction has always been a delicate one. In essence, fan art is simply playing within the world of official creations. The quality varies greatly. Some fan art contributes to the official game's success, making it popular, while others are so outrageous they're enough to slowly lower your morale. This leads to various official entities, driven by their own interests, sometimes courting fan artists, sometimes imposing strict restrictions and crackdowns, and sometimes combining both, profiting immensely from the copyrights without providing any benefits to others. However, this game's art style not only encourages player creativity and fan-created works, but also consistently provides ample revenue sharing and rights protection. According to her communication with the two illustrators, their illustrations were purchased outright, but the official price was still substantial. This is far more honest than other games that hold contests that only offer hairstyles and animations, or even just a thank you letter and a competition authorization letter, yet still manage to collect a bunch of submissions. Furthermore, even blueprints submitted in the game, and player-designed weapons and equipment, will automatically generate a free usage license in the system as long as they possess sufficient originality. Of course, free use here refers to the official authorization for the game development team to use player-submitted designs in the game for free, while players still receive all corresponding game benefits. If players do not own the copyright or are willing to waive it, they can choose to sign a copyright waiver statement within the system. In this case, the design will enter the system's non-commercial design library, where the official team will determine whether the design belongs to the public domain, whether the copyright is unclear, or whether the player has voluntarily waived the copyright. Designs that don't infringe on third parties' rights will be officially used, likely appearing in supplies distributed by lords to NPCs or in city construction plots. These measures have ensured this niche game, and its official reputation remains strong within the fan community. Xianyue Tiao had previously thought it would take a long time for the novel to be released, but she was surprised by the efficiency of the official team. Today, she received an official notification that the electronic version of the novel was available. Even the revenue list and click-through rate were clearly displayed in the forum backend, making it look very reliable. Today, not only did the forum add an official paid section, but the official merchandise store also received a wave of updates. The official team, always criticized by players for not being able to make money, is finally starting to make money. She and UET opened the official store and browsed carefully. This time, the official release features two cube version action figures of the Lord and Knight, both 15 centimeters tall, highly movable and capable of standing without a stand. Each figure comes with 3 interchangeable face shells with different expressions and 5 interchangeable hands. They also come with 1 official costume set and 2 additional costumes that can be purchased separately. Each figure is priced at 288 renminbi, and purchasing both sets offers a 10% discount. In addition, a limited edition of Collector's Edition Adventure coins is available for high-end and wealthy players. These are said to be 1:1 replicas of the game's originals, using the same materials and settings. Each set includes 1 gold, silver, and bronze coin, a collection box, and a display stand. The price is 888 renminbi, limited to 1,000 sets worldwide. They come with a material certification issued by a professional certification agency and a unique serial number. Well, how should I put it? This pricing is certainly a scam, but it's also honest. That's definitely the official approach. There are also plenty of affordable goodies, like a VR goggle storage case with a panoramic map of the continent of Osiria on the front and world faction emblems on the back, as well as NPC character flashcards, acrylic standees, keychains, and mouse pads. They have all the necessary peripherals, and the prices are all within a reasonable range. However, along with the good news about the official store update, there was also some bad news for players. Today, the public beta is coming to an end, and the official launch is imminent. Starting next month, point and monthly passes will return to their original prices. But players were already prepared for this, so it didn't cause much of a stir. Well, let me put it this way. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Well, it's been almost 3 months, about the same as we expected. As long as the game's quality is maintained, paying for it won't be a problem. My wallet is ready. Hurry and take it. Take it. Chapter 423. Any game that's gained some market recognition wouldn't be without merchandise. If the official platform doesn't sell it, fans will too. It's better to earn the money yourself. For a niche online game with over 10,000 players currently logged in, and many more waiting in line for a spot in the lottery, this is already a great achievement. MOU launched the game merchandise at the right time. This time, with the exception of the design drawings, which MOU created, the production of the merchandise was entirely handled by the employees he hired from the Origin world. Thanks to Leah, there are virtually no complaints from players contacting customer service, and the only forum server to maintain doesn't require frequent attention, intervention, or dust collection. The merchandise production project is a good way to keep the staff, who usually tend to be idle after shipping goods every day, busy. Leah also brought back samples when she delivered a new batch of VR glasses. Judging from the merchandise samples sent by the factory she's already agreed upon, the quality seems pretty good. The professional older sister oversees everything from business negotiations and contract signing to licensing. The rest of the work falls to the employees, leaving MOU, the hands-off boss, solely responsible for design and quality control of the final product. At first, the older sister, somewhat resentful of MOU's hands-off approach, widened her eyes after seeing the latest earnings and her salary and dividends. "Brother, you're giving me too much." Chu Shichio, somewhat worried, left him a message. "Is your game profitable so soon? A little help from me isn't a big deal, and I don't really mean what I say to you. Don't try to be so conceited and give me all your future marriage savings. It's really starting to make a profit. Next month we officially launch and stop the half-price sale. If the merchandise does well this time, we can attract another wave of game fans. But sis, you have to help me keep a close eye on it. Players really value the quality of the merchandise." "Okay, don't worry about it, I got it covered." Chu Shichio readily agreed. Her child was at that age where he needed to spend money on various things, and helping her younger brother, while earning extra money made her incredibly motivated. After settling the operational issues of the Origin world, MOU began preparing for the winter enrollment students from the Magic Academy, Calcardura, to visit. The previously agreed upon visit date was tomorrow. Laria Orioles woke up early in the morning. Excitedly, she quickly got ready and opened the door to find Ariana Delaware already dressed and eating breakfast at the table. You're up so early too, Larry exclaimed. After all, today is an important day. The two exchanged a smile. The teleportation array connecting the Magic Academy to the city of AMT was set up in the plaza 3 days ago, when the legendary Lord and his knight visited, but it remained closed. For the past 3 days, countless magic students had fumbled around the array, trying to find a way to activate it, but none succeeded. When Laria and Ariana arrived at the plaza, the area in front of the teleportation array was already packed with people. Teachers were calling their students to line up according to their majors. The silver light of the teleportation array ahead lit up, and groups of students disappeared into the plaza with their teachers. Although there were many people, the line moved quickly, and it wasn't long before it was Laria and her companions' turn. They followed their leading teacher and classmates into the teleportation array, and instantly appeared in a square, bathed in a silver-blue glow. It was a vast square, so large that even with thousands of students standing there, it didn't feel crowded at all. E30 Her leading teacher muttered a number like a coordinate, then, as if suddenly realizing something, headed in a certain direction, smoothly and neatly leading their group into a space that seemed to have been reserved for it. Laria peeked out and saw a sign in front of the teacher that read, E30 She looked around and saw that the teams in the square were arranged according to the number of rows and columns in the east, south, west, and north directions. They were in the 30th row, row 3, on the east side. So orderly. That was her first thought. Subsequent teams continued to arrive, each leading teacher seemingly having received a number from Calcadora in advance. The empty spaces marked with signs in the square quickly filled up. Laria glanced up at the sky. Like Calcadora, the sky here was also covered by thick, dark clouds, obscuring the sun. The snow continued to fall, but a magical barrier seemed to be hovering above the square, keeping all the snowflakes out. A statue stood in the square, a beautiful butterfly-winged fairy holding a planet. Laria blinked. The statue's face seemed strangely familiar. Although the gender and appearance were different, it felt very much like Calcadora, the epitome of their knowledge. They didn't have to wait long before all the teachers and students from the 15 schools of the Magic Academy, Calcadora, arrived. 2 men emerged from the magnificent building at the front of the square. One had black hair and black eyes, dressed in the standard robes of a Magic Federation counselor and holding a staff. The other had silver hair and silver eyes, clad in shining silver armor, and slung a great sword, loyally standing by the black-haired man's side. So they're the Lord and the Knight? Exactly like the descriptions in the novel. So handsome. Both of them are so handsome. I'm starting to like this place. The students murmured among themselves, while the leading teacher coughed a few times, signaling silence. The black-haired great wizard raised his staff and gently tapped the ground. Ding. Though the staff was merely a gentle tap, it sounded like the tolling of an ancient bronze bell, a sound that seemed to come from ancient times and resonate within everyone's hearts. Everyone in the square instantly fell silent, their attention focused on the wizard. The magician snapped his fingers. A translucent projection suddenly appeared in the sky, reflecting the magician's image. No matter where the students stood, they could clearly see the magician's face on the screen. Graduates and interns of the Magic Academy Calcadora, welcome to the capital of AMT County, AMT New City. I am the Lord here, Moya Philizlok. Chapter 424. The projection in midair, and the words amplified by magic allowed all the teachers and students in the square to clearly see the Lord's expression and hear his words. Perhaps a few days ago, you had never heard of AMT County, or perhaps you had heard rumors that it was a desolate and resource-poor land. The Lord's voice, with hair like raven feathers and eyes like the night, resonated powerfully, but that is all in the past. The new city of AMT is now a vibrant, hopeful new city. This is a city full of order, a city favored by the world's consciousness, and a city that brings together magic, alchemy, magical technology, and a new era. Here are countless adventurers with magical powers, druids capable of purifying pollution, completely uncontaminated food and water, and warmth and light to withstand harsh winters and darkness. We welcome everyone willing to contribute to this. We welcome anyone who strives to make the world a better place, and we also welcome anyone willing to break away from the Church of Light and the Church of Wrath, which have caused countless sufferings to the people, and to renew their faith in the world consciousness. We welcome every craftsman and scholar with a skill, and we also welcome students who are about to begin a new chapter in their lives. Today, you are free to visit, explore, and experience everything about AMT New City, including its cuisine, culture, and academics. The official currency of AMT County is adventure coins. Each of you can receive a guide map of AMT New City from your team leader, and 1 silver adventure coin as a subsidy for today's visit. If you need more money, you can exchange it at the bank window behind the city council hall. The adventurers in the city possess the remarkable ability to remain unaffected by contamination. If you see mutated octopuses, please do not panic. These are the adventurers' special forms, and they will return to normal with the help of their druid companions. If you are accidentally contaminated during your visit or require any assistance or treatment, you can seek help at the Druid Purification Hall within the city. During today's visit, please strictly abide by the laws of the Magical Federation and your school regulations. Any violations will result in punishment and deportation. If you encounter danger, you may seek help from the adventurers or the city defense forces. Today's visit will last until 7 p.m. Please agree on a meeting time and location with your instructor and return to the academy on time. If you would like to work or intern in AMT County after today's visit, you will simply wait at the academy for further notification. If you wish to withdraw your registration at any time, you may contact your instructor directly, and your registration will be immediately revoked. This recruitment is a two-way, completely voluntary process. You will not be punished or penalized for withdrawing your registration. You will simply lose the opportunity to work or intern in AMT County. Of course, other students will be grateful for your opportunity. So, please enjoy your time in AMT New City. The Lord concluded his speech, striking the ground with his staff once again. The projection in the air transformed into countless glittering stars, prompting a collective exclamation of wow from the students. The students watched the Lord and Knight leave. The leading teachers, looking at their lists, began handing out maps and 1 silver grants, and instructed each student on the meeting time and location. Laria, clutching the silver coin, unfolded the map with Ariana. What would you like to see first? I want to visit the commercial district. Ariana pointed at the marked area on the map. A city's commercial district always reflects its fashion and aesthetic. And the food. Laria nodded. When settling in a city, the quality of life there is crucial. Then we can go to the factory to the south. The map shows the factory and dormitories open for tours today. That's probably where most of us will work and live, right? Ariana speculated. Should we go exchange some more money? Laria asked. Why don't we take a look? I want to know the exchange rate. Ariana pondered. When we earn money, we have to convert it into common currency and send it back home. Without knowing the exchange rate, it's hard to tell if the wages paid in adventure coins can support our families. Students like Laria and Ariana are craftsmen trained by families with a modicum of financial means. Their families hope they find good jobs and earn enough to contribute to the family. After deciding on their destination, the students dispersed. After distributing maps and grants, the teachers also gathered in groups to explore the city. The teachers were also filled with curiosity about this emerging city, and were eager to learn whether sending their students to work here was the right decision. MOU chose a time for the teachers and students to visit during daytime in the Origin world, where players were relatively rare. This way, the thousands of teachers and students pouring into the city wouldn't significantly disrupt the players' daily activities. Nor would they cause them to cause too much alarm. For this reason, he even had Leah temporarily change the landing point of the teleportation array linking the Magic Academy Calcadora to World Square. The smooth progress so far today proved that his decisions were sound. These students had been carefully screened by the knowledge hub of Calcadora. There were no spies from other factions among them. If they were willing to stay, they would become the most valuable workers in AMT County. In terms of knowledge, these were all top students and future craftsmen who had undergone university or vocational training. Compared to the slaves on AMR's side, who had spent 3 months of emergency training just to learn to read and write basic conversations, and the poor people from the Magic Federation, the gap was like that between university students and elementary school students. Although they still lacked experience, didn't everyone start out as a blank slate? Experience, with practice, comes experience. However, MOU wasn't worried at all that they would withdraw their applications after today's visit. The allure of AMT New City was immense, not to mention that he could issue internship certificates. As the instigator who brought the nightmares of the university students in the Origin world to this other world, MOU, a mature worker with the mentality of an old capitalist, felt no remorse at all. Chapter 425. Among New City, this strange city truly possesses its own unique charm. Laria Aureus's hometown is in Dia, a small seaport town northeast of the Magic Academy Calcadora. It's also close to the alchemy capital of Onisil, where alchemists' inventions are often shipped overseas. As the daughter of a merchant, Laria is well versed in many novel materials and possesses a keen eye. But Amet New City holds many new things she's never seen before. The bank in Amit New City offers a 6-to-1 exchange rate between adventure coins and the Magic Federation's common currency. However, judging by the low prices Laria observed in the commercial district, adventure coins actually hold much greater purchasing power in Amit New City than the common currency in the main city of Corinthal. In Corinthal, a loaf of inedible Tahrir wheat bread costs 5 drams, and even in remote places like her hometown of Daya, it costs 3 drams. If 5 drams were converted into adventure coins, they would convert to 30 copper coins, or 3 silver coins. In AMT New City, a loaf of fine, soft white bread costs only 3 copper coins, and a bowl of the city's renowned vegetable stew from Grandma Alyssa is only 7 copper coins. If one earns money in AMT New City and exchanges it for the Magic Federation's common currency to support family members living away from home, it might feel a bit tight. However, if one were to move from the Magic Federation to AMT New City, life would be quite comfortable. They don't even sell that awful Tahrir wheat bread or Tahrir wheat porridge. The staple foods sold here are mostly fine white flour and something called rice. There were also things made with taro wheat. It was ground into a fine flour, mixed into a paste, and then baked on a hot, oiled iron pan into fragrant pancakes. They were topped with beaten eggs, spread with sauce, and sprinkled with a generous amount of chopped green onions. Then, they were stuffed with meat and fried until crispy. Biscuits? Finally, they were wrapped in a roll, then cut into 2 pieces. The deliciousness was unlike any taro wheat Laria had ever tasted before. In Laria's mind, that kind of wheat was coarse, grainy, and astringent, and no matter how it was prepared, it was unpalatable. Yet, it was the only food available everywhere, cheap, affordable, and uncontaminated. No one liked it, but no one could deny that its existence fed the vast majority of the world's population. The 2 girls shared the pancake, which cost 2 copper coins a roll. After half a roll, they felt half full. It feels like 1 pancake is enough for a whole meal. What a bargain! And it's delicious. You can add meat and vegetables. I think I could eat this for every meal. In AMT County, there's a wide variety of food, grains, vegetables, meat, and even supposedly completely unpolluted monster meat. Monster meat. Unpolluted? These 2 contradictory words, when put together, sound incredibly outrageous. But after witnessing the druids in the shop expel the black smoke-like pollution from the meat, and even from their own bodies, and storing it in glass bottles and beads, Laria had to believe once again that AMT County truly possessed this miraculous power. You came at an unfortunate time. Most adventurers are away right now. As they were buying stew, Pete, the butcher, struck up a conversation with them. The druids' purification is real. Since they arrived, our pollution hasn't increased, it's decreased. Grandma's health has improved significantly. However, the adventurers are usually busy with their own things, and their schedules are quite strange. Sometimes they work through the night, staying up all night, and other times they sleep during the day, impossible to wake up. Strong people always have many quirks, but overall they are all good people, and we're used to it. The technological development in AMT New City is clearly very uneven. Magic and alchemy here are probably at a top level. In an unremarkable alchemy shop, Laria saw many novel things she had never seen, even in the alchemy capital of Onasil, adorable little creature armor, all sorts of alchemical automatic pets, and various high-level magical beast materials. Even as a tailor, she couldn't help but be tempted, barely managing to leave the shop by tightly clutching her wallet. The agricultural industry here is also very developed. Laria saw all sorts of food shops, vegetable shops, fruit shops, mostly filled with fresh vegetables she had never seen before. The variety of fruits was even greater than in the Magic Federation. This was a scene she imagined only possible in the Elven realm. Moreover, the city was equipped with electricity and magical heating devices everywhere. Even in this dark winter, the city was illuminated almost like sunlight. All kinds of flowers and greenery thrived, and every shop was warm enough that one needed to remove their heavy coat to feel comfortable. However, there was only one tailor shop in the city. Although the shop was quite large and featured many novel designs that Laria had never seen before, both the stitches and the sewing methods didn't seem to be the work of someone with advanced professional training. They looked more like pure hand sewing. Moreover, most of these clothes are sold to ordinary people for warmth, with few available for adventurers or transcendents. Those robes are merely for style, with average rune-carrying capacity and lacking even proper protective runes. They're completely shoddy, giving the impression of just buy them and apply the runes yourself. No wonder the Lord hired only tailors and runecasters this time. Perhaps he's noticed a problem in this area. Laria muttered, pulling Ariana aside. But isn't it a bit excessive for the Lord to hire several thousand people all at once? I heard, Ariana said mysteriously, that a large number of people will be assigned to the factory to instruct the workers there on how to sew robes. But those are low-end products. For high-end products, they'd probably select the most capable individuals and open several custom shops specifically to serve the Lord and adventurers. Once those high-end shops become well-known, the Lord might even send personnel to the allied cities in the Elven territories. They're going to open a store in the city. They're talking about some kind of chain store. Wow, where did you get that information? Is it accurate? It should be accurate, right? Ariana said uncertainly. I asked the instructors about it. They probably heard it from Calcadora. I heard the Lord will give us an assessment during this month-long probationary period, but I don't know what it will look like. Laria's face suddenly crumpled in pain. We already graduated, and we still have to take an assessment. But if I think about it, if we get excellent grades, maybe we can just own a store. Ariana was full of anticipation. With our abilities, it's absolutely no problem. Chapter 426. Today, in AMT New City, not only is the commercial area completely open to the teachers and students of Calcadora, but the factory areas, with the exception of the hydropower plant, are also open to the public. Furthermore, areas like the Alchemy Research Institute and the Firearms Research Institute have been given dedicated tour guides by their respective leaders. They conduct hourly introductory tours, specifically showing teachers and students areas that are accessible to outsiders, as well as the benefits of joining. Alchemy is a unique academic discipline developed by the Alchemy City of Onisal, and is not part of the teaching system of the Magic Academy of Calcadora. However, due to the exceptionally useful equipment and props crafted by alchemists, they have long replaced the magical props tinkered with by magicians over the years. If it weren't for the randomness introduced by Warcraft materials, alchemical supplies could achieve specialization and consistency, ushering in industrialized production. Alchemy has now evolved into a high-end, customized industry. Many of my personal items are alchemical props, so naturally many magicians are curious about alchemy. Normally, the alchemists of Ryonisal City treated them as clients, and naturally kept their secrets to themselves. However, this rare opportunity to visit the Alchemy Research Institute was something these elite magicians, who had bravely applied to become interns at AMT County, naturally took with them. The Firearms Research Institute, on the other hand, attracted the attention of numerous runesmiths and magic carvers. Magic mechanics utilizes machinery, magical runes, and magical orbits to transform and manipulate energy. Based on the different media used and the research and development approaches, it is divided into two major factions: firearms and magic carvers. Gunsmiths focus on the manufacture of firearms and artillery shells, their research emphasizing energy amplification, energy output, and attack detonation. Magic engravers, on the other hand, employ jewelry and other materials to create magical orbits and defensive arrays that absorb energy, while also harnessing the absorbed attack energy to reconvert it into attack. It can be said that the former focuses on offense, while the latter on defense. However, both gunsmiths and magic engravers require significant capital investment in raw materials for production and research. If one is unfortunate enough to possess only knowledge, but no capital to purchase materials, then one can only become a runesmith, writing and drawing on whatever materials are available. Due to poverty and limited resources, they are often content with producing only disposable, yet usable products. When the two schools of magical mechanical technology were at odds, there was a widely circulated story. A gunsmith and a magic carver were arguing over which school was the strongest. They sought the advice of a runesmith. The runesmith glanced at them and said, "Why do you think I can't be a gunsmith or a magic carver? Is it because gunsmiths are better? Of course, it's because magic carvers are stronger." Neither of these, the runesmith sighed. "The only thing that limits my strength is poverty. Give me enough money and materials, and I can create your masterpieces right now." From then on, the two factions ceased to argue. Thus, although the three professions in the discipline of magical mechanical technology have subtle differences in their names, there is no single best. Everyone learns the same theory, the only difference is the method of applying it to a particular material. Mastering one leads to mastering all. How many new gadgets can be developed largely depends on the depth of the sponsor's wallet. This led to the fact that all the runesmiths and magic carvers who visited the Firearms Research Institute were immediately tempted to join the effort the moment they saw its unique, expensive, beautiful, expensive, magnificent, expensive, impressive, expensive, and dreamy, expensive, arched glass dome. To be able to spend so much on such a magnificent structure The Lord of AMT County must have a deep understanding of magical mechanical technology and a deep pocket. This is the power of Philizlock, the established magic family that has secretly controlled the Magic Federation for many years. The runesmiths murmured, secretly strengthening their resolve to stay. If the tailors were attracted by the opportunities hinted at by the city's underdeveloped clothing industry, and the runesmiths and magic carvers were tempted by the seemingly generous financial investment, then the magicians were completely captivated by the words pollution removal. To be frank and responsible, all magical research in this world can be summed up in one simple sentence: reducing the pollution caused by the practice of magic. The continent of Osiria is a world where thoughts can influence matter, and the pollution that seeps into the power of will, magic, permeates and modifies the magician's cognition. Every time magic is performed, it is a confrontation with the will of those polluting forces. The impact is perhaps like that of a devout medieval believer in geocentrism hearing heliocentrism for the first time, or a closeted straight man in Kong being told he is gay. The first encounter with new magic often brings the greatest shock. However, if one can endure this, subsequent uses of the same spell will often be less tainted. This is a conflict between perception and will. Those without perception are immune to magic, while those with weak wills will be more than half tainted by even a small fireball. In this world, magical talent represents a balance between perception and will. The stronger the magical talent, the less contamination each spell will incur. In fact, children like DiCarlo, who have strong perception but weak will, are not suited to learning magic. But Moiwa's concern is to ensure that this child, whom he considers his own child, can become a professional or transcendent, avoiding irreversible contamination while extending his lifespan as much as possible. The correct way to use amnesia powder is to roll back. Every magician keeps a record before learning new magic. If they encounter magic beyond their capabilities, causing significant contamination, they will use amnesia powder to roll back their progress. Furthermore, they will avoid magic of that level until their own strength improves. DiCarlo, who rewinds after learning, spending most of his time in vain, is quite unique. But for magicians, druid cleansing holds a completely different meaning. It doesn't cause amnesia rollback, but contamination is removed, preserving the knowledge and magic learned. This means increased tolerance the next time you cast the same spell. This painless upgrade is far more efficient than spending decades researching to reduce contamination by 1%. The food is free of contamination, and druids can remove it. Combined, how much more magic can they learn and how many more levels of divine rank can they reach? Students who have already reached their limits during their internship for a month might even break through again when they return. Forget withdrawing applications. The number of places is already limited, and even the trainee magicians, who rotate in only once a month, are eager to fight to determine the winner and determine the winner of the first batch. However, this kind of thing cannot be done in AMT County. If you want to fight, you can only go back to the academy. If you leave a bad impression on your future boss, it will not be good. Chapter 427. At 6:45 p.m., World Square was once again packed with teachers and students. Most of the students had bought a ton of loot, and all had spent their Lord-sponsored visitor allowances. Many students with more money even spent all of their own money, exchanging the Magic Federation's common currency for adventure coins. Every student raved about AMT New City. This previously unknown city had overnight become the dream city of these graduates and interns. Not one person withdrew their application. Not even one person was pretending to incite others to withdraw their applications and give up their spots. The beauty of AMT City was obvious to all, and openly opposing it was foolish and idiotic. Who would be so foolish as to withdraw their applications upon being urged to do so? Not to mention that they weren't about to go their separate ways, never to see each other again. If they lied to each other about withdrawing their applications one moment, and then met up in AMT City the next, they'd probably be able to carve out an entire mage tower without any guidance. There were no restrictions on the number of graduates anyway, so why bother? Those gifted students of the Magic Academy, whose exceptional talent meant they didn't need to graduate but continue their studies, began scheming how to secure the first batch of internship spots. As soon as they returned to the Magic Academy, Calcadora, they headed straight for their mentor's mage tower, using every trick in the book, acting like a spoiled child, signing an unequal treaty, promising to write 5 papers in a row, just to get their mentor to give them a priority internship spot. The instructors who weren't there today were completely bewildered. After conferring with the instructor leading the team, they finally understood and knocked on the door of Calcadora's tower. So to speak, can we use the internship slot? Calcadora. Although that part of the world's consciousness fragments is also located there, why does it always feel like I'm sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth, or even throwing meat buns at a dog? The magician students who heard the news responded with a question mark. What's going on? Not only is the instructor not helping us, but he's actually trying to snatch our spots? You already have tenure, yet you're still trying to snatch spots from us? Outrageous, outrageous. Of course, Calcadora rejected this outrageous application, citing the fact that tenured instructors don't need to obtain any internship certificates. However, Calcadora also promptly announced a piece of good news. Although the number of interns AMT New City can accept each month is limited, they're adventurers, including those druids with the ability to purify pollution, will come to the Magic Academy to build a druid purification hall. All their supplies will be funded by the Magic Academy. Once the druid purification hall is completed, at least 3 druids will be on hand every other day to provide free pollution purification and injury treatment for teachers and students. In addition, as an ally of the elves, AMT County will work with the elves to become our food provider. In addition to purchasing ingredients directly from them, they will also provide purification services for our own food. After this collaboration, all students at the Magic Academy will also enjoy purified food and pollution removal services. Therefore, I hope that all Magic students will focus on their studies and view the internship opportunities provided by AMT County as a true opportunity to hone their skills, rather than a means to obtain purification. The news instantly put the magician students at ease. The school is quite impressive. Of course it should be. Otherwise, everyone would have gone to AMT County. Would the school still be open, and classes still be available? But with the purification system, apart from anything else, all the magician students who were previously deemed underqualified will be able to advance several levels. The realm is raised, and the risk of madness, mutation, and death is reduced. For something so beneficial, let alone funding, we spend everything we had on it. What's more, every decontamination and injury treatment is free. I heard that in the Magic Federation, where there are druid purification halls, they offer free purification and treatment. The only thing you have to pay for there is novels. I bought my copy of Guardian of Illusion and Reality at the Druid Purification Hall in Colonsell. So, why did you buy Introduction to Physics at the Druid Purification Hall? Someone suddenly asked. This isn't physics. The student who had been talking about buying books suddenly stopped talking and looked at the questioner. He threw a handful of amnesia powder, showering the man's head and face. He's from the Church of Light. Brothers, hold him down. Lead him to Calcadora. So, everything went smoothly? MOU asked during the video call. Very smoothly. Calcadora nodded. The students participating in this visit have all decided to apply for jobs in AMT County. After hearing about the upcoming construction of the Druid Purification Hall, the magicians who signed up for internships have also amicably agreed on the month of their trip. We also incidentally identified several Church of Light spies hidden among students and support staff. Using students and faculty members as spies is truly disgusting. MOU curled his lips. Thanks to the anchor Leah had placed on Edward, they continued to expand upon the brain and evac concept and further refine the restriction. Church of Light spies, like Edward, must have had their brain circuits altered by the Church of Light, or even the God of Light himself, in their childhood. This cognitive change acts like a pre-applied filter. MOU and Leah's operation was simple. They used Edward's filter to reverse engineer a restriction. Those without this distorted filter would see and hear the title and content of a book normally, but those with the Church of Light's filter would. The original true content will be obscured by the filter itself, revealing other content. To use a simple analogy, it's like writing Guardian of Illusion and Reality in red on a piece of white paper. A normal person without the red filter would see the red title, but to someone wearing the filter, the red text would disappear, revealing only the underlying Introduction to Physics, written in a color very similar to the white paper and visible only through the red filter. The advantage of this tactic is that, from beginning to end, it's the God of Light who's adjusting perception. Those whose perceptions haven't been adjusted remain unaffected. MOU only needs to use a book, like testing for color blindness, to identify the spies sent by the Church of Light. Chapter 428. Have those spies been dealt with? Calcadora put down his phone and turned to look at Professor Cassandra. We have. Professor Cassandra's hair was a little messy today, and she smoothed down the stray strands. Those students who noticed something unusual reacted quickly and acted decisively. The spies didn't have time to report. I can ensure they don't have time to pass on any information. Calcadora's silver eyes were cold, like an inorganic, inanimate object. Within my domain, I will not allow this temple of knowledge to be tainted by anything. He opened his hands, and countless chaotic, multicolored rays appeared before him. He gently twisted a few of them, and wiped away the tiny nodes at the ends of the lines, like brushing away fine dust. Church of Light, Holy City. Ghirlanda, the Papal Court. Inside the conference hall, a group of cardinals and archbishops, clad in various white robes embroidered with gold, sat solemnly on either side of a long table. The Pope, seated at the head, rested his chin on one hand, his wrinkled face etched with anger. All our spies within the Magic Academy have lost contact, an archbishop said tremblingly. The one who holds knowledge and history within the Magic Academy has issued an official statement. He declared the Magic Academy a sacred place for students to pursue knowledge, and will not allow us to bring the flames of divine war into it. To protect the interests of other students, from today onward, he will reject all students and job applicants with a Church of Light background, whether genuine or not. Another added, since the Holy Son Aelian declared his apostasy, our influence in the eastern part of the continent has drastically shrunk. The elves, who had previously maintained a superficially neutral stance towards us, have severed ties with us and even stopped selling us food. The Speaker of the Magic Federation, Saloria, used her authority to expel all our church forces from the Magic Federation's territory. Now, with the addition of the Magic Academy, currently, only the arcane city of Onasil in the east and the city of Lazel in the southeast each retain a church. Archbishop Brosel, silently addressed, blushed and lowered his head under the gaze of the cardinals and archbishops. Those alchemists are equally ambiguous. They're just a bunch of flies sniffing out money. They claim to be neutral, but in reality, they want to profit from both sides. Laurenti Lazel is a follower of fate. She's not our ally either. The moment fate speaks, she sweep our people out. Aren't the people in the east worried about the pollution? Without our purification, they won't last long before they descend into madness and death. Your information is a bit outdated. I heard a bunch of self-proclaimed druids have appeared out of nowhere, wearing green robes, and claiming they can purify pollution. Could it be a spiritual authority? No, their power is connected to nature. It's hard to say what kind of authority it is, and it doesn't seem like simple purification. According to our spies, that power is like ocean waves, driving the pollution out of their bodies. Then the druids trap it in bottles or glass spheres. It's said to be much more effective than a mass here, and they don't charge money. Don't charge money? Yes, whether it's purification or healing, it's all free. I don't know where their enormous funds come from, but it's probably all related to Moya Felizlok, that succubus necromancer. What exactly does he want? Kidnapping our holy son, driving away our forces. Are we just going to stand by and watch all this happen? It's not that we're just standing by. We made efforts before, but to no avail. For now, we remain on the sidelines. The Pope finally spoke, slowly raising his right hand. God has decreed that the time for reclaiming the body has not yet arrived. Moreover, that Lord has likely already reached the pseudogod level. Those who have been spying claim they can no longer look directly at him, and sense the presence of order within him. Even the traitor Aelian has already reached the saint level. Pseudogod level? Isn't that even more powerful than the Pope at the peak of the quasi-god level? The astonished archbishop silently swallowed the words that were about to come out. Order, but there is no order among the 8 powers. The Magic Federation has been seeking a new power for many years, and now it seems their efforts have paid off. The Felizlok family has secretly controlled the Magic Federation for years. Their title of enforcers is well deserved. Their influence extends across half the continent, their foundation is extremely deep, and now several forces have openly allied with them. They are no longer someone we can act rashly against. Have you considered that the Lord, who had already been expelled from the Felizlok family, has not only returned to the family in a grand manner, but has also bestowed the surname upon the traitor Aelian? This indicates that he was originally a pawn planted by the Felizlok family, and now that he has accumulated enough power, he is finally showing his true colors. We have already missed the opportunity to nip it in the bud. No, the Magic Federation and the Felizlok family never left us any loopholes to exploit in the first place. The Oracle says we must now wait for the body to grow, and the god to recover. We must not act rashly. Aelian now possesses the dragon bones. We only need to wait for the body to grow. When the secret law is activated, the 2 cornerstones will merge into one. After the divine descent, the consciousness of the betrayer will be erased by the divine. Ah, Aelian actually dreamed of escaping the church through betrayal. What does he think our church is? How can he come and go as he pleases? The mistakes of Clock Tower Town must not be repeated. This is the 9th divine descent. The god is no longer a projection of a body, but a full-fledged presence. He requires the most powerful body possible. A mere human body cannot contain his power. He must be at least angelic. No, to be on the safe side, at least quasi-god level. Is the secret law reliable? Aelian is so clever, he's deceived us for years. Has he discovered the secret law? Impossible. The secret law was planted when all candidates for the Son of God reached the age of 3. To this day, no one has ever discovered it. Triggered, he was just an ignorant child then. There was no reason for him to notice. Then how do we seize the opportunity? Secret peepers cannot observe higher-level beings. We still have spies in that Lord's territory. Edward is a fanatic, and he will become the eyes of the gods. We should first reduce our forces, defend the holy city and satellite cities, and wait for the opportunity to arrive. The gods will issue a command. Now the winter gods' ice and snow are still expanding, creeping westward. We need to warn the church of the wrath of the sea. Otherwise, if the darkness covers the sky like it did in the east, it will undermine the faith of our church of light. Now the elves are unwilling to trade with us. We rely entirely on South Continent for food, and resources are extremely scarce. That's easy. Raise the price of grain and prioritize supply to the church's important cities. As for the rest, the more sincere the people's faith in the gods, the more priority they will receive. As for those poor people whose faith is weaker, we will mourn their misfortune. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of me. Chapter 429. The moment players logged in today, they found the system had pushed out another CG animation. Version 1.2 updated so quickly? They murmured to themselves as they opened the CG animation, their eyes widening instantly. This animation was still shot from an immersive perspective. Upon opening it, players felt as if they were on a mountaintop on an island, their eyes drawn to a gigantic eye. No, not the kind of eye that would cause their sanity to plummet, but an extremely bright and affectionate silver snake eye, seemingly adorned with starlight. As the view gradually zoomed out, the players realized that the eye staring at them belonged to a shimmering silver dragon. The dragon affectionately nudged the players with its nose, then stood up, raising its long neck, its massive wings fully spread, as if stretching lazily, emitting a clear and far-reaching dragon roar. The players' perspective shifted, and they watched themselves climb onto the dragon's body, grasp the long, soft silver mane on its back, and then soar into the sky. Ah, mommy, I'm riding a dragon. The players yelled joyfully. The dragon soared across the sky, and the players could see a somewhat familiar island and beach below, and something new on the beach. That's a pirate ship? The dragon turned and flew towards the pirate ship. The perspective suddenly shifted, and the players stood bewildered on the pirate ship, staring at the dragon circling in the sky, confused. How did I get down here? I haven't ridden enough dragons yet. However, the new activity on the pirate ship immediately caught their attention. The pirates were gathered in small groups, drinking, dancing, and dueling. The losers leaped from the planks hanging from the ship's side, tracing graceful arcs as they plunged into the sea, splashing up a large spray. On the beach, a beautiful woman with brown hair, dressed in a dress, and wearing a sun hat, sets up her easel. Under her brush, the blue sea shimmers, a pirate ship sails through the waves, and a female pirate stands at the bow, surveying the world with disdain. Ah, it's Annie and Rowena. Seeing this, Naughty Ball's eyes welled with tears. They're still here. This is Silver Dragon's dream. The next second, the scene shifts again. This time, the players transform into eagles, soaring through the night sky above a mountain range. Scattered across this mountain range and its adjacent valleys and plains are clusters of enormous castles, arranged in a harmonious and unified manner. They are enveloped by a huge, transparent, silver-blue dome covered in snowflakes, looking like a city encased in a glass dome, isolating it from the darkness and snow of winter. Silver subtitles scroll across the screen. Calcadora University of Magic. A new map. Magic University. Holy crap, an alternate world version of Hogwarts. Is that acceptance letter I've been owed finally coming? They slipped through a small hole in the dome and soared through a massive ancient castle. Students in various robes rushed between classrooms, books in hand. The teachers were either strict, gentle, some smiling with beer bellies, others with sharp eyes that seemed ready to fail anyone, all of which sent a shiver down the players' spines, bringing back memories of their own student days. The eagle carrying the players' perspective flew to the highest astrological tower and landed on the balcony railing. A figure slowly emerged from the room. The first thing that caught the players' eye was his bare feet. His white, translucent feet gently touched the fur covering the balcony, his brown, vintage-style robe swayed, and a pair of equally white, translucent hands rested on the railing. His right hand reached out towards the eagle, which raised its head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that smiled faintly at the players. Welcome, His long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and behind him was a silver-blue dome. The players were thrilled, but the cutscene abruptly ended. Version 1.2 officially launched. More secrets await your discovery. The animation ended, leaving the players feeling a sense of loss. Wah, the official team is so mean. What's wrong with letting me ride the dragon a little longer? So stingy. Who's that silver-haired beauty at the end? Who? My new waifu? Why is it white-haired again? I can only say, it's amazing. Where's the Magic University? I'm going to enroll. Today is another day of being amazed by the speed at which the official team releases new maps. I just want to say, hurry up. Meanwhile, the players of the Don't Talk to Me team had a different kind of emotion. So Annie and Rowena met again in the Silver Dragon Dream? Wah, that's great, at least it's not a bad ending. The girls were moved to tears. Although, the Eternal Poet sighed, this is another one of those dead people come back as long as they're popular settings. Sigh, I still think it's better to just die cleanly. Then he got beaten up again. I'm so annoyed by you guys who are like ETC, Electronic Toll Collection. Once a character dies, and gets tons of positive feedback, you whine all the time, demanding we do anything just to bring him or her back, forcing the official team to revive them. Then, when the official team actually listens to public opinion and racks their brains to come up with a reasonable explanation to bring the character back, you complain again. Why are you playing dead and alive again, deceiving the player's feelings? What kind of automatic argument machine is this? You're never satisfied, are you? If you're so capable, why don't you refuse the official giveaways? Don't eat the bowl clean and then curse it. Everyone else is enjoying the Easter eggs, but you can't just enjoy the fun? You have to spoil the mood with something like, I think it's better this way or that, just to make yourselves feel important, right? Who cares what you think? I only care what I think. Local players love this kind of resurrected from the dead act. I eat as many characters as you want. So what? It's because I'm rich enough to pamper the official team. Humph. A few girls stormed off, and Yu Hua Dingxian poked the Eternal Poet lying on the ground. Hey, are you alright? Why did you have to tease them if you were fine? The Eternal Poet slowly raised a thumb. Hey, you don't understand. Girls' little fists. Hee hee, so satisfying. You cunning masochist. Chapter 430. Nikyukyu, angrily, looked back and saw Xianyuitiu running towards her. Big Xianyu. Nikyukyu's mood immediately changed, and she waved excitedly, what's up? Xianyuitiu's eyes lit up, and he took her hand, saying mysteriously, did you see the dragon in the CG animation? Yes. Shouldn't all players see it? Nikyukyu was puzzled. What's wrong? That dragon. Xianyuitiu's claws flapped excitedly, making a snapping sound. That's the Lord's dragon. It's by Yue Guang from the prequel. Nikyukyu's eyes widened. Be careful. Please be careful. Look. This is the prequel novel I got from the Lord's younger brother. Xianyuitiu pulled out a stack of novels from his backpack. The first 3 volumes are about the Lord's adventures after he was expelled from his home in his youth. The last 3 volumes are about his adventures after he met the dragon. I'm telling you, I wouldn't believe these two aren't a couple. Although the writing style of this book is similar to some male-oriented non-coupled literature, these two are really cute. But Silver Dragon is only in that dream now. Nikyukyu blinked, having a bad feeling. Is this a bad ending? Silver Dragon's death isn't mentioned in the novel. After I finished reading the book, I went to find Hydradius, but he wouldn't tell me. He just said that his brother has now completely let go of that past, and he won't be writing about it again. But I imagine the plot is similar to what Yoyudati speculated in his previous post. So that's Silver Dragon was taken down by Milk Fong, and the Lord couldn't forget his white moonlight from back then, gradually falling for Aialian, who also has silver hair and a somewhat similar appearance. And just when they were deeply in love, Milk Fong sent the Silver Dragon dream back? Hiss, it smells like stand-in literature, so sweet. Thinking about it, it's really full of the aura of a Shura field. Salty Fish took a deep breath. Ah, how fragrant. If I didn't lack material, my editing hands would already be itching to start. Right, that's what I wanted to tell you. Should we gather some military merits and go to the Silver Dragon Dream to see if we can find some material? Sure, I want to go see Annie and Rowena too. By the way, boss, you don't know about this couple, do you? This couple is so sweet. After several days of careful maintenance, the Abyss finally announced to Gerda Gaiman that his new bed was ready for use. After patiently demonstrating to the half-giant how to start a fire and outlining various precautions, The Abyss repeatedly confirmed that Gerda had thoroughly memorized the instructions before letting out a long sigh of relief. He said, "We're heading to the mithril mines of the northern dwarves, and we might be gone for a while. Do you need any supplies?" Gerda shook his head. "No need. What you gave me before is enough to last me quite a while. However, you better be careful if you go to the northern dwarves. Those dwarves are cunning and petty. They're greedy and love all sorts of precious ores. Mithril is their lifeblood. If you want that mithril mine, it won't be so easy." Gerda kindly warned them, then thought for a moment before adding, "But in this winter, the dwarves are bound to be short on food and clothing. If you bring meat and wheat for brewing, perhaps they'd be willing to trade with you for some ore." Deep Abyss pondered for a moment, then nodded, "I see. Is there anything else I should be aware of? For example, any taboos I shouldn't break?" Gerda pondered for a moment. "Well, don't tell the dwarves that they're short and ugly, or they curse you. And don't show off your wealth in front of them, or they rip you off and demand exorbitant prices. When negotiating business with them, no matter what their price, cut it in half first. If they ask you for a favor, don't trust their information too much. Dwarves are very deceptive. Their weakness is pollution, and dwarves have weak wills. It's definitely vulnerable to contamination and erosion. In fact," Gerda lowered his voice and said, "I heard that the god of winter is accompanied by a figure that appears and disappears without a trace, a yellow figure like the wind and sand. It seems that he has set his sights on the dwarves' mithril mines, and intends to drive the dwarves away by polluting the mines. This is all very useful information." Abyss nodded. "Thank you for your help. I am the one who should thank you." Gerda sat down comfortably on the Kong, which was covered with a Kong mat for insulation and soft fur. "This thing is so comfortable. I can finally lie down and get a good night's sleep tonight. You know, although I love the chair in front of the stove, sleeping like that all night makes my whole body hurt." Ha ha ha. Abyss couldn't help but laugh. "The Kong is hot. Remember to drink plenty of water to avoid burning yourself." "Don't worry." Gerda patted his thigh. "We giants are thick-skinned. We can withstand both the cold and the heat." He paused, then added hesitantly, "Although we can withstand the cold as well as you guys." Abyss patted the hybrid giant's shoulder reassuringly, then smiled and walked out of the stone house. "Boss, shall we set off now?" "No rush. I got the latest intelligence. Bring back some meat and call all the druids in the team." "Boss, the official website has launched a Northern War Team ranking. It tracks the Northern War Team's territory development, resource acquisition, and dungeon completion scores in real time. We're currently second. Who's first?" "Don't talk to me." "Why can't I talk to you?" "No, it's just, don't talk to me." "Okay, then don't talk to me. I ask someone else." "No, boss. Help. This is so confusing. Captain, do you want to go play in Clock Tower Town?" Tranquil Sea followed behind the hidden old man like an unshakable little tail. Aren't you going to invite those top players, like Ascension to Immortality or Reign today? Let's go in with them when we reach level 85. I haven't been in that dungeon before, and I want to try it out myself." The Hidden Elder said, "Can you please not follow me? But I want to play that dungeon too." Tranquil Sea said confidently, "Leader, please take me. We agreed you just rampage and I just laugh." The Hidden Elder sighed, Okay, but I really don't have the brains of those top players. I just want to go in and see the story." "Me too," Tranquil Sea exclaimed excitedly. "I only watched videos of top players on the forums, but I never actually been in one. You have to figure out the clues yourself in a puzzle dungeon. Watching the top players understand this, and that all the time just doesn't feel as immersive." The Hidden Elder nodded silently. "All right then, let's go in together, but no matter what stupid thing I do, you can't laugh at me." "Okay, all I can do is laugh." Chapter 431. As a socially anxious person who dislikes causing trouble for others, the Hidden Old Man had already reread every Clock Tower Town strategy guide and expert-level perspective video on the forum several times before going online. The experts had already completed the storyline quite thoroughly, but for some reason, the true ending remained elusive. The Hidden Old Man had a vague feeling that everyone was still playing the standard ending, and that there must be some key to the true ending that had yet to be discovered. He had several doubts. One was the numerous side quests within the dungeon. He felt that these quests, besides increasing the complexity of the plot, should also reveal clues. However, because they were intertwined with the obsessions and wishes of the deceased townspeople, it was difficult to discern which was true history and which was the hopes of the deceased. For example, The orphanage on the hillside north of the town was particularly suspicious. Equally suspicious was the underground cave, guarded by monsters, and littered with the townspeople's belongings. The hidden old man remembered that in the initial strategy logs, the experts had introduced a path involving the sacrifice of the evil god, but later dismissed it as a confusing plot consisting of numerous side quests designed to mislead players, and stopped exploring further. But the hidden old man had a feeling that that path might hold some intelligence. Every dungeon in this game was like a self-contained mystery game, and no side quest was meaningless. Furthermore, the missing day in the diary and the single-player dungeon, the extra idols carried by the itinerant cult, the townspeople who suddenly attacked the church, there must be some clues left undiscovered. Because this instance's storyline is intertwined with the deceased's last wishes, and also features a superposition of past and present timelines, its difficulty far exceeds that of the Desert Oasis and Pirate Bay, frequently leading to player misunderstandings. For example, the statue of the god of light containing the Nyarlathotep statue. According to the game's lore, gods and statues are in sync, so the problematic statue is actually the result of a double divine intervention. However, experienced players seem to have mistaken the statue for the cause of the people's madness. The easiest point to confirm among these suspicious points is the orphanage north of town. The hidden old man passed through the jelly-like barrier and entered the instance. Current instance distortion level 91%, current instance difficulty, hard, current instance purification progress, 88%. Wow, this distortion level is a bit dangerous. If more people die, we have to increase the difficulty, right? The Tranquil Sea, who had followed, exclaimed. The hidden old man rolled his eyes. Don't you dare die carelessly. But the dungeon's purification progress is pretty high, we might be able to clear it soon. The hidden old man hurried towards the north of the town. Hey, where are you going? Tranquil Sea called out to him. None of your business, the hidden old man said. I told you not to follow me. But you seem to be in a hurry. Tranquil Sea pushed his mountain bike around to him, smiling as he patted the seat. Captain, you haven't gotten your mount yet, have you? Where are you going? I take you there. The hidden old man remained silent. The mountain bike from the Minor Apprentice gift pack. This socially awkward guy would never get it in his lifetime. Absolutely never. Okay, I'm going to check out the orphanage in the north of the town. Faced with the quest clue, the hidden old man quickly yielded and slid onto the back of Tranquility's bicycle. Okay, let's go! The orphanage in the north of the town was built on a low hill. The uphill path was difficult to ride. Tranquility pedaled for a long time before finally making it. When the bicycle stopped at the door, he was sweating and panting. Captain, you're a bit heavy, Captain. The hidden old man ignored him, walked to the door, and peered into the orphanage through the gap in the iron gate. The place was completely deserted. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the shortest of which was only half a person's height. The house itself was dilapidated, with doors and windows rotten and crooked. In this gloomy dungeon, it even had the feeling of a haunted house. If you smelled carefully, you could even smell a mixture of blood and decay. The hidden old man activated the virtual real mark on his equipment, and his figure instantly disappeared. The iron gate moved slightly, creaking as it retreated, leaving just enough space for someone to slip through. The weeds swayed slightly, and the orphanage door creaked as if blown open by the wind. Although Tranquility Sea couldn't see the hidden old man, he knew he had entered the house. It's true, the assassin's invisibility, operating in a ghost story setting like this, creates a truly eerie atmosphere. Having agreed not to follow the socially anxious captain, Tranquility Sea didn't go in. He put away his bicycle and squatted at the door. He took out his cards, shuffled them, and pulled out a card called Upright Judgment. He glanced at it, his brow furrowed. Following the scent of blood and decay, the hidden old man pushed open the door deep within the orphanage. The dark room was littered with dried blood, yellow-white fat smeared on the walls from decay, and various limbs and arms that had once belonged to humans and small animals. Torn clothing lay discarded in the room, forming a small pile. There were girls' dresses, the student-style robes the hidden old man had just seen in the CG, housewives' skirts, men's farm clothes, and even pet collars stained with pet hair. The people who disappeared from this town were likely tricked or abducted here, used as sacrifices, and fed to some monsters. Suppressing his nausea, the hidden old man continued searching the room. In the clenched palm of a severed hand, he found a tuft of golden hair, and some white scraps of cloth, clearly torn in a fight. The scraps were woven with gold thread patterns, and looked remarkably similar to the son's robes Drake had worn in the previous video. So, Drake is the murderer who lured these townspeople here for the sacrifice. The hidden old man muttered. Peep! The player system prompts. Player hidden old man has obtained a clue, traces of the murderer. Story exploration increased by 3%. A rustling sound came from the depths of the room. The hidden old man continued forward and, behind a half-closed cabinet at the far end of the room, discovered a large hole that looked like it had been drilled. He remembered the two monsters that had roamed underground in this dungeon. The millipede and the giant worm king. The hole was quite round, with teeth marks along its edges. The hidden old man guessed it was the work of the giant worm king. So, those caves beneath this town, the ones connecting to the inn, the orphanage, and so on, were all gnawed out by this giant worm king? He carefully recalled the previous video. No, some of the secret passages have entrances that are shrines. That must have been man-made. Probably the result of a joint effort between the fanatics and the giant worm king. He glanced at his stamina and mana bar, relying on his current invisibility thanks to the invisibility mark, and slipped into the cave. Chapter 432. The orphanage was probably used as a feeding ground for monsters. From the deepest rooms to the caves, everywhere was covered in traces of flesh and blood, and the slime left by monsters. Even with his nose covered, the hidden old man could still smell the stench. The cave floor was even slippery, and wet from the slime, making it particularly difficult to walk. At times like this, the stench and the scenery didn't need to be so realistic. Sometimes, I really want to complain about the game developers nitpicking over inexplicable details. The hidden old man muttered to himself. He also had to carefully avoid leaving footprints. Although it was pitch black here, who knew how intelligent those monsters were? There might be more fanatical followers of evil gods lurking around, and even Drake might have already gone underground and was heading towards the inn. If the underground of this town had become a vast network of pipes, then encountering anyone wouldn't be surprising. The hidden old man walked a long way through the pitch-black underground before finally reaching the end of a long passage and arriving at a dark cave with a distinctly Kryptonian style. It was clearly not man-made. Jagged, damp stalactites were everywhere. Their natural formations or the work of giant worms were unclear. The cave floor was covered in a slippery slime, and the sound of dripping water could be heard intermittently, while a pungent stench filled the air. The hidden old man looked around. This place resembled the small maze in the dungeon he entered during the initial quests of ascension to immortality, and the barbecue squid master's rescue of the traveling merchant. Indeed, it was a real-world dungeon location. Well, there's a level 19 centipede here. It's a big boss for new players, but just a minor monster for me. The hidden old man held a dagger in one hand, and a hidden blade in the other, hidden beneath his cloak. As expected, a two-handed hidden blade would be more useful. I hope the dwarf shopkeeper can complete my new order soon. He walked a little further and, sure enough, heard the rustling sound of a centipede crawling in the next cave. The hidden old man cast several, identify, spells at the source of the sound. The system returned the results, indicating that there were indeed centipedes ahead, but unfortunately, there were more than one, ranging in level from 19 to 55. Speaking of which, this game's monster system is also worth complaining about. All monsters share a single model for multiple uses. Take the macrophagnum worm, for example. From level 1 to level 99, it uses the same basic model, differing only in size, height, thickness, and color depth. It looks like the artist took a slack, tweaking the design slightly and reenacting it. But this laziness makes sense within the game's design. After all, every monster has a growth phase, fragile when young, higher levels, and stronger as it matures. If it reaches king status, it becomes a boss monster. It's logical, and perfectly reasonable. However, for the world assassin, who has now reached level 65, these centipedes are nothing more than a piece of cake. The hidden old man is a socially anxious person, but he's not afraid of monsters. Maintaining his stealth, he sneaks up to the centipede and activates ambush. The sharp dagger pierces the centipede's head and neck, a deadly kill. The hidden old man draws his dagger, flicks off the monster slime, and sneaks back in, ambush, and kills with a single blow. After a few rounds, the entire colony of centipedes had their brains pierced, and they perished before they could even resist. The monsters in the illusion were similar to the items within it, likely all contaminated and untreatable. The hidden old man wasn't particularly fond of the ugly insects, so he didn't bother cutting them up and salvaging them, simply passing through. Inside was the centipede's treasure room. Even after being ransacked by the bosses, there were still quite a few items left. He glanced around and ultimately decided to stuff all the relics into his backpack and take them with him. Firstly, he might be able to complete a few guaranteed side quests. Secondly, after witnessing the previous tragedy, the hidden old man hoped that those who had perished tragically could fulfill their final obsession and find complete liberation. When playing games, the hidden old man habitually immersed himself in the plot. The advantage was that the game felt more deeply connected, but the disadvantage was that sometimes, when encountering a heavy plot, he would feel a deep, uneasy feeling. For example, the previous Pirate Bay dungeon had left him feeling quite sad. Fortunately, the game's officials weren't the type to simply torture players with tragic plots. The CG animation at the launch finally made up for some of his resentment. Of course, as a righteous player, he, a wicked god like the god of winter, must uphold justice and utterly annihilate it. After stuffing all his items into his backpack, the hidden old man found another passage at the other end of the cave. This passage, round and round, looked like it had been gnawed out by a smaller, larger worm, requiring one to bend over to enter. The hidden old man glanced at his cloak, which was nearly at zero durability. Taking advantage of the lack of monsters in the cave, he quickly swapped out his cloak, reapplied the Mark of Invisibility, and activated it. Although the Mark of Invisibility skill didn't consume much mana, it did significantly reduce the durability of his equipment. Fortunately, after clearing the Pirate Bay dungeon, the system had awarded him a large number of adventure coins as a dungeon first kill MVP reward, allowing him to stock up on a number of replacement cloaks. The hidden old man had also discovered that as long as his cloak was large enough in difficult-to-see locations, such as this dim and damp underground cave, activating the Mark of Invisibility on his cloak would provide sufficient invisibility, eliminating the need to activate other parts of his body, such as his shoes or mask. Assassin is a costly profession, so every penny saved counts. Using his hands and feet, he crawled through the smaller passage and emerged from the round hole, emerging into a stone chamber. Signs of artificial construction were evident here, with walls made of blue bricks covered in moss. The architectural style here is more similar to the underground passageway Yuhua Dingxian and the others had followed Drake into, but it doesn't appear to be the same location. The hidden old man first chose a direction and reached the end, finding an upward spiral staircase. At the exit, there was a trigger. With a flick of the trigger, the hidden old man pushed the wall in front of him, pushing it open. He poked his head out, and was shocked to find himself behind a shrine. Beyond the shrine were a pond, a hillside, and a small park. The hidden old man remembered this place. He had also seen it in the video released by Yuhua Dingxian. This shrine was where the little girl disappeared and found her dropped teddy bear. Chapter 433. There's something wrong with this shrine. The hidden old man clenched his fist. When he first watched the video, he assumed this must be the entrance to a passageway that could be opened. The problem was, the shrine's mechanism could only be opened from the inside. There was no way to open it from the outside. The hidden old man retreated into the entrance and tried to leave it ajar, but the door snapped back in place, closing with a click. He had to flip the mechanism back on. If the kidnappers left here, then someone must be waiting inside the passageway. An image flashed through his mind. Drake. Let's just say it was Drake. Using his status as the son of God, his good looks, and his high charm points, he tricked the little girl into following him with a stolen teddy bear. Drake dragged the little girl all the way to the shrine. At that moment, his accomplice opened the secret door. The little girl, realizing something was amiss, struggled and dropped the teddy bear, but ultimately, she was no match for the two kidnappers, and was forced back into the passageway. That makes sense. The hidden old man noticed some traces of scraped moss around the secret door, as well as muddy handprints and shoe prints the size of a child's hand, and sighed deeply. If one criminal is Drake, then who is the other undiscovered person? Milktooth wouldn't do these things personally. He'd rather manipulate people from behind the scenes. Beep, the player system prompts. Hidden old man has obtained a clue. Traces of another person. Story exploration increased by 2%, current exploration level 5%. The hidden old man blinked, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Strange, I remember when the veterans explored this dungeon and discovered the double divine descent, the system notification said the current storyline was 66% analyzed. But the dungeons I've been playing all say it's storyline exploration progress. Are these two things different? This couldn't be confirmed yet, but the hidden old man guessed it might be the difference between analysis and fact. He silently noted it down, planning to discuss it with the veterans after leaving the dungeon. Borges said in the narrative laws of detective stories that in a good detective novel, the murderer must be among the characters who have already appeared. Now that this dungeon has been pushed through by many players, there can't be any characters who haven't appeared yet. Drake's accomplice must have already appeared. This person can't be the bishop, so who could it be? A guess formed in the hidden old man's mind. He turned around and re-entered the passage, heading in another direction. The hidden old man wandered around underground for a long time, avoiding the giant worms several times using the illusionary marks, even wasting another cloak, before finally finding the correct exit. He emerged from the hotel's basement. However, the hidden old man didn't leave immediately, nor did he go upstairs. Instead, he searched the basement for the traveling cult's belongings. He searched the entire basement, but found nothing of the cult's luggage. Instead, beneath a pile of jars of cooking oil and paper-wrapped cured meat, he discovered some unused idols, mirrors, and some suspicious-looking ritual items in cardboard boxes. These didn't look like the traveling cult's property at all, they belonged to the hotel itself. The accomplice was the innkeeper. Upon closer examination, everything made sense. The side quest involving the giant devouring worm was issued by the innkeeper. A monster of that caliber swallowed the two big shots. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains and Luzhou Laojiao whole in one go, giving them an unforgettable first experience of being utterly mutilated. Yet, the innkeeper had never encountered any danger when entering or leaving the basement. He even claimed that rats were eating the stored grain, and he worried that these rats would gnaw on the traveling cult's luggage left in the basement. Why would the traveling cult leave their luggage in the inn's basement? This doesn't make sense. With so many people coming and going from the inn, if it were important luggage, logically it should be carried with one's person. If it wasn't that important, and there were many items, why not leave them at the Church of Light? The old bishop had the traveling cult stay at the inn to reduce Drake's interactions with the cult's messenger, preventing Drake from learning things he shouldn't have. But surely, he wouldn't prevent them from leaving their belongings there as well. In retrospect, these so-called luggage items were merely a pretext used by the innkeeper to legitimize the traveling cult and produce the idols. Whether these idols were tampered with from the beginning, or only became what they are today after the double divine intervention remains unknown. Another suspicious point is that Drake not only possessed extraordinary knowledge of the tunnel beneath the inn, but also used it to unleash a massive massacre of the traveling cult on the second floor. The fact that no one in the entire inn noticed such commotion, and the stench of blood is highly suspicious. But if the innkeeper offered assistance, things would be different. This innkeeper was Drake's accomplice, most likely a fanatic of Naya who had long been hiding in Clock Tower Town. Perhaps he had constructed the underground passages and the trap entrances. He could simply claim that there were too many guests and no one could stay, and the entire inn would be empty, reserved solely for the itinerant cult. And if the itinerant cult raised concerns, the innkeeper could conveniently use the excuse of not admitting additional guests for the sake of the itinerant cult's peace. Only by knowing that the itinerant cult members would perish, leaving no witnesses, could he confidently impersonate the itinerant cult and distribute the extra idols they had brought with them throughout the city. This also explained the innkeeper's indifference when the player bosses visited the inn earlier, and even explained how the salty fish boss had purified the black and red contamination from the innkeeper, the same substance as the evil god's idols. The hidden old man quietly summarized his theories. Ding, the player system prompts. You have successfully analyzed the fantasy plot. The current plot line is 33% analyzed. Updated plot clue, traces of another person. The innkeeper. Plot exploration increased by 10%, current plot exploration 15%. As expected, plot line analysis refers to the player's analysis of the fantasy plot. Successful evidence found that fully aligns with the original plot will be converted into plot exploration points. But why didn't the Double Gods Descent plot line count as plot exploration points? Is there something wrong with this plot analysis? Or perhaps some key information is missing? Or is it because the player's single-player dungeons didn't play out the original plot line, or the plot line the vengeful ghost hoped for, so the analysis remains just analysis, not the result of successful exploration? Chapter 434. Judgment. The server's most troublesome player, the server's first fate-based assassin, the goddess of fate's favorite subject of observation, and arguably the server's worst fortune-teller. Tranquility C rubbed his chin. Speaking of judgment, I think of the Inquisition, and the itinerant cult. Yeah, I get it. This time, we explore the itinerant cult first, so they don't always get wiped out at the start. According to the previous strategy from the veteran players, Drake would finish his argument with the old bishop in the morning, then traverse the long tunnel to the inn. It was still early, so heading to the inn to lure the itinerant cult away might yield more information. Tranquility C, a man of action, immediately hopped on his mountain bike and sped towards the inn. Downhill is so much easier to ride. He didn't enter the inn directly. After collecting his bicycle, he took out the cloak with the mark of reality and illusion that the hidden old man had kindly given him. He threw it on in the alley, activated it, and swaggered up the stairs without being seen. The itinerant cultists living on the second floor were indeed still alive. They were gathered in a room, discussing something. Based on appearance alone, this Son of God is indeed suitable, but his character is not. He is too weak and gloomy. The old bishop has hidden him for too long. In my opinion, the child should have been brought back to the holy city for training long ago. Which ordinary Son of God isn't designated as a candidate by the diocese as soon as they can open their eyes, branded at the age of 3, and then begins to receive strengthening potions and training when they are 8, those of poor quality who can't withstand the training and potions have died. Then we will select the remaining strong ones and bring them back to the holy city for collective training. It's precisely because Bell Tower Town is located in such a desolate and barren land, without the direct supervision of the higher church, that the old bishop could be so indulgent, deceiving his superiors and subordinates, and failing to report the candidate for the Son of God for years, allowing such a perfectly good-looking shell of the Son of God to become so useless. If it weren't for this continent-wide screening, he would probably have continued to conceal the truth. That's not true. It's precisely because the various churches are stationed abroad year-round, prone to developing other interests, that we need our itinerant church groups. Besides, the old bishop has a point. In recent years, let alone candidates for the Son of God, there have been few even decent-looking infants. They're either deformed or born with contamination. How could they possibly become the body that carries the God? We travel the entire continent, and isn't this the only one who meets the requirements? The old bishop is also worried about the potency of the potion and the harshness of the training. How many candidates for the Son of God have died over the years? If this shell is damaged or contaminated, it will be completely useless. The old bishop had extensive dealings with the fallen Son of God, Aelian. He learned his lesson, and was worried the boy might be misled. Spoiling, this is spoiling. This is the 9th divine descent, the final one. Unlike previous descents, where the body only needed to carry the projection of the God's consciousness, this one descends fully intact. I'm afraid this young man's body is too frail to bear the power of the God. Where will we find another body that meets the requirements? It's not that he hasn't received any medicated treatments or training. The old bishop showed me the training records. Everything is there, but the dosage and intensity have been reduced. Of course, this level of training is no match for the previous generations of sons of God, who were raised between life and death. Well, if you ask me, Aelian is clearly the most suitable candidate. His physique is the best in years, and his appearance is also suitable. Even if his hair and eye color are different, he will transform into the divine form after the descent, so it's not a big deal. I really don't know whether to call it a trick of fate, or a change of heart. He has already passed the Inquisition. It must be just a trick of fate. The mind of that two-faced goddess is so fickle, one moment high and the next. I'm really worried that this time, she will secretly tug at the threads of fate and cause trouble for us. These holy children were adopted from infancy, isolated from the outside world, like blank sheets of paper, at the mercy of our books. How could there be so many opportunities for second thoughts? How could cattle, and sheep kept in captivity, know of fate other than being slaughtered for meat? But it's hard to say about Drake. Look at his appearance and hair color, a true divine shell. Even with this, the old bishop was able to conceal it from the higher church for over a decade. If the old bishop had other intentions, it's hard to say what happened to this holy son either. Hey, what's the point of discussing this now? We just need to ensure the shell is uncontaminated and can be used for divine descent. What's their own thoughts? When a god descends, his consciousness is erased, and the shell remains as it should be. Tranquility C listened for a moment, cloaked in invisibility at the doorway, and felt his fist harden. He didn't have much feeling for Aelian, the NPC wife recognized by players. NPCs, of course, some poke players XP, and some don't. Compared to those seemingly saintly beauties, Tranquility C preferred cute little pufferfish or hamster-like animals that puffed up or shrunk when poken. It's just a game. The developers create all sorts of NPCs to cater to players' preferences. The correct attitude when seeing a group of beautiful women should be I like 1, 2, 3, nah I don't like 4, 5, 6. It's like going to a buffet. Some dishes are delicious and suit your taste, while others won't. Just pick what you like. As long as the food isn't stale, substandard, or the seasonings aren't mixed up, you can't tear down a restaurant just because it sells food you don't like. But while I might not have feelings for the NPCs, as a player with morality, justice, and empathy, when encountering disgusting entities like the Church of Light, who don't treat people like human beings and only think about how to torment people and raise them to create shells for evil gods, Tranquil C's sense of justice still burns brightly. Maybe I should just let Drake deal with these guys? Tranquil C thought seriously. But perhaps these people have even more clues hidden in their heads. He sighed, canceled the invisibility effect of the illusionary mark, folded his cloak, and put it in his backpack, then changed into a white robe he had specially commissioned from Jin. Then he knocked on the door. The sounds inside abruptly ceased. The door opened, and a tall, burly messenger from the traveling order stared at him expressionlessly. "What is it?" The Tranquil Sea grinned at him. Chapter 435. "My envoys." Tranquil Sea slipped into the room, lowering his voice. "I am a faithful follower of the god, and also his spy stationed in Bell Tower Town. There are fanatical followers of the evil god in this town, and they are plotting to kill you. I come to deliver a message." The envoys of the traveling cult looked at him suspiciously. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me," Tranquil Sea said. "The owner of this inn is suspicious, and that Holy Sun Drake has already sided with the evil god. In a few minutes, that dark Holy Sun will be attacking. If you don't believe me, you can stay and see for yourselves. I have told you the information I have. Farewell." He finished speaking, and was about to leave, very decisively, without the slightest hesitation. The envoys exchanged glances, and said simultaneously, "Wait. What evidence do you have?" One of the envoys asked. "Evidence? I don't have any." The scoundrel from the Tranquil Sea was arrogantly self-righteous. "I'm just here to inform them. They're not after me. Believe it or not, it's none of my business. You gentlemen are all-powerful superhumans, with abilities and tools far superior to mine. You have to figure things out yourselves." The divine messengers had never seen such an irresponsible informant, and were momentarily stunned. Seeing the Tranquil Sea about to leave, the eldest-looking divine messenger decisively said, "Better safe than sorry. Let's move. Mick, use the mirror to create some illusions." The divine messengers quickly gathered their valuables and rushed outside. Mick, the one who had been called out, was a younger, brown-haired youth. He pulled out a mirror, silently chanted an incantation, and a golden light was projected into the room, revealing several figures identical to the divine messengers. At first glance, they appeared identical to the divine messengers, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that their clothing and dominant hand were reversed, making them look like reflections of themselves. Mick hung the mirror on the wall, and then withdrew. "Is there a safe place nearby?" the older divine messenger asked, not intending to let Tranquil Sea leave alone. "Lead the way." Tranquil Sea stroked his chin. "A safe place? Probably only the church. Although the Holy Sun has problems, the old bishop is likely unaware and still loyal. I do know unsafe places, and the enemy's stronghold. The most urgent thing is to leave here." He didn't try to hide anything from the divine messengers, directly pulling out the cloak marked with the mark of illusion from his backpack and putting it over himself again. "The mark of illusion. He is indeed one of ours," one of the divine messengers exclaimed. Tranquil Sea grinned, pulled up his hood, activated his mark, and swaggered downstairs again. He removed his cloak in the alley, stepped onto the street, glanced at the second-floor corridor, and then walked cheerfully towards the church. The other divine messengers exchanged glances, each displaying their own abilities, some concealing themselves, others scaling the outer wall from the end of the second-floor corridor to the ground floor. These divine messengers were all high-level superhumans, just as Tranquil Sea had said. Given a warning, the mere second floor of an inn wouldn't be able to trap them. They also quietly hid in the alley, without alerting the people inside the inn. "Could what that person said be true?" a female divine messenger asked the older one. "The seal of reality isn't something an ordinary person possesses. The truth will soon be revealed." He pointed to another mirror Mick had pulled out, clearly a matching mirror to the one they had hung on the wall of their hotel room. Drake's figure quickly appeared in the mirror. The dummies they had created using the church's sacred artifacts were pierced through the chests by the tentacles of the shadowy figure beneath Drake's feet as soon as the door opened. Blood splattered everywhere. The young man, who bore a wicked smile on his face, who bore a striking resemblance to the god of light, slaughtered everyone in the room without hesitation. The members of the itinerant cult fell silent. "Well, am I telling the truth?" Tranquility reappeared, leaning against the wall at the corner of the alley, a sly grin on his face. "The son of God you chose has been corrupted by the evil god. This evil god has spies throughout the town. Once the divine descent takes place, the god of light will be devoured by the evil god." The several divine messengers remained silent for a moment, as if stunned by this truth. "It shouldn't be like this." The female divine messenger muttered, "That's the last Holy Sun. He was supposed to become the body of the god, complete the foundation of the god, and restore light to the world. But now he's the evil god's lover." Sea of Tranquility said, "By the way, his goal isn't just to kill you, but to resurrect you and manipulate your corpses to pass your contamination tests." Do you want to guess whether those dummies can successfully trick him? The divine messengers, He probably realized something's wrong soon, and come looking for you. Sea of Tranquility gloated, now it's up to you to choose fight or flight? Couldn't you have said something this important sooner? Ultimately, the divine messengers chose to send the youngest, Mick, to the church to deliver the message, while the others remained to defend against the enemy. These itinerant clerics were actually quite powerful. Their ranks were comparable to bishops. The reason they were repeatedly skewered by Drake like skewers in each cycle was entirely due to their complete lack of preparedness for the Holy Son, who was killed instantly upon entering the room. Moreover, Drake possessed the ability to unleash a powerful attack, granted by Nyarlathotep. But now, the itinerant clerics were fully prepared, surrounding the incompletely. When Drake discovered the mysterious disappearance of the body and rushed downstairs, he was met by this group of divine messengers, armed to the teeth with various weapons and artifacts. Traitor Drake! The eldest divine messenger roared. You were clearly a candidate for divine successor. Why did you abandon your faith, betray your god, and flock to the embrace of an evil god? The blonde, heterochromatic-eyed Holy Son, covered in filthy blood, with shadowy tentacles swirling beneath his feet, looked at the divine messengers as if they were a joke. Why? Because, of course, I want to live. You can disregard my wishes and sacrifice me to fulfill your own desires. So why can't I sacrifice everyone to fulfill my will to live? His heterochromatic eyes were bloodshot, and his blood-stained lips parted to reveal a grotesque, sickly smile. You say I betrayed you, but I never had faith, never made any promises to you, never joined you. I'm just an orphan who happened to fall into your control, unable to escape. My loyalty is only ever to myself. Chapter 436. As the hidden old man emerged from the hotel basement, he heard the sounds of fighting outside. He quietly pushed open the door and peeked out, only to discover that the divine messengers of the itinerant cult were brawling with Drake in the street. The scene was blasted with CG effects. The blonde youth was covered in blood, and the shadows beneath his feet sprouted countless tentacles that danced across the sky. The divine messengers of the itinerant cult were not to be outdone. Their mirrors shone with golden light, and their swords and spears slashed out, severing each tentacle. What's going on? The hidden old man was filled with questions. He looked up and saw Tranquility Sea sitting on the rooftop across from him, happily chewing on a spicy rabbit head. The hidden old man, He quietly skirted the battlefield and rushed all the way to the rooftop. He didn't remove his cloak until he reached Tranquility Sea, asking, What's going on? Tranquility Sea held out a plate of rabbit heads. Want some? You be just in time to see them fighting each other. The hidden old man was bewildered, but after running underground for nearly the entire distance across a small town, his hunger was almost running low. Considering his limited wallet, he finally accepted Tranquility Sea's offer, and sat down on the rooftop to nibble on the rabbit heads. Tranquility Sea ate as he shared the intel he heard from the cult, and the hidden old man shared his own leads. So the innkeeper is an accomplice? Tranquility Sea exclaimed in surprise. I always felt there was something fishy about that guy. He just lied to the cult, but I didn't expect he was actually an accomplice. He craned his neck to look, then asked curiously, But with all the fighting going on outside, why hasn't the innkeeper come out to help? That innkeeper is most likely a fanatical follower of the milk tea sect, but that doesn't mean he's an overconfident fool. The hidden old man sucked on the chili oil on his fingers, hissing from the spiciness. The mechanisms behind those shrines are intricately designed. They're probably his work. But those mechanisms are all gears and bearings. They don't seem to involve supernatural powers. I estimate the innkeeper is just an ordinary person or a professional. He wouldn't be able to defeat these divine messengers. He'd probably be killed in a single blow. So those people he helped deal with as sacrifices, or monster food, were all the town's vulnerable groups. He used trickery and deception to get these townspeople to come to him, like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Tranquil Sea understood. Because both he and Drake have limited strength. Right? The side quests the innkeeper gave the adventurers were actually just to trick them into going to the basement to feed the megaloworms. The hidden old man said the map to the Gate of the Dead was probably also his doing. But I wonder what that symbol represents in the eyes of these fanatics. Or does it represent the summoning of monsters? Perhaps the latter. Tranquility Sea pondered. That symbol represents a door. Feeding on the flesh, blood, lives, and souls of so many people, it likely opened the door to some monster's lair. That's why the people subsequently suffered mental pollution, becoming utterly insane, and the world filled with summoned monsters. Even those polluted humans eventually became monsters themselves. I suspect the subsequent siege of the church by the townspeople was also instigated by the innkeeper. The hidden old man said he might have revealed to the public that Drake was the murderer, or shifted the blame onto the old bishop. Why would that be? Tranquil Sea tilted her head. Aren't he and Drake in cahoots? The hidden old man pondered for a moment, perhaps to muddy the waters, or perhaps Drake later hesitated about the double descent plan. After all, Drake's allegiance to Miltooth was probably just to survive, not to sacrifice himself for Miltooth's plan to capture the God of Light. But the innkeeper is a fanatical follower of Miltooth, he and Drake. Their positions weren't entirely aligned. It's also possible that they attacked the old bishop to sever Drake's last shred of compassion. If Drake would still show mercy to anyone in this town, it would probably be the old bishop who raised him. Ding, player system notification. You have successfully analyzed the illusion's plot. The current plot line has been analyzed at 55%. The hidden old man frowned. Why is it still just plot line analysis? Something's wrong? 55% is quite high, almost on par with the top players. Tranquil Sea was confused. No, this instance has two metrics. Plot line analysis progress and plot exploration progress. I don't understand what they represent. The hidden old man explained, the former is triggered when the player performs plot deduction, and the latter is triggered when I find clues about the murderer. I suspect the former is deduction, while the latter is the true plot with evidence proving its existence. The true plot should mean the true ending line. To reach the true ending, you need to advance the plot exploration progress, not the plot line analysis progress. Tranquility Sea blinked a few times, and finished chewing on the rabbit head. Captain, you're right. You still say you're not a big boss? The big bosses haven't found these clues yet. He glanced at the battle below and said, Drake's almost losing. Not surprising. Drake has the ultimate move from Miltooth, but it must cost a lot. I remember it costing SAN. The hidden old man stuffed the last piece of rabbit meat into his mouth, and stared at Drake's clearly frantic expression on the street. Tentacles and scales were already spreading across Drake's body. He'd either die of madness, or at the hands of the itinerant cult. Wait. What will happen after they're done? Can this cycle continue? What if the vengeful ghosts themselves are dead? But as long as the core of the illusion isn't shattered, or the vengeful ghost's obsession isn't purified, the illusion itself shouldn't disappear. Even if they die, the vengeful ghosts will be resurrected in the next cycle. Look, the old bishop has been through so many deaths and rebirths. So, what the hell? Tranquility's eyes widened as Drake's face suddenly contorted and his body curled up. His body transformed into a ball of throbbing flesh, from which countless twisted wings, tentacles, and grotesque limbs burst forth. SAN value reset. The hidden elder averted his gaze with a look of disgust. This monster is truly disgusting. Disgusting, but it's become much stronger. It seems the itinerant cult won't be able to hold on. But the tragic death of the itinerant cult they had envisioned didn't materialize. The oldest divine agent within the itinerant cult channeled all his strength into his sword, transforming into a dazzling, humanoid ball of light. He leaped high into the air, merging himself with the sword in his hand into a gigantic lightsaber, which he plunged deep into the center of Drake's twisted body. I just want to live. The boy's trembling voice, along with the gigantic, twisted monster's body, and the lightsaber formed from the divine messenger's body, shattered into countless pieces of dust and ashes. Chapter 437. It seems either Drake isn't a vengeful ghost, or he's hidden the core of the illusion somewhere else. Tranquility Sea sighed. The dust had settled, but the dungeon continued. The hidden old man looked at the belated old bishop and the divine messenger, who had arrived from a distance, bewildered. Drake's dead, what's next? The divine descent can't even proceed, so will the people in this town die? It's hard to say. When we first entered the game, didn't it say there were 2 main quests? Maybe there will be other things in these 7 days, but maybe nothing will happen, and the cycle will just restart automatically when the time is up. This extra time is perfect, so we can continue investigating some things. Tranquility Sea pulled out an Arcana card, flipped it over, and smiled. Let's explore the secrets of that divine descent ritual. The hidden old man looked up and saw a sacrifice card tucked between Tranquility Sea's fair fingers. He was silent for a moment, looking down at his hands covered in red chili oil. Then he glanced up at Ningjing Jihai's spotless hands. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "We ate spicy rabbit head together, why are your hands so clean?" "I didn't see him wash his hands?" "Oh, that's easy," Ningjing Jihai said. "Open your backpack and put the chili oil in the compartment." Hidden old man, ? He tried it with a skeptical attitude, and sure enough, the extremely difficult to clean oil stains on his hands were instantly cleaned, and his backpack now had a new compartment for Dirty chili oil. Hidden old man, it really works. Well, not only can it be retrieved, but if you select the spicy oil and silently throw it, you can even aim and throw it. Tranquility C said, my suggestion is to aim for the eyes for greater damage. The hidden old man was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but grumble, you're truly a troublemaker. I feel like you completely ruined this system. The two of them descended the stairs and returned to the street. The divine messengers were either wounded or dead. Only the goddess and Nick, who had gone to the church to report the news, were left standing. The old bishop gazed at the corpses, a look of sorrow on his face. Tranquility C, thanks to his contribution to the itinerant cult, successfully gained the favor of the divine messengers, successfully infiltrated the inner circle, and even brought the hidden old man along with him. We are spies sent by the gods to assist you. Tranquility C asked inscrutable questions. Now that this has happened to the Holy Son, what are your plans? The divine messengers exchanged glances, and the old bishop sighed. First, send the injured back to the church for treatment. Regarding the next steps, please ask for an oracle before making any plans. This line of thought sounds reasonable, but upon closer examination, time is distorted in this instance. The god of light, who can respond to oracles, is likely currently in a lingering, symbiotic relationship with Nyako, a love-hate relationship. It would be fine if no oracle was given, but if one were to be summoned, it would be hard to say who gave it. Back at the church, Tranquility ignored the groans and whimpers of the messengers carried back on stretchers. She pulled the old bishop to the other side of the hall and whispered mysteriously, Your Excellency, actually, when God sent me to inform the messengers, he also gave me a divine oracle. The bishop exclaimed in surprise, Since there's an oracle, shouldn't we summon the messengers to hear it together? The Tranquility stopped him. Don't get excited. Let me finish. This oracle has nothing to do with the messengers. It concerns you and Drake. The old bishop paused. Your loyalty and dedication to the church have always been seen by God. The Tranquility secretly used the skill, persuasion. He has never questioned your loyalty to him, but regarding Drake, you have indeed done some inexplicable things. Could you please explain why you didn't report Drake's status as a holy son, and even hid him for so long, until this nationwide screening by the traveling order? The old bishop sighed deeply, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He shakily sat down on the bench beside him. So you're not an ordinary spy, but a spy for the Inquisition. When I made this decision, I already foresaw. Now that things have come to this, please ask whatever questions you have. I will cooperate with any investigation you may have. I am guilty, and I will confess without reservation. But I hope you will record everything I say truthfully, and report it to the Pope and the gods. Please do not deny it. I know that the Inquisition spies have the privilege of direct access to the heavens. The hidden old man, who had been watching the tranquil sea's ramblings, widened his eyes. Are the Inquisition spies really that powerful? Can they even impersonate like this? Does that mean you don't need to check their identification? The tranquil sea remained serious, even pulling a small notebook from his backpack to write, I will report truthfully. Please speak. Throughout my life, I adopted many children. Many became holy children, many were chosen by God and sent to other believers to be raised, and many remained in the church, becoming holy children, pastors. I know that churches in different places treat children differently, some well, some badly. Some don't see holy children as human beings, but merely as vessels for God's future. They only care about ensuring the vessel ultimately chosen by God remains clean and intact, while disregarding the souls within, and the other unchosen holy children, treating them only as tools, objects, even consumables. I know all this is wrong, but I am just a minor bishop. I can only ensure the children in my diocese grow up safely, and provide them with as much care as possible. You also know that I was once very close to Ialian, and in his. After this incident, I often suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning, wondering if we had made a mistake. Of course, I'm not questioning the divine intervention through the descent of divine children. I understand it's for the benefit of the world, to dispel evil, and I believe the souls of these chosen ones will be guided by the divine. But were the sacrifices of others truly necessary? Was the suffering endured by those unchosen children truly necessary? The cost of nurturing a chosen one is immense. Out of dozens, even hundreds, of candidates, often only one or two survive to become a chosen one. Those children, perfectly capable of becoming the church's elite, perish one by one in the endless trials of blood and fire. I'm not questioning the divine, but I question the church's methods of nurturing chosen ones. And when I first saw Drake, I felt he would become a worthy chosen one. Chapter 438. Drake's appearance was almost identical to the description of the God of Light. As a child, he He had blonde hair, heterochromatic yellow-green eyes, and his smile seemed to brighten the sky. The old bishop recalled, a loving smile spreading across his aged face. The moment a child opens their eyes in infancy, it should be determined whether they are a candidate for holy child. If chosen, they should be adorned with holy markings at the age of 3, thus becoming the chosen one of the gods, undergoing trials of blood and fire to strengthen their body and temper their will, maintaining their purity at all times, until they can withstand the descent of the gods. Of the thousands of holy children, only one will be chosen by the gods, the rest will perish in the trials. However, when I held little Drake in my arms, I felt that he was that chosen child of the gods. He was a child specially chosen by the gods to be born into the world. He could atone for the mistakes of Aeolian, and he was the most qualified to become the bearer of the gods. A vessel of light. I'm afraid that if this is reported, people from other dioceses will flock here, and this child will be taken away by the traveling church, taken to the holy city, and suffer endless torment and suffering. I don't understand. Why does the Vatican torment children who will become gods? They are future gods. Do you know what a wonderful feeling it is for a believer to raise a god with their own hands? The old bishop's eyes blazed with fervent faith as he reached out and grasped the front of the Serene Sea's robe. I have always taken good care of that child, protecting him under my wing and letting him receive the same training as the sons of God. But I reduced the concentration of the medicine and lowered the intensity of the training, so he could grow up safely, without suffering from illness, accidents, or dying inexplicably. He is not a disposable item. He is a god I carefully nurtured. The old bishop slumped back to the sea of tranquility. But why did Drake suddenly betray his faith? Why did he side with the evil god? Because, no matter how much you pampered him, you never truly saw that child, you only saw your god. Knowing that raising him was only to send him to his death, you didn't hesitate or waver at all. The hidden old man suddenly said he just wanted to live as himself, and the evil god who had his eye on the god of light also noticed that child's desire. The innkeeper is a fanatical follower sent by the evil god. Over the years, he has probably instilled many other ideas in Drake, and not only did you fail to notice this, but the church's narrow-minded brainwashing education was no match for the evil god's sweet talk. A child who grew up in a greenhouse, never experiencing hardship or the real world, chose sweet candy over a flame that would burn him, sighed the tranquil sea. But he's the one destined to save the world, the vessel of God. The old bishop cried out in anguish. That reason, perhaps, is so false that even you begun to doubt it, the hidden old man said. Or is it that you keep telling yourself this, deceiving yourself, to prevent your faith from crumbling, ultimately trapping yourself in a web of lies from which you cannot escape? The god of light took the wrong path to godhood, sacrificing countless innocent lives to build his foundation. You instill this so-called righteousness in your children, but it's ultimately nothing but hypocritical lies. Drake, in order to protect himself, would willingly turn to the evil god and slaughter innocent people. Wasn't that what he learned from childhood in your church, which treats people as if they were not human? If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. The source is wrong. Do you think you can change everything by replacing a whip with a few candies, treating only the symptoms and not the root cause? But then again, while the guardian bears a large part of the responsibility for raising a child wrong, the child himself also bears unshakable responsibility. Raised in a similarly harsh environment, Aeolian chose to protect himself by desecrating himself to protect the people and the world, while Drake, by all means, pays his way with the blood and flesh of innocent people. TSK, you're right about one thing. Drake is indeed the one who most resembles the god of light. Hey, Tranquility C tugged at the hidden old man's sleeve and whispered in his ear, you're out of commission. We're church spies now. Ahem. The hidden old man suddenly covered his ears as he leaned towards Tranquility C, leaped 8 feet away, and glared at him accusingly with wide, round eyes. I was ultimately wrong. However, the grief-stricken old bishop paid no attention to the hidden old man's out-of-competence, accusing the Church of Light. Tears streamed down his face, he sobbed softly, it was I who harmed Drake, and it was I who harmed my beloved gods. I will bear the sin of this town's misfortune for eternity. Beep, the player system prompts. Player hidden old man, Tranquility C, has successfully triggered and completed the main quest, the old bishop's confession, earning the achievement, a son's undiscipline is the father's fault. Players can exit the dungeon at any time by clicking the exit button. The hidden old man, Tranquility C, This is actually a main plot? The hidden old man's eyes widened, and he pulled Tranquility C to him, whispering, but this isn't the real ending, is it? No, this should be the normal ending. Tranquility C said, don't quit yet, we still have somewhere to go. He patted the old bishop's shoulder, don't cry yet. Tell me, Where is the venue for the divine descent you prepared? Take me there quickly. Tranquility C pulled the old bishop up from the ground. He staggered, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Okay. I take you there." The divine descent was taking place on the top floor of this church. The old bishop led them out of the hall and to the bell tower. They climbed the spiral staircase to the top, passed the large bronze bell, and arrived at the rooftop terrace of the church. This platform was quite interesting. Obscured by the Romanesque dome outside the church, it was completely invisible from the outside. The central, square platform at the top of the church itself. The floor of the platform was painted with intricate circular patterns, and in its center, a flower bud formed by a cluster of intertwined wings. The curious and troublesome Serene C squatted down to count, discovering that the flower bud was composed of 9 wings stacked one on top of the other. "Hey!" The hidden old man patted Serene C's shoulder, raised a finger, and pointed forward. Serene C looked up. At the end of the platform, on the side blocked by the dome, stood a statue of the god of light. Within its chest grew an ugly, beating heart of flesh and blood. In the center of that heart, a transparent, illusionary crystal core was encased. Chapter 439. While players were diligently clearing the Clock Tower Town dungeon, MOU wasn't idle either. Taking advantage of the high enthusiasm surrounding the version 1.2 update, he and Leah had gained a large amount of core energy, perfect for him to try out his new skills. Aelian returned early in the morning from the city defense training camp, and was pinned down on the sofa by MOU. "I want to try out the skill, historical projection." MOU locked the study door, and walked back leisurely. "Given our subsequent plans, I think it's necessary to test the effects of this skill while we have more energy." Aelian's Adam's apple subconsciously rolled. "What are you going to do?" Aelian looked at the Lord sitting astride him, and struggled to utter the last half of his sentence. "A test. You know I never fight unprepared. I definitely guess the answers before the exam. As long as I practice enough questions, maybe I'd be able to guess the answers correctly when the exam comes?" MOU flipped through the skill description on the system. "Well, the system says that touching your forehead to the selected target will have a better effect. I wonder if you can control the historical period I project. Let's give it a try. Do you have any special memories? Try to concentrate on recalling them." Aelian lowered his silver eyes, his sight filled with the Lord's lips moving so close to his own. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "How can I concentrate in this state? Oh! How about this?" MOU touched his chin, resting his hands on the back of the sofa over Aelian's shoulders, and lowered his head. Aelian, surprise! Soft lips touched, then parted, only to be captured again by the pursuing knight. Aelian's hand involuntarily caressed the Lord's back, their lips intertwined, a passion filled with exploration and soothing, yet tinged with an unquenchable longing. Black hair intertwined with silver strands, swaying gently with their movements. After a moment, their breaths unsteadily separated. The scheming Lord licked the corner of his mouth, gently caressing the knight's face with his right hand, and said in an enigmatic voice, "Can you focus now?" Aelian, Or rather, his attention was now even more completely misplaced. MOU leaned forward again. The knight looked up at his lord, their foreheads touching, their silver eyes meeting their black. As their auras merged, they slowly closed their eyes, and MOU activated his skill. Historical projection. MOU felt a portion of his spirit penetrate their pressed foreheads and descend into Aelian's world. He was like a falling leaf, slowly landing on a quiet stream, getting wet bit by bit, sinking into a piece of history. MOU blinked. He stood in a place that looked like an ancient Egyptian temple, surrounded by ochre-colored stone walls. At intervals, there were huge stone pillars and clay statues. MOU stood in what seemed to be a long corridor. He looked down at himself. His hands were translucent. Through his hands and robes, he could see the patterns on the stone bricks and a slowly crawling insect. "It seems I'm really just a projection," MOU muttered, looking up at the skill timer in the upper right corner of his vision, 1449. He had just spent 1,000 core energy points to activate historical projection, and it seemed the skill would be active for about 15 minutes. This should be Aelian's memory, but he didn't know when it was from. MOU had wanted to choose a point in time he and Aelian had experienced together to test the skill's effect. But perhaps, this skill randomly selects a historical period when it's cast, and the target doesn't have a choice? MOU reached out and touched the crawling insect, but his hand passed right through it. As expected, "I'm just a projection." MOU tried the nearby pillars and walls, finding himself like a ghost, able to pass through walls without any problem. Time was running out, so he started wandering around the area. "Ready?" MOU heard voices around the corner. He followed the sound and found two people dressed in white robes and veils, one older and one younger. The younger one was carrying a tray filled with all sorts of strange needles, medicine bottles, and tools. Everything is ready. The young holy children are all locked in their rooms, waiting to have their holy runes inscribed. How many candidates are there this time? The eldest asked. 5, but who knows how many will survive? The elders sighed. Once they overcome this hurdle and undergo the tempering of blood and fire, their bodies sculpted, their wills honed, they can become vessels of the gods. That is the highest glory. Children who die in this process will also return to the embrace of the gods. Master, I always been curious. What is the use of the holy runes? Why are they inscribed on the holy children when they are 3 years old? At that age, children's skin is so delicate, they cry and scream, and their wounds easily become infected and cause high fevers. They are very troublesome to care for. You don't understand. Once the holy mark is applied, these children are under the divine control. They won't betray or flee. Even if they do, their whereabouts will be visible to both the secret prying ones and the gods. When necessary, the church can directly use the holy mark to trigger a divine descent. This holy mark must be applied before the child has any memory. It's a small mark carved on the back of their neck, hidden by their hair, so they can't see it themselves or anyone else. If they have a fever, they'd be even less likely to remember it. If they're too old, they won't be able to resist. If they're too young, they won't survive. The two walked as they talked, turning into another corridor. This corridor was lined with many rooms with closed iron doors on both sides, resembling a prison. They reached the farthest room and pushed the door open. Soon, the screams of a child were heard from within. Mou frowned. He used his current form, a ghostly projection of history capable of passing through walls, to enter the nearest room. Inside the room was a young man with short blonde hair. Then silver chains were tied to his legs and wrists, the other end of which was fixed to the wall. He was sitting on the ground, hugging his legs and sobbing softly. Mou went to the next room, but it wasn't Ialian either. In the third room, Mou found the familiar silver-haired boy. At this age, Ialian's silver hair barely reached his ears. Without the obstruction of his long hair, his semi-pointed ears were clearly visible, making him easily recognizable. His silver eyes were dull, his long silver eyelashes drooping. He looked just like he had when Mou first met him, distant, cold, as if his soul had been ripped out of him, like a bystander who didn't belong in the world, as if nothing in the world concerned him. Chapter 440. Ialian was now clad in a plain silver robe, his tiny hands and feet bound with silver chains. However, unlike the other children, he didn't frighten or cry. Instead, he knelt calmly, silently, and composedly, giving off the air of a young adult. Mou approached him like a ghost, gently crouched down, and reached out to touch the tender cheek of the child version of Ialian. Although he couldn't physically touch him, the tender, round, pink child of the Holy Sun was truly a sight rarely seen. Who? Although Mou was clearly in ghostly form, it wasn't clear whether it was because Ialian was the target of his skill, causing a portion of the adult knight's consciousness to be projected, or whether some movement somewhere had just been captured by the tiny child. Ialian, as if sensing something, raised his head slightly and glanced around the room. A hint of brightness shone in his eyes, but more of a sense of confusion. A clear, childish voice stuttered, "Is anyone there? I can't see you." "I'm here." Mou, unsure if he could hear him, whispered, "I always be with you." He placed a gentle, almost untouchable kiss on the holy child Tuanzi's forehead. "Don't be afraid, everything will be fine." Tuanzi's silver eyelashes fluttered slightly. Mou didn't stay in Ialian for long. Historical projection is like a single-player game with a single storyline. While the player can control the character, touching anything will cause a screen break, forcing them to explore and gather intelligence, much like a non-interactive VR novel. He didn't have much time left. Rather than wasting it on the unchangeable past, he might as well return to the correct timeline and meet the knight. While it was unclear whether it was random chance, fate, or the knight's subconscious choice that had landed his projection in this historical period, those two white-robed figures were certainly suspicious. Mou had only 10 minutes left, and he couldn't wait for the two white-robed figures to find Ialian. Relying on his current ability to play through the screen, he went straight into the farthest room. Inside, a child wearing the same silver robe was pinned face down by the younger white-robed figure, trapped in a custom-made wooden frame. The frame perfectly supported the child's head, leaving a breathing hole to prevent suffocation. The child's hair was parted, revealing the older white-robed figure holding a small hammer in one hand and a bamboo tube with a sharp silver needle in the other, tattooing a strange pattern on the back of the child's neck. With each strike of the hammer, the sharp silver needle pierced the skin, then rebounded thanks to the elasticity of the bamboo tube. The medicine in the bamboo tube flowed through the hollow silver needle and into the skin. Isn't this just using the ancient method to tattoo such a young child? The Church of Light is simply unscrupulous. The pattern was small, but extremely intricate. Mou leaned forward to examine it carefully. The underlining lines painted with ordinary pigment formed the shape of a flower bud, and the petals that formed the bud were actually individual wings. At this moment, the old man in white robes had only completed the tattoo of 2 wings. Based on the size and proportions of the entire pattern, Mou, who often worked as an artist, estimated that the final shape would be a flower bud composed of 9 wings. The child had initially screamed and struggled, but now seemed to have fainted from the pain, its tender hands digging into the ground. Mou couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he covered his mouth and retreated. The Church of Light's actions were simply disgusting. The pain of tattooing is unbearable even for adult men today, let alone using such ancient and crude tools, a mixture of unknown pigments and potions, and inscribing such tender skin without disinfection or anesthesia. Not only was the child forced to endure the pain, but after the design was completed, the Church of Light would likely withhold any healing magic from the candidates for the Son of God to ensure its integrity. It was even unclear whether they would provide any medication. How could the mortality rate from infectious shock be high? The thought of this happening to Aelian before pierced his heart. 10 minutes passed quickly. Mou only had time to glance at the quietly seated silver-haired child before this history hurled him back to reality. The Lord opened his eyes again. He and Aelian remained in the same position as when they had cast their skills. He slowly stood up, and the knight also opened his eyes. "Can you feel the history I'm heading towards?" Mou asked. Aelian nodded. He carefully composed his words, describing his feelings as accurately as possible. "It must have been when I was 3 years old. I could sense your presence, but I couldn't see you or touch you. I had no choice in the memories you fell into, nor could I control my own actions. It was like I was trapped in the past, trapped in a fragment of my own consciousness. For me, it was more like becoming a phantom observing history." Mou calmed himself down. "Actually, whether it was fate or chance that chose this period of history, I discovered something. Can I take a look at the back of your neck?" Aelian obediently turned around and sat sideways on the sofa, pulling his long hair in front of him. Mou sat down behind him and found the flower bud mark, hidden by his hair. It had stretched slightly as Aelian grew, but it was still clearly visible. Mou reached out and touched the mark, only to see the flower bud, composed of 9 wings, tremble violently. A quarter of the wings opened, revealing a spinning eyeball. Mou, shock. Mou jumped back with a start. "What's wrong?" Aelian felt Mou's movement and asked, keeping his head down. "Do you feel anything?" Mou carefully extended his fingertips and slowly touched the edge of the mark. The eyeball spun, moving as Mou's fingertips approached. "I can feel you touching my neck?" Aelian's tone was a touch confused. "What happened?" "I have an idea I'd like to try," Mou said. "It might hurt a little." "You can do anything to me," Aelian said without hesitation. Although Mou smiled, "I still hope you have some self-preservation and don't put all your trust in me." He didn't ask Aelian's permission again, knowing the knight would still trust him without reservation. Mou took a deep breath, extended his index finger, and jabbed hard at the eyeball. Squeak! The eyeball, made of lines, let out a strange scream. A puff of green smoke drifted from beneath Mou's fingertips. The eyeball trembled in pain, retreated into the layers of feathers surrounding it, and returned to its original bud. Chapter 441. "How do you feel?" Mou asked. "A slight stinging and warmth, but not unbearable pain," Aelian answered honestly. The holy mark on his neck was no longer moving, disguising itself as a harmless tattoo. Mou sighed, and let Aelian let down his long silver hair. "Lia, capture the footage from just now, and send it to Aelian's phone," Mou instructed. The little world elf did as he was told. Aelian took out his phone and, from a perspective he could never normally see, saw for the first time the mark engraved on the Holy Suns, a mark they had never seen before. A living, moving, and undeniably sanity-destroying holy mark. Aelian took a deep breath, his hands clenching into fists, as if suppressing the emotion surging within him. Mou understood Aelian perfectly. Even as an observer, he himself was finding it hard to watch, and Aelian, as a victim repeatedly used by the Church of Light, was the one suffering the most. "I really couldn't easily escape their control." Aelian forced a self-deprecating bitter smile, His silver eyes filled with sorrow. I'm so sorry. Mou interrupted his apology. I witnessed that history. Or rather, that memory firsthand. It's not your fault. The situation has indeed become more complicated, but didn't we already anticipate that the Church of Light would still want to use you as a vessel for a god, and we made plans to deal with it? Aelian remained silent, then nodded. So, it's not a big problem. Mou gave a confident, reassuring smile. Please promise me one thing. Aelian closed his eyes briefly and said, I will never harm you in any way out of my own will, but, if my body is truly controlled by those gods, please, no matter what, kill me before I cause you any harm. His reply was a gentle, soothing, lingering kiss. I told you not to make promises you can't keep. The enigmatic lord licked his lips. From now on, every time you make one, I kiss you. If you say that again, I take it as you being affectionate. A blush crept from the knight's pale neck to his cool face. Long, slender fingers gently tugged at the lord's hem. The silver-haired knight lowered his eyes and softly asked, Can I really be affectionate with you? There's a proper way to be affectionate. The lord's thumb stroked Aelian's slightly parted lips. If you want something, just ask me boldly. But, just as you would never harm me of your own volition, I would never sacrifice you to protect myself. Unless everything has reached a point of no return, I will never let us fall to that state. Then, the knight, who had always been obedient and self-restrained, never daring to cross the line, made his first audacious request to Mou. May I kiss you? Of course. Mou smiled with relief, like seeing a stray cat he had taken and finally daring to rub against his leg and ask for a cat treat. He leaned over to Aelian again. This is your reward. The result of overindulging his oversized silver-haired Maine Coon cat knight was that Mou somehow found himself pinned down on the sofa and kissed for a long time by Aelian, who had gradually mastered his skills. When the knight released the lord contentedly, Mou's eyes were blank, his breathing was erratic, his lips slightly swollen, and he lay on the sofa questioning his life. As expected, for this exceptionally patient mermaid who refuses to bite, a net must be used to catch her. But why does the fish caught seem to eat cuttlefish? The lord paused for a moment before returning to work. Returning to his desk, he opened his computer and logged onto the forums, only to discover that players had made a big splash, developing a main plot point for the Clock Tower Town illusion and even discovering the location of the illusion's core. The poster of the strategy post was the hidden old man. Mou still remembered this distinctive socially anxious and assassin player, as well as the troublemaker player he often hung out with. The secrets hidden within the Clock Tower Town illusion were deeply connected to the God of Light, the Son of God, and the Divine Descent. Aelian didn't understand the writing and language of the origin world, so Mou simply asked him to bring his secondary account over so they could browse the forum together. Mou carefully read the strategy post, and then played the full strategy video posted by the hidden old man at double speed, finally focusing on the magic circle at the Divine Descent altar. The flower bud pattern formed by 9 layers of wings in the center of the magic circle looked surprisingly familiar. Mou had seen it on the back of Aelian's neck not long ago. So, this so-called holy mark should be a kind of anchor given to you by the God of Light. Mou pondered. From a functional point of view, it should have both GPS positioning and the ability to force divine descent. Leah, Mou called, can the God of Light eavesdrop or spy on our conversation through this holy pattern? Don't worry, Lord. Leah said, the authority of space can block any information from being transmitted to the evil god or enemy gods through any means or medium. I have been watching over it all along. Mou nodded. This holy pattern had been inked when Aelian was 3 years old. Aelian had betrayed the Church of Light and joined their side for so long. If this holy pattern had the ability to eavesdrop or spy, then Naya wouldn't have been able to target Moyawu with every blow during the triple illusion. Not only did every blow miss, but she also ended up looking like she was delivering equipment, resources, and an illusion. No matter how cheerful Naya was, she couldn't be doing charity work. The 2 main plot lines of Clock Tower Town, the strongest obsession at the core of the illusion and the other intense obsession absorbed, can be tentatively confirmed to belong to Drake and the old bishop. Mou analyzed. Players haven't yet reached Drake's true ending, but the old bishop's plot line is already clear. The old bishop is a fanatical follower of the God of Light. He questions the Church of Light's methods of cultivating the sons of light, but not the Church's treatment of them as consumables, not as human beings. He simply sees Drake as the future God of Light, and wishes to cultivate a body most suitable for him. A body as suitable for a god as Drake's is rare, and in the eyes of the old bishop, it's extremely precious. He's reluctant to resort to harsh training, and so he treats Drake like a son. Chapter 442. However, the old bishop still sees Drake as the future incarnation of the God of Light. He sees not this child, but the God in his mind. MOU sighed. Fundamentally, despite some softening of tactics, the old bishop and the Church of Light remain the same kind of people. They have never considered the Son of God an independent, living human being. In fact, I believe this is the result of deliberate guidance from the God of Light. Guidance? Aelian finished reading the forum, reopened his eyes within his own body, and repeated in confusion. Yes. MOU nodded. There's a saying in my hometown, when beating a dog, look at the owner. Logically, simply because the Son of God will become a God in the future. With these words, no one in the entire Church of Light should disrespect you. If it were my personality, if anyone tried to treat one of my people that way, I would have killed him immediately. But in reality, from what I witnessed, every child was treated harshly. They were tied with silver chains, tattooed to control the tiny children, and even though they knew the potion you were given would lead to the illusory realm that would cause the death and sacrifice of many sons of God, no one hesitated. Everyone in the Church of Light viewed the sons of God as consumables that could be replaced at any time. Even if the attrition rate was alarmingly high, it didn't matter, as long as there was one most outstanding person who could become the chosen body of the God, it would be enough. This perverse mentality was likely the result of the God of Light's deliberate indulgence and guidance. He was deliberately obscuring the fact that the body that became the God was also a living human, so that people wouldn't notice that an individual consciousness belonging to their own kind would be obliterated during the God of Light's descent. His chosen method was to objectify all the sons of God, thereby justifying this act of murder. Human empathy is a strange thing. Just as slave owners didn't treat their slaves as human, women weren't considered human in feudal societies where men were superior to women, and children could be exchanged for food during famine. Give people a sufficiently plausible reason that can influence their perceptions at a broader level, and they will treat fellow human beings like themselves as irrelevant objects. Once they lose empathy for these individuals, they become indifferent to those labeled, ignoring the fact that they are actually human beings like themselves, shutting down their ability to empathize. They no longer feel sympathy or compassion for them, only the pleasure of power over others. Humans are social animals. Isolated individuals can consciously resist temptation and feel their conscience, but within a group, they will assimilate to the group in order to fit in and avoid isolation and exclusion. In a violent group, kind people can also become cruel. But if sparks of hatred and chains of self-interest are sown within this group, then he will gain his most loyal warriors and defenders. MOU grasped Aelian's hand. The God of Light deliberately provided the church members with guidelines on how to treat the Holy Sons, gradually unifying and assimilating their views on the Holy Sons. As long as these unfortunate children are packaged as property of the Church of Light, as inexhaustible and replaceable waste, no one will care about the Holy Son's own wishes. This is why you have such a difficult time within the Church of Light, because they haven't given the outwardly honored Holy Sons any voice. Aelian closed his eyes. Indeed, the suffering of all the sons of God stems from this. You are nominally exalted, heroes who sacrificed their lives to save the world, but in reality, you are treated like swords, shells. Only among your fellow men are you treated with equality and respect. And yet, your fellow men are dying every minute. You have borne all the suffering, yet no one has rewarded you or treated you kindly. Not only that, they use the high-sounding excuses of righteousness, deity, and sacrifice to coerce you into sacrificing your lives for their own selfish gain. MOU hugged the silver-haired knight. I will not allow this to happen to you again. Even children, brainwashed from childhood by the Church of Light, have a biological instinct to live. You have committed no mistakes, nor have you committed any sins. The true sins are the God of Light and his church. Drake's madness and extremism stem from the old bishop's unconditional demands on him, his godlike cherishment, and his neglect of him. Drake's only wish is to survive, but his adoptive father, who treats him best, is actually the one who wants to sacrifice his body to the gods. In his eyes, he's the same as the old bishop who wants him dead. Thus, the innkeeper only needs to agree with him and immediately gain Drake's favor and loyalty. It's quite easy to trick a child who's been kept captive and brainwashed day and night into doing something outrageous. In Drake's eyes, he was the one betrayed by the entire world. The old bishop's obsession was incomprehensible. To put it bluntly, until the moment of his death, he never understood why his future God had betrayed him, killing him and the innocent people of the town. He couldn't understand why the God he had nurtured had degenerated into what he considered a demon. Because, in the old bishop's eyes, Drake was the divine body given to him by the God of Light to cultivate, the divine choice, and the inevitable outcome of the only divine descent, Drake becoming the god of light. Any possibility that could cause fate to deviate from this predetermined outcome would cause the old bishop's logic to collapse, leading to the only outcome. The god of light would make a mistake. His faith made it impossible for him to accept this conclusion. The old bishop might not have a clear understanding of this, but he subconsciously sought to avoid this outcome. He reduced Drake's body-strengthening potions, reduced the intensity of his training, and avoided excessive exposure to illusions, all to reduce the possibility of Drake's accidental death. It wasn't until the players confronted the old bishop about the god of light's mistakes that the conclusion he had long drawn was truly revealed, forcing him to confront the answer he had always been afraid to see. The god of light was the culprit. The old bishop was an accomplice in indulging in the Church of Light's lies and deceptions, and Drake was a pitiful victim and twisted perpetrator. Ultimately, the victims were the innocent people caught up in the games and wars between the gods. Chapter 443. Moreover, a god of light with an unstable foundation, even if initially possessing some good intentions, would likely be reduced to mere desire and ambition under the distorted and chaotic faith of countless believers. In a closed group where malice is amplified by the herd mentality, even if individual good intentions once existed, they would be swept away and eroded into nothingness by the instinct to conform, swept along by the torrent of evil. Like the old bishop, he did indeed have a kind side, but his thinking had been assimilated by the church. He only considered matters from the perspective of the interests of God and the church. A God without a solid foundation, a hypocritical church corrupted by self-interest, and foolish believers deliberately guided, these form a vicious cycle of continuous decline. Like adding black to a constantly stirring paint jar the most. Ultimately, everything will be tainted. Those who cannot escape this filthy vat will only be swept away and fall into the abyss. A God, deliberately guiding believers for personal gain, manipulates a group of greedy superhumans bound to the chariot of faith by the promise of immortality, power, and profit. They use lies and hypocrisy to win over and control believers they treat as expendable resources, never imagining they would be dominated by the believer's distorted faith. The entire Church of Light, from top to bottom, has entered a twisted cycle of cause and effect, dragging each other down. MOU side, the misfortune of the Holy Sons may lie in the fact that from the very beginning, they were included in the Church of Light's pool of sacrifices. But precisely because of this, being used as tools, they were excluded from the Church of Light's interest group. Although the Church of Light treats its sons as blank slates, humans are more than mere objects. As long as you maintain communication with the outside world, you will see and learn more truths and become suspicious of lies. The Church of Light wants to use your combat power to dispel the illusion, gain fame and profit, so it cannot isolate you from the outside world. You guessed correctly. Aelion gently rested his forehead on the Lord's shoulder. The illusion carries the lives of countless unfortunate people. Even if our solutions, as you say, are simple and crude. In purifying the illusion, we will inevitably see the true past. The tragedies that befell others are our greatest teachers. Time, pain, and experience are humanity's best teachers. And as each successive generation of sons of God succumbs to the church or awakens during their mission, there are always those who realize their mistake and pass on their accumulated knowledge to the next generation. The appearance of both Aelion and Drake was both accidental and inevitable. The sons of God, deceived, exploited, and enslaved, will one day rebel against their captors. The Black Sesame Dumpling Knight, a brilliant and almost demonic knight, exploited the other side's rules to avoid certain death, while Drake faced an even more dramatic explosion and destruction. The Hidden Old Man and Tranquil Sea found the core of the illusion and shared their findings in a post. Unfortunately, the core seemed to be protected by a strange force, like a wall of air blocking players from approaching. OP Hidden Old Man, we tried many methods, but we can't get close to the core. We suspect that since it's placed here so openly, it's probably not something we can obtain at this stage. This place is only used during the Descent of the Gods. We guess that either we need to trigger the Descent of the Gods event on the last night to get here, or we need to complete the Descent of the Gods event in a solo dungeon to have a chance of touching the core. Unfortunately, this time we only completed the main questline of the old bishop's confession, and Drake was directly killed by the traveling order, so we couldn't trigger the Descent of the Gods. We had to quit the dungeon. A bunch of players responded enthusiastically below the post. Post number 221. I knew it. I knew it. This dungeon is called Clock Tower Town. The clock tower must be a reference. So this core of the illusion is just placed openly and brazenly next to the clock tower, and not a single scenery-loving player has gone up to see it. Post number 222. Being a scenery-loving player in a Kel'Thuzad dungeon is pointless. Your SN value is worthless. The ironclad rule of survival in tabletop RPGs. Don't look around or touch things, lest you get too inspired and touch something you shouldn't and go crazy. 297th floor. As expected of the most cunning person in the server, disguised as a church spy, tipped off the two big bosses to a fight, and even managed to deceive the old bishop and those divine messengers, and directly reach their lair. I'm impressed by this operation. 331st floor. Honestly, I think the fortune teller that Heisey brother trained is quite something. Look at the cards he draws, every one of them is perfectly guided. The cunning person combined with the persuasion skill doubles his lethality. Heisey brother, tell me, did you make some kind of secret deal with the dice goddess? Fate. MOU stroked his chin. Perhaps it's time to push the map a bit further towards Lozelle City. Whether it was the clock tower town or the recent experiment with the historical projection skill, everything seemed to have gone too smoothly. Rather than attributing it to randomness, MOU was more inclined to believe that the goddess of fate was showing them favor. Although he wasn't clear on the goddess of dice's specific stance, MOU didn't sense any malice from her, and the adventurers seemed to be frequently favored by her. However, she also harbored many mysteries. Whether it was the strange, board game-like content or the message from La Roenti that Xiang Yang relayed, there were still many things MOU couldn't understand. The only thing he could be certain of at the moment was that while the goddess of fate was quite playful, she didn't want to be devoured by Nyarlathotep, who had her eye on her. Fate and time were both extremely mysterious powers. After Lyra regained control of history, you could feel the indescribable weight of history and the predetermined nature of fate. With the fall of the old man of time, fate held the reins of the future, making this goddess even more formidable. If fate before leaned more towards the mathematical concept of infinite possibilities between randomness and predetermined order, the addition of the future seemed to revert to the traditional mystical understanding of predicting the future and the cycle of destiny. Dealing with this mysterious and enigmatic entity, MOU wasn't entirely confident. I can only take it one step at a time. First, I settle things in the city, and when I have some free time, I ask Latte and Xiang Yang to help me make a connection and meet the Lord of Lozelle City. Lozelle City? I've been there a few times, Aelian said. That lord is not simple. Chapter 444. Laurenti Rossel is a king-level city lord. MOU had seen this city lord in the first PV edited by Leah. In that video, she had long, wavy red hair, a perfectly formed oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and fiery red lips. Losser is a self-proclaimed neutral, independent port city. The city is a melting pot, teeming with mercenaries, wandering entertainers, swindlers, and thieves, and a favorite haunt of wanted criminals. It is not under the jurisdiction of the Magic Federation, and thus still retains the Church of Light. It does not reject people from any faction or power. In Laroenti's words, fate welcomes every one of its citizens equally. Indeed, everyone has their own destiny, but whether one encounters fortune or misfortune in that city is another matter. Aelian said, although Laroenti is only a king-level being, she is an openly acknowledged follower of the goddess of fate. She is incredibly lucky. People call her the epitome of luck. Her usual weapon is a single-shot revolver. It is said that she has an assassination list, and everyone on that list is invited by her to a private room to play a game of roulette with her. However, those who dared to gamble their fates with her, no matter how powerful they were killed by the single bullet from that gun. MOU blinked. Roulette of fate? Aelian nodded. Ah, that's a bit embarrassing. MOU smiled bitterly. If the mercenaries are right, the city lord has already invited me to play roulette of fate. Aelian's expression instantly turned serious. You can't go. Aelian's expression was incredibly earnest, even more so than when he told his lord to kill him, tinged with suppressed anxiety and worry. If you absolutely must complete this gamble, then I request to fulfill my duty as your knight, and do it in your place. Actually, rather than the possibility that I'm on her and Fate's assassination list, I'm more inclined to believe that Fate wants to test my luck. MOU patted the knight's hand reassuringly, saying, the goddess of fate doesn't feel like an enemy to me, but rather a potential ally. I have a vague feeling that before the battle we foresee arrives, I must obtain Fate's assistance. Speaking of which, whenever I think of roulette and revolvers, Russian roulette comes to mind. Ah, it's where the bettor loads only one bullet into a revolver, spins the cylinder, and then the participants take turns shooting themselves in the head. Those who get shot or those who dare not shoot are the losers. Aelian gripped MOU's right hand tightly, his silver eyes filled with even greater worry. Then I can't let you risk your life for me, nor can I let you be in mortal danger. Laroenti and Jinna are intricately connected. Some say Laroenti received a lucky kiss from the goddess of fate, while others say that Larointi is Jinna's human embodiment. Whatever the explanation, one thing is undeniable. Larointi can control luck. Unless you or Lia also obtain the power of fate, you will be facing a cheating dealer, and you have no chance of winning. I understand. MOU said, unless I'm absolutely certain and absolutely necessary, I won't rashly seek help from fate. The sinister lord chuckled softly. But my knight, you just experienced it, didn't you? This feeling of knowing someone is about to risk their life, wishing you could take their place, is like a million ants gnawing at your heart, causing you worry and pain, yet also a deep sense of powerlessness. Aelian was startled. MOU reached out his left hand and stroked the knight's cheek. My knight, please remember this feeling. Every time you're tempted to risk your life, to sacrifice yourself for me, for the world, or for what you consider to be a greater good, remember. Your lord, I will experience this pain. Every time you're tempted to sacrifice yourself for your own salvation, you're inflicting this pain on me. Aelian's throat rolled. You could see the knight's inner struggle and pain beneath those trembling silver eyelashes, and in his silver eyes. Aelian seemed to have 1,000 words on his mind, but he swallowed them all, letting out a long, helpless sigh. You're so excessive. Aelian coquettishly rubbed her cheek against MOU's palm, like a purring cat. Her clear voice was filled with helplessness and indulgence. You know I can't tolerate doing anything to hurt you. MOU raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I'm a protected person. You know, I grew up in an orphanage, and in places like that, nothing truly belongs to one person. Whether it's a pen, an eraser, or a notebook, anything older children covet could be snatched away or destroyed. Thus, I hold everything and everyone that belongs to me in high regard. I will not allow anyone to harm my possessions or those I cherish, even if they choose to harm themselves or take their own lives. Though I believe in individual freedom and choice, this is the only part of my own will that I cannot respect or allow to run rampant. No matter the cost, I will prevent this outcome. If you still don't remember after I said it once, I will repeat it over and over again, using every possible means to etch this into your mind. MOU lowered his head, nuzzling the tip of his nose against Aelian's high nose. Aelian, I have a strong desire for control, even to the point of paranoia. MOU continued, once someone is under my control, I will not allow them to escape. Perhaps, I could be even worse than the Church of Light. You haven't escaped that wolf's den yet, and you might just end up in my tiger's den. Are you truly ready? Aelian stepped back slightly, creating some distance between them. He smiled, and looked up at his god. I said it time and again, my life is completely yours. Whatever you do to me, as long as it doesn't cause me to harm the people, and the world I love, I will gladly accept it. No one knows the evil of the Church of Light better than I do. I have never given my faith and sincerity there. You alone are the God I choose. Chapter 445. Although the hidden old man and the tranquil sea successfully completed a main quest ending and found the illusion core on the first day of their first run in the Clock Tower Town instance, even though they were still completely untouchable, they encountered significant difficulties in achieving the true ending. The problem lies in the solo instance, the hidden old man said, squatting on the ground and drawing a timeline in the Gobi desert sand with his dagger. The timeline of the solo instance doesn't match the old bishop's diary. The tranquil sea squatted down beside him. The two had already exited the instance. The hidden old man had just posted his strategy guide on the forum, and was now back to his work, sketching, and studying the Gobi desert near the instance entrance. The expert Ascension to Immortality mentioned this in a previous post. They suspected that Milktooth adjusted the timeline in the single-player dungeons. Or perhaps the development team wanted to shorten the time limit for single-player dungeons. It can't be the latter. The hidden old man shook his head. If they felt the time limit for single-player dungeons was wrong, they could have just adjusted both. There's no need to leave such an obvious bug for players. Although this game has been in the testing phase, it has very few bugs. The developers are extremely meticulous about every detail, to the point that detail-oriented players are ecstatic. This design must have its reasons. I suspect that this missing day is the entrance to the true ending. Then let's examine the timeline? Tranquil Sea said. Currently, the only reliable reference for the true timeline should be the old bishop's diary that the experts obtained earlier. Most of the contents of that diary should be credible, said the hidden old man. I looked at the video from the perspective of the big boss back then. The last page of the diary was written in blood. Why? But by then, the old bishop should have already died. So, this diary may not exist in reality. It's very likely a diary formed from the resentment of a spirit in a dream world. It feels like a ghost story, said Tranquil Sea. But it makes a lot of sense. These days, besides ghost story puzzle games, who keeps a diary? Let's go through the timeline according to that diary. The timekeeping in this book is also peculiar. It's a countdown based on the birthday of the god of light. According to the traveling merchants, on the 7th day of the cycle, which is the day of the origin, the town collapsed with a roar, sank underground, and disappeared. The hidden old man wrote a large 0 on the ground with his dagger. And in the old bishop's diary, it started from when there were 10 days left, when the traveling order of the Church of Light arrived. The hidden old man wrote another 10 on the ground. He compared the records on the forum, sketching and drawing between the two, filling in a series of events. The Tranquility peered over and discovered a very clear timeline on the ground. 10. The traveling order arrived at Bell Tower Town, the final stop on their tour, bringing a divine oracle. 9. The traveling order officially chose Drake as their divine son. 8. Drake disappeared for most of the day, most likely going to the cave. His gait was strange. This matches the starting event in the single-player campaign, but the date in the single-player campaign is 7/7. The old bishop noticed that the safe had been tampered with. Solo dungeon start date, 7/6. First physical examination date, first day of player's dungeon cycle. Drake argues with the old bishop, reaches the end through the tunnel, kills the traveling cult, resurrects the cult, and passes the examination. 5. The old bishop senses something amiss with the messenger's condition. The key to the door begins to appear in the solo dungeon bubble. 4. The cult members claim strange things are happening in the town and begin praying to Drake for blessings. 3. Second examination. 2. Fearful people enter the church. 1. The traveling cult proposes an early descent of God. A mob storms the church and attacks the bishop. The old bishop dies, double descent of God 0. Birthday of the god of light, town destroyed. The timeline in the solo instance is affected by player actions, and isn't accurate, said the hidden old man. For example, the Tang Sect Master completed all the story content of the second day, number 6, in the first day of the solo instance, number 7. I only selected some fixed story points for comparison and filling in, those enclosed in parentheses. So, the day that disappeared is the day before the player officially enters the instance. Tranquility stroked his chin, but there doesn't seem to be any specific event content on this day, and it's before the loop, so skipping a day in the solo instance seems plausible. No, there must be something wrong, said the hidden old man. But I repeatedly watched the videos of the master stealing the safe, and apart from the key content of the books they found, there's nothing else particularly special. After Drake was chosen as the divine child in number 9, he went to the small mountain outside the city to seek refuge with Miltooth the next day. The Tranquility changed its approach, but he only opened the safe at number 7? He saw the information inside, and knew the divine child would be possessed and die by the god of light? The sequence of events doesn't make sense. No, wait a minute, number 7 is where the old bishop discovered the safe had been tampered with. It doesn't mean Drake opened the safe that day. The hidden old man had a flash of inspiration. The correct logic should be, Drake had seen the information in the safe before joining Milk Fong, knowing that becoming the divine child meant being possessed and dying. Therefore, after being chosen as the divine child, he resolutely joined Milk Fong. Because at that time he already knew that the old bishop, who had raised him his whole life, was actually a supporter of divine descent, hoping he would become a god. Although the old bishop didn't realize that divine descent was equivalent to Drake's death, the old bishop's actions would indeed lead to Drake's death. Realizing that the person he had always regarded as his adopted father was actually being raised like a piglet to be slaughtered would certainly have a huge impact on teenagers of that age. Perhaps Drake's attack on the old bishop in the solo dungeon was for this reason? Because he wanted an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? But there's something strange. The hidden old man suddenly tilted his head, pointing to the second to last line and asking, the old bishop was killed by the mob. The traveling order is now a corpse, and the Church of Light faction has been completely wiped out. Who performed the divine descent? Drake himself? But Drake's only goal was to escape the divine descent and survive. The Tranquility blinked. Blind student, you seem to have found the key point. But haven't you forgotten that while the god of light wants to complete the 9th divine descent, Miltooth also wants to complete the divine descent to devour the god of light? So, even if the god of light's faction is completely wiped out, there are still messengers controlled by Miltooth and innkeepers, who drive the mob, who can force Drake to complete the divine descent. Chapter 446. Damn it. The hidden old man muttered. Is this a double divine descent? This is being attacked from both sides. He carefully considered the situation. Although I don't like Drake, putting myself in his shoes and following the plot is indeed quite explosive. The person who raised him never saw him as an equal. From beginning to end, His adoptive father only wanted to offer him as a vessel for a god. The traveling cult members are fanatical followers of the god of light, and their thinking is abnormal. They not only want Drake to die as the vessel of the god of light, but they also constantly worry about discovering that Drake has sided with an evil god. And the people in the entire town are probably no better. They are all devout followers of the god of light. Once the news of the divine descent spreads, the whole town will probably happily send Drake on his way. The only person in the entire town who would support Drake. The only person who might help Drake is the innkeeper, but unfortunately, he's one of Milktooth's men. After kidnapping Drake, he not only encouraged Drake to kill the townspeople and summon the evil god, but his ultimate goal was still to achieve a divine intervention to send Drake to his death. In this entire town, not a single person truly offered Drake a helping hand, and he had no way to survive. The hidden old man sniffed, thinking about it. It's quite sad. The tranquil sea suddenly said, "Wait a minute. I suddenly feel like something's not right." The hidden old man, ? In this illusion, perhaps, there is another being who made a deal with Drake. The tranquil sea crouched down, pointing to the latter half of the line marked 5. We speculate that the innkeeper is one of Milktooth's men, and also the one who conspired with Drake to attack the townspeople and raise the giant worms. But why would Milktooth's men use Bubble's necromancer's gate to summon Bubble? The hidden old man, that seems a bit tricky. What if the roles were reversed? Tranquility Sea said, perhaps the innkeeper was indeed the one who first proposed attacking the townspeople and breeding the macrophagus worms. But what if Drake used the attack as an opportunity to draw the image of the dead gate on the town map using the townspeople and the strange events, thus summoning Bubble? The hidden old man, shock. Drake is Bubble's summoner? He made deals with two evil gods at once? The hidden old man was shocked. Bubble is also one of the 3 pillars of deity. He holds the same status as Milktooth in Krishna mythology, and he's the easiest deity to communicate with. At least, legend has it that wizards and artists can communicate with him. If one wants to fight Milktooth, choosing Bubble might be a solution. Furthermore, Bubble is the ruler of time and space and possesses infinite wisdom. He can see the past and the future. If Drake wants to find a way out, then meeting Bubble through the dead gate and receiving the knowledge and guidance he bestows might be a solution. In Krishna mythology, Bubble controls time and space, so taking a day out of it wouldn't be difficult for him. This also explains why a day is missing in the solo dungeon hosted by Milktooth, because that missing day was stolen by Bubble. Tranquility Sea's thoughts became clearer and clearer. It makes sense, it makes sense. The hidden old man said in confusion, there are indeed many traces of Bubble in this dungeon, but how did Drake know of Bubble's existence? Perhaps this is the clue we're looking for. It's also the key to triggering the vanished day timeline, said the tranquil sea. A key, a key? The hidden old man said. I remember, in the original Cthulhu novel setting, possessing a silver key and performing a certain ritual correctly allowed one to pass through a series of doors and see Bubble. A key, a key. There seems to be such a key in this instance. The two tried to recall, then suddenly exclaimed in unison, the old bishop's safe. The Tang sect master took a key from the box inside. Wait a minute, the hidden old man frowned, but I remember it was a bronze key, not a silver one. Thinking outside the instance is useless at times like this. The tranquil sea got up and walked towards the entrance to the illusion. We need to explore again. First, the old bishop's safe, then the solo dungeon. By the way, we also need to investigate the innkeeper and Drake's whereabouts in the non-solo dungeons. Nobody paid attention to the innkeeper before. We have too little information. Wait, don't go into the dungeon yet. The hidden old man pulled Tranquil Sea aside, saying, I need to go get my custom-made hidden blade. It's really weird to use a hidden blade in one hand and a dagger in the other. And my mana potions and equipment durability are running low. Then go ahead. Tranquil Sea looked at the hidden old man's hand holding her clothes. Why are you pulling me? The hidden old man smiled shyly. Well, could you lend me some more money? Otherwise, I have to go back to manual labor. Tranquil Sea. In the end, the two of them didn't enter the dungeon, but went out to work together. The shopping street had new shops and equipment, and the two of them wanted to buy a lot of things. But when they looked at their wallets, they were completely empty. The mark of reality and falsity was one of the least mana-intensive stealth skills among the world school assassins, but it did consume equipment durability, and the lower the quality and cheaper the equipment, the faster it depleted. The hidden old man had already worn out several cloaks after wandering around the town's underground passages for so long. If he wanted to follow the innkeeper and steal the old bishop's safe later, he would need even more equipment and mana to sustain him. It wasn't that Tranquility C didn't want to support the hidden old man, but his equipment and mana-intensive playstyle was too much for even a landlord to afford, especially since they were both complete newbies. The money from the MVP reward has almost been spent. Although the hidden old man has posted the Hidden Blade guide on the forum, there aren't many players playing the assassin class right now. Only a few people who want to collect the Hidden Blade go to the dwarf shopkeeper to buy it. It's not time to start making money yet. Alas, even dungeon runners need to earn money to upgrade their gear. Tranquil C sighed as he worked. Resupply before a big battle is essential, but to resupply you need money. It makes sense. The gun I was rewarded with doesn't have magic bullets either. I need to buy it separately. It all costs money. The hidden old man also shed a tear. I just went to the shopping street and saw several new clothing stores. There are upgraded versions of cloaks and leather armor. I really want them. Buy them. Buy them all. Work hard for a few more days, and you can buy whatever you want. Chapter 447. The game was quietly updating again. The players quickly noticed something was different. First, NPCs appeared in the empty shops on the shopping street, displaying new merchandise. A few curious players peered inward for a moment, and discovered it was a new clothing store. They had a wide variety of mage robes, leather armor, and fashion items, all far superior in both quality and appearance to those sold in Aunt Rose's shop. The Xenia player approached and inquired, only to discover that these NPCs were recent graduates from the Magic Academy, Calcadora, hired by the Lord to work in AMT County. The shop's NPCs were two attractive women. The tailor, bearing the name Laria Aureus, was a blonde with almond-shaped eyes. While she looked as cute as a doll, she was incredibly capable. The other, a brunette named Ariana Dread, exuded a dignified, ladylike aura. She was rumored to be a fashion designer. "We sell all kinds of clothing here," said the blonde Laria to the gathered players. "In addition to selling ready-made items, we also accept custom orders. Although the price of custom items is slightly higher than the finished product, they are all made to measure and designed and crafted to your specifications. The fit will be much better than mass-produced items. We're currently taking inventory and preparing for the opening," said Ariana. "We officially open tomorrow. Everyone is welcome to come and shop. The mannequins at the door are wearing our flagship products. You can take a look." Although the shop wasn't set up yet, the cashier puppets hadn't arrived yet, and the merchandise wasn't ready for sale, they had already placed the wizard robes, which were expected to be a big hit, on mannequins and moved them to the store entrance, hoping to capitalize on people's curiosity and attract a wave of potential customers. Laria and Ariana were the first outstanding graduates assigned by the school. The day after their previous visit, they were summoned to their advisor's office for a lengthy discussion about their career plans. It was said that this was the idea of the Lord of AMT County. After confirming their unwavering commitment to working in AMT County, the advisor carefully inquired about their various aspirations and, based on their abilities, offered them several options. One plan was to open a high-end clothing store in the commercial district of AMT New City. The Lord would provide the storefront and all necessary facilities, and the merchandise would be half sourced from AMT County's own clothing factories, while the other half would be designed and manufactured by the students themselves or sent to factories for production. As part of the AMT County Clothing Production Collaboration Plan, all their collaborations, including purchasing from factories and outsourcing production, could be conducted at AMT County's official minimum cost price. Another option was to work directly at the clothing factory as a senior tailor and designer. Both of them were among the top graduating students this year. If they chose a factory position, they would be responsible for designing products, adjusting production lines, and training employees. After deliberating, the two decided to choose the first option. Compared to the factory, which they had never heard of, Laria, the daughter of a merchant, also dreamed of opening a high-end clothing store. Ariana had originally planned to become a fashion designer, so this plan perfectly matched their dreams. The Lord will provide you with a loan as initial operating capital for your clothing store. You will operate the store independently and be responsible for your own profits and losses. You will pay the Lord monthly interest on the loan, rent, utilities, and operating taxes. This list details all the taxes, fees, and other payments you will need to make, along with the rates. The instructor handed them a piece of parchment filled with numbers. The loan will be repaid after 1 year. Any additional profits will be yours to use as you wish, whether to continue investing in costs or to send back home as dividends. The initial operating period is only 1 year. If the store fails due to poor management during this year, if you close, you will be responsible for all the debts on this list and will work for the Lord to repay them. You cannot leave AMT County until you have paid off your debts. However, if your store performs well, you can choose to renew the contract upon expiration or sign a multi-year contract. The instructor handed them 4 copies of the contract. This is the business contract provided by the Lord of AMT County. Please review it and sign it if you agree. You will each keep a copy. I will give one to the Lord of AMT County, and the final copy will be kept at the school. If any disputes arise between you, please contact the school for assistance in resolving them. The 2 women carefully reviewed the contract. The conditions offered by the Lord of AMT County were quite generous. He had considered almost every aspect of opening a shop for them and provided substantial support. While there were many items, loan interest, business tax, rent, and utilities, both prices and fees were within a reasonable range. The business opportunities in AMT County are enormous, their mentor said earnestly. As long as you seize the opportunity and showcase your skills to adventurers, you won't have to worry about making money. After graduation, always remember the education you received at school. Be honest merchants and never sell inferior goods, lest you disgrace the school and your profession. They didn't spend much time discussing it before making their decision and signing their names on the contract. The school acted swiftly. Within 2 days, the contract was accepted by AMT County. Subsequent shop leases, factory orders, utility contracts were all neatly packed in a thick envelope and delivered by their mentor. After completing their final graduation procedures at school, the 2 packed their belongings, checked out of their dormitories, and arrived in a new city with their bags. This city, which they had only visited once before, would become their new home for the next year, and perhaps longer. The shop the Lord rented to them was a 3-story building. The first floor was the shop, the second floor was a tailoring room, and the third floor was their apartment. Water, electricity, and heating were all connected. The initial costs were automatically deducted from their loan funds, and subsequent payments would need to be made monthly via their mobile phones. Oh right, the Lord also gave each of them a mobile phone. Chapter 448. AMT County has long implemented electronic payment. NPCs, who need to conduct business, all have mobile phones. Once residents work, the adventure coins they earn will be transferred to their accounts. By swiping their faces in front of a magic puppet, they can see their account balance on the screen and complete the payment. For the newly arrived Laria and Ariana, their current expenses are primarily covered by a loan from the Lord. The loan money was also transferred to a joint account on their phones. Each expenditure from the joint account requires approval from both parties on their phones, but they can transfer a portion of the money to their own accounts in advance for personal use with their mutual consent. The loan from the Lord was 1,000 gold in adventure coins. Each of them transferred 20 gold for the first month's living expenses, and the rest was intended for the business. After their arrival, the 2 bought a pancake to share and filled their stomachs. After doing some market research in the shopping district, they headed to the clothing factory in the south of the city with a blank factory order contract. The people currently working in this garment factory were all impoverished residents of Kernsel City. Graduates, like the 2 of them, hadn't yet settled in properly, so the factory's current output consisted of mere mage robes. While the fabric and stitching were passable, they lacked any magical formations and were, at best, semi-finished products. They had to do this themselves. After discussing it, the 2 of them bought a selection of semi-finished products in various basic styles. Once the graduates had moved in, the quality and finish of the factory's subsequent production would likely improve. Therefore, the 2 of them only needed to cover the initial wave of opening sales and test the waters of AMT New City. They didn't purchase a large quantity. In addition to these semi-finished products that needed upgrading, they also purchased a significant amount of processed cloth, hides, and other raw materials to support their custom-made services. Laria would primarily handle the processing and sales of the store's finished products, while Ariana would handle the custom-made services. If they were too busy, they would help each other out. They had a good relationship and worked in sync, making them a close team, able to discuss matters both large and small. They spent considerable time processing these semi-finished products and setting up their small space on the 3rd floor of the store. Now, they were finally ready to open. The afternoon before the opening, the dwarves finally delivered the custom-made sign, and the alchemists finally installed the magic puppets. Laria and Ariana smiled excitedly as they looked at the sign Lariana hanging outside the store. The shop that bears their names is finally opening. Early the next morning, the 2 opened the shop. All the clothes were neatly arranged, with the key styles already worn on mannequins, displayed outside the shop and in the glass windows along the street. The shop itself was spotlessly clean, ready for adventurers to arrive. Then all day, no one showed up. The street was deserted. save for the occasional passerby. The two girls were stunned. What's going on? Over dinner at the butcher's shop, they couldn't help but sigh. There were so many adventurers watching yesterday. Why is there no one here today? The guy behind the counter was very understanding and reassured them, don't worry. Adventurers aren't in the city every day. They travel all over the world and usually only appear once every other day. Today's one of their less frequent appearances, but tomorrow there will be more people. Huh? There's even such a thing? Laria asked, bewildered, taking the tray containing the large bowl of stew. Yes, these adventurers are very busy. They're either out hunting monsters in the wild, purifying illusions, or helping out in various territories across the Magic Federation. Sometimes, I only see adventurers I know once a week, Pete said, but be prepared. When they show up, they come in waves, and the shops will be very busy. So, the shopkeepers in the city are taking advantage of their downtime to rest and stock up. When the adventurers arrive, no one has time to breathe. I see. The two girls instantly regained their confidence. Oh, adventurers are from far away, and they have a lot of strange jargon. Pete said, for example, they call themselves players, and they call us NPCs, wives, and husbands. It's all very normal. Don't take it too seriously. Most of them are good people, always willing to help without hesitation. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a troublemaker, remember to take a picture of the troublemaker with your phone, then call the police with a single click. The Lord will handle the situation. The magic dolls in your shop all have built-in contamination detection features. If an adventurer offers you food, remember to test it before eating. While most people will remember to give us uncontaminated food, we occasionally encounter careless and unreliable individuals. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Every group has its good and bad. Even if most adventurers are good, we can't blindly trust them. In this world, relying on others is useless. You must learn to protect yourself. These are the things the Lord has instructed us to do. Since you're new in town, I just tell you. Okay, thank you so much. By the way, would you like to try these braised dishes? Although they're made with animal parts not commonly found elsewhere, they're uncontaminated and taste amazing. Pitt enthusiastically promoted them. What animal parts are they? Laria asked curiously. There are chicken and duck feet, heads, hearts, stomachs, and intestines, as well as pig heads, trotters, hearts, lungs, intestines, and rabbit heads. The two girls shuddered. Do people in AMT County eat such horrible parts? They're really delicious. There are free samples here. Try them and buy if you like them. Laria bravely tried a piece of braised pig intestines, her eyes slowly lighting up as she chewed. Can I buy a little of everything? Sure. Ariana tugged on the sleeve of her traitorous companion, who had betrayed her for a second. Hey, is this really edible? It's a little weird, but quite delicious. It's fragrant and not smelly. Laria said, try it too. In the end, the two of them, each carrying a large bowl of stew and a plate of bizarre braised dishes, sat down at an empty table in the dining area. Chapter 449. On their way back to the shop after dinner, Laria and Ariana spotted a team of uniformed men clearing fallen snow from the streets. They were all tall, imposing, and muscular, yet strangely, even standing together, they didn't seem intimidating at all. They wore warm smiles, and diligently went about their work, greeting everyone they passed. Their fitted uniforms bore the city's emblems on the backs and upper arms. The world emblem, and the word City Defense Force. Not only were the fallen snow cleared from the streets, but they also carried long poles for clearing rooftops. As they approached a shop, they politely asked those nearby to give way, then carefully used the poles to knock away the icicles under the eaves, and then poke the snow on the sloping rooftops. Swish! Snow tumbled down the sloping rooftops, sending up icy flakes. The waiting team members waited until the snow had cleared before moving forward to collect it all into their spatial props. The streets and rooftops quickly became clear. Those are the City Defense Patrol. A man, also sweeping up fallen snow from the nearby shop entrance, saw their curious gazes and explained with a smile, they are slaves purchased by the city lord. Don't be fooled by their honest appearances now. When they first arrived, they were all troublemakers. It's thanks to Lord Ialian that he trained them into the reliable people they are today. Slaves. Serving as city defense soldiers? This was the first time Laria had heard of such a thing. She had always imagined slaves as sallow and lifeless, their eyes devoid of any light. That's only the way it is here. Our Lord is kind-hearted, and the slaves live no worse than ordinary people. But with them patrolling the city, the safety has definitely improved. Ever since the snow started, They've been coming to clear the snow when the adventurers aren't around. If there's anything else, they can help. By the way, are you new shopkeepers? I seen you on the street these past few days. Yes, we're graduates of the Magic Academy Calcadora. The Lord hired us to run the clothing store. It's right over there in front. It's called Lariana. I'm Lariana, and she's Ariana. I'm Carter's from the grocery store. I sell basically everything you need, from food and daily necessities, though I can't compare to the goods sold by the merchants. It's novel, but it's enough for daily living. The main thing to collect is when there's notice of any supplementary supplies, and you generally collect them from me and Rosa. Are there any more supplementary supplies? Yes, we distributed one before the snow started. If the heavy snow doesn't stop, there should be more. But people are gradually getting used to this weather, and with adventurers and city defense soldiers clearing the fallen snow, getting around isn't so difficult. More people are working every day now. Speaking of which, your shop is new, so be prepared for the adventurers tomorrow. It's best to post your store hours and prices in a clearly visible place. If there are any special rules or regulations, it's best to post them directly at the door. You also need to set up your magic puppets first, otherwise you'd be in a state of panic. Carter's, with the air of a seasoned veteran, looked at the two bewildered girls with an enigmatic smile. It's okay. You know once you try it. The two girls returned to their shop anxiously. Laria glanced around the shelves and asked uncertainly, should we do as they say and reorganize them? The two girls worked late into the night. The next morning, as soon as they opened the shop, the adventurers who had been waiting outside rushed in. Wow, a high-end robe. Magicians can finally hold their heads high. Fitting room? Where's the fitting room? Do you have a large size for this one? I need a small size? What does custom-made service mean? How do I order? I want a set. What's the magic circle on this robe for? Defense? A mana bar? Huh? What's a mana bar? Mana. Mana. The two newly graduated shop owners, freshly entered the workforce, suddenly realized how valuable the advice those kind shop owners had shared with them yesterday was. Thanks to the last-minute overtime they put on the clothes, complete with price and size labels, many adventurers opted for self-service shopping with ease. After selecting the garments they wanted, they proceeded to the magic doll to check out. The adventurers' constant stream of questions primarily focused on mage robes and custom-made services. The shop was packed with adventurers, and more were still arriving outside. The shop was overflowing with people, and the constant stream of questions kept the two shopkeepers busy trying to understand what they were asking. Please come one by one. Yes, we do custom orders. Sorry for the hassle of waiting in line. You can't fit into the small size, seriously. The large size is right for you. Please don't try to squeeze yourself in, or the clothes will burst. We offer custom tailoring. How about custom making a small size for you? Defensive arrays can protect you from more damage and allow you to reuse them repeatedly until they break. No, we don't have clothes that instantly make you smarter, but we do have arrays that accelerate your mental recovery. That array needs to be custom made. The basic robes in our store only have defensive and offensive bonuses, but we can add other arrays. Please check this array catalog, select the array you like to add on this order form, and leave your name, size, and selected clothing style. You can pick it up tomorrow. For hours, the two girls talked until their mouths were dry. By the time they finally saw all the adventurers out of the store, it was almost dusk. Laria and Ariana slumped into their chairs, too exhausted to even go out for dinner, and simply ordered takeout on their phones. Today's order volume. Ugh. Ariana flipped through today's sales orders, her eyes widening in disbelief. 2,733 orders. My God, how are we ever going to finish all this customization? I even questioned why the Lord had hired so many tailors. Laria slumped in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. I was so ignorant and short-sighted. We have to go to the factory again tomorrow to place another order. We definitely can't finish it all by ourselves. Ariana said with a bittersweet expression, the orders for mage robes with magic arrays are easier to handle. We can organize the requirements and see if the graduates at the factory have arrived yet, and whether we can directly produce mage robes with these magic arrays. Under the pressure of a large number of orders, the two graduates gradually shifted their thinking from handcrafted workshop-style production to factory processing of semi-finished and even finished products. Amp County, truly brimming with business opportunities. Chapter 450. Several new posts popped up on the player forums. Subject, family, who knows? I've been online for most of the night, and everyone's been lining up at the clothing store. My question is, Can the NPC AI and inventory data be optimized? Original poster, Yu What Dengxian. Content. As the title says, everyone seems to know about the new clothing store that opened in the shopping district. I rushed online as soon as possible, but was still squeezed out, and had to wait in line all night before I could get in. I just want to buy a high-level mage robe. Why is it so hard? Why are the items in the store so limited? When I entered, everything except the samples was sold out. I could only place a custom order from the catalog, and I have to pick it up 3 days later. So, now that our adventurer team has grown so large, can't the official set a higher threshold for product quantity? First floor, teammate's head. Is this to create a sense of realism? Honestly, seeing so many people lining up so bustlingly is really whetting my appetite. And it's time for the mage robe to be upgraded. Has anyone else bought one in stock? I want to know what it looks like when I wear it. Below were a bunch of posts from players who also couldn't buy the robe. It wasn't until the 5th floor that someone with inside knowledge jumped in. 5th floor, what's wrong with you? You asked the right person. I bought one in stock. The focus of this upgraded mage robe isn't the material, style, or craftsmanship, but the inlaid magic array. I arrived early, and was able to ask the owner a few questions. I heard that the better the material, the more magic circles can be inlaid on the robe. Currently, a robe sold in the store can be inlaid with up to 5 magic circles, but you can only choose 3 different types of magic circles. Too many different array types can cause interference, and some array types also have compatibility issues. For example, you can't embed an ice spell instant cast and a fire spell boost on a robe. The two will conflict. I bought the basic model from the store, which comes with a stealth level array, 2 defensive arrays, and 2 offensive arrays. After wearing it, my health bar doubled. My attack power increased by 2 times, and my damage increased dramatically. It was absolutely amazing. From this perspective, the limited quantity is probably intentional. This outfit's health and attack boost is so impressive. Perhaps the officials are afraid of data issues during monster battles, so they limited the number of people who can successfully purchase the outfit in the first round. After the first wave of testing, they'd probably release it completely. Original poster Yu Hua Dingxian. Sai, familiar style, familiar behavior. As expected, it's official, and it's a small-scale pretest. 7th floor, tornado on teammate's head. Damn, can I make my own magic circle? What's the point of a level concealment circle? I don't think it's necessary. I rather add a quick mana regeneration circle. 8th floor, salty fish, level concealment circle. I know this meme. In the official prequel novel, the Lord used this circle to disguise himself as a low-level mage. It was like a top-tier wizard pretending to be a newbie, getting slapped around. Since then, it's become a trend among wizards to put level concealment circles on their robes, making it hard to tell if they're a true newbie or just a newbie pretending to be a master. I didn't expect this meme to be featured in clothing stores. It must be an official Easter egg. Original poster. I don't know how to comment on this meme that's so typical of online fiction, but I think it's very much in the Lord style. 10th floor Black Cat doesn't sleep. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, a max-level boss returns to kindergarten to bully the newbies, worthy of you. Lord. 11th floor What's wrong with you? You can choose your own magic circle. It's best to go to the shop owner when there are fewer people around. Otherwise, they won't be able to pay attention to you or answer your questions, so you have to figure it out yourself. There seem to be many situations where magic circles affect and enhance each other. I think we can study it specifically. But it seems that this will be very expensive. Adding a magic circle costs 1 silver coin. 12th floor Hidden Old Man. The poor man covered his face and cried, sob, sob, I want new clothes. 13th floor Crow is not black. Speaking of which, those 2 shop owners seem to be from the Magic Academy Calcadora. Has anyone been to the new map? 14th floor Salted Fish. I saw the teleportation array, but it's gray when I look at it. I don't know how to get there. Are there any prerequisites? 15th floor. Song Lin. Yes, to accept a quest from the Adventurers Guild, you first need to build the Druid Purification Hall in Calcadora, and then the Druids can go there to work. Sad face. 16th floor Salty Fish. It's the same familiar routine. Despite its intricate structure, players still fall for it. After learning the quest process, another wave of players rushed to accept it. In another post, someone claimed to have seen Annie and Narcissus of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild together. The details of Annie's previous Pirate Bay raid have been posted on the forums by players, and official main storyline clips about her prequel, the Pirate Bay raid, and her negotiations with the Lord have been added to the players' archives. This vengeful goddess's character design is both cool and beautiful, strong, and tragic, earning her a lot of tears from players. Topic: How did Annie and that daffodil from the Southern Continent Merchant Guild get together? What's the next plot development? Posted by Tuji. Content: As the title says, when I was doing the Griffin Daily Quest, I saw Queen Annie and Narcissus leaving the inn together and heading towards the teleportation array. What's the next plot development? Can some experts analyze this? First floor, today it rains. I came when I heard someone call for a prophet. My guess is that she's repairing a ship. Annie's undying queen is already in ruins, and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild is currently the only faction in the story with the ability to cross the sea. It's estimated that Little Daffodil took Annie to Pompeii to have her father repair the ship and discuss business. Second floor, Song Lin. Okay, the prophet has made his prediction. But the main storyline mentions that Annie wants to build a base behind enemy lines in Pirate Bay, so she have to travel between the north and south? Third floor, today it rains. After all, it's a magical world with teleportation, and Annie's ship is a ghost ship, so teleporting the ship and its crew isn't unreasonable. Fourth floor, Black Cat doesn't sleep. Guys, do you think Annie will hire people if her ship is repaired? Can we work on her ship? I really want to be a pirate. Fifth floor, Salty Fish. Players are also undead. That fits the setting, but I wonder if Annie will accept her crew only logging in once a day to work. Sixth floor, Black Cat doesn't sleep. I can work for half price. Chapter 451. Having heard that a new clothing store had opened in town, and that both owners were outstanding tailoring graduates from the Calcardo Magic Academy, Pharaohs decided to take some time to visit and order a batch of winter coats for his people. This winter was much colder than usual, but thanks to the greenhouses, it wasn't cold when working in the fields. In fact, it was warmer than in previous years. Even in this pitch-black, endless snowy night, the newly sprouted Tree of Life and the purified Mother Tree were thriving under the illumination of the grow lights. The newly sprouted Tree of Life had grown into a robust tree taller than a person, and the Mother Tree, under the careful care of the Druids, had fully recovered and was now diligently accumulating the power for the divine war. When the Lord distributed supplies earlier, he didn't forget the elves, giving them plenty of thick blankets and cotton, down-filled cotton-padded coats and down jackets. Even after coming from the warm, clean greenhouse to the town, they wouldn't feel cold wearing these. However, while these cotton-padded coats and down jackets were warm, their style was truly unappealing. Even the elves, who are generally good at dressing up, looked bulky in them. In short, they completely failed to meet their aesthetic standards. Of course, elves aren't a particularly fussy race. In the harsh winter, their lord not only protected the Mother Tree, but also thought to provide them with warm clothing and bedding. This kindness was enough for every elf to treasure those garments. However, the elves spent most of their time tending to the Mother Tree in the greenhouses of the pristine land, cultivating seeds, and growing grains and vegetables. During the day, the place was illuminated by floodlights and heated by hot water, making it quite warm, making it unsuitable to wear thick clothing while working. The elves would only remember to add thicker clothing when the cold wind blew from the greenhouse around lunchtime or dinner time, frantically searching through their spatial props for clothing. After all this time, several elves would catch colds. This time, Pharaohs planned to order custom-made temperature-changing clothing, a type only made by authentic tailors, who graduated from the Magic Academy, Calcadora. This type of clothing is a high-level magical artifact, crafted from a uniformly thick, thermally insulating, breathable, and magically conductive material. It fits snugly and doesn't feel bulky. Inside, the clothing is engraved with a temperature control array, warming in cold environments and cooling in hot ones. The temperature adjustment is also very natural and gradual, preventing sudden sensations of scalding or freezing. Of course, such clothing would be expensive, but the elves were rich. Fellows reasoned that if he could actually order this kind of winter clothing, the elves wouldn't have to constantly put on and take off clothes, whether working in the fields or shopping in the city. They could simply rely on the temperature control array to regulate the temperature, saving them a lot of trouble and reducing the risk of illness from temperature fluctuations. And the extra cotton-padded jackets and down jackets could be donated to the poorer people, easing the burden on some lords to support their subjects. After the lord successfully purified the Mother Tree, returning the elves to the embrace of the grandmother, the world consciousness, and once again saving the Mother Tree and the elves from the winter god's murky war of ice and snow, Fellows' prejudices against the Lord had long since vanished, leaving only deep respect. Of course, the proud Pharaohs wouldn't outwardly reveal his respect for the Lord. After the Guardians of Illusion and Reality went on sale, he bought a copy. After reading it, he couldn't help but be slightly moved by the bond between the Lord and the Holy Son. He hadn't expected that those people in the Church of Light, seemingly respectable, were actually a group of deceitful villains who amassed vast wealth and a prestigious reputation by exploiting and oppressing the holy sons. It was truly disgusting. Although the Lord was a necromancer, at least he was a necromancer with a heart for the world and a desire to benefit the people. Realizing this, Pharaoh also let go of his prejudice against necromancers. Aelion and the Lord are indeed a good match. A half-elf, after all, has half-elven blood. How could he be allowed to be bullied by the Church of Light? If the Magic Federation hadn't acted quickly, bestowing upon Aelion the surname early on, the elves would have even considered incorporating this half-elf into their ranks. With the elves backing him, the God of Light wouldn't dare to act rashly against him. However, upon hearing that Aelion had already acquired the surname Felislock, the Elf King smiled knowingly and said, "That's quite fitting. The Felislock family is the law enforcement family that secretly controls the Magic Federation. To harm someone they protect is tantamount to making an enemy of the entire protective Magic Federation. Currently, the Magic Federation and the Church of Light are practically evenly matched. And then, there are the elves allied with Moyo, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, the Undying Queen. It's truly not worth it to confront the power of half the world for a traitorous holy son who has already exhausted his value." Aelion had chosen a good master. Had he sided with someone else, he'd likely be arrested by the Church of Light that very night after declaring his apostasy. But Moya Felislock, that was a guy several gods had tried to take down without success. The novels about his heroic exploits, where he played the fool to outwit his lord, were still circulating. Felix only regretted that his sister hadn't told him about the rumors surrounding the Lord sooner. If he'd seen those novels earlier, he wouldn't have acted so stubbornly and offended the Lord. Now he could only be subservient and work diligently, daring not to go against the Lord's orders, lest he face another severe beating. This Lord, though compassionate and righteous, was also vengeful and would retaliate repeatedly if offended. Lost in a jumble of thoughts, Pharaoh arrived at the newly opened Lariana clothing store. Unfortunately, both owners were out buying stock at the factory, and the store was closed even during business hours. Pharaoh's, Since he was already there, he changed direction, intending to go to a nearby restaurant to sit down, have a good meal, and wait for the owners to return. "Welcome. Oh, Pharaoh's, what would you like to eat today?" James greeted him warmly from behind the bar. "Something hot." Pharaoh's had only taken a few steps when he saw the Lord and Aelion sitting together. Their relationship seemed to have progressed further. They looked even more affectionate than before. He subtly changed direction to choose a seat, and after a few steps, he saw Narcissus, who had publicly declared his pursuit of him, sitting with a beautiful woman. Frost, feeling a bit awkward, immediately turned around, sat at the bar, picked up the menu, and covered her face. I just order today's signature dish." "All right. A wolf's heart and dog's lungs dish, coming right up." "Frost, ? What kind of weird names are these?" Chapter 452. Angelma spent a brief, but exceptionally beautiful time in the Silver Dragon's dream. There was no endless repetition, no despair of seeing loved ones and companions off again and again, only falling asleep to the sound of swaying waves and the embrace of her lover, then welcoming the beauty of a new day in the morning light. The Undead Queen, built by the Silver Dragon, wasn't entirely accurate, but it was functional enough. It contained a wealth of meats, vegetables, fruits, and fine dwarven wine, stored in spatial props, sent by the lords and knights. The crew no longer suffered from gnawing obsessions, now tying these undead souls to the anchors of the mortal world, their only concern and longing for their captain. But Anne didn't dwell on this dream for long. She indulged herself for only 2 days, before resuming her path of vengeance. She still had a bloody account to settle with the god of winter, to bring peace to her people and companions sleeping beneath the water. The first step, naturally, was to repair the undead queen and reorganize her fleet. The Lord, with his many allies and a knack for socializing, introduced her to a seemingly young merchant, Narcissus Budamic. "Narcissus, this is Angelma, the legendary pirate and undead queen. I'm sure you heard of her before." The Lord summoned the merchant to the mage tower and introduced him. The young merchant's eyes widened in disbelief. "Angelma? That ghost captain, the undead queen, the terrifying legend of appearing in the fog to plunder cargo?" He grasped Annie's hand with reverence, like a fan who had unexpectedly gained access backstage to meet the singer at a concert, saying with the fervor of a fan, "A pleasure to meet you. I long admired your name. In fact, I grew up listening to your legends as bedtime stories, and every time I heard them, I have nightmares that my family couldn't soothe. Annie is now an ally in our fight against the winter god." The Lord smiled. Easing the awkwardness between the two, however, to better deal with the Winter God, Annie needs the assistance of your father and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. What assistance? Narcissus asked excitedly. We're more than happy to help with anything we can, said Annie. I need to repair the Undying Queen, Annie said. I need to rebuild my fleet. Don't worry about the money. I still have enough treasure on board to buy a fleet. Narcissus's eyes lit up. Then, if it's convenient for you, please come with me to Pohnpei to see my father. We have a large shipyard in Pohnpei. Shipbuilding, repair, and docking are all no problem. Annie followed Narcissus through the teleportation array, and soon met Nabu Budamic waiting at the shipyard. Nabu Budamic, the Earth Mother High Priestess with graying hair and beard, widened his eyes in amazement upon seeing Annie Jelma. It really is Annie Jelma, the legendary Undying Queen. I haven't heard from you in all these years. When I received this message from my unfilial son, I thought he was joking again. I never thought I would see your heroic figure again in my lifetime. You seen me before? And asked, puzzled. Yes, you might not remember, because for you, it was probably just a routine resupply voyage. I was just a little kid then, on the docks of Southern Continent, looking up at you standing beside the figurehead of the Undying Queen, watching the port workers unload crates and barrels of cargo onto that silent, ghost-like ship. Nabu Budamic's eyes were filled with reminiscence and joy. Seeing you again, you're exactly as I remember you, unlike me, whose hair and beard are now completely white. The relentless passage of time has left its mark on me as well, and said, smoothing her own slightly graying hair. It has also left many indelible scars on my Undying Queen. We've been trapped in the illusion for too long. The Undying Queen needs a complete overhaul is needed. I hope your shipyard has the capability to handle it. Please rest assured, Nabu Budamic said confidently. When it comes to shipbuilding capabilities, if the Southern Continent Merchant Guild claims second place, no one dares to claim first except, of course, divine favor. Our ships are fully loaded and can sail from the Southern Continent to the Northern Territory, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they only need their first repair after dozens of trips. Both the ships and the cannons are made with top-tier technology in the world today. However, there's a fundamental difference between building a new ship and repairing one. We need to see the current condition of the Undying Queen to know how to repair it. If the keel is the problem, it might be better to build a new ship. And nodded, may I see your shipyard? Yes, this way please. And followed him into the shipyard section. To be honest, the shipyard wasn't large, with only 3 berths and only 1 ship under construction. However, despite its small size, it was fully equipped, possessing everything one needed, and the shipbuilder's skills were exceptional. The shipyard in Pohnpei will be smaller than the one at the Southern Continent headquarters, but the craftsmanship will be identical. The advantage of building and repairing ships here is that Pohnpei will be completely under my control, with no other forces interfering, ensuring absolute secrecy and security. And looked around before finally making her decision. She gently tugged at the necklace around her neck, pulling a pendant box from her chest. Activating this spatial artifact, she released her ship from an empty berth, and had the Lord and his alchemists transform her pendant necklace into a spatial artifact large enough to house the entire Undying Queen, which she wore around her long neck, hanging in front of her heart. After obtaining the modified spatial artifact, she returned to Pirate Bay and carefully stored her ship and all her treasure within it. This is the legendary Undying Queen. Nabu and Narcissus held their breath, gazing up at the legendary ghost ship. The keel is still intact, only some planks on the hull and bottom are rotten and need replacement. Her firepower is formidable, but with advancements in magical technology, there's still significant room for upgrades. The shipbuilder quickly provided the assessment results. This is a magnificent ship. With repairs, she can regain her former glory and continue to roam the seas. Spare no expense, use the best materials, and forge her into an impeccable, top-tier warship. And declared resolutely, I want her to be the blade of my vengeance. Chapter 453. And Nab enjoyed a pleasant conversation, quickly agreeing on a ship repair plan. After signing the agreement, she promptly paid half the deposit. Ship repairs are a major undertaking, even in the magical world. Even if Nab employed all his craftsmen, it would still take 2 weeks to complete. And didn't object to this, as she needed time to rebuild her base in the north. After bidding farewell to Nab, and prepared to return to Amshire to recruit some adventurers before returning to the north. However, Narcissus saw more business opportunities in her and extended an invitation. Queen Anne, your base in the north may also be in need of a lot of supplies and goods. Would you like to cooperate with us? And looked at him with interest. You know I'm a pirate, right? Pirates don't buy things we rob. Narcissus's smile faltered slightly. However, since you're repairing my ship, I can promise not to plunder the South Continent Chamber of Commerce's ships, or not to plunder ships you don't want me to plunder. And grinned proudly. I much rather plunder merchant ships from the north, and take some goods from our dear old rivals. Narcissus's eyes lit up. I can also be responsible for selling goods from the north. It's almost dinner time now. How about I treat you to a meal at the best restaurant in AMT County? And discuss the details of trade? And raised her chin slightly. Lead the way. The fine dining restaurant James D. Morera opened after moving from a tavern has always been a favorite among the residents of AMT County. It offers both dine-in and takeout, and is usually packed at mealtimes. Today, they arrived early, and the restaurant was still mostly empty. Narcissus's business was thriving, and he had plenty of money. Even the exorbitant prices on James's menu didn't faze him. First, bring a barrel of fine dwarven wine, several meat dishes to go with it, and 2 servings of fruit pudding. What else would you like? Please order as you please. It seems the Southern Continent Merchant Guild is quite sincere in its desire for cooperation. Annie, resting her chin on one hand and tapping the table idly with the other, said, I plan to establish a base in the Pirate Bay of the North. I already reached an agreement with the Lord. He will send adventurers to support me. Therefore, the adventurer camp might need a merchant to trade supplies. The North is suffering. It's cold, and we need a lot of food, meat, grain, fruit, wine. The North is rich in minerals and coal, and these valuable goods all need to be transported by sea to Middle-earth for sale. I can allow your caravan to do business in the adventurer camp in Pirate Bay. I order goods from you when I need them, but you be responsible for your own profits and losses at the camp. I won't take responsibility for any unsold goods. Apart from what I keep for myself, all the goods I plunder from the north can be sold. You can choose to buy them yourself, as long as you can consume them. I don't care who buys them. And how much of a discount can I offer? Narcissus asked cautiously. Although these are plunder goods, they're not without cost. Ship repairs, sailing, manpower, and food all have expenses. As for a discount, I give you at least a 10% discount. Of course, if you later prove your worth to me, perhaps I can offer even more. Prove my worth? Narcissus asked. What can I do for you? For example, help me find someone in South Continent. And smiled, Avita Locks. Narcissus carefully noted the name, then cautiously asked, finding someone is no problem. But may I ask, is this your enemy or friend? Neither, and said, it's the new first mate I chosen. Hey, and Narcissus, are you guys having dinner together? The Lord walked by with a smile, the silver-haired knight following him today. How's the undead queen doing? It take about 2 weeks. It will take time to repair. This period is perfect for recruiting personnel and building a base. And he replied, my lord, would your adventurers be willing to serve on a pirate ship? I think they would be happy to do so, but my adventurers likely have no experience working on a ship. Most of them are obsessed with honing their combat skills, with a few perhaps possessing some knowledge of sea navigation. MOU replied, but just as your previous crew members were nocturnal, they also need ample rest. Are you willing to accept your crew periodically falling into an unawakened deep sleep? Annie pondered. MOU smiled and waved at her, leading the knight to their reserved table. Speaking of which, this was their first time dining outside the Mage Tower since their relationship had progressed. MOU didn't actually care whether the person he liked was male or female. As he had once told Ialian, he was a serious fan of both looks and intelligence, prioritizing intelligence over appearance. After all, any office worker who's worked their way through the workplace will tell you that facing a vase who knows nothing, constantly makes mistakes, and loves to pick up the pieces, relying on their seniors to clean up their messes, regardless of their looks, being able to resist the urge to strangle them on the spot is a profound respect for the law. Thinking of love? It's impossible. And as an office worker who devotes all his time except sleep to the company, finding love elsewhere is essentially impossible. Moyu, after 27 years of solo work, is now the first time she's fallen in love. Seriously, a man with exceptionally striking looks, a delicate figure-like beauty, possessing the noble spirit of dedication and sacrifice of a martyr, a man of unwavering reliability, someone you can rely on for anything, who gazes at you with adoration and longing, calling you his God. What heartless person wouldn't be moved? At least MOU admits he can't. MOU also knew that Ialian was actually an extremely intelligent, scheming glutinous rice dumpling, even possessing a green tea flavor. However, this only fueled his curiosity about the former Holy Son of the Church of Light. Although he often compared the silver-haired knight to an oversized silver Maine Coon cat, Mou also knew that, in terms of personality, Aelian was more like a wolf. Cunning, fierce, and observant, he was willing to compromise and endure hardships to achieve his goals, yet he was also extremely united and loyal. Once he found his pack, he would give his all. Chapter 454. While in the orphanage, Mou's favorite book was The Little Prince. The rose tamed the little prince, and the little prince tamed the fox. Among the countless little boys and countless foxes, the mutual taming of the two created a bond. Only after establishing this bond could the two become each other's only one. Mou felt that he had always been searching for, longing for, such a partner. The two would tame each other, adapt to each other, and through long periods of time together, smooth out their unnecessary edges, finally fitting together perfectly and becoming each other's only one. He didn't meet his own fox, but he did meet a lone wolf. A lone wolf, tortured and scarred, having lost its pack and everything it had, yet still harboring a kind heart that loved the world. It would disguise itself with cleverness and beauty, like a loyal wolfhound. But in reality, the clever and cunning lone wolf would observe its new master with a scrutinizing gaze. At first, Mou simply found it amusing. The lone wolf's charming appearance attracted him, and the alliance between the two sides was the best choice for the interests of the world faction. After accepting Aelian's initial olive branch, the only reasonable choice was to return the favor with the utmost kindness. After a few interactions, he took the lone wolf under his wing. And once he had invested time in taming a creature, he felt a deep sense of responsibility for it. Mou preferred to plan before acting, perhaps due to his childhood experiences. As an orphan, he had limited resources and opportunities. Reaching out blindly would only attract the attention of other competitors and lead to suppression. For him, the only way to win was to accumulate strength, carefully plan, and deliver a fatal blow to his target. Only when the strike hit the target could he seize it. But without the necessary conditions to strike, he could only wait and see, relaxed, and take advantage of the situation. As long as no one knew he had tried, no one would know he had failed. There was no shame, no loss. If he couldn't get it, he couldn't get it. It was just a matter of fate. Mou had always been a very patient person. After confirming his feelings for Aelian, he chose to see the initiative and leave everything to the knight. He was from another world, and the future was full of uncertainties for him. He didn't know if he could successfully save the world, nor did he know what he would choose if he could finally complete his mission. Go back? Or stay? But Mou was a wanderer himself. He would accept either side, whichever side had sufficient reason to stop. Therefore, as the other party, Aelian's wishes became even more important. In matters of love, without equal effort from both parties, no results can be achieved. However, after several attempts, Mou discovered with a dreadful headache that his knight seemed to be more tolerant and restrained than he was. Even though he repeatedly accepted Mou's gradual approach, Aelian would always pause when Mou opened the door. At first, this behavior puzzled Mou, who even briefly suspected the knight had no real feelings for him, and that it was all just a misunderstanding. But as he observed him more closely, he discovered that the knight's eyes were always filled with light. It wasn't that he didn't want to get closer, nor was it that he wasn't interested in him. It wasn't until repeated probing that Mou gradually delved into the knight's heart and understood Aelian's thoughts. He initially suspected that Aelian was concerned that he would one day abandon the knight, leave alone, and return to his original world. But after sharing a dish from his hometown, Mou discovered that Aelian wasn't a selfish person who cared only about himself. Aelian had always worried that as the cornerstone and vessel of divine descent, coveted by the god of light and Nyarlathotep, his defeat in this destined war between the gods would bring harm to Mou. If he hadn't taken that step, then even if Aelian failed, it would be nothing more than the fall of an ally. Even though it would have a significant negative impact on the world alliance, Aelian remained confident that the Lord would eventually find a way to recover. But if he took this step, and Aelian failed, Mou might suffer the same pain as Mou. And they wouldn't have enjoyed 70 years of happy companionship like the Silver Dragon and Mou. As Aelian had said, no matter what, he would never allow himself to bring any harm to Mou. For this reason, the knight chose to defend himself with all his might, not taking the risk of crossing the line, but simply standing quietly, guarding his lord from afar. Mou felt that while he was taming the knight, Aelian was also quietly taming him. Even though he initially treated this world as a game, a place to work, and all the local inhabitants as NPCs, Mou now had to admit that he, the first fourth calamity pulled into this other world, had gradually come to regard it as his home. Those he once considered NPCs were gradually integrating into his life, becoming increasingly important, especially a certain silver-haired, beautiful, powerful, and tragic former saint. When he realized that Ialian's every move could affect his heartstrings, Mou felt that the knight's continued stationing was meaningless. Now that Mou had fallen for Ialian, regardless of whether the knight took that final step, if anything happened to Ialian, Mou would be devastated. But this wasn't an insurmountable problem. Mou had to take full responsibility for what he attained. A qualified corporate slave must have the ability to take the blame and clean up the mess. Ialian wouldn't be fighting alone. As the knight's lord, Mou, just as he promised Ialian at the investiture ceremony, would be the knight's strongest support, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, never failing, never betraying. If Ialian wanted to be martyred, he would stop him. If the god of light came to take him away, he would stop him. Even if the knight wanted to bungee jump, he would be the safety rope to hold Ialian back. Knowing he wouldn't be rejected, Mou took the first step towards the knight, and just as he expected, the knight, who had been waiting in place, firmly grasped his outstretched hand. Chapter 455. Ialian, a smile playing on his lips, watched the Lord diligently ordering his meal. He had always been cautious about his feelings. Of course, before meeting the Lord, he had never even considered such matters. In the past, in the church, surviving was a luxury, let alone thinking about and pursuing love. Ialian had always had many concerns. The generally short lifespan of the sons of God was one reason. Even though Ialian, with his own ingenuity, had escaped certain death several times, the dark cloud of God's presence had not yet dissipated. When he first didn't know the Lord, Ialian worried that he had chosen the wrong person, terrified of handing over a precarious fate to a stranger from another world. But when Mou successfully rescued him from the certain death of facing the beast-tide alone, he knew his trust had been well placed. Then came more worries. Fear that he had burdened Mou with too many responsibilities that didn't belong to him, fear that he had brought enemies and danger to this weak world faction, and fear that his selfish desire for survival would affect the world's final efforts to survive. But the Lord simply smiled and said, "Leave it to me." The burden that had weighed on him for over 300 years was lifted effortlessly with just a few words. Ialian had never felt so relieved. The weight that had been threatening to crush him, suffocate him, disappeared in an instant, and he felt like he could breathe again. The flutter of his heart came suddenly, yet naturally. A lone wolf, wandering through the frozen darkness, finally found a keeper who truly loved it. Once a soul is loved, flesh and blood will regrow. The emaciated wolf beneath its gorgeous fur regained healthy flesh, and the scars of its heart, riven with ravines, were gradually healed by tenderness. However, the Church of Light still lingered, the God of Light, and the God of Evil watched intently, and now a holy symbol, which he had never discovered, had appeared. Although the holy symbol had been suppressed by the Lord and Leah, rendering it ineffective on a daily basis, it could still be effective if the God of Light and Naya desired a divine descent. Ialian feared that he, on the verge of being possessed at any moment, would harm the Lord. He suppressed his emotions, pausing in his tracks, not daring to touch the bait thrown by the Lord. In the silver dragon's dream, he possessed the dragon's body, without any control, only able to watch the memories unfold silently. Yet, he could sense the endless pain transmitted from the dragon. Unable to protect the one he loved, he could only face death alone, knowing he would leave another person in grief, yet he had no other choice. Because that was the path that would preserve the only spark of revenge. Even though he knew intellectually that this choice was right, he still felt emotionally tormented. Although Ialian could answer the silver dragon's questions, he lacked confidence in the future. They all knew that he would eventually face a one-on-two divine battle. But Ialian lacked the confidence to win. So, Ialian chose not to open the magic box of emotions. He knew that the Lord was a composed man, preferring to lay traps on the chessboard rather than strike first, waiting for his prey to step into them and be doomed. So, as long as he didn't take the first step, he was fine. But Ialian hadn't expected that this time, the Lord would abandon his passive approach and take the initiative. Using the pretext of testing a skill, the Lord approached him, lured him, and captured him. The moment the Lord's lips touched his, all of Ialian's defenses crumbled. For a moment, he wondered if the Lord was unaware of his immense attraction. But then he realized that since the Lord had already used himself as bait, he must be fully aware of his allure and certain of his success. The boiling emotions, bound within the cold walls of his heart by the knight's strong will, surged forth like a torrent after the Lord himself had carved a crack in them. Ialian could no longer control himself, pursuing his Lord's lips, pouring all the love he couldn't express into that yearning kiss. As the night deepened, Ialian recalled everything, and the anxieties in his heart returned. What soothed everything was his lord's whispered murmur in his ear. I know what you're truly afraid of is that if we're together, and the war against the gods is lost, it will hurt me. But I want to tell you, I've fallen for you. I can no longer bear to see you hurt, and I no longer want to suppress my feelings. If losing the war will bring us endless pain, then we fight with our backs against the wall. Only victory is allowed, not defeat. You won't face a 1-on-2 divine battle, for I will join you in this fight. It will be a 2-on-2 duel. We are united, while the other side harbors its own agenda. The advantage will inevitably be mine. At that moment, Aelian felt boundless confidence and courage. A knight is like a sharp sword, only a ruler with a steady mind can wield it with unwavering determination, slicing through the wind and waves. If the executors are incapable of loyalty, and the controllers are incapable of fulfilling their responsibilities, then they will become like the Church of Light, where the leaders are insatiable, seeking profit without responsibility, and treating their subordinates, the sons of God, as mere expendable tools. How can subordinates be loyal if they only seek self-preservation? Everyone has a desire for self-preservation. Only by being fearless can one fight for justice and the greater good within one's heart. If a hero fights for everything, only to be cursed and smeared with dirty water and a corpse, a hero, dedicating everything to a life of despair, only to be treated like trash and abandoned in the wilderness, naturally, those who witnessed it would consider the situation and retreat into their shells. A hero needs a wise leader. Suddenly, Aelian felt an urge to touch his lord. The lord said he was allowed to act coquettishly. So this time, he didn't restrain his desire, didn't hold back. Instead, he naturally reached out and grasped the lord's left hand in his own. Mou glanced up at him gently, a smile playing on his lips. There was no rebuke, and he didn't pull his hand away. Mou simply ordered his dishes naturally, then handed the menu back to the waiter with his free right hand. These, for now. Aelian's heart, pounding in his chest, suddenly quieted, expanding and contracting freely in the warmth that overflowed from his chest. The working druid, with a dreamy expression as if he had been hit, left with a dazed smile. I hope she didn't make the wrong order. Mou quipped, his left index finger silently scratching Aelian's palm. Aelian, almost unable to suppress the crazily raised corners of his mouth, said with a suppressed smile, Chapter 456. Due to the prolonged snowfall, the restaurant's most popular dishes lately have been hot pot, soups, and spicy dishes. James de Morera spends all his time with adventurers from all over, and his culinary skills have become a hodgepodge. As long as he has the ingredients, he can make anything, and dares to make anything. But thinking about it, these demon chefs are a group of ruthless individuals, who can wield knives against bizarrely shaped magical beasts. Their specialty is Khmer cuisine, with an air of turning the classic of mountains and seas into a cookbook. Whenever they see a new monster, they ask, is it edible? Is it good? How do I eat it? No wonder they're so close to the players, forming such a bond. Mou ordered today's soup of the day, pork tripe and chicken slices with egg white, a pot of spicy grilled fish, and a basket of char siu buns as his main course. Today's signature dish was wolf's heart and dog's lungs, a fantasy version of husband and wife lung slices created by adventurers at the food festival. However, the name was too gruesome, so Mou skipped it. A bowl of peppery meat soup in winter was truly the best treat. After a bowl of hot soup, the chill dissipated with a burst of sweat. Just as the two were halfway through their meal, they saw Felix walk in. Mou hadn't seen the elf for a while. Since busily building the greenhouse after the snowfall, Felix had entered a secluded, silent hibernation mode, farming. However, the tree of life had been growing well recently, and the elves' food and vegetable supplies were adequate, so Mou hadn't disturbed their work. Seeing Felix take a few steps towards them, and then furtively turn away, Mou found it somewhat amusing. This guy, where did he hear some rumors now? He's hiding from me. But it was clear that Pharaoh's wasn't just hiding from them, because upon seeing Narcissus and Annie, the elf changed direction and finally took a seat at the bar. All right. A heartless dish, right here. James's loud voice echoed through the empty restaurant. Pharaoh's, Looking at the elf's shy face, eager to squeeze himself onto the menu, Mou's smile grew wider. What's going on? I thought he was just pretending with Narcissus. Could there really be something going on? Aelian shrugged. He wasn't interested in the gossip about the Sundra elves. He just thought the gossipy lords were kind of cute. The two of them sweetly shared the last of their sweet barbecued pork buns before they saw the elf, having quickly finished his meal, sneak out of the restaurant again. Mou's curiosity was instantly piqued. Their seats were directly facing the street-facing window. MOU parted the curtains and peeked in, immediately disappointed. What? Just going to the new clothing store? Is there any need to be so furtive? The knight smiled as he brought the dessert served by the druid waiter to MOU. I'm beginning to understand what you mean by control. MOU lowered the curtains and looked at the knight with interest. Aelian glanced around the restaurant. Seeing no one was paying attention, he quietly approached the lord and gave him a stealthy kiss. But I hope you can pay more attention and control to me. Your eyes can always be on me. Fellows hurried over just as the two female shop owners were returning from the factory. They had just entered the store, not even closing for the day. His impulsive rush into the shop startled the two new owners, who were just about to close up shop. Laria was almost about to press the alarm button she was holding, but only felt relieved when she heard he was there to order clothes. Winter clothes? We don't. We can do that. Ariana abruptly interrupted Laria. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Ariana, who looked determined, with a look of confusion. Pharaohs? ? The Sudra elf looked suspiciously at the two shopkeepers, who were clearly at odds. Can we make it? Yes, we can. However, your order is quite large, so we need time to process it, so the turnaround time may be longer than you expected. Do you need us to come and take measurements? Yes. Pharaohs nodded. We're in the clean area north of the city. Do you have any designs? Let me take a look. Yes, Ariana said, pulling out a design book. What kind of clothes do you need? It should be easy to move in, close-fitting, and slim. Fellows quickly selected a design he liked. It should be made of material that won't easily get dirty or torn even in the fields, and it shouldn't have too many frivolous decorations. Okay. Ariana quickly calculated the deposit. Thermostatic clothing is expensive, as you're probably aware. We take 1/3 of the deposit, and the final 2/3 when you pick up the clothing. We repair any quality issues, but once production begins on custom-made items like these, the order cannot be cancelled. Okay. Fellows promptly paid the deposit, signed the order form, and left his address. The two girls watched him leave. Laria looked at Ariana with a bewildered expression. Ariana, are you serious? Temperature-shifting clothing requires a high-level magician to cast a temperature control array. We can't do it alone. Of course we can't do it alone, but we have the entire Magic Academy, Calcadora, behind us. Ariana said, just like we can get the goods from the factory if we can't make enough clothes, we can also outsource the sewing of the temperature-shifting clothing to the factory. As for the temperature control array, we can ask the seniors at the Magic Academy for help. There are quite a few high-level magicians interning in AMT County this time. We can join forces with them. Laria instantly understood what she meant. I have a few seniors I know well. I remember they also signed up for this internship. Let me contact them. Ariana said confidently, this is a huge order. If we complete this order, we can pay off the Lord's loan and even have some left over. Laria understood immediately. If the seniors are willing to work with us long-term, we can work together to produce and sell temperature-changing clothing. These clothes are definitely a bestseller in this cold winter. Exactly. The two girls, brimming with confidence, immediately began searching their connections to explore possible collaborations on temperature-changing clothing. Chapter 457. The Serve the People team is rapidly expanding its influence in the north. They arrived early to conduct quests in the north, and chose to base their camp near the stone house of the important NPC Gerda. They were the first to come to Gerda's attention whenever a quest came up. Although their score on the Norse team leaderboard still lags behind the Don't Talk to Me team, which had conquered the Pirate Bay dungeon and was currently busy building its base there, they were showing signs of catching up. Abyss, along with most of his team, had been arguing with the dwarves in the Mithril mine for several days. The NPCs in this game are truly interesting, each with distinct personalities. As Gerda had revealed, the northern dwarves are indeed a cunning and deceitful bunch, even more so than the dwarves of AMT County. However, liking to deceive and being skilled at it are two completely different things. The northern dwarves possess intelligence, but it's not much. Their cunning and deceitfulness are primarily reflected in the fact that 7 out of 10 of their statements are false. Every price they quote is full of leverage and speculation. Even a glass of ergwota diluted with water can pass for imperial wine, costing 180 yuan. Of course, the northern dwarves don't know what ergwota is. They use it to make wine from a type of ice fruit that is abundant in the north. This fruit is one of the few crops that can grow widely in the harsh climate of the north. It looks like a silvery, transparent ice cube, but its sugar content is extremely high, making it taste like a sugary drink. Unprocessed, the wine made from this fruit tastes sweet like fruit juice and is very smooth, but it has a strong aftertaste. If you're not careful with your drinking, you can easily pass out in the snow and freeze into a frozen block. After distillation and purification, this drink becomes even stronger, with a pungent, spicy flavor. Northerners enjoy a refreshing and warming drink in winter, but they shouldn't drink too much, or they could easily become drunk and freeze to death. The northern dwarves sell various grades of iced fruit drinks, iced fruit, and mithril ore. They also undertake the forging of weapons and equipment, but since the dwarves only have mithril ore, this weapon and equipment forging service is more like a contract manufacturing business. You have to provide your own iron, copper, and other necessary ores, purchase mithril from the dwarves, and then hand it over to them for forging. This contract manufacturing business is also dishonest. The dwarves will inflate the amount of ore used, and then embezzle some of it during the forging process. Even if you are an expert and give them the right amount, they will try to forge armor and weapons hollow to steal some of the ore. After a few attempts at dealing with them, Abyss Under had a profound understanding of the dwarves' nature. He decided he couldn't simply do business with them as planned, or he would lose everything. He simply set up a tent not far from the dwarven mithril mines, and arranged for a few druids from his team to open a shop and perform purifications on the dwarves. Of course, druids perform purifications for free in Middle-earth, but here they had to charge a fee. Those without money had to use goods as compensation, and their fees were even higher than the dwarves. The dwarves observed for a few days, and someone kept trying to bargain. 15 mithril ingots for each dwarf. Abyss Under moved a table and chairs to block the tent entrance. He sat behind the table, tilting his chair back, and tapped the price tag on the table with an air of indifference. No bargaining. I can give you 15 mithril ore. A dwarf tried to get away with it. Mithril ingots and mithril ore are two completely different things. He exhaled from the abyss, now using a white tiger shell, a gesture that was incredibly intimidating. We want mithril ingots of at least 85% purity, extracted from impurities-laden, low-quality mithril ore. According to conventional standards, each ingot must weigh at least 50 grams. We will not accept any inferior mithril ingots that do not meet this standard. Druids and the ability to purify pollution are unique in the north. This is a true seller's market. Dwarven things may be dispensable to them, but their druids are a lifesaver for the dwarves. Every day, Deep Abyss spent a protracted battle with the dwarves. After an initial appearance to demonstrate their miraculous ability to dispel pollution, the druids followed the rest of the team in exploring the map, digging, and scavenging various supplies from the north. They had already recorded the teleportation scrolls, so if the dwarves truly gave in and paid for the purification service, it would be a simple matter of teleporting back in the team chat. 15 mithril ingots were worth enough to buy a ton of blank teleportation scrolls. Deep Abyss wasn't sitting here in vain. After leaving the army, he went back to college. Now, with exams approaching, he was struggling with advanced math. Fortunately, in this game, 1 day equals 2. He had transferred his study materials, giving him double the time to review while facing the dwarves, effectively eliminating any delays. The dwarves watched the intimidating-looking white tiger half-orc sitting in front of his tent, writing and drawing incomprehensible characters, symbols, and even certain mystical-looking curves, with a growing sense of awe and fear. High Priest of the White Tiger. A dwarf cautiously took a tentative step. With 15 mithril ingots, to what extent can it purify? It can purify it down to only 20% of the contamination. Deep Abyss, engrossed in his homework, answered absent-mindedly, pen in hand. The dwarves were all startled. Only 20% left, or 20% purified. Only 20% left. Deep Abyss waved his hand impatiently. If you're not genuinely interested in purification, don't keep asking. I'm busy. The dwarves shrank back, murmuring amongst themselves. He said only 20% remained? Doesn't that mean it's all purified? Neither the Church of Light nor the old shamans could guarantee that much purification. Those bastards in the Church of Light, the amount purified during each mass is different, and they even say it's a difference between sincerity and insincerity. Shaw. If 15 mithril ingots can really purify to that extent, it's not expensive. Extremely expensive. How can it not be expensive? That's 15 mithril ingots. It would take at least 150 mithril ores to refine that much. As long as you're alive, there's no ore. If it can really purify all the pollution you can mine for decades, how can it not be worth it? How about we try it? Old Akka is almost dying from the pollution. Can we gather some mithril ingots and let him try? Chapter 458. The dwarves who occupied the mithril mines in the north were the infamous Modira family. Old Akka, as the dwarves called him, was Mocha Modira, the oldest among them. He was proficient in 118 methods of mithril forging and spoke 6 orc languages, making him a rare scholar among the dwarves. However, in recent years, the mithril mines had become increasingly polluted, with the elderly, children, and pregnant women being the first to be affected. In the past 3 years, not a single healthy child had been born into the Modira dwarf clan. They were either stillborn, mutated by the pollution, or crippled infants who barely survived a month. Even the most carefree dwarves could feel the desolation of their clan's decline. Sunny days were rare in the north, and the dwarves often lived underground in the mines. The limited sunlight they received was insufficient to cleanse the pollution from their bodies. The dwarves are mostly corrupted by contaminated ores, land, and food. While this corruption begins in their minds and spreads to their bodies, causing visible changes, it doesn't leave a tangible memory like learning magic. The amnesia powder has very limited effect on the dwarves. Therefore, to purify themselves, the dwarves either have to pay a high price to have a purification mass performed by a missionary priest from the Church of Light, who occasionally preaches in the north, or they have to hire an orc shaman to perform a ritual dance. But frankly, the former is expensive and often involves deception, while the latter does indeed stabilize the mind, but that's about it. Years ago, before the winter god became lord of the raging waves, the merman shaman's ritual dance was truly exceptional. Enchanting humanoid mere-women, draped in dreamlike veils, danced barefoot on the rocks. Their dance, imbued with immense life force, could even stir up towering waves, washing away impurities and bringing new life. But after the merfolk lost their source of power and severed their connection with the sea, this ability diminished dramatically. Even though their voices remained and their dances were still captivating, they had lost the power to shake the heavens and earth and summon wind and rain. As for the shamans of other races, their dances were not as beautiful as the merfolk's, and their effects were even weaker. But now, there were few surviving orcs left, and finding a shaman capable of performing a ritual dance had become a luxury. The dwarves sighed and finally hesitated, saying, "How about, we gather a batch of mithril ingots and try?" The calculation was simple. Old AKA's experience and skills hadn't yet been passed on to his son, and losing such an old craftsman would be a huge loss for the dwarves, especially now that no newborns were being born. Every dwarf who died weakened their tribe. If the White Tiger Orc priest was telling the truth, and their shaman could truly purify the dwarves' corruption to only 20%, then old AKA could live for at least several decades, even centuries. They could easily recreate tens of thousands of mithril ingots, let alone 15. If they're liars, they can only fool us once. But if it's true, we struck gold. The dwarves finally gathered enough mithril ingots and carried old AKA, who had been unconscious for several days, onto a stretcher, groaning and groaning as they were lifted out. Before they even reached the White Tiger Orc's tent, they smelled a fragrant aroma. What's that smell? It's coming from the tent. What are those white tigers doing now? The dwarves hurried over to take a look and discovered a white tiger half-orc had built a stove outside his tent. A pot of oil sat beside it, stewing something, the enticing aroma of meat filling their nostrils. Looking again, they saw the white tigers eating. One of them was holding a large, crispy, and fragrant fried chicken leg, devouring it with savory, crunchy mouthfuls, the crumbs and juices dripping from their mouths. The dwarves' mouths watered furiously, their stomachs growling. One of them immediately abandoned the stretcher and rushed over to the white tigers. "Are you selling chicken legs?" "No, we wouldn't have enough for ourselves." Abyss below bit into the meat, contentedly eating. "This is our lunch." "Dwarf? ? "No, you're not going to sell, so why are you feasting in front of our mine?" "No, we really want to do business with you." The dwarves observed Abyss below's attitude, guessing that their previous high asking price had provoked the White Tiger Orc. "Look, we brought over 15 mithril ingots and the patient." Abyss below shoved the last of the fried chicken leg into his mouth and glanced at the dwarf on the stretcher, his lower body covered in tentacles and large eyes, practically a mosaic. He felt a bit uncomfortable. It even felt like a bunch of scoundrels carrying their dying parents to the door of a clinic, harassing them and demanding money. It just so happens that the druid is eating too. Deep Abyss said, "Pay first, then we treat you." "Let me be frank, your relative is on his last legs. If he faints from the purification and treatment, we won't refund or compensate you. If you agree, we treat it. If you don't, we just carry it back from where we came from. Then we treat it." The dwarves exchanged glances, somewhat reluctantly. Abyss accepted the 15 mithril ingots, tested them with an appraisal technique, and found them to be of acceptable quality. He turned to the diners and called out, shushing, "Get to work." "Hey! Shishilingpa finished his meal in a few bites and happily ran out. Upon seeing the dwarf's condition, he was immediately taken aback. Holy crap! Is it that ugly? Good thing I'm done eating. But even if it was ugly, playing the game wasn't a big deal. Once the system's mosaic mask was activated, even a spoiled young lady like Shishilingpa could cast purification and healing spells without batting an eyelid. The dwarves watched as old Akka visibly regained his human form under the silver-blue light released by the white tiger druid. The chaotic, long tentacles and eyeballs transformed into black smoke under the silver-blue light and poured into the glass ball held by the white tiger druid. Oh my god, they're telling the truth. The dwarves' eyes widened in disbelief and delight. Although they couldn't measure the specific pollution levels, the effects of this pollution removal weren't as invisible as the Church of Light's masses or shamanic dances. This was a visible recovery. Old Akka, who had been unconscious for many days, stirred, as if regaining consciousness. Smells so good. I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. Chapter 459. Old Akka. The dwarves exclaimed in surprise. How are you feeling? Old Akka opened his cloudy eyes and said weakly, so hungry, so hungry. Give me something to eat, I'm starving. Quick! Give him something to eat. He hasn't eaten for 3 days. The dwarf below looked up at the sky speechlessly, but it would be a waste if the newly healed dwarf starved to death. So he said, a person who hasn't eaten for 3 days can't eat fried chicken, but we still have a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms on the stove. Giving him a little bit of vermicelli would be fine. Sure. A bowl of vermicelli isn't worth much, but the dwarf's previous rude behavior and exorbitant prices had really angered him, so Deep Abyss added, 1 piece of mithril or per bowl. This time, the dwarves paid incredibly quickly, shaking out 7 or 8 pieces of mithril or in a flash. We want some too. Deep Abyss's lips twitched slightly, and he turned back to call out, Cat, give them each a bowl. Okay. Black Cat replied, using a damp cloth to cushion his hands, and lifted the lid of the large iron pot that was simmering on the stove. Steam carrying a rich, overpowering aroma wafted from the simply constructed little kitchen. The dwarves stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to inhale deeply. So fragrant. It smells amazing. The players, all foodies, always carried food supplies in their backpacks. As a magical chef, Black Cat had previously bought a large batch of trial-made ceramic bowls from the mages at the brick kiln at a very low price. Although the quality was mediocre, they were more than enough for the dwarves. He filled each dwarf's bowl with vermicelli, a little soup, and mushrooms. Except for the sick dwarf, who hadn't eaten for 3 days, whose bowl contained no meat, he still gave the others a few scraps of meat to satisfy their cravings. As luck would have it, today, while exploring, they encountered a group of flightless, yellow-black bird-like monsters. After identification, the system identified them as moa. Their meat was fragrant and delicious, resembling chicken, rich in fat. After purification, the entire body could be eaten. Black Cat and his companions, looking at the multi-legged monsters, were intrigued and immediately hunted down a few, slaughtering them and eating them as chicken. Since they were in the snow, they naturally had to eat the famous northeastern dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Although the chickens were not small at all, the mushrooms were non-toxic white mushrooms cultivated by druids, and the vermicelli noodles were genuine potato vermicelli made by the players of AMT County from potatoes grown by druids and elves. This moa monster was quite large, with 7 or 8 legs mutated all over its body. After purification, plucking, and cutting, it looked just like a normal chicken leg. It was everyone's dream chicken. Just the chicken stewed with mushrooms felt a bit underwhelming, and then they saw the system prompt, fat and fatty. They immediately decided to make fried chicken. Eating fried chicken in the game is easy. No need to worry about the greasiness or fat. You can easily whip up a dozen or so in one sitting. Even the frying oil can be made directly from moa fat, giving it a fresh and fragrant flavor. They had such a good thing, so they couldn't just leave it to the captain, who was catching up on homework in the bitter cold. After all, the captain was the backbone of their team, the big brother. How could they not take this opportunity to cling to him? The most important thing was that heating a wok in the snow and ice was difficult. After all, frying chicken wasn't like boiling water, where you just needed to heat it. The heat had to be carefully controlled. The captain was the only one on the team who could brave the elements, setting up a stove and a small, sheltered kitchen in no time. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep was a proper chef in the original world, a graduate of a new D-World culinary school. Even in the game, he did the same thing, boiling water, plucking feathers, butchering chicken, rendering chicken fat, all done with ease. By the time the captain had set up the stove, Black Cat Doesn't Sleep had already separated a pot of yellow chicken fat from a whole pot of clean, skin-on chicken meat. Once the fire was lit, Black Cat Doesn't Sleep placed the pot of fat on the stove to render, while the other pot of chicken meat was divided into 2 portions, whole chicken legs for fried chicken, and the rest for chicken stew with mushrooms. Fried chicken cooked faster than chicken stew with mushrooms, so everyone munched on the fragrant chicken legs while waiting for the stew to finish. Unexpectedly, the dwarves arrived. No, they came to treat a patient, and ended up getting a free meal of chicken stew with mushrooms. However, in terms of value alone, mithril was far more valuable than this pot of meat. The dwarves ate with unrestrained abandon, shoveling food down their throats without using chopsticks or spoons. Even old aka, recently healed and purified, sat up and slurped up his soupy noodles, letting out a satisfied burp. Eating is a delicate matter. Sharing the same food inexplicably brings people closer. The dwarves and players, who had previously disliked each other, suddenly found each other much more agreeable. Of course, the high-quality mithril ingots and or given to the now lively old aka and the dwarves also played a significant role. Old Aka, are you really all better? After finishing their noodles, the dwarves finally had time to examine old Aka, who had just undergone purification and healing. The dwarf, who had been covered in tentacles and eyeballs, half his body almost a shapeless swamp of monstrous mud, now showed no signs of mutation and was diligently covering his exposed skin with the blankets on the stretcher. This wasn't just a matter of appearance. After all, in the freezing cold, even a little exposed skin could cause frostbite. All right, if you don't carry me back, I freeze to death. Couldn't you have given me more clothes when you carried me out? Old Aka, now brimming with energy after finishing his noodles, said in a strong voice, I'm freezing to death. Can someone give me another bowl of hot soup? And some meat? I want meat. This time, before the adventurers could speak, the dwarves themselves pressed old Aka back onto the stretcher and, with a series of groans, carried him back. One of the dwarves, however, remained. Respected High Priest of the White Tiger, we have fully witnessed your unparalleled strength. We still have many more of our people to purify. Could you please stay a little longer? He then glanced at the pot of chicken legs that Black Cat wasn't sleeping, which he was just putting into the oil. And, are those chicken legs really not for sale? Abyss below raised a finger to signal him to wait, and then the adventurers gathered in a circle, whispering, These terror birds are easy to kill. We found a large flock, and there should be several hundred more on the other side of the mountain. Each one is only level 50, a few skills will take them down. Then, shall we sell some? How much? Chapter 460. Setting prices is a delicate matter. With cunning dwarves as trading partners, even more caution is needed. First, the price can't be too low, otherwise, doing business with dwarves won't be profitable. Second, this thing is simply the Moa's own legs fried in oil. Aside from purification, the cost is almost non-existent. A Moa is only level 50, with 7 or 8 legs and a large pot of meat. Just coat it with some spice batter and fry it. Even with firewood, the cost isn't high. The dwarves won't agree to an exorbitant price. The group painstakingly calculated the system's reference pricing for the goods produced by the dwarves, to be sold back in AMT County. Finally, they said, 1 barrel of iced fruit wine for 1 barrel of chicken, or 3 pieces of mithril, or for 1 chicken leg. The so-called barrel of chicken was modeled after a family bucket from KFC, except this bucket wasn't a paper bucket, but a barrel made from a type of large leaf from the southern continent, rolled up to secure the bottom. These leaves were thick, insulating, waterproof, oil-proof, and non-toxic. Narcissus had brought a lot of them to AMT County to sell. They were excellent materials for packaging food and other items, and each of them had stocked up on quite a bit. 1 barrel could hold about 7 or 8 pieces of chicken, while a barrel of wine from the dwarves was about 5 liters. The players were definitely getting a great deal. Being able to bring back such fragrant chicken to the mine for a feast in the freezing cold was a win-win for the dwarves. If you have a space prop, just put the fried chicken into the space prop, and it will not get cold and hard. Even if you don't have a space prop, you can put a thick leaf bucket in your arms, and it will be able to hold on to the warm mine. Even if the crispy skin will become soft, it will still be delicious if you bake it slightly by the fire. For the dwarves, who had barely eaten meat for most of the winter, this was a truly tempting delicacy. Now that the price was set, the players and dwarves each took action. Black Cat Bus we began frying chicken, Shishi Linkpa was responsible for purifying the dwarves, and Abyss below was responsible for collecting money, doing homework, and acting as security at the tent entrance. The remaining team members devoured the pot of chicken and mushroom stew, burped, and picked up their weapons to continue their quest to harass the Moas. Oh no, to restock. Don't forget to catch a few and raise them. Shishilingpa didn't forget to instruct them. Got it, big sister. They didn't wait long before dwarves arrived one after another, bearing ore, mithril ingots, or wine. Most of them had aged contamination in need of purification, and afterward, they would take home a bucket of chicken. They were truly blessed. The dwarves had never given away such valuable items out of their own pockets. But this time, they felt it was a good deal. After all, there are only more cunning profiteers, not the most cunning. Compared to the Church of Light, which rips off everyone wherever they go, the druids' cleansing effects are truly visible, and they produce visible results for every patient. Scales, tentacles, eyeballs, and even tangled masses of flesh and blood gradually vanished. The pain and discomfort in their bodies were dissipated by the billowing black smoke, and the dwarves felt their minds clearer. Shishilingpa burped, reeking of mana, and then handed in his shift to his fellow druid, Crow but Black. As expected, in this game, the upper limit of a druid's and a caster's abilities is determined by their stomachs. The Serve the People team made significant progress among the dwarves, while the Don't Talk to Me team was busy helping Annie build a base in Pirate Bay. This base wasn't their camp, but it was part of the main quest, similar to the infrastructure quests in Mudnew City. Even simple tasks here earn military merit and adventure coins. As one of the first players to become acquainted with Annie Jelma, today Rain naturally accepted this main quest on behalf of the Don't Talk to Me team and received a teleportation array. This teleportation array wasn't just for the north, it could connect to the main city of Amut. However, this long-distance teleportation not only incurred a hefty teleportation fee, but also required additional world core energy. However, for players, the world core energy bar remained full unless not in use, unless a world knight had just used a skill to fully heal themselves. For other players, it meant that after using the teleportation array, they needed to replenish the energy before using it again. The time it took to replenish the energy was the teleportation array's cooldown period. She installed the teleportation array in the Pirate Bay camp, and, based on Annie's needs, planned out the various functional areas on the map. Pirate Bay was positioned as a base behind enemy lines. As an inland seaport, it needed to be able to dock Annie's Undying Queen and other ships. Therefore, some of the chaotic reefs in the nearshore waters of Pirate Bay had to be cleared, and several convenient berths had to be built. The land-based portion was planned starting with areas that wouldn't be flooded. Although this other world had no moon, due to the existence of two suns, tides still existed, and the range of high and low tides was quite large. After observing the water level for several days, and revising the planned layout repeatedly, Jinryu finally finalized a rough draft. He submitted the drawings to the system, and quickly received a revised and annotated version from Annie. Although this immortal queen spends most of her time at sea, she is very knowledgeable about port construction. Jinryu carefully compared the two versions of the drawings, thoroughly enjoying the process. The NPC design in this game is amazing. The development team must have hired professionals as consultants. All the revisions seemed so reasonable. With the drawings in hand, it was time to get to work. Annie required the harbor to have a dedicated storage area, accommodation for the crew, and a tavern large enough to accommodate everyone for meals. In addition, sufficient defensive facilities were needed, and artillery needed to be installed around the camp. Due to the frigid north, building materials needed to be frost-resistant and cold-proof. The best material would be the frost-resistant rocks from the northern mountains, but these were always buried under thick layers of ice and snow, making them difficult to dig out. This main quest was clearly not something a single team could complete alone. Today, Yoyu discussed it with the team members and posted the quest information on the forum. Immediately, a large number of players flocked from Ant City to continue their grinding work in the Northern Territory. While the players were busily building Annie's base, Annie wasn't idle either. She returned to the Northern Territory and brought back two merfolk. Moyu looked at the beautiful and handsome merfolk man and woman Annie brought back and blinked. Who are these two? They are my nephew and niece, the current chieftain and high priest of the merfolk clan.